The apocalypse is coming, and his girlfriend AI Bing is in life and death crisis. She slept with the rich second generation and betrayed Zhou Lin, causing his tragic death. Now Zhou Lin was reborn 3 days before the natural disaster and gained the ability of symbiosis. Whatever he touched became one with the object. He saw the USS Tefyu aircraft carrier in the news. He decided to take control of an aircraft carrier for his own use in the apocalypse. After careful consideration, he boarded a flight to the island country. 2 days later, the world was shocked. The largest and most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the United States disappeared out of thin air after completing replenishment at the port of the island country. The United States, the island country, the Xia country, and the Mao country are therefore on level 1 war preparedness. However, just 24 hours later, Mount Shifu in the island country and Mount Shihuang in the United States erupted simultaneously, and the end of the world was coming. At this time, Zhou Lin sold his million-dollar property, and in major cities, online channels were preparing for the end-of-world food shortage. While people were living a life worse than death in the apocalypse, Zhou Lin and his family lived a paradise-like life on an aircraft carrier. Just now, Zhou Lin suddenly jumped up from the bed, his whole body was swallowed by fear, and his hands twitched involuntarily. He clearly felt that he would die in the next second, with pain that was almost suffocating. After a few seconds, Zhou Lin, who was still in shock, finally calmed down. He slapped his face hard, and the pain came with a sharp stinging sensation. Reborn. I was reborn. He looked down at his hands, feeling the young, healthy skin and strength. Zhou Lin hurriedly grabbed the phone beside the bed and looked at the time, June 27, 2023, 9:18. Zhou Lin couldn't help but curse. At this point, he suddenly realized that the end of the world would come in just 3 days. 3 days, what can he do? What can he change? Should he go crazy collecting supplies and weapons? But with his current assets, how much can he collect? Or should I give up everything and enjoy these short 3 days? That would save me some pain. Several faces suddenly appeared in Zhou Lin's mind. AI Bing, Tang Yili, Chao Bowen, Zhang Kachin. When it comes to AI Bing, Zhou Lin's anger almost consumes her. The woman for whom he gave everything but never received true love actually betrayed him so cruelly. Every time Zhou Lin thought about how he was just her backup, he couldn't help but feel like slapping himself hard in anger. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Zhou Lin looked and saw that it was AI Bing calling. Are you sleeping in? Didn't you say yesterday that you would go shopping with me today? On the other end of the phone, AI Bing's voice sounded as if everything was normal. However, Zhou Lin recalled the words that made him shudder. Push it away, it's just skin and bones, stewing it would be a waste of firewood. Those were vicious words that AI Bing had once said inadvertently. How could Zhou Lin forget them? Are you hungry? AI Bing's voice suddenly became soft on the phone. Baby, why aren't you talking? Are you feeling unwell? I'll come to see you when I'm done with my work. Wait for me. Everything sounded right and even made people feel that she cared about him. But Zhou Lin knew in his heart that it was all a hypocritical illusion. Last night, AI Bing agreed to spend the day with him, but ended up spending the night with another rich second generation. Anger instantly surrounded Zhou Lin. He gritted his teeth and wanted to rush over immediately and throw AI Bing away. But he took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and forced his tone to appear calm. Okay, come on. Zhou Lin had secretly sworn in his heart that if AI Bing dared to come, he would definitely not show mercy. But his plan was even more cruel. He would not let her die, but make her life harder than death. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. When the pain subsided, he saw a sight that he could hardly believe. In his sea of consciousness, a ball of light was floating slowly. This ball of light is a supernatural ball that he will only see 5 years after the end of the world. That's right, superpowers. This was what he had always dreamed of, and now, he had actually obtained it ahead of time. Symbiosis. Zhou Lin couldn't help but touch the ball of light excitedly, and a mysterious power flowed into his body. At this moment, he has gained an ability, symbiosis, the ability to coexist with inanimate vehicles and control them. The ability of symbiosis brings 4 important core elements: First, he can control the vehicle with which he symbiotically lives. Second, he can provide storage space for these tools. Third, he can also modify these vehicles while they are in storage. Fourth, use and transformation require corresponding energy and materials. An amazing idea quickly flashed through Zhou Lin's mind: container train. If he could control an entire train, it would undoubtedly be a huge advantage in surviving the apocalypse. Soon, however, he calmed down. Trains needed electric locomotives, but once the end of the world came, where would we find electricity? Without electricity, the train couldn't run at all. What's more, what could he do to collect such a huge amount of supplies in 3 days? Don't be too impulsive, Zhou Lin reminded himself secretly. Just as he decided to give up the idea of the train for the time being, the screen of his cell phone suddenly lit up. Zhou Lin thought it was a message from AI Bing, but unexpectedly saw a news push. He took a look and couldn't take his eyes off it. The screen showed the shocking data of the aircraft carrier. He quickly scanned the pile of information in front of him, deciding whether to carry out an extreme and dangerous plan. An aircraft carrier that is 337 meters long, 41 to 77 meters wide, and over 40 meters high without counting the mast. The full load displacement exceeds 110,000 tons. 2 A-1B nuclear reactors, with a service life of 50 years, can output 200,000 kilowatts of electricity. To Zhou Lin, these numbers are like the rhythm of his heartbeat, intense and full of temptation. I must be crazy. Zhou Lin cursed in a low voice, with a crazy light flashing in his eyes. These data are enough to make a man's blood boil. His eyes were filled with determination. When a man dies, the birds fly up to the sky. If he lives forever, he will live forever. I'll do it in one step. I'll do it. After he made up his mind, he immediately called the travel agency. A few minutes later, he received a message from the other end of the line. Brother, if you provide your passport, you can board the flight now, and the flight tonight can be arranged. But, cost, Zhou Lin answered without hesitation, money is not a problem. At 5 o'clock, Zhou Lin took a bus to the airport and embarked on this crazy journey. In the night, the airport in Yuncheng was brightly lit. The flight took off on time and landed smoothly in the capital of the island country 4 hours later. As soon as he stepped out of the airport, Zhou Lin could almost feel the indescribable tension and excitement. Under the neon lights, girls from the island country wearing strange costumes are walking around the streets. Zhou Lin couldn't help but attract several glances because of his unique temperament, and a girl even took the initiative to talk to him. But his eyes always wandered on the distant port, which was the aircraft carrier, Tefo, which was his real future goal. Zhou Lin whispered. This is the opportunity. He knew that there would be no breakthrough tonight. The United States protects its heavy weapons very strictly, and anyone who approaches an aircraft carrier may be dealt with mercilessly. The opportunity will wait for tomorrow. Zhou Lin calculated silently in his mind. He must get enough rest tonight because tomorrow will be the time for him to take real action. On June 28, Zhou Lin knew that this day was destined to shock the world. However, when he finally stood in front of the huge Tefo, all the noise disappeared. His eyes were fixed on the majestic hull, as if he was standing in front of an impenetrable beast. Every nerve in his body was trembling with excitement and tension. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. As he approached, Zhou Lin realized that there must be secret sentries from the United States around. Their eyes were fixed on him, but no one doubted him. Although his heart was beating faster and sweat was pouring down, he knew that this was just the beginning. Arriving at the ship's cable, Zhou Lin quietly walked behind a huge mooring bollard. Almost no one noticed him here, and he gently placed his hand on the metal cable. Symbiosis, he whispered. Zhou Lin's body seemed to be struck by an electric current, and his soul also began to vibrate. His body was shaking uncontrollably, but people outside didn't notice anything unusual. He looked like an avid fan of ships, standing in the sea breeze and gazing at the huge warship. However, what happened next was beyond his imagination. His figure suddenly disappeared. The only difference is that Zhou Lin is no longer standing in the same place, his body seems to have merged into the aircraft carrier. Is this symbiosis? Zhou Lin thought to himself. He was no longer a bystander at all. At this moment, he became one with the TEF aircraft carrier, and his consciousness was filled with all the information about this aircraft carrier. He could sense every detail in the captain's room and even clearly hear the conversation between the captain and the first mate. They discussed the time of the activity and the maintenance plan. God is really helping me. Zhou Lin couldn't help laughing. 20 F-35C fighters, 24 FA, 18 FS, 7 EA, 18G electronic warfare aircraft, 5 E-2D early warning aircraft. The list on the screen in front of Zhou Lin was jumping one by one, and behind the numbers were the huge resources he had carefully planned. All of this advanced equipment has been perfectly supplied on board, even including several submarines and unmanned underwater vehicles. There are also 10,000 tons of aviation fuel and gasoline, 6,000 tons of food. 8,000 tons of daily necessities and 50 tons of medicines can almost meet the needs of any long-term combat. Haha, haha, Zhou Lin's laughter became more and more crazy. He stood on the bridge. I gently stroked my fingers across the porthole and looked down at the sea below. Suddenly, I felt that the planning of all this was so easy. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the soldiers of the HMS Turf began to see off the tourists. At 3:30, the stairs were closed and daily ship maintenance began. At 5:30, the soldiers on board left the ship one after another, ready to enjoy the carnival at the port. The captain and a group of officers walked down the gangway with smiles on their faces, seemingly unaware of anything unusual. At 7 o'clock, there were only more than 300 people left on the Teflon, which was supposed to have a garrison of more than 5,000 people. Among these people, Lieutenant Colonel Magri, who held the highest rank, was relaxing in the room with 2 female soldiers. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol and laughter, but it didn't last long. Suddenly, the sea water at the stern of the aircraft carrier began to roll, and all the cables connected to the shore quickly detached like live snakes and rolled back into the hull. The heavy anchor made a loud noise, and as the ship slowly turned, earth-shaking changes began to take place quietly. What's going on? The phone at the Fleet Command Center suddenly rang. Why did the Tifel move? There was no order. At this time, the senior officials of the command center several kilometers away were trying to contact the Tifel, but the response they received was dead silence. It was as if the communications on the Tifel had been cut off. Riots within the fleet were imminent. While Zhou Lin was in control of the aircraft carrier, he was surprisingly calm. He knew that at this moment, the Tifel no longer belonged to its original country. The Tifel was stolen. The captain of a destroyer slapped the railing and shouted. At this moment, Zhou Lin was sitting in the captain's room, operating the console with a smile on his face. The aircraft carrier was rapidly leaving the port, reaching an astonishing speed of 35 knots. This speed is enough to make any pursuing warships and aircraft out of reach. Quick, send out the fighter jets. The order from the United States Ministry of Defense came like a bolt from the blue. The fighter plane began to take off, and Zhou Lin looked at the screen in front of him calmly. Knowing that you have less than an hour to prepare for the upcoming challenge. As time went by, several fighter planes emerged from the clouds and sent a signal to the Tifel. This is the United States Air Force, USS Tifel, please respond immediately. The voice on the radio became increasingly stern, if you don't respond, we will take force. Zhou Lin's fingers moved quickly, and the officers and soldiers of the United States were captured by the video. Their images began to circulate on the internet, instantly setting off global media and networks. It's over, the President of the United States swallowed another heart-saving pill, his voice was extremely angry. Let them come up with a plan, anything that works, anything, short of using nuclear weapons. The roar of fighter planes gradually disappeared above the aircraft carrier. As these fighter jets left, the United States did not relax its vigilance, but instead urgently entered a level 1 wartime state. The think tank of the United States quickly speculated that the USS Tefo was most likely heading towards Xia. To this end, the US government immediately issued a strong diplomatic statement, warning Xiaoguan not to play with fire. However, Xia's diplomatic spokesperson did not show any panic, but instead resolved the crisis with a clever response. We do not advocate fighting violence with violence. If the people who hijacked the aircraft carrier have any needs, we are willing to provide humanitarian assistance. After all, we believe that the lives of all American soldiers should be respected. There was a hidden meaning in his words, as if silently reminding the hijackers to be careful. This statement sparked a heated discussion among netizens in Xiagua. The principle of proximity, friends who hijack aircraft carriers, remember this. Humanitarian aid, our Xia country is capable of it. I heard that our fleet has already set out to sea with a clear purpose, to protect the officers and soldiers of the United States. I hope the United States will pay the fuel fee first. Yes, but if the aircraft carrier takes on water, should we tow it back first? This humorous message revealed Xia's calmness towards the situation. Zhou Lin had no intention of handing over the Tefyu to Xia Guo. He knew that the Tefyu was the foundation of his survival in the doomsday. If he had a choice, he would like to contact his family in advance to remind them to be prepared. In his previous life, he was so focused on AI Bing that he only remembered his family when the disaster struck. This time, I will never make the same mistake again. Zhou Lin swore to himself that he would no longer let himself fall into confusion. He has only one goal, to protect his family and lead them out of this natural disaster. Although Zhou Lin didn't dare to contact his family rashly, he knew what was going on. At the beginning of the disaster, volcanic eruptions in the island countries and the United States triggered strong earthquakes. The ensuing tsunamis and air pollution also prevented these disaster areas from completely collapsing. In places like his hometown, social order is still normal, so his family may still be safe in the early stages of the disaster. As long as Zhou Lin can get back in time, with the resources of the Tefyu and his understanding of natural disasters, he is confident that he can lead his family through the difficulties. After midnight, a colorful band of light suddenly appeared in the sky of the island nation. Scientists have offered explanations for the aurora, but others suspect it could be a precursor to disaster. Despite this, the disaster in the island country does not seem to have much to do with the Xia country, at least there is no obvious connection at present. At the same time, the United States presidential palace also received a warning from scientific research institutions: the country's supervolcano activity is abnormal. However, the presidential palace did not make an emergency response to this, and all its attention was focused on the incident of the USS Teflon. In the early hours of the morning, a transport plane from the United States took off quietly, heading directly for the USS Teflon. The 24 Marines in the cabin were making final preparations for their mission to recapture the Tefl at any cost. However, when the transport plane passed over the route of the Teflon, Zhou Lin had already noticed their actions. The fine-tuning and slight turning of the USS Tefo made this stealth operation full of loopholes. That's it. Zhou Lin laughed and then posted a video on the official channel. The picture shows American soldiers lying on the deck, and the voice dubbing reveals a warning. Our patience is limited, so please act with caution, America. If it happens again, we will randomly select 50 lucky people and send them to heaven. This video instantly caused a global shock, and the United States military operations were temporarily stalled. However, the internet in Xiagua is full of heated discussions, and almost everyone is looking forward to the next response from the United States. On the afternoon of June 29, a minor earthquake occurred on the island nation of Honshu, and this wave of tremors once again attracted global attention. Residents of the island nation began to evacuate on a large scale, and the top wealthy people turned to other countries. The Xia kingdom also sent out a large fleet to prepare to evacuate the personnel of the island nation. At this time, Zhou Lin was unable to hand over the Tefyu to Xiaguo, but he still decided to make a contribution to the country. He began to collect valuable information on the Tefl, from the use of fighter planes to the control of nuclear reactors. From maintenance manuals to the use of fighter jets and early warning aircraft, all data and technologies will become valuable assets of Xiagua technology. This can be considered as contributing to the country. Zhou Lin said to himself, with pride shining in his eyes. After 4 hours of intense work, Zhou Lin finally sorted out all the information and stored the data in a special hard drive. To keep the hard drive safe, he put them in a special box. The performance of this box is almost the same as that of the black box in the aircraft, enough to ensure that the data will not be corrupted under any circumstances. Finally, Zhou Lin sent the box of hard drives out via an unmanned submarine. At 10 o'clock in the evening, when the Tefyu sailed to a location 100 kilometers away from the Xia country's evacuation fleet, Zhou Lin sent a message to the evacuation fleet through the communication equipment. This is the USS Tefo. We are about to release some American soldiers to your route. We hope you can provide humanitarian assistance. The Xia fleet's reply was very concise: we have already had supper, and we will rescue those who fall into the water. This response made Zhou Lin burst into laughter. He thought to himself that it seemed that the Xia people really had their own unique sense of humor. Zhou Lin finally replied, however, in order to ensure safety, please salvage carefully during the rescue and don't leave anything behind. The Xia fleet replied, received. Please rest assured that the Xia evacuation fleet has received the news of the hostage release and we are deeply respectful. Respect? Zhou Lin sneered. These soldiers from the beautiful country did not deserve any respect at all. Zhou Lin's mind instantly became clear. No matter how the outside world reacted, he just needed to handle the situation in his own way. He turned on the ship-wide broadcast, and his voice spread throughout the battleship, I'm telling you a fact. The end of the world has come and it will soon collapse. Now, you have two choices. First, take your lifeboats with you. The Xia country's evacuation fleet will pass by soon. They will save you. Second, choose death and go to God. Within 15 minutes, if you want to survive, raise your hands and assemble on the deck. Zhou Lin did not immediately shoot and kill these beautiful country soldiers in order to preserve some key information. He knew that if he took direct action, the United States would never let him go. As long as these soldiers are still held hostage, the United States will not dare to act rashly. 15 minutes later, about 300 soldiers gathered on the deck. They all stood there obediently, waiting for Zhou Lin's decision. Very good, you can go prepare the lifeboat. Zhou Lin said lightly with a sarcastic smile on his face. He looked coldly at the naval guns, the muzzles of which were pointed at the soldiers, the threat obvious. Suddenly, a lieutenant colonel stood up and waved his fist angrily, we, the beautiful country, will never compromise. Zhou Lin narrowed his eyes, just missing an example, come on, Lieutenant Colonel Magri, honor be with you. Before he could finish his words, a shell exploded on the lieutenant colonel's body, splattering blood everywhere. The soldiers looked at each other and instantly understood Zhou Lin's decision. The captain of this ship was cold-blooded and ruthless. We have finally saved unnecessary artillery shells. Zhou Lin looked at the gradually decreasing number of soldiers and nodded with satisfaction. After everyone was transferred to the lifeboat, Zhou Lin quietly started the unmanned submersible and quietly sank a box containing a hard drive to the bottom of the sea. This device will wait for the arrival of the Xia State Fleet to help salvage the data. I have done everything I can, and I will leave the rest to fate. He thought silently in his heart, feeling a little uneasy. Without these hostages, he was not sure whether the beautiful country would retaliate or even use tactical nuclear weapons. At the same time, the top leaders of the United States had learned of the release of the hostages and held an emergency meeting. We must destroy the turf, the new defense minister said excitedly. Our strategic bombers have taken off. We will be able to find it in 3 hours at most. At this time, Zhou Lin was driving the Tefyu towards the border of Xia State at the fastest speed. His communication system rang again, and the Xia country's evacuation fleet had rescued all the beautiful country soldiers and once again expressed their deep respect to Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin responded with a brief nothing. He felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. All these risks were gradually resolved. However, he still did not forget his mission and counted the supplies. In this end times, the security of supplies is extremely important. As a super battleship that can accommodate 5,000 people, the supplies on the Tefyu were extremely abundant. Zhou Lin began to count the food. He discovered that the warehouse was filled with ingredients for burgers of various flavors, even richer than those in his hometown. These foods can be sustained for hundreds of years without any problems. Not only that, the Tefyu also has a variety of high-end ingredients, including Wagyu beef, foie gras, and caviar. Even dozens of tons of high-end seafood. All kinds of drinks and snacks are available, and there are 10 tons of cola concentrate alone, enough to make 250,000 liters of cola. The Tefyu is nuclear-powered, which not only provides sufficient electricity but also ensures food freshness. Zhou Lin doesn't have to worry about food expiring at all. The only problem was that there were few ingredients on the ship that suited the Xia people's eating habits, especially the seasonings commonly used in the Basha region. Instead of working hard to collect resources from the outside world, he might as well just take control of such a huge ship and reap the benefits. However, just as he was happily counting the supplies, the alarm suddenly broke the silence. Razum found, warning. Razum spotted, warning. Razum spotted, warning. These are the latest anti-ship missiles of the beautiful country and can be called the nemesis of warships. Zhou Lin immediately realized that danger was coming and hurried from the warehouse to the captain's room, where he saw the emergency red light flashing and the alarm blaring. In the sky, several slender silver-gray figures were flying towards the Tiefel at a speed of Mach 1.5. They are sometimes arranged in an S shape and sometimes in a B shape. Finally, it approached the sea surface more than 20 kilometers away from the Tiefel and began to accelerate in a manner almost piercing the waves. The American people have really invested a lot of money. The first wave of anti-ship missile attacks involved more than 12 missiles. As long as one or two of them are successful, it will be enough to severely damage the USS Tefeu. On the Tiefel, the radar system did not detect any incoming warships or aircraft. This means that the missiles were launched from at least 350 kilometers away. At such a long distance, only long-range missiles such as Razum can be used. Zhou Lin was full of confidence. The USS Tefeu not only had RIM-162C Sparrow and RIM-116 Ram missiles. There are also 15 Malawian Quachas phalanx artillery, which are very powerful defensive weapons. As Zhou Lin's order was issued, the first missile to be launched was the RIM-162C Sparrow. With the assistance of a powerful combat system, this medium-range anti-missile missile quickly launched 12 missiles and flew towards the incoming target. At the same time, the RIM-116 Ram missiles, which serve as the second line of defense, are also ready to be launched at any time. As long as the Razum is within range, the Ram missile will go head-on without hesitation, regardless of whether the Sea Sparrow hits the target. Finally, the phalanx artillery started up, aiming its muzzle at the approaching Razum. It will be the last line of defense for Zhou Lin and the Tefeu. Soon, dozens of high-speed flying missiles on the sea surface chased each other. Zhou Lin thought that these 36 anti-missile missiles were enough to destroy Razum, even if they could not destroy all of them. The remaining one or two missiles could also be intercepted by the dense array artillery. However, the scene before him shocked him. Both the Sea Sparrow and the Ram missiles seemed to suddenly change direction as they approached the Razum and missed each other. What's going on? Is there a traitor? Zhou Lin's heart sank. He was no longer able to launch a second round of attack at this point. Could he only rely on the dense formation? Just as he was waiting anxiously, something strange happened to the gun barrel of the phalanx. It seemed to be dancing. The barrel of the gun rotates constantly, sometimes pointing at the missile and sometimes suddenly changing its angle. The Sea Sparrow and Rams made mistakes at critical moments, and the dense formation seemed to be performing inappropriate dance moves. Zhou Lin was a little stunned. At this time, Razum broke through the last line of defense without hesitation and quickly crossed a distance of nearly 10 kilometers. And lowered its flight altitude to near the waterline of the Tiefel, just like a highly skilled swordsman whose sword skills are ordinary but every move is deadly. It's over. Zhou Lin was almost in despair, watching the missiles approaching. The Tiefel was powerless to save the situation. A deafening explosion was about to happen on the sea, and he could not help but close his eyes. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, the missile never touched the target. Suddenly, Zhou Lin's eyes opened wide, and the scene before him made him unbelievable. It turned out that those Razum missiles were flying so fast into the sky that they almost brushed past the hull of the USS Tefeu. This is really weird. Zhou Lin slapped his head and suddenly thought. Damn, why didn't I think of it? It turns out to be one of us. He smiled and patted his forehead. It turns out that in order to prevent accidental injuries, the United States armament system will check the missile's reply code when performing a mission. They overlooked this step, resulting in the reply codes of 12 missiles not being modified. This also means that the aircraft carrier's weapons system failed to identify the missile, and ultimately, the missile chose to give up the attack at the last minute. Zhou Lin breathed a sigh of relief, and then he continued to order the aircraft carrier to speed up, change its sailing direction, and turn northwest. Although this seemed to take them further away from home, he had his own considerations. Just then, news arrives of a volcanic eruption on the island nation, an eruption that was beyond anyone's expectations. In an instant, millions of tons of volcanic ash and gas erupted, changing the air environment of the island nation in just 10 minutes, and the entire region fell into extreme chaos. This sudden natural disaster gave Zhou Lin an unexpected opportunity. The US side soon discovered that their attack had failed and realized that it was a big blunder. But their strategic bombers were ready to take off until they received an urgent order from home. It was requested to temporarily abandon the operation because the communication and detection blockade caused by the volcanic eruption completely rendered the army's long-range reconnaissance means completely ineffective. It's true. Zhou Lin's heart moved, and he immediately realized that he had made the right bet. The loss of long-range detection capability means that no one can monitor the TFL anymore. He quickly ordered all the lights on the aircraft carrier to be turned off, and the surroundings suddenly fell into darkness. After making sure there were no other ships, Zhou Lin put on diving gear and commanded an unmanned underwater vehicle to sail into the sea, while he himself quickly dived into deep water. When the Tefyu disappeared silently from the sea, Zhou Lin also disappeared quietly into the embrace of the ocean. Then he started the submersible and quickly sailed eastward, turning to a more concealed direction. There was no sound as the TFL disappeared in the deep sea, and even the most advanced radar system could not capture any information. In this way, Zhou Lin's actions were perfectly concealed. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Lin, soaking wet, stood on a beach in Qing City, Xiaogua Island. While no one was around, he quickly changed into the clean clothes he had taken out from the Teflon. He did it, the Tefyu was successfully hidden, and Zhou Lin's strategy achieved unprecedented success. At this time, the eruption of the island nation's volcano triggered a strong electromagnetic wave shielding for a full 6 hours. Radars and other high-tech observation tools around the world were paralyzed. Finally, 6 hours later, monitoring equipment in countries around the world returned to normal, and the US government issued a shocking message: the Teflon is missing. Whatever methods they used, no trace of the TFL was ever found. The United States immediately put the blame on Xia, believing that only Xia had enough power to completely hide or sink the aircraft carrier. Faced with such groundless accusations, the spokesperson for Xiaogua's foreign affairs did not hesitate to strongly refute them. He also warned the United States not to pursue hegemony at a critical moment of the world disaster, otherwise it would only become the public enemy of the people of the world. Of course, the United States would not let go easily and quickly mobilized surrounding military forces to conduct an in-depth investigation into the area where the USS Tefo disappeared. At this time, Zhou Lin had already boarded the high-speed train to Shenzhen. He planned to take advantage of the opportunity to sell his real estate in Shenzhen and exchange it for more material reserves. As soon as the high-speed train started, Zhou Lin's cell phone rang. AI Bing sent a message asking him where he was and why the call was not connected. On a business trip. Zhou Lin would certainly not tell her about the doomsday he was about to face. It was time to get rid of this woman once and for all. AI Bing sent a message: I haven't seen you for 2 days, don't you miss me? Zhou Lin sneered, too lazy to type, and replied directly, I miss you so much. This sentence sounded like a joke between lovers, but the anger and hatred on his face were frightening. Just then, a chuckle came from the side. Zhou Lin turned around and saw a young and beautiful woman. Sorry, I usually don't smile, unless. She paused and looked deeply at Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin thought to himself, in the near future, if a beautiful woman like this doesn't have some tricks up her sleeve, the ending will be tragic. Maybe Zhou Lin's eyes were too sharp. Wu Shui immediately put away her smile and her expression became serious. At this moment, AI Bing's message rang again: when will you come home? Zhou Lin sneered, I guess he wants me to be an ATM again. How foolish he had been to be played around by AI Bing, a seemingly harmless woman. I'll come find you, wait. A message from AI Bing made Zhou Lin's anger grow even stronger. After replying to the message, he did not pay any more attention to Wu Shui, but directly contacted a familiar real estate agent and decided to sell the property. Cash transaction, the deal can be done tomorrow. I will add an extra 5 points to your commission. If it is delayed for 1 day, 1 point will be deducted. The price may also increase by 5%. The agent was obviously very excited after hearing this, and immediately promised to do his best to sell the house as soon as possible. After the property problem was solved, Zhou Lin felt relieved, but he was still annoyed. If he had the chance, he really wanted to kill this woman, Ai Bing, with one blow, quickly and directly. But what bothered him was that in his previous life he had accidentally overheard a conversation between Ai Bing and Chao Bowen, in which they mentioned something about the supernatural bead. If it was just for the power bead, Zhou Lin would not even consider letting Ai Bing live. Chao Bowen once said that he belonged to a huge organization. This organization not only collected a large number of power beads 5 years after the apocalypse, but also mastered the secret of the power beads as early as the beginning of the apocalypse. Is this true? Is Chao Bowen exaggerating? Zhou Lin cannot confirm. For the future of my parents and little sister, if I can make them become superpowers and evolvers, then acquiring superpowers as soon as possible is the most important thing. And if he could contact Chao Bowen through Ai Bing, and then trace back to that mysterious organization and get the power bead. Ai Bing's life is not as important as the future of her parents and younger sister. Besides, letting Ai Bing live a little longer will cause her to suffer more. All of this is a matter for the future. The most important thing now is to figure out your own abilities. Zhou Lin checked his ability interface again, Symbiosis, Primary 103/1000. Currently coexisting vehicles, Laifu, Large Water Surface Vehicle, Number of coexisting vehicles, 0, Storage Space, 0/1. Very good, this is the experience value. Zhou Lin thought about it and estimated that it should automatically increase by 1 point a day. I don't know if there are other ways to gain experience. Zhou Lin fell asleep as he was thinking. As he fell asleep, his consciousness gradually became blurred and he fell into a deep dream. Perhaps because of the fatigue from the previous few days, he actually slept for 7 or 8 hours. When he opened his eyes, it was almost dark. Wu Shui, who was standing next to him, looked at him with curiosity in her eyes. She wondered what kind of immortality this man had cultivated. He could sleep like a dead pig on the high-speed train, and even the bumps in the carriage did not disturb him. However, before she asked, Zhou Lin had already eaten something. I began to doze off again, and the train finally arrived at the station in the middle of the night. Zhou Lin finally regained his spirit and decided not to waste any more time. Although tired, his goal has not changed, big purchase. He knew clearly that these 3 days were crucial for him as the doomsday was approaching. He cleared his account and found that he still had more than 30,000 yuan in deposits. He thought of the outstanding online loans and credit cards. After some operations, his account immediately had an additional 200,000 yuan, and he should receive more funds in the next few days. Zhou Lin found a large supermarket that was open 24 hours a day and started his shopping spree. He first purchased various condiments unique to the Xia country, such as soy sauce, sesame oil, and chili sauce, and stuffed them into Lai Fu's warehouse in truckloads. After checking out, he quietly found an unattended place in the stairwell of the supermarket and put the things directly into the warehouse under his control. Then he went back to the supermarket to continue shopping. Frozen snacks, specialty snacks, rice, carts after carts filled the warehouse. Zhou Lin was frantically purchasing these supplies, and didn't even pay attention to the strange looks from the cashier. He maxed out 2 credit cards with a total limit of 100,000 yuan, and even chose to pay in cash for some purchases. However, he did not expect that the 200,000 yuan in cash would be spent so quickly. There were only a few hundred yuan left on the bank card. In desperation, he endured the pain in his legs and continued to go to another supermarket to continue purchasing supplies. Zhou Lin bought alcohol stove, solid alcohol, sturdy camping tent, outdoor tools, power tools, and mosquito repellent. Just as he was about to continue buying, his wallet was empty. Damn, no money left, he frowned. I didn't expect that the funds would be exhausted so quickly. When Zhou Lin returned home, he felt physically and mentally exhausted and his body could hardly support him. As soon as he lay down, he fell into a deep sleep until the ringing of the phone broke his brief peace. Brother, someone wants to buy your house. The agent's voice on the other end of the phone sounded very excited. Oh, I'm at home, bring it over to see. Zhou Lin rubbed his eyes and became a little more awake. This house was bought by Zhou Lin's parents 2 years ago. It has a good location, convenient transportation, and is close to schools and medical facilities. Although AI Bing has never directly acknowledged their relationship, this house has always been one of the reasons why she stays with Zhou Lin. Given the current housing market conditions, this house could be sold for at least 7 million. However, Zhou Lin was not in a hurry to wait for the highest price. He decided to complete the transaction quickly and convert his assets into cash quickly. In the end, he negotiated the price down to 5.6 million, and with the handling and agency fees, he expected to get 5 million. At 3 o'clock, Zhou Lin came out of the property rights center with an extra 5 million in cash in his bank account. Looking at the account balance, he felt happy. He was finally able to fully prepare for the end of the world. At this time, he started online shopping. The delivery address of all the goods was set in his hometown, and then he called his mother Qing Yali. "What? You're coming back?" Qing Yali was a little confused. "It's not a holiday, and there's nothing important. Why are you coming back suddenly?" "Mom, you don't want me to come back, do you?" Zhou Lin said with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "That's not the case, but young people should focus on their careers. Will you bring AI Bing back?" Qing Yali asked tentatively. "She has something to do, so let's forget about it this time." Zhou Lin replied calmly. "By the way, I bought some express deliveries and I'm waiting for you to pick them up. Our big garage hasn't been sold yet, has it?" "No, it's empty." Qing Yali replied. "Then keep it for me first." Zhou Lin thought about it and did not tell his mother that the end of the world was coming. He had already made up his mind that he would rush back to his hometown early tomorrow morning. After all, civil aviation flights in the eastern part of Xia country had been suspended. After storing all the necessary supplies in Lai Fu's warehouse, Zhou Lin was about to order takeout when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, AI Bing appeared in front of him. "Why are you here?" Zhou Lin frowned and looked at her sharply. AI Bing's face looked particularly ugly. He walked in angrily, his voice trembling. "You actually sold the house." Zhou Lin couldn't help laughing secretly. He looked down at her, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "What's wrong?" AI Bing rushed forward angrily and asked, Didn't you say that this house was bought for you as a wedding house by your parents?" AI Bing walked into the room and frowned when she saw the almost empty room. Although she regarded Zhou Lin as one of her backup options, she was always jealous of his material conditions, especially the house he bought in full. To her, the house was almost a part of her, and owning it seemed to be something she took for granted. But when she heard Zhou Lin say, 5 million, her face turned pale in an instant. 5 million? How is that possible? She couldn't help but start to wonder if Zhou Lin was hiding something. "Where's the money?" she couldn't help but ask angrily. Zhou Lin smiled easily. "Of course the money is in my bank account. Why, do you want to keep it for me?" "So that's how it is." AI Bing's mind raced as he quickly came up with a plan. She smiled and took Zhou Lin's arm. She deliberately let her body brush against him intentionally or unintentionally. She felt that this trick would make Zhou Lin confused and his mind blank. After all, Zhou Lin is one of her backup plans. No matter if he is being fooled by her, the most important thing is that she can benefit from it. "Since I've sold my house, I might as well take this opportunity to look at new properties. 5 million is enough for a down payment. We can choose a good house with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, about 100 square meters. What do you say?" She aroused Zhou Lin's desire with her seductive voice. Zhou Lin smiled, already knowing what this woman was planning. After the house is sold, she will definitely ask to have her name added to the title. He had to pay the down payment in the monthly installments, but if they couldn't get married. Even if she is not in a formal marriage relationship with this house, she can still get half of the benefits from the property rights. He sneered in his heart, feeling that he had been fooled. "Have you eaten? If not, let's go together." "I've already eaten." In order to maintain her figure, AI Bing basically doesn't eat dinner. She knows very well that her facial features may be slightly inferior, but her figure is her greatest asset. "Oh, then don't leave tonight," Zhou Lin said casually while eating. AI Bing was stunned for a moment. "Bao, didn't I tell you?" My family education doesn't allow me to do anything before marriage. Besides, we haven't confirmed our relationship yet. Is that so? Then I won't go tomorrow. Zhou Lin said calmly. AI Bing was a little surprised. Zhou Lin in the past would never talk like this. He always revolved around her. But this time, she seemed to sense something was wrong. Could it be that he had met another woman? No. She couldn't let anyone else take this opportunity away from her. So, she pretended to be reserved and said, "Okay, I'll stay here with you tonight. Don't think too much. I'll just keep you company." Zhou Lin sneered in his heart. This woman is getting better and better at pretending. She still thinks she is so charming. Does she really take herself seriously? I plan to go back to my hometown in Bashu tomorrow. Zhou Lin suddenly changed the subject. Bashu? Didn't we agree to go house hunting tomorrow? AI Bing frowned, feeling unhappy. My mother said that as long as I bring my girlfriend back, she will pay for the wedding house in full. Zhou Lin said nervously. AI Bing's eyes rolled and she immediately became happy, with a smug smile on her face. In order to maintain her proud attitude, she pretended to be reserved. Then I have to see if the company can give me leave. But I didn't agree to be your girlfriend, I just gave you a hand. As for the future, it depends on your performance. Go and ask for leave, I'll help you book the ticket. Zhou Lin couldn't help but smile, he had already planned everything in his mind. She is just a woman who puts interests above all else. Zhou Lin knows very well that as long as her interests are protected, she will compromise without hesitation. The future? Zhou Lin silently swore in his heart that this woman's future would definitely be very special. How can I feel relieved if I don't let her experience the excitement of ups and downs, the torture of being worse than death? However, all this will have to wait until she goes to Bashu. Zhou Lin looked at AI Bing quietly, laughing in his heart. Her existence became the catalyst for his revenge. That night, Zhou Lin did not force AI Bing to stay, but returned to the room calmly. His consciousness sank into the interior of the USS Rifle, and he began to prepare for the next action. There is a huge space for an aircraft carrier, and Zhou Lin had long planned to carry out a procurement operation before leaving the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. At 3 a.m, Zhou Lin's alarm clock rang. After getting up, he began to prepare everything, making sure no details were missed. He turned off the water and electricity in the house, glanced around the room to make sure he had not left any traces, and then left quietly. At 3:30 a.m, the streets of Shenzhen City had already fallen asleep. Wearing a helmet, Zhou Lin avoided surveillance and successfully entered the back door of a nearby car city. Most of the exhibition halls here are empty, with only a few security guards patrolling, but they are completely unable to threaten Zhou Lin's actions. He was not satisfied with ordinary cars, and specifically targeted high-performance off-road vehicles and RVs that were suitable for the doomsday environment. He collected cars one by one, more and more, until he saw rows of huge RVs, and he was delighted. He eventually collected 3 high-performance RVs, one of which, an Amadiro Conquistador, was sold for more than 10 million yuan. This is his goal, the king of the end times. After leaving the car city, Zhou Lin still had a lot of aftertaste in his heart. It's a pity that these cars cannot be taken out now, otherwise he would have wanted to drive back to Bashu from Shenzhen. After dawn, the vehicle theft case in the auto city did not become a hot topic on the internet, probably because the supervolcano in the United States erupted. The eruption of the US volcano Dahuang was both expected and beyond everyone's imagination. As a supervolcano, Dahuang had no intention of leaving any way for nearby humans to survive from the moment it erupted. The volcanic ash that covered the sky and the sun rose straight into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. It brought lightning and thunder, and scattered meteors. Those who witnessed it were all filled with despair. However, the eruption was just the beginning. 10 minutes later, an accompanying earthquake struck. Roads were torn apart, mountains and rivers were turned upside down, and countless buildings were torn apart, collapsed, and turned into debris in the earthquake with an intensity close to 9. Some people escaped, covered in dust, crying or stunned, like zombies. But more people did not have time to escape, they swayed and stirred with the buildings, and finally merged into one. According to statistics afterwards, more than 300,000 people died when the earthquake occurred. The developed internet allowed people all over the world to witness the desolation brought about by the eruption of the Dahuang volcano, but people's sorrows and joys are not mutually shared. At least on the surface, everything in the Xia kingdom was still functioning normally. At the train station, AI Bing did not appear alone. There was a young woman dragging a suitcase next to her. She was not as pretty as AI Bing, but her figure was better than AI Bing's. At least she was not a pair of A. Young Chi-Chi, why is she here too? AI Bing's best friend, but if Zhou Lin remembered correctly, she should be a plastic one. In her previous life, Yang Chi-Chi followed AI Bing for the first 2 years, but later they had a falling out for unknown reasons. AI Bing didn't say what happened, but it was probably related to a man. Zhou Lin had no opinion on Yang Chi-Chi. In his previous life, he was devoted to AI Bing and basically didn't even think about other women. As for the final result, Zhou Lin just felt that he was too stupid. Chi-Chi also wants to go out for a walk, you won't disagree, right? In front of her best friend, AI Bing is very good at protecting her food. Shrugging his shoulders, Zhou Lin thought it didn't matter. He didn't mind sending one more person on the road. Anyway, those who could be AI Bing's best friend were, in a nutshell, birds of a feather flock together. On the train, Zhou Lin hardly looked at AI Bing. Even if he wasn't dozing off, he kept his eyes closed, reminiscing carefully. On the third day after the Dahuang volcano eruption and earthquake, strong plate movement caused volcanoes around the world to erupt one after another, and Xiagua was no exception. In addition to bringing secondary disasters, the intensive volcanic eruptions also affected the sky. In about 7 days, the volcanic ash in the atmosphere will reach a critical level, sunlight will be completely unable to penetrate, and the world will be plunged into darkness for up to 3 months. Grain, fruits and vegetables are almost completely lost, a large number of plants have died, and the food chain has been disrupted. The lack of sunlight has caused the ground and ocean to cool sharply, and the drastic temperature difference has caused changes in ocean currents and frequent hurricanes. Coastal areas will become uninhabitable due to the successive severe sea conditions. In a tiny place closely connected to Shenzhen, nearly 10 million people were evacuated in time, and only 1 in 10 survived. Although the inland areas do not have to bear the wrath of the sea, the temperature drops faster and more violently than the coastal areas. In the previous life, when Zhou Lin and AI Bing followed the army to evacuate to the Nanhu area, the local temperature was more than 20 degrees below zero, and then dropped by almost 20 degrees. The lowest temperature in my memory was more than 40 degrees below zero. I don't know whether the temperature in the Bashu Basin will be relatively better, but Zhou Lin is not worried even if the temperature drops to minus 40 degrees Celsius. The 2 nuclear reactors on the Laifu are not just for show. Zhou Lin, I'm hungry. The lunch cart just passed by, and AI Bing didn't order anything, so she thought Zhou Lin would definitely take the initiative to suggest going to the dining cart. I brought instant noodles. Instant noodles? You just sold your house and you're eating instant noodles? AI Bing couldn't believe her ears. Zhou Lin really had changed. It's up to you. If you want to eat, go to the bar yourself. After taking out a bucket of instant noodles and throwing it into AI Bing's arms, Zhou Lin got up and went to the connection between the carriages to get hot water for the instant noodles, without any intention of helping. Bing Bing, why is he like this? Yang Chi-Chi adjusted her glasses. She usually wore contact lenses because she had to go out. How should I know? It must be that his temper has come up again. Ignore him for now and deal with him later. Forget it, I won't eat it. I have to stay in shape anyway. Go to sleep. Extremely unhappy AI Bing smashed the instant noodles on Zhou Lin's chair, then pulled off her blindfold, looking as if she would never forgive him unless Zhou Lin apologized. It's a pity that Zhou Lin had already seen through everything and ignored AI Bing's pretense. AI Bing was still sulking, not knowing that she had died several times in Zhou Lin's heart. It was already night when the train arrived at Shuda Station. After walking out of the station, Zhou Lin was generous and invited AI Bing and Yang Chi-Chi to a hot pot restaurant. I have already booked a hotel. It's nearby. Zhou Lin said. AI Bing nodded. Although Zhou Lin had been acting very abnormally these past 2 days, she tolerated it for the sake of several million. However, she had secretly decided that she would part ways with Zhou Lin after getting the property rights of the house. She would never indulge him and had no consciousness of being a dog licker. Was stealing the entire Motor City in one night, awesome. It is said that it cost tens of millions. How can a car be so expensive? It must be made of gold. So your kid is a Taiseng conqueror. Do you know that one costs more than 10 million, and it will be even more expensive if it is customized? Zhou Lin put down his chopsticks. The news of the Auto City had spread to Shudu. Did the authorities discover his identity? If they had, were they secretly taking action? Thinking of this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but lower his head. Nowadays, there are cameras and surveillance cameras everywhere, so he could only try to expose himself as little as possible. What is Conqueror? Is it really that expensive? AI Bing asked curiously. Yang Qiqi also raised her head. To them, the Bashu hot pot was both delicious and terrifying. They couldn't stop eating even though their mouths were red. The off-road RV modified from a Mercedes-Benz heavy truck, 10 million is just the starting price. The starting price is only 10 million. I'm afraid we won't be able to afford it in this lifetime. AI Bing looked fascinated. Zhou Lin smiled and whispered. It's nothing, actually. I have one at home. Real? Do I have to lie to you? Zhou Lin sneered, do you want to try? Yeah. AI Bing smiled and nodded. Maybe in the next life, Zhou Lin thought, if there is one. But I can show her and let her feel what it means to be able to see but not touch. As for whether I will be exposed, how can a dead person reveal secrets? The next morning, Zhou Lin woke up AI Bing with a yawn. It was time to set off. The drive lasted more than 2 hours. On the way, Zhou Lin called his mother and asked a taxi to take them directly to their doorstep. Your family is actually in the countryside? AI Bing couldn't believe it when he saw the farmhouse in front of him. In his opinion, Zhou Lin's family could at least be considered well off. After all, a family that could buy a house in Shenzhen with full payment must be very rich. How could it be possible for a simple peasant family? Zhou Lin did not answer, but walked straight towards the gate with his luggage. Before he reached the door, a big, black and strong dog rushed out barking, and then pounced on Zhou Lin. Heizi, stop licking. Zhou Lin put down his luggage and stroked the dog's head with both hands, thus barely avoiding the fate of having his face washed by the dog's tongue. Following Heizi out was Zhou Lin's mother Qingyali. Qingyali, who is already in her 40s, looks very strong, quite like a female warrior. AI Bing stared at her and didn't know how to go up to say hello. Zhou Lin didn't even bother to introduce them. He left Heizai and hugged Qingyali. Mom, I miss you so much. You're teasing me again. It's been less than half a year, but you're acting like we haven't seen each other for a lifetime. Qingyali said this. She was actually very happy. However, when she saw AI Bing and Yang Qiqi being blocked by Heizi at the gate of the courtyard, the smile on her face became even bigger. Why don't you invite people in, friend? Mom. Zhou Lin leaned close to Qingyali's ear and whispered, if I say one of them is my enemy, would you believe it? Chapter 10 The Zhou family's decision. Your father has gone to the slaughterhouse and won't be back until the evening. Qingyali brought Zhou Lin, AI Bing and Yang Qiqi into the house, and Heizi squatted at the door very consciously. Zhou Lin's room was on the second floor, and Qingyali placed AI Bing and the other girl next to Zhou Lin. Bing, your boyfriend's family is well off. Yang Qiqi let out a soft cry as soon as the door closed. It's really good. Zhou's house looked simple from the outside, but the decoration, appliances and furniture inside the house were no worse than those in big cities. This made AI Bing's heart burn again. With such a family background, maybe she could consider it again. It would be even better if Zhou Lin didn't have that sister. Tell me what's going on. After closing the door, Qingyali asked Zhou Lin in a low voice. Mom, this is a long story. Let's make it short. Qingyali glared. Mom, rebirth, do you understand? Zhou Lin rubbed his temples. He didn't intend to lie to Qingyali, otherwise it would be difficult to get his parents to cooperate unconditionally. 10 minutes later. So, you have actually died once? Qingyali didn't care about the end of the world or natural disasters. She only knew that Zhou Lin had died once, and he was pushed off the cliff by that woman AI Bing and others. Mom, what are you doing? Zhou Lin grabbed Qing Yali. What are you doing? I'm going to kill that little bitch right now. Qing Yali's eyes were red, she was breathing heavily, and she pulled Zhou Lin towards the door step by step. Mom! Listen to me. Zhou Lin turned around and held the door. Although the natural disaster has begun, the world will not be in chaos in a short period of time. It will be very troublesome if others find out. Besides, wouldn't it be too easy for her if you killed her with a knife? Then what do you tell me to do? I just can't swallow this. Qing Yali said, panting. These are all trivial matters. The key is that we have to move first. Move place. Yes. Zhou Lin nodded heavily. Although he didn't return to Shudu in his previous life, the whole world continued to snow in the first month of the temperature drop. In some plains, the snow could bury the third floor and below. In a valley like their home, the snow would pile up to the roof in 3 to 5 days. By then, the snow on the lower layer would turn into solid ice under the low temperature and its own gravity. Staying here would only lead to death. As for the Lai Fu, Zhou Lin has no intention of taking it out at the moment. He hasn't even told anyone, including Qing Yali. We have to wait until your dad comes back to discuss this. How many days do you think it will take for the temperature to drop? For 6 days, Mom. Not only did the temperature drop, but it was also dark. Even though he had experienced it once, Zhou Lin couldn't help but shake his head when he thought about it. For humans, a world without the sun is too terrifying. Qing Yali nodded, indicating that she remembered it. I'll call your father now and ask him to come back immediately. Okay, but don't let it show in front of AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. The mother and son opened the door and went out. AI Bing and Yang Qiqi next door were still packing their things and had not left the house, which gave Qing Yali time to adjust her mood. Zhou Kaijun came back at noon. Unaware of the situation, he was quite happy to see AI Bing and said he wanted to have a couple of drinks. However, a look from Qing Yali dissuaded him from the idea. He could only secretly complain to Zhou Lin that his status in the family was getting lower and lower. AI Bing didn't feel anything was wrong. After lunch, she and Yang Qiqi were dragged by Zhou Lin to stroll around the nearby breeding farm. The 20,000 square meter breeding shed and the densely packed pigs and broiler chickens inside really opened the eyes of the two women, and they also had a clear understanding of the Zhou family's strength, especially AI Bing, whose eyes were shining when she looked at Zhou Lin. How much are these things in your house worth? Yang Qiqi asked. In fact, it was AI Bing who wanted to ask, but she didn't know how to say it. It's hard to say. Even if you have a fortune, anything with fur doesn't count. If it's not sold, it can't be considered an asset. Maybe a plague will make my parents work for nothing this year. Is that so? Yang Qiqi pouted, thinking that Zhou Lin was just trying to be perfunctory with her. After all, the annual salary of the dozen or so workers in the farm alone would be over $1 million, and the profit of the Zhou family could not be less than the wages paid. Let's go back. AI Bing said. She wanted to go back and think about whether this deal was worthwhile. Zhou Lin received the message from Qing Yali and didn't want to waste any more time. As soon as they returned home, Zhou Kaijun found an excuse to go to the study with Zhou Lin. Although Qing Yali is tall, strong and impetuous, the one who can really make the big decisions at home is Zhou Kaijun, who is thin and usually timid in front of his wife. Are all the things you said to your mother true? After closing the door, Zhou Kaijun suddenly became extremely serious. Dad, is this a joke? Mount Shifu and Mount Dahuang have both erupted. I know. Zhou Kaijun frowned and gave Zhou Lin a cigarette. There are still more than 1,000 pigs that have not been slaughtered, and there are also 2,000 half-grown broiler chickens. If we sell them in a hurry, the loss will be small, but I'm afraid it will make others suspicious. I can't worry about so many things. I have to cash in what I can't handle, and I also have to purchase supplies. Zhou Lin said. Zhou Kaijun pondered for a long time, until the cigarette in his hand burned to the filter, and then he pressed it hard into the ashtray. It's not that he is not decisive enough, the end of the world, rebirth, either one sounds particularly mysterious. If it weren't for the global volcanic eruption and continuous earthquakes, Zhou Kaijun would definitely send Zhou Lin to the mental health center for a thorough examination. 6 days. We won't be able to see the sun in 6 days. Zhou Lin shook his head. We still have to move. Mom, didn't you buy a fully furnished penthouse in Lanshan in the city? It's safest for us to live there for the next 3 months. As for this place, we'll have to see if it gets flooded in 3 months. After 3 months, the supplies in the city will basically be used up. Even if there are teams organized by the government to distribute supplies, there will be too many people and too little supplies. Some people will definitely take risks, and living in densely populated areas will be more dangerous. Okay. I'll figure out a way to deal with the farm, and leave the procurement of supplies to you and your mother. You can use the pickup truck at home first, but what about those 2 women? She doesn't like the countryside, right? When Mom and I go to the city later, we'll leave them at Lanshan and let them clean up and make the best use of everything. You don't plan to keep them forever, do you? Dad, I'm not stupid. AI Bing must be dealt with. As for Yang Chichi, there was actually nothing wrong between her and me in my previous life, but if I let her go, I'm afraid the news will leak out. If that doesn't work, then... Zhou Lin, who had experienced the end of the world, naturally considered it more comprehensively. He wanted to squeeze out all the value of AI Bing. For example, the money in AI Bing's bank account, in theory, part of it belonged to him. No, it should all belong to him now. Zhou Lin told AI Bing that Zhou Kaijun and his wife not only regarded her as their future daughter-in-law, but also planned to put the house in Lanshan directly in their names, but they would need to bear the balance and handling fees. I didn't agree. Zhou Lin said. Why don't you agree? AI Bing asked hurriedly. Where can I get the money? The balance plus the handling fee will probably be around 700,000 or 800,000. I can't just flatter my parents and ask them to pay for it. You don't have it, but I do. AI Bing said hurriedly, I can lend it to you. Borrow? Zhou Lin couldn't help laughing. Chapter 11 Cheng Yali's Stockpiling. Zhou's farm is actually not far from Jiazhou City, and it takes less than half an hour to drive there. Looking at the large penthouse that the Zhou family had just purchased, AI Bing's eyes almost popped out, and she quietly asked Zhou Lin how much this house would cost. It's not Shenzhen. My mom said it's less than 5 million. By the way, we can go to register the property rights at 2 o'clock. Are you sure you want to lend me the money? If AI Bing was still a little hesitant before, then from the moment she walked into this house on the 17th floor with a property area of 380 square meters and a 150 square meter roof garden, AI Bing made up her mind to write her name on the property certificate. It's a pity that it's not Shenzhen City, otherwise just based on this house, AI Bing would never let Zhou Lin go. They must get married. Write the IOU first, and I'll transfer the money to you later. The reason why we have to wait a while is that AI Bing's savings are not much, only about 20. Although she often hangs out with those rich second generations, they are not fools, and eating, drinking and even buying things are not a big problem, but the actual cash she gives is not much, and she also has to spend money herself. It is already very good to have this amount after a few years. In order to take more ownership of the house, AI Bing decided to use all her credit cards and online platforms, and even borrow some from Yang Chichi. She had already thought about it, borrowing money here to show off in front of Zhou Lin's parents, and then slowly taking the money out of Zhou Lin's pocket after returning to Shenzhen. She really didn't know Zhou Lin's family situation before. Since she decided to have a good relationship with Zhou Lin, she must take charge of Zhou Lin's wallet in the future. As for whether Zhou Lin can earn so much money, doesn't he still have his parents? It must be said that AI Bing's calculations were quite clever, but unfortunately, no matter how cunning the fox was, it was no match for the hunter. When she told Zhou Lin that 700,000 yuan was no problem, Zhou Lin already knew that she was going to borrow money. However, it takes time to issue online loans. In order to get as much cash as possible, AI Bing asked Zhou Lin if he could go to the property rights center again tomorrow. That's fine, but Mom and I are going to buy some things for the farm this afternoon. How about we go together? Hearing the word farm, AI Bing couldn't help but think of feed, feces and so on, and immediately shook her head. Zhou Lin didn't mind, and asked AI Bing to go shopping in the city, taste the delicious food of Jiazhou, and go back together after they were done. What are we going to buy today? 10 gas cylinders, as much bacon and sausage as you can buy, various frozen goods, various seeds, chicken, duck and goose eggs. Stop. I'm too old to remember. You're in charge of talking, and I'll find a place. That's it. Become. Qing Yali was familiar with the things Zhou Lin mentioned. Because she ran a breeding farm, she was in contact with most of the merchants. She could even call them in advance and ask them to prepare the goods. When they arrived, they would receive the goods, pay for them and leave. Although the pickup truck is dirty, it can load cargo much better than a family car. He ordered 1 ton of bacon, sausage and frozen food, and 1 ton of rice, flour and cereals. In fact, it was still not enough, but buying too much would easily arouse suspicion, so Zhou Lin asked Qing Yali to place the order in several places and arrange for the delivery to be near the community. Why not have it delivered directly to my home? It's so tiring to carry it myself. It's tiring to run around for half a day and spend money. If possible, I don't even want people to know who bought it. Zhou Lin wiped the sweat off his face and said, Mom, think about it, when the whole city is out of food, what will those who sold food to us think and do? How can we do it? We can't just come and rob. Is it really that chaotic? Zhou Lin nodded, it will only be more chaotic and cruel than you can imagine. Qing Yali was stunned for a moment, then, should I call your grandpa? Let's fight. Zhou Lin nodded. If it doesn't work, do you want him to come and join us? Zhou Lin still has deep feelings for the 3 elderly people in his family. When Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali were busy with their careers when they were young, Zhou Lin was either at his grandparents' house or at his grandparents' house. When I was in elementary school, I still went to the countryside during the winter and summer vacations. It was not until the workload of junior high and high school that I went there less and less. Later, when my grandmother passed away, my grandfather lived with Zhou Lin's uncle's family in Qing Yali's hometown. His grandparents didn't live far away, just in the countryside of the county, very close to Zhou Lin's aunt's family. Qing Yali discussed it with Zhou Kaijun last night, and in the end the couple felt that no one would believe it if they told it to others, so they just vaguely reminded Zhou Lin's uncle and aunt that they could only take one step at a time in the future. When did you say the communication would be cut off yesterday? Qing Yali asked. The base stations often break down soon after the heavy snow starts. The government has been arranging repairs, but the temperature is dozens of degrees below zero. It's really a matter of life and death. Whether it can be connected depends on luck. The mother and son were discussing while going back and forth to collect the goods, and before they knew it, it was dark. When Qing Yali looked at the time, she was stunned. It was only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After making sure that everything needed to be collected today had been packed up, Zhou Lin called AI Bing and Qing Yali back to the farm, where he saw Zhou Kaijun still busy. There's still half left. I'll try to finish it tomorrow. I've settled all the workers' wages. Zhou Kaijun said to Zhou Lin privately, it got dark really early today. Tomorrow the sun will rise later and set earlier, Dad. Humankind's good days are numbered. Zhou Lin said dejectedly. Zhou Kaijun patted Zhou Lin on the shoulder and said, go pick up Lily tomorrow. I've already asked for leave from the teacher and told Lily that she will pack everything tonight, but I didn't tell her the reason. Zhou Li, 13 years old this year, attends a private boarding school and needs to be picked up by her family before she can leave school. Zhou Lin agreed, okay, I'll pick up Lily and go directly to Lanshan. Mom has ordered a lot of things there that will arrive tomorrow. After a busy day, the 3 of them were exhausted and went to bed early. In an underground research institute in the capital of Xia, dozens of people were anxiously waiting for the results of the supercomputer simulation. It's out. A few minutes later, the researcher in charge of monitoring the data spoke loudly. Climate simulation has extremely high requirements for supercomputer computing power and designed algorithms. Currently, the only countries in the world that can do this are Xia and the United States. What's the result? Someone asked. The results have been pushed to the terminals in front of you. You can take a look. Just as everyone was looking down at the terminal tablet, an old man in a general's uniform in the middle of the conference table said in a deep voice, remind you, the results you are seeing now are the country's top secrets. You are not allowed to disclose them without permission, otherwise you will be charged with treason. However, no one looked up because of the old general's words, and almost everyone was stunned by the results of the simulation. Is this true? That's impossible. Global darkness, wouldn't that be the end of the world? How much time do we have left? Less than 10 days. What can we do in 10 days? Plan Spark, General Zhang, are we going to implement Plan Spark? Chapter 12 The Spark Project. The Spark Plan of the Xia state can be traced back to the early days of the founding of the country. At that time, in order to cope with the threat of weapons of mass destruction from enemy countries, the impoverished Xia state carried out large-scale 3 defense construction across the country, and the outline of the plan was the Spark Plan. With the improvement of Xia's technological level and economic strength, the Spark Plan has evolved from its initial single purpose of protecting the survival of the elite to a comprehensive plan for the continuation of human civilization that encompasses humans, species, technology, etc. In the conference room, the old general swept his resolute eyes over everyone. Each of you is a top scientist in a certain field. At this critical moment, the country and the people trust your professional judgment. You have obtained the relevant data and simulation results. You have 3 hours to discuss. Give me accurate results in 3 hours. After saying this, the old general stood up and left. In the conference room, more than 30 top scientists from Xia State had a heated discussion on whether to implement the Spark Plan. The old general who walked out of the meeting room was not idle either. He seized every minute to listen to the latest news brought by the orderly. The United States issued another statement today, speculating once again that their USS Tefyu aircraft carrier was hidden by us. I was thinking. General Zhang couldn't help but complain, then shook his head and said, "It's not my turn to worry about the verbal battle. By the way, is there any progress in the strange theft case in Shenzhen?" The orderly swiped his tablet and said, "General, there is none at the moment." The reason why General Zhang was concerned about the theft in the Auto City was not because of the huge amount of money, but because it was too strange. For some reason, General Zhang felt that this case was very similar to the disappearance of the turf. Like the United States, he did not believe that the turf had sunk. However, the current crisis and the life and death of more than 1 billion people made him temporarily unable to deal with the theft cases of Tefyu and Shenzhen Auto City. At the same time, the US government also realized the crisis of drastic weather changes. After a series of government meetings, its president was invited to attend a meeting at a private estate. Those who are qualified to attend this conference are all the real rich people in the United States. Some of them are well-known computer tycoons, internet tycoons, physical technology tycoons, financial tycoons and old physical enterprise controlling shareholders, who almost occupy half of the participants. Apart from the president and the new defense secretary, none of the remaining half of the participants were familiar faces. But whether from the attitudes of others, their positions at the conference table, or the president's servile manner in front of them, it shows that their status or wealth is far above others. There was one old man in particular, with blonde hair and green eyes, a white face full of wrinkles, an energetic look, seemingly calm eyes, with occasional flashes of light like a sharp blade, who occupied the main seat at the conference table. "Everyone take a seat and listen to our chief scientist, Mr. Missy, tell you about the actual situation." Missiplant, those who know his existence are all top circles in the United States. It is said that Missipalant's IQ is higher than Einstein's in those days, and his ability to invent and create is higher than Tesla's. He can be found in many cutting-edge technologies in the United States, and some unknown black technologies are created by him. His research covers many disciplines. Everyone, no matter how much of what I am about to say is beyond your understanding, please keep quiet, otherwise you will be expelled, just like those good-for-nothing students of mine. Missipalant, who looks only in his 30s but is actually in his 60s or almost 70s, has an extremely strong personality, which is caused by the immense confidence that his intelligence and abilities have given him. First of all, I want to say that humanity, at least the current humanity, including all of you present here, will soon be doomed. Even though they had been vaccinated, Missipant's opening words still made everyone present change color and show all kinds of emotions. If someone else said this, they might be indifferent, but when Missipant said it, the possibility of this thing really happening was as high as more than 98%. In fact, the island nation is finished. From the data I just got, the current death rate of the island nation's people is as high as 50%. The volcanic ash brought by the eruption of Mount Shifu has covered 70% of the island nation's land. If it was just ordinary volcanic ash, the island nation might still have some hope, but after our sampling and testing, we determined that the volcanic ash from the eruption of Mount Shifu carries a large amount of radioactive dust. We still don't know where these radioactive elements come from. Perhaps it is the result of the island nation's indiscriminate discharge of nuclear waste in the past few years. In short, the island nation is finished, and those who are still on the island nation are also finished. If the death of a mere island nation and tens of millions of people were not enough to concern these top billionaires, then what Misoprince said next, that volcanic ash was about to close the atmosphere and the surface temperature was about to drop rapidly, completely dumbfounded these people. For a long time in the future, no crops will be grown on the surface. Please note that I am talking about crops here. In other words, a great famine is bound to occur, and all countries on the earth will be disrupted due to lack of food. To make matters worse, the lack of sunlight for a long time will cause many people to have endocrine disorders and mental disorders. I know that each of you has prepared at least one doomsday fortress or shelter, but how long can you last hiding in it? 3 years or 5 years? Without a sufficient population base and the supportive means of production, the shelter is nothing more than a cage, and you are the guinea pigs locked inside. Perhaps you will choose to send yourself to see God before the supplies are exhausted. 20 years ago, I led the Doomsday Ark Project and the Eden Project. Now they have taken shape and can sustain a population of more than 70 million. If you are willing to join me, I welcome you. I will disclose my new technologies appropriately depending on your contribution. Including but not limited to technologies related to the human life cycle, genetic modification technology, new aerospace technology, factory farming technology, etc. I believe that as long as we maintain the Ark, the Garden of Eden and other doomsday shelters, when the disaster is over, we will still be the most powerful country in the world. I conclude that Xia country and other countries will be completely destroyed in this disaster. Thank God, the United States only needs to pay half of its population to kill our real opponent and completely control the world. Missy Polant spoke for almost 2 hours. He later elaborated in detail on the types of natural disasters he judged might occur and how to deal with them, and even mentioned that great disasters will inevitably lead to great changes, claiming that the surviving humans would likely undergo abnormal changes, and that he had already begun preparatory research work a long time ago. All in all, Missipulent believes that as long as his plan is followed, the apocalyptic disaster will be a good thing rather than a bad thing for the United States in the long run. If Zhou Lin could attend this meeting, he would only agree with Missiprince's judgment regarding the island country. Dad, look at the weather outside and stop doubting. Before setting off for Zhou Li's school, Zhou Lin pointed to the sky which was still pitch black at 8:30 and said. Chapter 13 Zhou Lin's Greatest Value. Zhou Li, your parents have arrived at the south gate of the school, hurry up. Do you need me to help you get something? The dormitory teacher reminded Zhou Li, who was in deep thought. No need. Zhou Li's voice was cold, completely lacking the innocence and romance that was typical of her age. She declined the offer from the dormitory manager and rushed to the south gate of the school as quickly as possible. On the way, she looked up at the sky from time to time with a very solemn expression. It's not even dawn yet, Zhou Lin, what do you think? I don't know if it's because I haven't seen my sister for a long time since my rebirth, or for some other reason, but Zhou Lin always feels that Zhou Li's eyes when looking at him are a little strange. It's not like she is looking at her biological brother, but more like she is looking at a stranger, or even, an enemy. As for the name, ever since Zhou Li was old enough to understand, she has preferred to call her by her name instead of the sweetly nicknamed Gugu. The day before yesterday, a group of experts came out to explain the rumor. Do you think the end of the world is really coming? If I say yes, would you believe me? Although Zhou Li's attitude was not very good, Zhou Lin was not unhappy at all. In his previous life, he cared about his younger sister the most and felt the most guilty about her. This life would not happen again, Zhou Lin thought. Are your seatbelts fastened? No need for you to remind me. I heard that you brought a girlfriend back with you. The kind for marriage. Get married. Zhou Lin chuckled, she doesn't deserve it. Tisk. Zhou Li raised her head and nodded, not bad, my brother finally looks a bit like a rich second generation. You are the rich second generation. Look at the difference between us since we were young. I doubt that I am not your biological child at all. Be more confident, brother. There's no need to doubt it. Think about who gave you your pocket money during your 3 years of high school and 4 years of college. Raise sons poorly and daughters well, this is the absolute truth in the Zhao family. Although Zhou Li is only 13 years old, her bank account and fund account add up to more than 300,000 yuan, not counting her pocket money. Before Zhou Lin got a job, he had to hand over 95% of his New Year's money, let alone pocket money, under the euphemism of paying your tuition. Zhou Lin, what do you think of what I just said? Of course I read it while driving. Zhou Lin joked. He calmed down after realizing his sister was serious. You don't take the novel seriously, do you? Art comes from life, and legends may be the history of the past. I don't blame you for not having read much, but you should learn to follow the good advice. I graduated from college and you are only in the first grade of junior high school. Zhou Lin tilted his head. When I was in the first grade of junior high school, it was just the beginning, but when you are in college, it is the end. Zhou Lin was slightly stunned. He couldn't find any rebuttal, so he could only pout, okay, I can't argue with you, but I guess you won't have the chance to finish college in this lifetime. Hearing this, Zhou Li suddenly fell silent for a moment. Wait, he came to pick me up suddenly, and brought his girlfriend back. Did you already know about this? What? Zhou Lin narrowed his eyes and glanced at the rearview mirror. It is true. Zhou Li sighed like an adult, you always treat me like a child. Aren't you? Seeing Zhou Li's serious look, Zhou Lin knew he was exposed again. As expected, the difference in IQ cannot be made up by acting skills. Even though he was very careful, he was still discovered by Zhou Li in the end. At this time, it was less than 10 minutes before the two met. It's not that exaggerated, just a small disaster. As long as we. Small things are big things are not. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the country. Zhou Li shook her head, it looks like this time it's really over. What a pity, I haven't even finished learning linear algebra. So you feel sorry for this? Zhou Linqi asked. What else? Life is meaningless. All my happiness comes from the exploration of knowledge. Sigh, it's hard to understand with your IQ. Let's talk about your girlfriend, the one called AI Bing. I told you, she's not my girlfriend. She doesn't deserve it. I remember you didn't say that before. Let me think about it. It is said that it is difficult to change a person's nature. A licker will always be a licker, unless he is reborn as a human being. You knew the end of the world was coming, but you still brought her here. If it's not to continue licking her, then you want to cheat her. What made you suddenly change your nature? If this is a plot in a novel, your change is probably. After eliminating all the impossible, the remaining answer is the truth no matter how absurd it is. Brother. You are not the kind of person who was reborn in the novel, who suffered at the hands of that woman in the previous life and abandoned his parents and his own sister, just for a green tea. For some reason, Zhou Lin felt a chill when he saw Zhou Li's gloomy expression through the rearview mirror. Damn. How could she say it's so true? I'm just kidding. It doesn't matter if you don't accept it. Zhou Li changed the subject and said, read a book. Don't waste time. You're already 13 years old and you haven't finished college math. You're really stupid. Zhou Lin really wanted to curse. If this is considered stupid by you, then what is he? Are you stupid? So this is the doomsday fortress you and your parents prepared? In fact, I think the one over at the breeding farm is better. Zhou Li couldn't help but start commenting as she entered the house. After a basic tour, she actually took out a draft book and a pen and started writing and drawing. There's something wrong with this door. From the elevator to our house, as well as the staircase, we need to install at least one real anti-theft door. I remember there was a brand in the city called something, and one door would cost 170,000 or 180,000 yuan. The other thing is the floor. The thickness of this cast-in-place concrete floor is about 10 centimeters. However, it is better to lay a layer of homogeneous steel plate at least 6 centimeters thick and use chemical bolts to implant the cast-in-place beams to increase the strength. Our apartment is good. We have one floor to ourselves. We don't have to worry about the partition walls being damaged, but the insulation layer needs to be redone. If you're worried about not having enough time, you can learn how to build houses in the United States. Put wood on the wall and fill it with foam plastic, and then seal it with boards. The sound insulation and heat preservation effects are good. By the way, the window glass needs to be replaced. Double-layer hollow glass can only cope with ordinary conditions. The effect can be ignored if the temperature difference exceeds 30 degrees. Do you think it's enough? Zhou Lin was confused and shook his head. It seems that you have indeed been reborn. You don't understand these things at all. You must have suffered a lot in your previous life, right? Keep talking about the window glass. In fact, we don't need so many windows. The French doors in the living room, all the bay windows and the French doors on the living balcony can basically be sealed up. It should be done in 2 days. Finally, the rooftop should be enclosed with multi-layer honeycomb PC panels, with a thickness of at least 5 centimeters. Do not use stainless steel for the frame, as its low-temperature performance is too poor. The main structure should be made of qualified antiseptic wood, the thicker the better. Brother, you've been reborn, but you didn't bring a space with you. I see that there doesn't seem to be much food prepared at home. And water, both drinking water and domestic water must be prepared in sufficient quantities. If there is enough time, we can build an inflatable swimming pool after the rooftop is closed. It is safe to store water no deeper than 80 centimeters. It covers an area of 60 square meters and can store more than 45 tons of water, which is probably within the safe load-bearing range. It can be used as domestic water for our family of 4 for about 1 or 2 years. Besides, God knows how Zhou Lin managed to get through these 2 hours. He was obviously the one who was reborn from the end of the world, but why was Zhou Li more professional than him? Many things that he did not notice were meticulously written down by Zhou Li in the draft book. You make me feel useless. You have space, that's your greatest value. Fuck. I don't have room. So you were reborn, right? Really? You didn't do anything good in your previous life, did you? Chapter 14 AI Bing's Illusion. AI Bing had a cold face. She started sending messages to Zhou Lin in the morning, but received no reply. This made AI Bing very anxious. Chi-Chi, do you think Zhou Lin would lie to me? He doesn't dare. How can a licker have such a strange idea? Young Chi-Chi, who was carefully painting her toenails, answered AI Bing while chatting with someone. Although the other party hardly paid attention to her, she was happy with it because the other party was a real big boss. She had only gotten his WeChat account. Even if you are not qualified to marry into a wealthy family, having a wealthy friend is something to be proud of. Young Chi-Chi had even made an agreement with the other party that she would go to see him in a few days. As for what she would do after that, she didn't care, as she wouldn't suffer any loss anyway. AI Bing was very worried, afraid that something might go wrong. She had even taken out online loans, and the handling fees and interest were a considerable expense. Fortunately, Zhou Lin finally came back. AI Bing was about to lose her temper, but Zhou Lin seemed to be completely unmoved. He walked around the room and found that his parents were not there. Zhou Kaijun should be at the breeding farm, there are a lot of things going on there. Cheng Yali might have gone out to do some purchasing. Since she was so busy, there was a high probability that she would not have dinner tonight. In fact, it is not even 4 o'clock yet, but the sky outside is already as dark as it is at 8 or 9 o'clock. You can't see anything without turning on the lights in the house. I'm asking you a question. AI Bing said with his cheeks puffed out, didn't you say we would go to transfer the ownership today? Didn't I say yesterday that I don't have enough money? Didn't I tell you I have some here? Then transfer it to me. Zhou Lin said. Transfer it when you go to the property rights center tomorrow to handle the formalities. AI Bing calmed down. She was a typical person who would not give up until she got the rabbit. She would never transfer the money to Zhou Lin right now. Okay, I'll go see what to get for dinner. Where are my uncle and aunt? I haven't seen them all day. AI Bing had no intention of helping, mainly because she didn't know how to do it. After 2 or 3 days at Zhou Lin's house, Zhou Lin's parents treated her strangely. They didn't have the enthusiasm they showed to their future daughter-in-law. They even seemed to treat her worse than ordinary guests. Busy. Zhou Lin replied from the kitchen. Your parents don't like me. How is that possible? It's definitely not that I don't like you. Zhou Lin said with certainty. That's good. AI Bing patted her chest, which was only slightly better than a pair of A's, with false affection. What she was thinking was that it didn't matter whether they liked her or not, as long as she could buy a house. But Zhou Lin didn't know that what he was thinking at this time was that it wasn't that they didn't like you, they just wanted you to die. Zhou Kaijun came back when dinner was almost ready, but Qing Yali stayed in Lanshan. Because AI Bing and the other girl were there, Zhou Kaijun basically ate in silence. After eating, he got up and went straight to the study, completely ignoring AI Bing's presence. I finished eating too, you wash the dishes. Zhou Lin said. Why? You were reluctant to let me do these things before. It was the past. Zhou Lin said, if you don't show some performance, how can your parents feel comfortable adding your name to the property certificate? Thinking of the property certificate, AI Bing compromised, pouted and started to clean up, while Yang Qiqi continued to browse on her phone. In the study, Zhou Lin received a call from Zhou Li. I forgot something important. What? Zhou Lin looked up at Zhou Kaijun, who looked tired and sleepy, and asked in a low voice. Weapons. People in the last days are very dangerous. If we don't have enough weapons, our granaries will become other people's granaries. If hot weapons are hard to come by, let's get some cold weapons first. Crossbows, bows, optical sights, spears, javelins, steel drills are also okay, as well as machetes for close-range use. They must be of good quality. Zhou Li spoke for more than 10 minutes on the phone, from the simplest cold weapons to standard hot weapons, and finally even mentioned how to make homemade gasoline bombs, explosives and even biochemical agents, and even how to use the pesticides on the farm. Zhou Lin also knew about the ideas mentioned above, including purchasing pesticides and fertilizers to make weapons. It made him wonder if he and Zhou Li were born of the same parents. Dad, what's your IQ? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask after hanging up the phone. Me? The university I attended back then is equivalent to the top 985 universities today. What do you think my IQ is? Then how do you raise pigs? Zhou Lin was a little confused. To make money, can't you raise pigs just because you graduated from a 985 university? Zhou Kaijun asked back. Zhou Lin scratched his head. Just now Zhou Li said that we should prepare some weapons. She mentioned fertilizers and pesticides. Do we have any at home? This girl is really smart. Why didn't I think of this? We have fertilizers at home, but not much urea. The pesticides are all low toxic. Tomorrow I will buy the goods from the 3 agricultural companies. They are all good stuff. They can be made with simple equipment. Zhou Lin didn't hear Zhou Caijuan's mumbling clearly, and even if he heard it clearly, he wouldn't understand. Now he began to feel that Zhou Li was his parents' biological daughter, and that he was either given to him as a gift when they recharged their phone bill or was picked up from a garbage dump. As the eldest son in the family, Zhou Lin felt deeply sad. Dad, I don't care about those things, but I can get some hot weapons. Oh, my little sister already knows that I was reborn, and she also guessed that I have a space to store things. Zhou Lin didn't mention the aircraft carrier, but now it seems that he has to show off some of his skills, otherwise his family status will be in jeopardy. Your mother and I have long guessed that you have space. Zhou Kaijun raised his eyelids and said without surprise, we thought we wouldn't mention it unless you said it. Well, it turns out that the people in the world who would never cheat you are your parents. Zhou Lin could only accept Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali's thoughtfulness silently. Zhou Kaijun talked about the family's current financial situation. He still had 7 million in liquid funds. Qing Yali said last night that she still had 5 million, but no one knew how much was left now. Use as much as you can. After 4 days, it will basically be barter. In a few years, the government will introduce credit points, but they can only be used in the survivors' bases. Moreover, the credit points of the major bases are not interoperable. In the end, we still have to rely on supplies. Zhou Kaijun nodded, I know. By the way, your grandparents and grandpa don't agree to come. I talked to your mom about it but it was useless. I don't dare to tell them too much. Forget it. Let's talk about it later when we have a chance. Nothing happened that night. The only thing that made Zhou Lin happy was that his experience in supernatural powers had increased again in the past 2 days. Symbiosis. Beginner 110 out of 1000. Currently symbiotic transportation, Laifu, large water surface transportation. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/1. Zhou Lin originally thought that the experience value would increase a little bit every day, but now it seems that this is not the case, otherwise the current experience value should be 107/1000. He did not activate his supernatural power in his previous life, so as long as it is not a big change, he can only put it aside for the time being. After all, there is no one to discuss it with. Maybe Lily can figure it out. However, when he thought of Zhou Li's eyes full of curiosity, Zhou Lin immediately threw this idea out of his mind. He didn't want to be sliced and studied by Zhou Li. As long as conditions permit, that girl might really be able to do it. At 9 o'clock the next day, Zhou Lin took Ai Bing and Yang Qiqi into the property rights center. What's rare is that the lights are on here and the clerks are still at work. But compared to the usual bustle, it is now deserted. This made things convenient for Zhou Lin, as the process was quickly completed. Only when Ai Bing saw her name on the submitted materials and that the property rights were still 50% did she transfer 700,000 yuan in cash to Zhou Lin. When he walked out of the property rights center, Ai Bing was all smiles, holding the file bag and said, "Zhou Lin, how much do you think this house will appreciate if it is kept for 2 years? How much has it increased?" Zhou Lin didn't say anything. He thought, there's no rush, you'll know in a few days. Chapter 15, A Fellow Traveler Tang Yili. The biggest change in the city is that there are obviously fewer people and cars going out. Many shops were closed, and you could only see crowded crowds when passing by the entrances of several large supermarkets. Ai Bing was a little surprised. She had been thinking about the house these days, and she didn't understand why people were shopping like crazy, so she asked Zhou Lin why. Maybe it's because they are crazy. Zhou Lin smiled. With Qing Yali's help, he wouldn't have to go to the supermarket to snatch supplies from ordinary people. You should know that Qing Yali was busy the whole day yesterday, either transferring goods or receiving goods. At Zhou Lin's reminder, she emptied a warehouse of her own in the logistics park to store supplies. This morning, she sent a message to Zhou Lin, asking him to go there and empty the warehouse when he had time. It was obvious that the couple had communicated about it last night. "Why don't you live in Lanshan?" Seeing Zhou Lin driving the car out of the city, Ai Bing was a little unhappy. After all, her name was on the property certificate of the house, so why should she move to the countryside? "It's under renovation," Zhou Lin said. "Isn't the decoration already completed?" "It's still early," Zhou Lin replied calmly, and then stopped talking. Ai Bing had no choice but to chat with Yang Qiqi. She didn't have many cosmetics or luxury goods, but she just wanted to make herself comfortable. Not long after, Zhou Lin heard the two girls saying that they might as well invite more people to come and play, and Ai Bing actually mentioned the name Tang Yili. Suddenly, Zhou Lin sneered. Zhou Lin did not know Tang Yili before the end of the world in his previous life. In a sense, they were both Ai Bing's lickers. It must be said that Ai Bing had good management skills and was very good at feminine appearance. She was obviously not good in quality but could package herself very attractively. Women like her were willing to work hard on shaping their appearance, and Tang Yili happened to be a fitness coach. It doesn't matter who started the fight first, the coach or the student. The result is that Tang Yili turned from a big wolf dog into a little bootlicker. If there hadn't been the apocalyptic disaster, Zhou Lin and Tang Yili might have become a pair of brothers in distress, but after the disaster, Tang Yili became the most ferocious wolf around Ai Bing, the kind that would bite anyone he caught. Perhaps it was the long-term fitness training that made Tang Yili well-developed in limbs and a simple mind, and he finally completely lost his ability to think in the harsh environment of the end of the world that drove people crazy. In short, most of the suffering Zhou Lin suffered in his previous life came from Tang Yili, and Zhou Lin would never forget those humiliations. Ai Bing is not in Shenzhen now. If she died, Zhou Lin would not know where to find Tang Yili. Tang Yili must die. Thinking of the harm that the mad dog had caused him, Zhou Lin couldn't suppress his inner anger. Zhou Lin, Yang Qiqi's friend also wants to come over and play, do you mind? AI Bing suddenly asked. Huh, Yang Qiqi's friend? Yes, not a boyfriend, but a best friend. Zhou Lin, you should understand, right? Yang Qiqi took the opportunity to cover for AI Bing. Understand. Zhou Lin thought to himself, I understand it so well. When Tang Ili arrives, AI Bing, you will die. The air quality in Shenzhen is terrible. If you breathe it for a long time, you can easily get lung cancer. If your friends are fine, why not invite them to come over for a while and wait until the environment gets better before going back? Lung cancer? Is it that serious? AI Bing asked in surprise. Didn't you read the recent reports online? Mount Shifu has been erupting, and we don't know when it will stop. Shenzhen's housing prices have fallen by 30%. Sure enough, only things related to money can arouse AI Bing's interest, and only interests can make her think. Returning to the farm, Zhou Lin saw several electric vehicles leaving from afar. Those were the last few workers. Now the entire farm had been cleared. It's all empty. Zhou Kaijun was quite emotional. He really risked everything this time. If the end of the world had not come, it would have been difficult to restore the farm. Dad, I actually hope that the so-called apocalyptic disaster is just a nightmare, but look at this sky. Zhou Kaijun nodded dejectedly, and could only be thankful that his son was reborn and brought a space with him. However, neither Zhou Kaijun nor Qing Yali had ever asked Zhou Lin about the details of the space. Oh no, I forgot something important. Zhou Lin slapped his forehead, my mom asked me to go to the warehouse to collect things. It's almost full. How dare you forget what your mother said? Hurry up and go. Fortunately, this place is not far from the logistics park, and there is no traffic jam on this road at ordinary times, let alone now. Zhou Lin drove into the logistics park in just over 10 minutes and found his own warehouse. I thought you forgot, come in quickly and I'll lock the door. Seeing Qing Yali still here, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw that she probably didn't have time to eat lunch. Mom, are you hungry? Hungry. I'm already hungry. Come on, hurry up. There's another truckload of stuff coming over soon. In front of Qing Yali, Zhou Lin really had no room to struggle and could only obediently enter the warehouse. Qing Yali really didn't follow in, but locked the door immediately. What are these? Zhou Lin looked over the pile of supplies in front of him. There were at least 30 bags of sugar, each weighing 200 kilograms. Bags of 100-pound bags of additive-free salt filled a corner of the warehouse. The various peppers that the Bashu people cannot do without are also packed in sackcloth bags, 50 bags. 50 jars of bean paste from different origins. Homemade rapeseed oil, 50 large iron drums. MSG, chicken essence, oyster sauce, corn oil, sesame oil, pepper oil, etc. After cleaning up half of the warehouse, Zhou Lin suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes, his lips went numb, his head felt heavy, his limbs became weak, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I'm in trouble. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Zhou Lin fell to the ground and fainted before he could say anything. Qing Yali, who was busy outside the warehouse, didn't hear any noise at all. It was not until the next batch of goods was about to arrive that she remembered that her son was still in the warehouse. Why haven't you come out yet? Qing Yali tried to call Zhou Lin, but no one answered. Nothing will happen, right? Thinking of this, Qing Yali quickly opened the door and went in. She saw Zhou Lin lying on the ground at a glance. What's wrong? What happened? Qing Yali rushed to Zhou Lin's side and pinched his philtrum while feeling his heartbeat. Feeling that Zhou Lin's heartbeat was normal, Qing Yali breathed a sigh of relief and increased the force of pinching his philtrum, and actually woke Zhou Lin up. It hurts, it hurts. I'm so hungry, Mom, I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Zhou Lin's head was dizzy and he couldn't even focus. Eat this. Qing Yali stuffed a chocolate bar into Zhou Lin's mouth, and then took out a handful of chocolate bars from a box in the warehouse. You might have low blood sugar, just like your father. Zhou Lin didn't say anything, and took the second one and continued. After eating a full 10, Qing Yali didn't dare to give him any more, so Zhou Lin stopped eating and let out a long breath. Always keep some candy on you from now on. Luckily, I came in this time, otherwise you would have been in vain. Zhou Lin smiled and stood up with the help of Qing Yali. He knew that this was definitely not hypoglycemia, but was related to the frequent use of supernatural powers. Symbiosis. Primary 121/1000. Currently symbiotic transportation, Laifu, large water surface transportation. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/1. Sure enough, in just such a short period of time, the experience value increased by 10 points. My body just can't take it. Smacking his lips, Zhou Lin said, Mom, I want to eat hot pot tonight. Chapter 16 The Secret of Superpowers. Although Qing Yali looks careless, what mother doesn't love her children? Even if the sky falls, we have to eat hot pot tonight. This is what I said, even if Jesus came, it would be useless. Mom, I like your spirit. Get out. Go and take a rest. Qing Yali said unhappily. I'm not tired anymore. Zhou Lin said, it's just hypoglycemia. I just need to replenish it. Didn't you say that more goods will arrive soon? Oh, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. Hurry up and take care. I'll wait outside. A truckload of daily necessities is about to arrive. Qing Yali found a regional wholesaler with a very fair price. Less than 200,000 yuan can allow the whole family to use it for decades, as long as it is not expired. In the warehouse, every time Zhou Lin collected a batch of supplies, he would carefully feel the changes in his physical and supernatural experience points. Although he could not estimate the exact ratio between the two, collecting supplies could indeed increase experience. In addition, the consumption of physical energy has nothing to do with the supplies themselves, but only with the number of times they are used. Perhaps this can also explain why Zhou Lin was not drained when he put away the fuhao in the future, but almost died in the warehouse. In this way, Zhou Lin had an idea in mind. After using his supernatural power 3 or 4 times, he would chew a chocolate bar. Although this thing would become greasy if eaten too much, it could replenish energy immediately. I don't know if other psychics are like me, but we need to prepare more things like chocolate candy bars. Small, portable and efficient, it may become the hard currency among people with special abilities in the future. Just then, Qing Yali drove in with a forklift, and Zhou Lin started talking about this matter. Okay, this wholesaler's warehouse is in the logistics park. I'll be there right away. As expected of a strong woman, she always does things in a hurry. Zhou Lin thought that the chocolate candy bar would have to wait until the next day or the day after tomorrow, but Qing Yali got it done in just 1 hour. 50 sticks a box, 60 boxes a case, 3,000 sticks, wholesale price $450, I took all his goods, 237 cases. Mom, you are this. Zhou Lin gave Qing Yali a thumbs up. Hundreds of thousands of chocolate bars. Even though they are insignificant now, one of them might be able to bring back a woman in the future. If you say so, then I have to go get some. We have all kinds of warehouses in this logistics park. Mom, don't go yet. We don't have much money, right? Zhou Lin had an idea flash in his mind and quickly stopped Qing Yali. Not much. Qing Yali nodded. From last night to now, the 5 million in her account has been gone, and she also transferred a lot of it directly from Lao Zhou's account. Actually, this is what I think. Zhou Lin quietly expressed his thoughts, and Qing Yali nodded repeatedly, not bad, but the risk is a bit high. It's nothing, at most just frostbite. Zhou Lin said. What if someone tries to rob you? Lily told us to prepare some weapons, but I only bought some knives. It's hard to even buy a decent long weapon. Except for special areas, there are no magic weapons for sale in ordinary cities. At most, there are some collections in the hands of enthusiasts, but who knows where the collections are hidden. Fortunately, Zhou Lin had no shortage of weapons. Not to mention pistols and rifles, he could even make a flamethrower and shoulder-fired missiles. Mom, what do you think this is? Oh my god, where did this come from? Looking at the shining pistol in front of her, Qing Yali was stunned. Xia country is not the United States. Let alone guns, even if you hide a few bullets, you can still be imprisoned for a few years. The pistol Zhou Lin took out was a high-end product used by the army. It was exquisitely designed and brand new. You carry it, along with 3 magazines and this holster. At this point in time, who cares whether it's illegal or not? As long as you don't demonstrate it on the street and secretly fire a few shots, no one will come to investigate even if you call the police. But I don't know how. Cheng Yali is open-minded and knows that this is a special period, so she doesn't mind carrying a gun. Easy. Zhou Lin explained the most important steps of unlocking the safety, loading the gun, changing the magazine and aiming, and asked Cheng Yali to practice a few times. Currently, there are no conditions for live ammunition practice, so this is the only way to go. I think with Cheng Yali's weight and strength, she can still control the pistol. This thing is a bit weird. As the pillar of the family, Cheng Yali got used to it quickly and was quite happy about it. However, before she put it away, she asked Zhou Lin if he had any more. Yes, Dad has some too. I'll give it to him later. That's good. By the way, don't give it to your sister yet. She's still young. If Cheng Yali hadn't emphasized that Zhou Lin actually wanted to give Zhou Li a weapon, she would have been able to break herself with her brain, and she might have used it better than Lao Zhou and Cheng Yali. Besides, with natural disasters and man-made disasters coming one after another, a girl like Zhou Li is definitely the most dangerous. After receiving all the materials ordered today, Zhou Lin drove Cheng Yali to Lanshan. She would stay here with Zhou Li at night so that she could continue shopping. In fact, there are not many supplies left to buy in the city now. Many supermarkets are either closed or seriously out of stock. No one is a real fool. No matter what kind of propaganda the government uses, when it is time to stock up, no one will not stock up unless they have no money in their pockets. Let alone ordinary consumers, Cheng Yali was turned down several times today. People have goods in hand, but they just won't sell them. Hoarding is not uncommon in any era. Let alone laws and management, there will always be people who do business that will cost them their lives, but no one wants to do business that will lose money. At this time of day, there is no difference between 4 or 5 in the afternoon and midnight. The situation in China is slightly better. In many relatively free countries and regions, long-term darkness has spawned more and more crimes. In areas without electricity and law enforcement officers, theft, robbery, murder and arson have become normalized, and people have to make a choice to either join together or keep each other warm in order to survive. The situation in Xia State is not optimistic either. Although large-scale vicious crimes have not yet occurred, the basic market has already shown signs of chaos. In order to maintain social order, the government and the military have begun to work together to implement military control over megacities, special cities and border cities. Strategic and important materials are controlled by the government, and those held in large quantities by private individuals will be purchased by the government at the purchase price and subsidized according to actual conditions. Seeing this news online, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel a little worried. Jiazhou City has not yet begun to implement martial law, but Cheng Yali has purchased a lot of supplies, especially sugar, salt, and grain. If you are careful, you can definitely find out. What if the government asks them to take out these supplies? After thinking about it, Zhou Lin always felt uneasy. As soon as he opened his eyes in the morning, he called Cheng Yali and said that it would take at most half a day to collect the goods, and then the warehouse would not be used. Even if we don't use it, people will know it. What's the difference? Cheng Yali asked. It's burning. Zhou Lin lowered his voice. Burn? Cheng Yali almost thought she had heard it wrong. I'll leave all the supplies in the warehouse and burn them. Even if someone investigates in the future, they'll be burned anyway, and we won't know who burned them. As for how many things were in the warehouse when it burned, what if someone took most of them away before burning them? Chapter 17 The Beginning of Troubled Times. The sun rises later. It was still dark outside the window at 10:30 in the morning. Zhou Lin got up and ate something. When he was about to go out, AI Bing ran out and called him. Chi-Chi's friend will be here this afternoon. We need to go to the train station to pick him up. How about you drive us? Zhou Lin stopped and thought that Tang Yili must be crazy. He was still anxious when the situation outside was like this. Humph, is he still in love with adultery or is he still a dog that can't change its eating habits? It's good that he came. It's a good opportunity to deal with it all at once. I have something to do this afternoon. Then give me a car. I have a driver's license, so I can go with Chi-Chi. By the way, didn't you say last time that you have a conqueror at home? Conqueror, yes. Zhou Lin nodded and said, it's not convenient to stop here, what are you going to do? I just want to see if our family can really afford a car worth tens of millions. Zhou Lin's family is well off, but it doesn't seem like they have the spending power. It wasn't that expensive then. I'll drive it back in a couple of days. Although there was a Conqueror parked in a hangar of the rifle, it was a stolen car after all. AI Bing's words reminded Zhou Lin that maybe he should go to the city to look around, the Four Sons store, the car rental company or even the second-hand car company, maybe he could find some good stuff. After the apocalyptic disaster, human industrial civilization was basically destroyed. Even if there was still a small amount of industrial production, the first thing to be satisfied was food, and then medicine. For things like cars, if one broke down, there would be one less, and the more there was, the better. But cars are too expensive to buy. Jiazhou City does not have a large number of privately imported cars like Tianjin Port, and it does not have its own vehicle manufacturing companies, so it can only rely on retailers. Brother, are you out of your mind? When the end of the world comes, you can collect hundreds of cars just by walking on the main road, right? If not, there must be a lot of good cars in the basements of the surrounding communities, right? Is it worth taking the risk now? When Zhou Lin arrived at Lanshan and discussed with Zhou Li, he was ruthlessly scolded. As expected, people with high IQs often have terribly low EQs. With Zhou Li's personality, she wouldn't survive more than 3 chapters in the hands of others, right? You're overthinking it. I've learned the idiom living in humiliation before, as well as bearing humiliation and bearing heavy burdens and sleeping on straw and tasting gall. Stop. Zhou Lin covered his face in pain, I'll just listen to you, okay? Where's your little notebook? Have you checked it with Mom? What else is missing? Weapons and some medicines are not available. In Zhou Li's opinion, these 2 types of things are the most troublesome. Not to mention weapons, it is actually very difficult to purchase medicines, which seem to be ordinary things, on a large scale. It is simply impossible without channels, especially since the government has been secretly controlling it for a long time. Currently, there are very few medicines available in pharmacies on the market, and the quantities are small. Ask Mom to buy more Chinese medicinal herbs. I have prepared some Western medicine. There is a small hospital on the Laifu. Not only does it have medicine, it also has B ultrasound, CT scans and MRI. Zhou Lin is not panicked at all. I'm afraid it's too late to replace all the glass. Zhou Li said with some regret. Unlike anti-theft doors that can be installed right after being moved in, multi-layer insulating glass not only needs to be customized, but is also very troublesome to install and even requires the use of a large crane, which is not possible at present. Let's seal it up first. There's no sun anyway, so it's better to block out light so that no one can see it. With a complete and effective ventilation system, Zhou Lin felt it would be more appropriate to seal the windows. Okay, the materials are all on the platform. Should we call workers or do it ourselves? Zhou Li looked eager to try, but Zhou Lin felt that this matter could be delayed and that a large amount of water should be stored starting today. The Laifu not only stored a large amount of drinking water, but also had a complete water circulation system. Although the recycled water was definitely not good to drink, it was still fine as domestic water. However, Zhou Lin was unwilling to expose the existence of the Laifu in the early days of the apocalypse, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Storing water on your own rooftop can not only conceal your presence, but also serve as a heat-insulating device. At Zhou Li's request, Qing Yali purchased a lot of building materials and power tools, most of which were placed on the rooftop. If she wanted to place a plastic swimming pool for water storage, she had to clean it up first. Zhou Li couldn't do it alone, so Zhou Lin had to stay to help. Every time Zhou Lin cleared a piece of space, Zhou Li would go up and open a simple swimming pool, pumping air into it and filling it with water. Jiazhou City is surrounded by water, and the water pressure on the 18th floor is also good. If 2 or 3 pipes are placed together, 10 tons of water can be filled in a few hours. If it weren't for Qing Yali's call, Zhou Lin might have been busy on the rooftop until dark. There was a robbery at the logistics park. Although Qing Yali was not robbed, several people had been robbed and the warehouse had been pried open. Qing Yali was a little nervous, so she called Zhou Lin. I'll be right there. Worried about Qing Yali's safety, Zhou Lin told Qing Yali on the phone to go into the warehouse and lock the door, and to shoot if she couldn't get it done, as saving her life was the first priority. However, what Zhou Lin never expected was that he would be stuck in traffic less than 3 minutes away from the logistics park. On the road, there were broken cars that were towed from nowhere, squeezing the original 8-lane road to the point where only one car could pass through. It was obvious that there were people hiding behind those broken cars, and anyone who dared to slow down and pass through would be likely to be attacked. It's not that there are no other ways, but in that case you'd have to take a long detour. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin simply took out a military uniform and put it on, then put the muzzle of the gun directly against the car window. Although it was not the Xia Kingdom's military uniform, the sky was already dark at the moment, and the world was in chaos, so the other party might not be able to distinguish it clearly. It is not known whether it was the military uniform or the muzzle of the gun that played a role, but when Zhou Lin drove through the artificial passage, he did not encounter any obstruction or attack. "Mom, it's me." Zhou Lin shouted loudly when he opened the warehouse door, fearing that he would be beaten into a hornet's nest by his mother as soon as he entered, which would be unfair. "You're finally here." Qing Yali stood up from behind a bunch of pockets. Zhou Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Mom, can you hide better? Look at the size of these pockets. Can they block you?" "Then you still didn't notice me?" Qing Yali asked hurriedly. "How can you not see where you are standing at your age?" Zhou Lin said with a smile. "Isn't there a suitable place? Besides, I have a gun." Qing Yali shook the weapon in her hand, then put it into the holster and pointed to the warehouse. "See? The kingdom your mother built for you, now it belongs to you. Good luck to the Queen Mother." Zhou Lin made a joke and did not avoid Qing Yali. He quickly threw bags of supplies into the space. The storage space of the symbiotic vehicle is limited, and its shape completely fits the appearance of the symbiotic vehicle, but Zhou Lin still found a place where he could take advantage of it, that is, the straight deck of the aircraft carrier. Because there was an aircraft on the deck when the storage space was collected, the storage space assumed that there was a layer of space on the deck with the same height as the aircraft, which is about 7 meters. The deck area of the Laifu is 19,827 square meters, which means that there is 138,000 cubic meters of space available on the deck alone, which is the capacity of more than 1,700 standard containers. Almost. After looking at the scattered supplies in the warehouse, Zhou Lin, chewing a chocolate bar, asked Qing Yali to go out first as he was going to set a fire. Chapter 18, An Acquaintance. The fire started to spread from a corner of the warehouse. Zhou Lin confirmed again and again that even if this warehouse was completely burned down, it would hardly affect other warehouses, and no innocent people would be injured. More than 10 minutes later, flames burst out from the ventilation window of the warehouse. Someone discovered it and called the fire department. The property management of the logistics park then called Qing Yali. When Zhou Lin drove back, the fire was already out of control. The property management of the logistics park was unable to put out the fire and could only try their best to clean up the area around the warehouse to prevent the fire from spreading. Some people took the initiative to comfort Qing Yali. Looking at his mother, who was surrounded by the crowd with snot and tears mixed together and was so angry that she was beating her chest and stamping her feet, Zhou Lin felt that the Oscars owed her a gold medal. When the fire truck arrived, the warehouse had basically been burned down. Coupled with the high-pressure water hose, the scene was in a mess. Even a god would not be able to figure out what was going on. This was exactly the effect Zhou Lin wanted. Those who knew how much supplies Qing Yali had collected in the warehouse recently shook their heads, thinking that the Zhou family might suffer a big setback this time. At the same time, they also felt sorry for the supplies that were burned. According to normal procedures, the police should have arrived at this time. However, the increasingly chaotic order had already exhausted the police force. The police had no time to deal with such incidents as this where there were no casualties. "Mom, let's go." Zhou Lin, with his eyes red from rubbing them, helped Qing Yali back to the car. Hurry up, hurry up." After closing the car door, Qing Yali urged Zhou Lin to leave quickly. She was afraid that she would be exposed if she continued to act. Looking at the logistics park gradually disappearing in the rearview mirror, Zhou Lin felt a little regretful. After all, there were all kinds of supplies in those warehouses. If he had the chance in the future, he could come and sweep them, and maybe he could get some unexpected gains. As soon as Qing Yali returned to Lanshan, she started placing orders frantically again, but most of the calls either didn't go through or had no results. When you were not at home, the workers came and installed the security doors. I am considering whether to weld the keyholes of 2 of the doors. It has to be said that Jolie, wearing work clothes and a helmet, really looks like an engineering girl. However, Qing Yali was reluctant to let her daughter do such rough work, so she quickly asked Zhou Lin to help. But I don't know how. Zhou Lin spread his hands. If you don't know, search quickly. Qing Yali put her hands on her hips. Your sister is so delicate, what if she gets burned by sparks? That's right, Zhou Lin's entire body is not as important as a single hair of Zhou Li. Gender equality does not exist in the Zhou family. Zhou Li giggled and said to Zhou Lin, brother, no need to search, I know how to do it, I'll teach you. When did you learn welding? How does the saying go? If you have hands, you can do it. Besides, I studied the video carefully for half an hour. That's enough. Just believe me. Miraculously, Zhou Lin, who had never done welding before, was able to complete the work very well under Zhou Li's guidance. From now on I can say I'm a welder. Don't flatter yourself. Without me, you are nothing. Zhou Li curled her lips. In the evening, Qing Yali arranged the hot pot that Zhou Lin wanted to eat. Zhou Kaijun also came, and the family of 4 enjoyed the meal very much. That woman left a step later than you. She hadn't come back when I left. Zhou Kaijun said after taking a sip of wine. She said a friend came to Bashu and she was going to meet him. Brother, you're not cheating, are you? Zhou Li asked with a smile. Qing Yali tapped Zhou Li with chopsticks. What are you talking about? How could a woman like that be related to your brother? You know that. I was just joking, so what? Brother, I found you a new girlfriend. I'll take you to meet her later. What? Zhou Lin stared at her. You found a girlfriend for me, and you want to take me to meet her? Ah. Zhou Li nodded. It's in our building, hey. How did you meet? Qing Yali asked. People nearby. Zhou Li covered her forehead. I'm going to stay at home for a long time, so I thought I'd get to know everyone in this building first, so I know both myself and the enemy. If there are dangerous people, I'll have to make plans in advance. If it doesn't work, I'll have to take the initiative to avoid getting hurt later. Stop. Stop it right there. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Women will only slow down my sword drawing speed, understand? Brother, you won't find a good woman in your circle of knowledge. Birds of a feather flock together. If no one helps you. That's not your turn. Zhou Lin said unhappily. Don't interrupt, Lily, what do you think that girl does and what does she look like? In comparison, Qing Yali obviously believed Zhou Li more and interrupted Zhou Lin with a glare. She is a doctoral student in the clinical department of Bashu University. She is absolutely beautiful and is from Jiazhou. She just came back from studying abroad. However, the school was closed due to a natural disaster. She just came back from Shuda yesterday. Not bad. Qing Yali nodded repeatedly as she listened, while looking at Zhou Lin with disdain, as if her son was not worthy of him at all. When can you ask her to come up and sit with you? Mom, it's not that necessary. It's the end of the world. Why are you still looking for a girlfriend? Zhou Lin objected strongly, but his objection was futile. Zhou Li took out her cell phone, sent a few messages, and then got up to open the door. Xiao Li. Sister Shui. At the door, 2 figures, one big and one small, were hugging each other. If Zhou Li hadn't just said that they just met, one would have thought they were a pair of sisters who hadn't seen each other for many years. However, looking at the woman at the door, Zhou Lin always felt that she looked familiar. I remember now, isn't this the I can't help it girl on the train? Wu Shui didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. She smiled and said to Zhou Lin, so the brother Xiaoli was talking about is you. What a coincidence. Zhou Lin nodded and made room for Wu Shui. After Zhou Li's brief introduction, Wu Shui knew Zhou Lin's family. As Zhou Li said, they really met through the internet. Although there was a gap in age between the two, they had many similar interests, such as swimming, playing badminton and playing guitar. Having common interests and hobbies means having a lot in common, and Wu Shui lives downstairs, but her house is not as big as the Zhou family's. Shue, is it okay for me to call you that? Qing Yali was smiling so hard that she could hardly open her eyes. She was satisfied, really very satisfied. Of course, that's what my mother calls me. Unfortunately, they are abroad, all flights are cancelled, and communications are not very smooth. When Wu Shui said this, a trace of worry appeared on her face. So where are they now? Qing Yali asked. They were traveling in Europe and were in Swisher when they last spoke. Son, is Swish safe over there? Zhou Lin thought about it and shook his head. It's hard to say. There are fewer people there and the supplies are relatively abundant, but the temperature will be lower than our Bashu. What are you talking about? What's the low temperature? Wu Shui asked. Qing Yali cleared her throat, glanced at Zhou Lin and said, you should ask him for details. He is very knowledgeable about climate change. When did I study climate change? Seeing the look Wu Shui gave him, Zhou Lin felt very wronged. As a mother, she couldn't betray her son like this. Chapter 19. It's hard to be a brother. This has to start with the volcanic eruption on the island country. Zhou Lin was forced into this situation. His mother had already put him in this position. If he couldn't justify himself today, he would definitely be punished later. If Zhou Lin and Wu Shui's meeting was fate, then Ai Bing and Tang Yili were definitely doomed to meet. The reason why Ai Bing's few words could make Tang Yili rush to Jiazhou like a dog was because Tang Yili had a like-minded classmate and brother in Jiazhou, Sun Qinghao. After receiving the news from Tang Yili, Sun Qinghao first went to the train station to pick up Tang Yili, and then the two met up with Ai Bing and Yang Qiqi. The four drove around Jiazhou city. Sun Qinghao originally wanted to show off his worth in front of the two beautiful girls, Ai Bing and Yang Qiqi, but who knew that many stores closed early in the harsh environment, and he almost couldn't even eat hot pot. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, but there was no news from Zhou Lin. Ai Bing, who had drunk 2 cups of wine, was a little annoyed. She decided to teach Zhou Lin a lesson. As long as Zhou Lin didn't take the initiative to look for her today, she would not go back. I had no one to rely on in the past 2 days, but now Tang Yili is here, and there is also Sun Qinghao, an unexpected surprise. With Ai Bing's female expression ability, she can tell at a glance that Sun Qinghao is also a thief, an old thief in the love field. On the one hand, he is very attentive to Yang Qiqi, while on the other hand, he is secretly flirting with her. What a scumbag. Most of the time, Ai Bing's performance was actually a disguise. She looked down on both Zhou Lin and Tang Yili from the bottom of her heart. Although Sun Qinghao drove an imported car worth more than 300,000 yuan, he rented a house and was also classified as a loser by Ai Bing. Bing Bing, don't go to your relative's house tonight. We haven't seen each other for a long time. We should talk more. Tang Yili's eyes, red from alcohol, were filled with longing. Okay, if they don't call me, I won't go back. Oh, there's nowhere to play. Hearing Ai Bing's complaints, Sun Qinghao hurriedly said that they could go to his place to buy some food, and the four of them continued drinking. Ai Bing glanced at Sun Qinghao who was pouring wine for Yang Qiqi, and probably guessed what this bitch was thinking. It's a pity that if Tang Yili or Sun Qinghao wanted to get Ai Bing and Yang Qiqi drunk, they still needed at least 20 years of practice, unless they used some unsightly means. But how could these two battle-hardened women be fooled by them? In the end, Sun Qinghao and Tang Yili were both drunk and lay down. Looking at the two shirtless men hugging each other, Ai Bing and Yang Qiqi took some wonderful stills with great interest, and then rummaged through Sun Qinghao's house unscrupulously. Alas, you are really a poor guy with nothing. Unbelievable. His alcohol tolerance is also very poor. I guess he is not good in that aspect either. Actually, Tang Yili is quite good. Do you want to give it a try? Him. Humph, he's not worthy. Only you still treat him as your sweetheart. Yang Qiqi burked. Since it was certain that Sun Qinghao was a complete loser, Ai Bing had no interest in him at all. Although Tang Yili didn't have much money, at least he looked good, had a good body, and was very strong. He could basically satisfy her. In her words, he was a good tool. AI Bing, who had some free time, couldn't help but think of Zhou Lin. No matter how you looked at it, his value seemed to be higher than Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao combined. Now she felt a little regretful. What if Zhou Lin misunderstood what she had done? But on second thought, AI Bing felt that even if Zhou Lin really wanted to get upset because of this, it was within her control. Jiazhou City is not big. Strictly speaking, AI Bing's current location is less than one street away from Lanshan. If she chooses the right direction, she can even see Zhou Lin's house. In the living room, Wu Shui was not panicked after listening to Zhou Lin's explanation. On the one hand, Zhou Lin repeatedly emphasized that this was just his personal opinion, and on the other hand, it was also due to Wu Shui's personality. After all, being able to study in the clinical department of Basha University to the doctoral level is definitely not an ordinary person. My father is a very good doctor, and my mother is an expert in mechanical power. This trip to Europe is because my mother is going to attend an international conference. Wu Shui seemed to be talking to Zhou Lin, but also seemed to be talking to herself. However, Zhou Lin understood that this meant that her parents were extremely useful elite talents. Any country that knew her parents' abilities would definitely pay enough attention to them. Compared with ordinary people, their survival rate when facing a disaster would be much higher. Moreover, talented people like Wu Shui's parents know how to deal with crises better than ordinary people. So the biggest problem now seems to be me. Wu Shui laughed at herself. I didn't expect things to become so serious at first, so I wasn't fully prepared in terms of supplies. I think I might starve to death at home. Zhou Li, who had been sitting on the sofa next to her reading a book, suddenly looked up and said, "Don't worry, Sister Shui, if I eat something, you will get something to drink." "Thank you, Xiaoli, but I'm embarrassed to eat and drink for free. Besides, things may not be as bad as your brother said." "Not that bad." Zhou Lin smiled, but before he could say anything, Qin Yali, who had just cleaned up the table, came over with a smile. "Xiao Xue, you are being polite. It's okay. Not only can you eat and drink at our house, but even if you stay here, Aunt and Uncle will welcome you with open arms. You are a truly talented student. If you can tutor Xiaoli when you are free, we will make a profit." Xiaoli is so smart. Faced with Qin Yali's invitation, Wu Shui neither agreed nor refused. "It's almost time. I should go home." Wu Shui stood up and was about to leave, but Zhou Li grabbed her and dragged her to her room and stayed there for almost 2 hours. Then the two women, one big and one small, came out smiling. After Zhou Li sent Wu Shui away, Zhou Lin couldn't help asking, "You've only known her for a few days, and she actually took you to the room? Aren't you afraid of exposing too much? Do you think I'm as stupid as you?" Zhou Li turned around and said seriously, "She and I are heroes who appreciate each other. Do you know her IQ? It's only a little less than mine. In fact, she and I are the ones who really have common topics. And, do you think that's the only reason? Well, it's hard for you to think of this with your intelligence. The gap between people is sometimes as huge as the gap between people and monkeys." Who said this? Zhou Lin always felt that it was somewhat familiar. It doesn't matter who said it. Zhou Li waved her hand with great courage. "Let me ask you, is our family really ready to face the apocalyptic disaster?" Zhou Lin thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be almost done. Is there anything missing?" "Of course there are." Zhou Li pointed at Zhou Kaijun, who was smoking, and Qin Yali, who was cracking melon seeds at the dining table. "Look, the old man and the old woman are in their 50s and 60s. They have worked hard all their lives. I'm afraid their bodies are already weak. When the end of the world comes, if one of them or I has a headache or a fever, even if there is medicine, do you know how to take it?" So what you actually value is Wu Shui's career and abilities?" Zhou Lin said. "I am very happy that this young man is teachable. Dad, Mom, give this girl away, I can't stand it anymore." Chapter 20 Zhou Li's Ecosystem. On June 25, Zhou Lin felt the temperature drop significantly after getting up. It is now 8:30 in the morning and it is still pitch dark outside the window. The city no longer has the bright lights of the past. Many places appear very dim, and there are fewer and fewer neon lights. I guess more and more shops have chosen to close. The whole world is sliding into the abyss, and no one can stop it. Sighing, Zhou Lin forced himself to cheer up. My parents have to go back today and move some of the things that are needed here. All the things that are useful but inconvenient to move will be sealed up. Last night Zhou Lin took out a pistol, 4 magazines and a box of bullets and gave them to Zhou Kaijun just in case. Taking into account that communications might be interrupted due to power problems, Zhou Lin found a military, short-range, communication system in the Lai Fu. Each person in the family was equipped with a terminal, and the host was set up on the roof platform. The effective communication distance of this system is about 20 kilometers. I believe that in the next 2 months, even if someone at home needs to go out, it will not exceed this range. Zhou Lin was busy on the rooftop the whole morning. He and Zhou had to complete the remaining window sealing work today. He also planned to build a sturdy tool shed on the platform. It would snow heavily after the temperature dropped, and some tools and materials would quickly break down if they were kept under the ice and snow. Brother, since you want to build a house, why not build a bigger one? Not only can you store things, but you can also raise chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, etc. Raising small animals. What can I use to raise them? Feed. I asked my mother to buy some. Zhou Li said seriously. How come I don't know? When did you buy it? Where did you put it? The logistics park. We bought feed for chickens, ducks, geese, quails, rabbits, dog food, cat food, and various animal snacks. I also asked my mother to buy a lot of cat litter, Zhou Li said, counting on her fingers. Zhou Lin patted his forehead. When he was collecting things at the logistics park, he didn't even look at what they were. It turned out that there were still these things. Thinking about it, it seemed that these things would come in handy in the future. It couldn't be said that Zhou Li was wasting them. But it seems that we don't have any other animals except He Zai. Heizi has been guarding the house in the countryside for the past few days. Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali will pick it up when they come back today. The doghouse in the hallway has been prepared. You don't have to worry about these. I am very smart and have made careful arrangements. I have already made all the arrangements. Okay, just tell me what you want to achieve. It is not difficult to build a tool shed if you have enough materials and tools. Zhou Li played a huge role. It was as if she already had a set of drawings in her head that were accurate to the millimeter level. All Zhou Lin had to do was cut the materials into the sizes she said, and then assemble them like building blocks. Looking at the house in front of him that was 2 meters and 3 meters high, 12 meters long and 9 meters wide, Zhou Lin fell into deep thought. The boiler is not far from the fish pond, so the heat utilization rate is high. The remaining space is used to raise rabbits. Finally, the remaining 20 square meters in the middle are designed into rotating planting racks. With the red and blue LED lights above, more than 1,000 vegetables can be planted at the same time. Zhou Li said that the nutrient solution artificial lighting planting technology can guarantee the basic needs of their family of 4. These are Zhou Lin's blind spots in knowledge. I really don't know where Zhou Li, who is only 13 years old, learned all this weird knowledge. This makes Zhou Lin always feel that it is not him who has traveled through time and space and been reborn, but Zhou Li. Assuming that our world is real, then there is no possibility of time travel and rebirth. You have simply transcended your own dimension at the quantum fluctuation level. On the other hand, assuming that this world is not real, then time travel and rebirth does not exist. It can only be that the system specially retains your data and backs it up in the replay program. I'd better go cook. Zhou Lin couldn't understand what Zhou Li said, but he couldn't give up his self-esteem as an elder brother, so he chose to do what he was good at. Every stick has its own strengths and weaknesses. The kitchen is Zhou Li's forbidden area. No matter how smart she is, she can't make a decent fried rice, let alone her favorite golden fried rice. Tasty. Looking at the golden rice grains scattered on the table, Zhou Lin finally felt like his sister had returned. This was what a 13-year-old child was like. The phone rang. It was AI Bing calling. Zhou Li's ears stood up like Hei's eyes. It was not that she was gossipy, she only liked gossip related to Zhou Lin. Why didn't you call me? As expected, AI Bing started to counterattack as soon as she opened her mouth. If Zhou Lin did not have the experience from his previous life, he would have been confused by now. It's so dark, come pick me up, I've been waiting for you at my friend's house all night, I've already sent you the location. If you don't kill a woman like this. Brother, you have big plans. Do you have a plan? Tell me and I'll help you with some advice. Zhou Li whispered in Zhou Lin's ear. Then you wait. Zhou Lin hung up the phone calmly, then looked at the location sent by AI Bing. Well, it's only half a street away from the back door of Lanshan community. The key is that the grade of that community is not low. How did AI Bing and Tang Yili live there? It is impossible for them to have a house in that community, and Tang Yili is not from Bashu, so could it be that they rented it? Now that he knew where AI Bing was, Zhou Lin was no longer panicked. The reason why AI Bing called was because she didn't bring any luggage when she went out, especially some warm clothes were still at the farm. The temperature started to drop last night, and it is not easy to go to the street to buy a set now, as very few shops are open. Taking advantage of the time, Zhou Lin briefly told Zhou Li everything about AI Bing. Zhou Li patted Zhou Lin's shoulder in a condescending manner. Not bad, you are very shrewd. Your decision is correct. This kind of woman should be allowed to taste the end of the world first, then given a little hope of living, and finally her hope should be completely destroyed to make her despair. When she is desperate and wants to die, she should be made to live a life worse than death. When she gets used to a life worse than death, she should be made to die in humiliation and regret. TSK, perfect. Have you started reading palace fighting novels recently? You'd better read less, as that kind of stuff lowers your intelligence. Zhou Lin didn't want to turn his sister into Zhenhuan. The world is already so difficult, why create more difficulties for the living? Let's be realistic. The temperature will drop to 0 tomorrow. 0 degrees. Zhou Li's attention was indeed diverted. Compared to simple women, she prefers challenging things. Are there enough coal and oil? I think it's enough. Zhou Lin said. The fuel stored in the Lai Fu alone is sufficient. There are gasoline, aviation kerosene and diesel. The most of them is aviation kerosene. Normally, this thing cannot be used in ordinary gasoline engines, but it can be used in diesel engines. For example, the Conqueror RV that Zhou Lin collected in the Lai Fu is powered by a 15.6-liter 6-cylinder diesel engine. In theory, using high-quality aviation kerosene will not have a big impact on it. As for coal and charcoal, Cheng Yali purchased them later. There were about 30 tons of anthracite and 50 tons of charcoal, which were enough to burn for more than a year under normal circumstances. Even so, Zhou Li was still a little dissatisfied. She took out her mobile phone and swiped it continuously, and finally stopped at a place 20 kilometers away from Jiazhou City. Coal mine. Zhou Lin didn't know what Zhou Li meant by pointing out Jiayang coal mine. If there is a chance, go there, said Zhou Li. Isn't that enough? Plans can never keep up with changes. Smart people never wait for tomorrow, but choose tomorrow. Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders to show his agreement. On the other hand, AI Bing, who had the phone hung up, almost went crazy. Chapter 21 The Destruction of the Island Nation. At Sun Qinghao's house, AI Bing waited and waited but Zhou Lin didn't show up, not even a phone call. This made her extremely angry, but she also felt something was wrong. Could it be that he noticed something? Glancing at Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao who were playing online games, and comparing them to Zhou Lin's family who had been busy since the past few days, AI Bing always felt that something was wrong. It was already noon, but only a hint of light could be seen in the sky. The July sun, which should have been dazzling, was obscured by thick clouds and was even colder than the moon, like a duck egg yolk that had been left for a long time. AI Bing, who was extremely bored, checked his phone and found that there were endless discussions about the end of the world on the internet. Posts that would have been deleted a few days ago have now been left to roam. Could it be? Thinking about it now and recalling the actions of Zhou Lin's family, they have been preparing for it for a long time. If that is the case, for the sake of her own safety, AI Bing thinks it would be better to go to Zhou Lin's house as soon as possible. Bing, are you hungry? Let's go out for dinner. Tang Yili finally put down his phone. Only then did he feel a little hungry. Let's go out for dinner. AI Bing pointed out the window unhappily. In this weather, do you think there are any restaurants open outside? In fact, there were no restaurants open nearby last night. Grain, meat and vegetables were either under control or sold out. Even a good wife cannot cook without rice. How can there be any restaurant open without raw materials? It's okay, I have instant noodles at home. As a typical single dog, Sun Qinghao does stock up on fast food at home, but AI Bing is not happy to eat it because it is unhealthy and bad for the skin. When AI Bing saw the instant noodles that Sun Qinghao took out, she couldn't help but think of the Zhou family's farm. The pig pen and chicken coop that she once despised now made her fascinated. They must have plenty of food at home. AI Bing and Yang Qiqi looked at each other, and it had to be said that the two women had surprisingly similar ideas. We are leaving now. Zhou Lin never called, and AI Bing just sent a message but got no response, so she was a little nervous. As a gold digger with strong feminine power, she must be able to clearly judge the value of a spare tire. At present, Zhou Lin, who has a big house and a farm to support him, is undoubtedly worth much more than Tang Yili. AI Bing can clearly tell which is more important, happiness for a while or filling her stomach. But Tang Yili was unhappy. He came all the way from Shenzhen, just for one night. You're staying for 2 more days. I just want to eat something. I'll go out and buy some. AI Bing had no time to stop Tang Yili. She didn't expect that Sun Qinghao would come up to her right after Tang Yili left. If Yang Qiqi hadn't gone to take a shower, this grandson would never dare to be so bold. Bing Bing, your voice was so beautiful last night. What do you want to do? AI Bing asked coldly. Hey, what can I do? Lao Tang and I are brothers, and you are his woman. How can I touch you casually? Don't you think so? Although he said so, the expression on Sun Qinghao's face was exactly the opposite, clearly expressing his thoughts about AI Bing. AI Bing doesn't really care about that kind of thing. She cares about whether it's valuable. Any exercise will consume some energy, and if she can't gain anything, she will never give it to others for free. What can Sun Qinghao have? On the other hand, Tang Yili quickly regretted it after going out. Cold. It's so fucking cold. I didn't feel it much when I kept the doors and windows closed at home, but when the wind blew on the street, I felt like I was not wearing any clothes and my hands and feet were almost frozen. It's July, but it's as cold as the coldest days of winter. It has never been this cold in Shenzhen. Jiazhou is such a shabby place. Tang Yili blamed Jiazhou wrongly. In fact, Jiazhou has never been so cold before, and the Shenzhen Stock Exchange is even colder than Jiazhou at this time. Because the entire atmospheric circulation has been completely destroyed, the surface cooling is no longer caused by the cold air from the north. The Shenzhen city, which is close to the sea, can no longer be protected by the warm ocean air. If Tang Yili contacted his friends in Shenzhen city, he would know that water in Shenzhen city had already turned to ice as early as yesterday noon. Not only Shenzhen, but almost all coastal cities are suffering from unprecedented low temperatures. Huge meteorological disasters have taken shape all over the world, and disaster rescue has become the most important task of governments around the world. In comparison, island nations may be the worst-hit countries in the world. Due to volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and heavy rains and secondary disasters caused by severe convective weather, all cities except the capital of the island country have been completely paralyzed. Ordinary people have no way to get any help except to save themselves, and unprepared self-help often has little effect. 13 cities were completely submerged by the flooding caused by heavy rains, and 3/4 of the people in the cities disappeared in the floods, which was actually equivalent to death. 3 other small cities near the mountains were completely destroyed in the mudslides, and almost no one managed to escape. The area with a diameter of 30 kilometers centered on Mount Shifu is filled with toxic volcanic ash and suffocating gases. Any people or animals who fail to escape from the area in time have no chance of survival. The island government can only say that it is powerless to do anything about it. It is said that the royal family of the island country has evacuated shamefully. They did not go to the United States, which has the strongest military power, nor to the richest Europe, but went straight to Africa, which has the most backward economy. This shows that the news that the island country had made many arrangements in Black Africa a few years ago was not false. After all, living in a natural environment like that of an island country, everyone might fantasize about what to do if the end of the world comes. The powerful and wealthy also left. Most of them evacuated on the day of the empty Shifutsu eruption. Some went to Kuriko, and most went to Europe. Especially the rich, the properties they had purchased in European countries earlier were finally put to use. Relying on the secretly built navy and the already huge civilian fleet, the island country's royal family and government even sent 2/3 of the island country's military force into the sea, heading straight for Heizhou. Perhaps in their eyes, this natural disaster is an opportunity for the island people. In peacetime, no matter how bold they are, they dare not blatantly invade Heizhou land. Yesterday morning, a cold wave came from nowhere and hit the island country. It was like a real-life version of the Snow Queen, marching from south to north along the island country's territory. Wherever it passed, the temperature dropped by as much as 50 degrees. There was once a movie that depicted the ultra-low temperature damage caused by a severe convective storm. Many people thought it was an artistic exaggeration and that such a situation would never occur on Earth. But now that it has appeared, countries all over the world are watching to see what kind of damage this new cold wave can cause. Through the cameras and networks that have not been damaged yet, you can see how the cold wave freezes a river in an instant, how it makes a building instantly frosty, and how it turns walking humans into crystal ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Some professional organizations have calculated through video recordings that the temperature at the center of this cold wave may be as low as -100 degrees. Even the most cold-resistant Eskimos cannot survive in such low temperatures. Chapter 22 Wu Shui is convinced. The tragic situation of the island nation has prompted governments around the world to further accelerate their pace of preparing for the end of the world. If there were some opposition voices from the top leaders of various countries before, then after seeing the fate of the island nation, these opposition voices completely disappeared. After all, only madmen would choose self-destruction, and normal people would only think about how to survive. The Garden of Eden and Ark project of the beautiful country, the Spark project of the Xia country, the Olympus project that was secretly jointly developed by several European powers for many years, and the hibernation project of the Yoshiong country have all begun to be implemented at an accelerated pace. In comparison, countries with second or third-rate economy, technology or natural conditions are much worse off. It's not that their top leaders can't see it, but even if they can see it, they can't do anything about it. Either they lack economic support, or they don't have enough scientific and technological support, or there is simply no place in their country where they can implement the plan. For example, the island country's neighbors, Han and Jin, took completely different development paths in the past few decades. Han was far ahead in economy and technology, so much so that its citizens once despised their former brothers. But when this natural disaster struck, the Han kingdom, which was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, suddenly found that they had no way to retreat. The islanders at least had their earlier layout in Heizhou, but the Han country's high-ranking officials and chaebols did not have this vision and ability. In contrast, the closed and backward Jin country was connected to the continental shelf. As long as Xia country showed a little kindness and relied on the protection of the mountains, the chances of survival for the Jin country's high-ranking officials and people would be much greater. In fact, the relationship between Jin kingdom and Xia kingdom has always been good. What's more, the current situation is a disaster for all mankind. A few days ago, the head of Jin kingdom had communicated with the top leaders of Xia kingdom. After making a promise, he obtained permission from the top leaders of Xia kingdom. When necessary, the people of Jin kingdom can enter the territory of Xia kingdom to build shelters. In order to avoid social unrest, governments around the world tacitly chose to keep their national survival plans secret for the time being, and only prioritized important figures and elite groups to be notified according to the plan requirements, allowing them to quietly rush to the nearest evacuation site. Zhou Lin's family, Yang Qiqi and others were obviously not among those notified. Wu Shui received the notice last night. The notice clearly informed her that she belonged to the 3rd category of elite talents and could go to the nearest military base to seek support with the QR code sent with the text message. If conditions permit, the army will escort her to the shelter in the Spark project. After receiving the news, Wu Shui couldn't sleep almost the whole night. She definitely believes in the country. But she didn't know if she would have a chance to get out once she entered the shelter. If she could no longer contact the outside world, she might lose the chance to find her parents. What if you don't join the military? Wu Shui made full use of the time to catch up on many apocalyptic novels, and it was not until the afternoon that she sent a message to Zhou Li with 2 dark eyes. Huh. When Zhou Li saw the news, she exclaimed softly, then left Zhou Lin behind and ran to open the door. Sister Shui. Xiao Li. Wu Shui's smile was obviously a little forced, and she walked a little unsteadily, not only because she didn't get enough rest, but also because she was exhausted. The two girls returned to the room and sat down. Wu Shui looked around and asked about Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali. In her opinion, Zhou Li should not have the right to decide on many things, and adults had to make the decisions. It's okay. I have half the say in this family. Zhou Li said, patting her chest. Wu Shui still didn't believe it and asked Zhou Lin. Zhou Li thought about it, took out the intercom and called Zhou Lin, who was working on the rooftop, down. Zhou Lin was not surprised when he heard about the Spark project. He not only knew about this plan, but also knew the exact locations of many Spark project bases. My suggestion. Zhou Lin glanced at Zhou Li. The IQs of these two women, one big and one small, were a bit scary. Zhou Lin was afraid that he might accidentally let something slip. Listen to me, listen to me. Sister Shui, please stay. Our family is well prepared. Zhou Li said as she dragged Wu Shui towards the platform. Wu Shui was shocked when she saw the water tank on the platform and the tool room that had just been completed and still smelled of paint. So you had expected this? It's not us, it's me. Zhou Li pointed at her nose proudly. It was my unreasonable and willful demands, and my parents and brother did all this to accommodate me. Lily, if we don't know how to use idioms, why don't we just not use them? Zhou Lin couldn't bear to listen any longer and couldn't help but speak. I like to use it this way. Don't bother me. After glaring at Zhou Lin, Zhou Li turned around and introduced the facilities and plans in the tool room to Wu Shui with a smile. She even showed Wu Shui some of the inventory that was used to cover up her tracks. Xiao Li, you are such a lucky star. After visiting the tool room and returning downstairs, Wu Shui couldn't help but sigh that compared with Zhou Li, she was like a nerd who knew nothing and thought about nothing except her own major. So Sister Shui, have you decided to join us? To be honest, Wu Shui was tempted, but the apocalyptic novels she had read intensively made her realize what kind of status a useless woman would have in the apocalypse. Perhaps the only thing she could show off was her medical ability. I often worry about my brother and worry about him not being able to find a wife. Why? Zhou Li strangely changed the topic. If he can't find a wife, then my parents will take my place and I'll end up in a miserable situation. Wu Shui was stunned for a moment, her face slightly reddened. So. That's right. Zhou Li stood on the sofa and waved her hand to take advantage of her height. I understood you the first time I saw you, and I'm willing to have you as my sister-in-law. I better go first. Although Zhou Lin was not there, Wu Shui was still very embarrassed. It's not that she hates or looks down on Zhou Lin. In fact, she has never thought about love affairs. As a top student among top students, she spends almost all her time on her major. Otherwise, she would not have achieved what she has today, and it is even more impossible for her to become the third batch of notification recipients of the Spark plan. In fact, my impression of Zhou Lin has always been that of a friend and Zhou Li's brother. Why are you leaving? Sister Shui, I advise you not to hesitate and make a decision immediately. Besides, you already know everything about our family situation, and I will never let it go. Wu Shui covered her forehead. Okay, don't say idioms. We are still good friends. Can't I join? But as for being your brother's girlfriend, how about we discuss it in the long run? Yeah. Zhou Li threw herself into Wu Shui's arms. I have always wanted a smart sister since I was a child, and finally my long-cherished wish has come true. You are being sexist. Zhou Lin, who happened to be coming downstairs, said angrily. You are wrong. Zhou Li raised her head from Wu Shui's arms. You are so ignorant and stupid that you don't know the difference between the important and the trivial. You are not qualified to talk to me. Watching the brother and sister bickering, Wu Shui couldn't help but laugh. She suddenly felt that this kind of family atmosphere was really good. Although it was not elegant or stylish, it was real and warm. So her choice should be correct. Just as Zhou Lin was about to teach Zhou Li a lesson, the doorbell rang. Chapter 23 Ali's Fury. The man standing outside the door has a special identity. I'm the community property manager, Xiao Hang. Oh, what's up? It was the first time Zhou Lin met Xiao Hang. The first impression was not particularly good. Even though Xiao Heng gave people a sense of reality and stability in his dress, facial features and expressions, I just felt something was wrong. Perhaps this was the intuition honed from the experience of the apocalypse. Blocking the door with his body, Zhou Lin used his height advantage to prevent Xiao Heng from looking into the corridor. Some owners in the community complained that you built illegally. Xiao Heng pointed to the newly added explosion-proof door. This place is a public area. We came to discuss with you because we received complaints from other owners. I see. Zhou Lin did not deny it outright. He is a reasonable man. Since other owners have complained, we will follow suit and find a renovation company to demolish it. It will only take 3 to 5 days at most. Xiao Heng was a little surprised. This was too easy to talk to. It didn't seem real. Thank you very much. If there is anything you need our help with, please let us know. We will do whatever we can. Okay, I'll ask my parents to find a renovation company when they come back. Don't worry, they'll demolish it right away once they find one. There is nothing wrong with it, the prerequisite is to find a decoration company. Xiao Heng did not notice the trap in Zhou Lin's words. He took out his mobile phone and asked Zhou Lin to scan the code to join the Lanshan Community Owners Group. Your parents are a bit old. I didn't mention this matter to them the last few times I met them. Anyway, it's enough for one of the family members to be in the owner group. Xiao Heng said while operating his mobile phone. The weather has been bad recently, and we don't know when it will return to normal. Some owners in our community are quite capable. A few days ago, an owner of Building 3 contacted a farm for the community and sent 5 truckloads of fresh vegetables to everyone. Another owner of Building 5 is in the grain and oil business. If anyone in the community is short of food, they can contact him. However, the quantity cannot be too much each time, just enough for a family for 3 to 5 days. At this point, Xiao Heng looked at Zhou Lin and said, I heard that Boss Zhou is a big breeder in our city. I wonder if he still has pork or something. If Shou Kaijun had not told Qing Yali, how did the property management company know this? This is a bit complicated. My family sold the farm a while ago, otherwise the whole family wouldn't have moved here. Isn't this a coincidence? If I had known this would happen, I would have decided not to move. Don't you think so? At least there is no shortage of food in the countryside. Xiao Heng was obviously a little surprised and a little disappointed. Then, do you still have stock in the countryside? No more. Zhou Lin spread his hands. My family is engaged in breeding, not processing. Is that so? Fine then. If you have anything to say later, you can communicate directly via text message. We won't bother you anymore. Zhou Lin closed the door only after watching Xiao Heng lead 2 security guards into the elevator. Zhou Li and Wu Shui heard it while hiding behind the half-open security door. That Xiao Heng wanted to add me at the gate of the community 2 days ago, but I refused. Wu Shui said. The dog is sneaky and not a good thing. Zhou Li nodded, Sister Shui, don't pay attention to him. Zhou Lin agreed with Zhou Li's opinion, and then he called Qing Yali to tell her about the explosion-proof door. Zhou Kaijun told Zhou Lin with certainty that he and Qing Yali had never mentioned to anyone in the community what their family did. Could it be the developer? The community property is a subsidiary of the developer. Qing Yali reminded Zhou Kaijun. It's okay. Anyway, we should stay out of the community's affairs. When will you be back? We're already on the way. Old Zhou, slow down, something is blocking the road ahead, brake. Qing Yali's roar made Zhou Lin's heart tense instantly, and the sound of collision that followed made Zhou Lin stand up. Elder brother. Please sit down. Zhou Lin's face turned pale when he heard the busy tone on his phone. Something happened. It definitely wasn't a car accident. It's impossible for Mr. Zhou to have a car accident with his driving skills. Moreover, Qing Yali had just clearly shouted that something was blocking the road, and Zhou Lin's first thought was the roadblock. Using roadblocks to rob passing vehicles is a simple and effective method, and inexperienced people can easily be fooled. This is his fault. Looking at the relatively stable situation in Bashu, he was a little careless. We have to save people. This is for you. You know how to use it, right? Without time to explain, Zhou Lin put a pistol and 2 magazines into Zhou Li's hands, avoiding Wu Shui's sight. Zhou Li hid the gun in her thick home clothes with a trembling hand and said calmly, "Brother, be careful." "The same to you." After rubbing Zhou Li's long hair, Zhou Lin opened the explosion-proof door and walked out. Outside, the wind was freezing and there was almost no light in the sky. It would be almost 2 months before humans would see the sun again, and the real cold would officially arrive on Earth tonight. Zhou Lin had to find Zhou Kaijun and his wife as soon as possible, otherwise the lives of all 3 of them might be in danger. At this time, he completely gave up his worries, got into the car and armed himself fully. A complete set of equipment for the United States Special Forces, in addition to weapons, even the infrared low-light night vision goggles on the head are present. When the car drove out of the community, Zhou Lin immediately took out 2 pistols and a submachine gun and placed them in a convenient place, then stepped hard on the accelerator. On the way from the farm into the city, the pickup truck driven by Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali was tilted on the side of the road. Not far ahead, a group of people were slowly surrounding the pickup truck. In the car, Zhou Kaijun covered his forehead, blood kept oozing out from between his fingers, so that his eyebrows and eyes were all bloody. Fortunately, he was still conscious and kept reminding Cheng Yali to lock the doors and windows. Because of poor visibility, Zhou Kaijun saw the roadblock a little late. In order to prevent the pickup truck from hitting it directly, he could only step on the brakes and slightly turn the direction, trying to use the pickup truck's strong passability to drive through the farmland next to the roadbed. But he didn't expect his luck to be so bad. The chassis of the pickup truck directly hit a large rock beside the farmland, which not only caused the engine to stall, but also threw Zhou Kaijun up and hit his forehead. However, Zhou Caijuan's action was beyond the expectations of those who set up the roadblocks. They wanted to wait for the car to crash and then start snatching, but the pickup truck stopped 20 or 30 meters away. Cheng Yali was not very panicked. She locked the doors and windows while checking Zhou Caijuan's injuries. After making sure that there were no other problems except for his forehead, she looked out the window. On the pitch-black road, a group of figures were approaching. One could see that they were holding weapons of varying lengths, some of which even reflected a metallic luster under the car lights. "How dare you rob me?" Cheng Yali reached into her arms, took out the pistol Zhou Lin gave her, loaded it steadily, and then she was about to get out of the car. Sizzle. Sizzle. The voice from the intercom and Zhou Caijuan's words stopped Cheng Yali. "Son, I'm your mother." Hearing Cheng Yali's voice, Zhou Lin, who had been calling, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mom, are you guys okay? Where are you? Someone has tricked us. We are at Yangbaku. I am going to kill them right now." "Mom, don't worry, I'll be there soon, don't go yet." After confirming the location, Zhou Lin accelerated again. He knew Cheng Yali's temper. If she said she wanted to kill those people, there was no way Zhou could stop her. Chapter 24. No one left alive. The continuous rain and snow made the road slippery. Otherwise, Zhou Kaijun would not have completely lost control of the pickup truck and he would not have been injured. Zhou Lin put on the infrared night vision goggles, which were enough for him to see the road ahead clearly even if the car lights were not bright enough. Before reaching Yangbakuzi, roadblocks piled up in the middle of the road appeared in sight. They turned out to be several pieces of construction machinery. If they really hit them, the driver and passengers in the front row would probably be killed on the spot. The people who set up this roadblock were not out to rob, they were clearly out to kill. Zhou Lin was furious, and he slowed down while looking around, trying to see where those bastards were hiding. However, before he could stop the car, crisp gunshots were heard from the front. "Mom!" Zhou Lin did not dare to hesitate, grabbed the submachine gun, jumped out of the car and ran forward. There was constant gunfire, mixed with people's roars and screams, and the rapid barking of dogs. When Zhou Lin bypassed the roadblock, a figure appeared in the night vision goggles on his head. Some of them turned around and ran towards him, some went into the farmland nearby, some jumped onto pickup trucks, and some were already lying on the ground. Through the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin could confirm that Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were still sitting in the car. The figure in the passenger seat kept emitting balls of red light from his hands. Needless to say, it was the furious Cheng Yali who was reaping lives. Since the gun had already been fired, Zhou Lin didn't dare let the people present escape. He immediately pointed the muzzle of his gun at the nearest figures and pulled the trigger. With slight noises, each bullet left a clear trajectory in the night vision goggles, helping Zhou Lin adjust the direction until he hit those people. When a few people who were running far away heard the gunshots, they couldn't help but look back, then turned around and continued to run. Unfortunately, can anything faster than a bullet? Zhou Lin, who has experienced the end of the world, will not show mercy just because he killed a few people. The submachine gun used by the US Special Forces is very stable. With the help of night vision goggles, Zhou Lin can fire bursts very easily. After emptying 3 magazines, no one standing could be seen in the night vision goggles, except Qing Yali. Son. Qing Yali got out of the car and greeted Zhou Lin while pointing the gun at the person on the hood, or rather, the corpse. Mom. Zhou Lin called out, then pulled the trigger at a person who was still struggling. Hurry up. After calming down, Qing Yali finally panicked. Don't worry. In comparison, Zhou Lin was much calmer. He had night vision goggles and could clearly see who was really dead and who was pretending to be dead. Even though Qing Yali had just emptied 2 magazines, in fact, the only people who died from her gun were the 2 reckless men at the beginning. When the crowd began to flee in all directions, Qing Yali's shooting was not accurate at all. Seeing Zhou Lin calmly firing again, even Qing Yali felt a little creepy, especially when she saw a man with a broken ankle begging in front of Zhou Lin, but Zhou Lin had no reaction and shot him to death like a chicken. Qing Yali couldn't help but turn around and go back to the car. Lao Zhou, then, is that still my son? Didn't you just shoot? Zhou Kaijun felt much better now, and the wound wrapped in a towel didn't seem to hurt that much. Although he had never experienced the end of the world, nor had he ever been a soldier, and even looked less energetic than Qing Yali. I didn't do this to save you. Wife, you did a great job. Zhou Caijuan's voice suddenly softened, and he even called her wife, which he hadn't called for a long time. Qing Yali couldn't hold back anymore and hugged Zhou Kaijun tightly. Gently. Honey, I was just so scared. I'm scared too. I told you not to get off the bus but you didn't listen. If you don't listen next time, I will. Outside the car, Zhou Lin said, Mom and Dad, although I am very pleased to see you guys being so affectionate, can you please hurry up? It's very cold. Who's being annoying? You have no respect for your father, come and help him down. Mom, you can handle this kind of thing by yourself. Zhou Lin pretended to check the cargo in the carriage. Poor Heisey was locked in an iron cage, with white foam at the corners of his mouth from barking. He must have wanted to protect his owner just now. Zhou Lin saw blood on Heisey's gums and wondered if he was injured by chewing on the iron cage. It's okay, Heisei. Zhou Lin opened the cage door, and Heisey rushed to the cab with a wong sound. Zhou Lin ignored him and started to collect things in the car. In addition to the supplies, there were 10 chickens, 6 ducks, 2 geese, 4 rabbits, 1 male and 3 females, and a cage of quails in the carriage. These living creatures could not be stored in the storage space. Zhou Lin could only call Heisey for help and carry the cages one by one into his car. After the move was completed, Zhou Lin also put away the pickup truck. He couldn't care less about the bodies on the ground. Even if someone investigated in the future, if they couldn't find the pickup truck, which was important evidence, they would have no chance of finding evidence against their family. In the car, Qing Yali was protecting Lao Zhou in the back seat, Heisey was sitting in the passenger seat with his tongue sticking out. Zhou Lin took off his equipment and threw it into the space, then started the car with a smile. On the way, Zhou Lin told Qing Yali about Wu Shui's situation. Qing Yali applauded and said that this would come in handy. The wound on Zhou Caijuan's forehead was not small, and ordinary people would not be able to deal with such a wound. Mom, call Lily and ask her to prepare everything with Wu Shui. Don't let Dad bleed too much. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin saw the gate of the community and slowly slowed down the car. However, while waiting for the access control to be opened, a figure suddenly rushed out from the guard room, followed by another figure. Zhou Lin almost pulled out his gun, but luckily AI Bing yelled. Why are you here? I'm freezing, let's get in the car first. Because of the light angle, AI Bing couldn't see Lao Zhou and Qing Yali in the car. She stomped her feet and reached out to pull the door, but with a click, the door didn't open. You. Let them in. Zhou Lin said to the guard, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Looking at the taillights of the car disappearing in the basement passage, AI Bing almost exploded with anger. Miss, do you still want to come in? The guard asked while trying to hold back a laugh, thinking that the life of rich people is so plain and simple, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she will just be a bootlicker in front of them, right? Of course I have to go in. I just told you that I am your owner, but you just didn't believe me. AI Bing turned her head suddenly and vented her anger on the young security guard. What's going on? Xiao Hang, who happened to be passing by, heard AI Bing scolding and walked over to ask. You. What do you mean by I? You look like someone in charge, right? Let your security guard see clearly that I am the owner of the 17th floor of Building 8. Don't stop me and ask questions at any time in the future, or I won't pay the property management fee. Xiao Hang was slightly stunned, then he suppressed a smile and said, Miss, the property fees in our community are all prepaid. If I remember correctly, Mr. Zhou, the owner of the 17th floor of Building 8, prepaid the property fees for the next 5 years. Are you sure you are the owner? I'm his daughter-in-law. Get out of the way. AI Bing stomped her feet and pulled Yang Qiqi away. Looking at the seductively twisting backs of AI Bing and Yang Qiqi, Xiao Hang was thoughtful. What happened just now? Tell me from the beginning. Chapter 25, No Way Out. Who? Come out. Xiao Hang had just listened to the security guard halfway when he suddenly turned around and shouted at the shadow under the light outside the door. If you don't come out, we'll take action. I can't pass through. Tang Yili shrank from the shadows, looking towards the community while speaking. You followed those two women here? Well, that's my girlfriend, I'm here to catch her cheating. Oh. Xiao Hang smiled slightly, caught in adultery. But that's not what the lady just said. How do you prove it? Of course Tang Yili couldn't prove it. Do you still want to go in and confront them? Seeing that Tang Yili's brain was not working well, Xiao Hang felt anxious for him and could only guide him slowly with words. Yes, I'm going to go in and confront her. But why should I let you in? You know, the people living there are all rich people. I don't want to offend them for no reason. Brother. Tang Yili was no longer so panicked at this time. He came close to Xiao Hang and whispered, I can give you a little reward. As long as you tell me which house she went to, the following things will never have anything to do with you. If you say it's not related, then it's not related. Xiao Hang smiled coldly, why don't you come to my office and tell me in detail? Tang Yili really didn't want AI Bing to have a relationship with other men, so he agreed to Xiao Hang without thinking too much. At this time, Zhou Lin's family of 3 brought Haizi and poultry and rabbits into the house. Seeing Zhou Caijuan's face covered in blood, Zhou Li couldn't help but let out a scream even though she was mentally prepared. Wu Shui performed well, just a little nervous. Mom and Dad, please go to the 2nd floor. Zhou Lin nodded at Wu Shui, thank you for your help. Of course, let's go upstairs. Although she didn't know why they had to go to the 2nd floor, since Zhou Lin had spoken, Wu Shui didn't say anything. As soon as the 4 of them went upstairs, the doorbell rang. As soon as Zhou Lin opened the door, AI Bing and Yang Qiqi felt a warm breeze coming towards them, which seemed like 2 completely different worlds compared to the cold outside. Why don't you wait for me? AI Bing twisted her body, then smiled and stretched out her hand to hold Zhou Lin. Usually, this method worked every time for her, and almost no man could resist it, but today she miscalculated. Zhou Lin took a step back, expressionless. What do you want to talk to me about? Not expecting Zhou Lin to have this attitude, the smile on AI Bing's face suddenly froze. What do you mean? Didn't you invite me here to play? Don't forget that I also have the property rights of this house. AI Bing hadn't thought of this when he was at the door just now, but now his brain has thawed and his IQ seems to have returned. Zhou Lin did not deny the issue of property rights, but at this point in time, what does it matter if he has property rights? Everything depends on strength. I don't care, I want to live here. AI Bing pushed Zhou Lin aside and strode into the living room and sat down. The warm and comfortable feeling made her squint her eyes. Then she saw the snacks and fruits on the coffee table and immediately reached out to grab them and stuff them into her mouth. Is there anything to eat? I'm starving. Seeing Zhou Lin locking the door and coming back, Ai Bing thought she had won again this time, and started to point fingers. There is food. Zhou Lin sneered and nodded, but do you deserve it? Ai Bing stopped and stared at Zhou Lin. She almost thought she had recognized the wrong person. Was this still Zhou Lin? She looked at Yang Qiqi again, wanting to confirm whether it was an illusion. Don't you understand yet? Zhou Lin walked over and pulled Ai Bing up, pointing in the direction of the closed French window. It's the end of the world, Ai Bing, the end of the world. What doomsday? No, didn't they say that the climate was abnormal and would recover soon? Ai Bing said, shivering. Recover? Zhou Lin shook his hand and threw Ai Bing away. Aren't you going to see your friend? Why don't you stay with him? I just went to see him, there's nothing to do with him, but I'm your girlfriend. Don't. I have nothing to do with you. You want to be my sister-in-law. Are you worthy? Zhou Li walked down the stairs with a cold face, walked to Zhou Lin and held his arm. Brother, why did you let them in? Zhou Lin smiled and ruffled Zhou Li's hair. What do you think? Brother, you wouldn't do this first and then that, that's too perverted. Ai Bing swallowed and looked at Zhou Lin nervously. No, I'm not welcome to leave. Let's go, Qiqi, let's go. Leave? You're probably overthinking it. Since blood had already been seen today, Zhou Lin was not going to endure it any longer. He stepped forward and slapped Ai Bing hard, knocking her to the ground. Yang Qiqi was so scared that she held her head and screamed. She didn't dare to stop him, and she didn't know where to run. Shut up. Zhou Lin slid in front of Yang Qiqi and punched her in the abdomen. Yang Qiqi immediately opened her mouth, rolled her eyes silently, fell to the ground, and fainted from the pain. Call the police, I want to call the police. Ai Bing got up, his left face was covered in blood and he had a limp when he spoke. Report to Nima. The anger hidden in his heart completely erupted. Zhou Lin rushed over, picked up Ai Bing with one hand and threw him down hard. The sound of broken bones came directly from the ground equipped with homogeneous steel plates. Ai Bing was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. His mouth was wide open like a dying fish, and it was unknown whether he was breathing or not. Treat me as a backup. ATM machine. Maid. Nanny. Bodyguard. I tried so hard to help find food, but you ended up sleeping with someone else. You cheated on me right in front of me and laughed at me for being a useless person who can't evolve. Push me off the cliff. Zhou Lin, who was in a rage, had completely forgotten that Zhou Li was still around. He didn't use any weapons, just relied on 2 punches and 2 kicks, hitting Ai Bing one after another, and managed to make a person weighing more than 90 kilograms float in the air, and he didn't touch the ground for several seconds. TSK, so violent. Hey, are you awake? If you are, come and see. If you don't like it later, I can ask him to change the way. Zhou Li said with a smile to Yang Qiqi, who opened her eyes and shivered. You. Seeing her best friend no longer in human form after landing, Yang Qiqi retched several times in succession. I didn't see anything, please let me go, I won't tell, I really won't tell. At this moment, Zhou Lin had no intention of dealing with Yang Qiqi. Ai Bing is not dead yet, although he only has 1 breath left. You have to know that Zhou Lin's moves were not just fancy moves. Ai Bing's internal organs were basically destroyed, and black blood was flowing out of her 7 orifices. Ai Bing, you must be very curious, why do I treat you like this? Come, I'll tell you. Twisting Ai Bing's ears, Zhou Lin ravaged the wounds on Ai Bing's body and whispered, I was reborn, in my previous life. Almost 10 minutes later, Ai Bing finally breathed his last, and then he died. Zhou Lin also breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Ai Bing again, her death looked quite tragic, but Zhou Lin felt somewhat regretful as it was not satisfying enough. Then he looked at Yang Qiqi. Wait a minute, didn't you say the end of the world? I have a friend, a real rich man, even if the end of the world comes, he can help us and let us live well. If you don't believe me, look, this is our chat history. If you don't kill me, when he sends someone to pick me up, I will take you with him. Yang Qiqi raised her cell phone. Zhou Lin didn't want to listen at first, until he saw the note on the dialogue box, Mr. Chao. An idea flashed through his mind, and Zhou Lin changed his fist to a grab, and lifted Yang Qiqi up. Your friend's surname is Chao. What's his name? Chao Bowen, President Chao. Chao Bowen. Are you sure? Yes, sure. You know him too? Yes, of course I know him. We couldn't recognize each other more. He said he was coming to pick you up. Yes. Yang Qiqi said. Okay, you don't have to die for now, but help clean up here first, and then you can take charge of the breeding farm upstairs. Chapter 26 Wu Shui's Craftsmanship. Yang Qiqi didn't expect that even though she had already agreed to let General Chao accept Zhou Lin's family, Zhou Lin would still treat her like this. He made her live in the breeding farm. What did he think of her? I told you, I won't keep idle people. Zhou Lin sneered, tomorrow my mother will teach you how to raise these animals, and Xiaoli will tell you how to take care of these planting pipes. Yang Qiqi's chest rose and fell violently, and the words of refusal were on the tip of her tongue, but in the end, they turned into a sound of indignation. It was only because Zhou Lin pointed outside, don't force it. If you don't want to, you can leave. It's -15 degrees outside now, and the temperature will continue to drop. For Yang Qiqi, -15 degrees is a feeling she has never experienced in her life, and she doesn't want to experience it either. Although the tool shed is simple, dirty and smelly, it is sturdy and warm. The boiler in the corner continuously releases heat, keeping the temperature in the house at 20 degrees Celsius, which is a world apart from the outside. I need to eat. Facing the reality, Yang Qiqi chose to endure. Until now, she still didn't believe that the darkness and low temperature would continue. She had even thought about it. When social order returned to normal, she would definitely make Zhou Lin lose his reputation, and it would be best if he died without a burial place. Why did you keep that woman here and feed her? You put her in the tool shed, aren't you afraid that she'll cause trouble? Are you soft-hearted? I'm warning you, don't let your imagination run wild. In the small living room on the second floor, Wu Shui was still treating Zhou Zaijuan's wound. Qing Yali, who was helping, was somewhat dissatisfied with Zhou Lin's arrangement. Don't mind it, Xiao Xue. That woman has nothing to do with him. As for AI Bing, I will do it even if Zhou Lin doesn't do it. It's too abominable. Wu Shui nodded, then shook her head. It was inconvenient for her to speak because she was wearing a mask, and she probably didn't know what to say. The wound on Zhou Zaijuan's forehead was not small. The deepest part of the wound was so white that one could see the skull. Wu Shui felt that there might be a certain degree of fracture after palpation. Fortunately, there was no deformation and the position did not need to be fixed. He just needed to be careful not to bump it again in the next few months. Fortunately, Zhou Kaijun did not have an obvious concussion or other brain damage. The most important thing was disinfection and suturing. As a clinical doctor, these two tasks are not difficult for Wu Shui. She has been doing clinical work in the hospital with her supervisor since her last year of undergraduate studies, and has mastered various skills very well. It can be seen from her choice of the thinnest thread to suture Zhou Kaijun. People who are not skilled in their hands would not dare to do this. No anesthetic was used during the entire process. Zhou Kaijun, who looked thin and weak, was able to remain motionless. Even Wu Shui admired him very much. 10 minutes later, Wu Shui finished suturing, disinfected, and took off her mask. At this time, there was already a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, and the tip of her small nose was also wet. It was obvious that she was a little nervous about treating Zhou Zaijuan's wound. But Zhou Lin and Qing Yali both felt that the wound was handled very well. The wound stopped bleeding after it was sutured, and after wiping the area around the wound with alcohol, no wrinkles were found on the skin caused by pulling. It can be said that except for the wound itself, everything else was exactly the same as before treatment. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. Wu Shui let out a light breath and began to clean up the battlefield. Zhou Zaijuan's clothes were already soaked with sweat from enduring the pain. Now he just wanted to take a refreshing hot shower and then have a good sleep. After Zhou Li downstairs reminded everyone, they remembered that they had not had dinner yet. Gathering around the dinner table, although it was just a common meal, if you think about what happened to Zhou Kaijun and his wife today, you can understand what the situation is like outside. I'll bring her some food upstairs. After eating and drinking, Zhou Lin remembered Yang Qiqi on the rooftop. Seeing the large bowl in Zhou Lin's hand, Yang Qiqi suddenly stood up, rushed over to take it, and started to eat without saying a word. Eat well, and remember to work after you finish eating. Anyway, as long as you behave yourself, I won't let you go hungry. After that, Zhou Lin checked around the tool room, mainly to ensure that the various equipment was functioning normally, and to check whether the poultry and rabbits had any adverse reactions, and whether the food and water temperature were suitable. Strictly speaking, Zhou Lin had no shortage of poultry, eggs and meat. The freezer in Laifu was full of them, and even Wu Shui couldn't finish them. Raising these was actually more of a thought of the good life in the past, and a thought of hope for the future. So after Yang Qiqi finished eating, Zhou Lin reminded her, or warned her, not to try to cause any damage in the tool room, otherwise he would lock her out of the tool room. On the 19th floor rooftop, the temperature was minus 30 degrees Celsius. Just thinking about it, Yang Qiqi couldn't help but shiver. Although the mobile phone can still be used and has not been confiscated by Zhou Lin, Yang Qiqi has tried it and the call to the police cannot be connected. And even if it is connected, what will happen? She has now figured it out. Zhou Lin is just blatantly plotting. He didn't use any coercive means from beginning to end. He didn't use force to hold her hostage, nor did he hurt her violently. He just let her know how warm it was here and how much food was stored. That was enough. It's not just Bashu that is dark and cold. Yang Qiqi's hometown is obviously closer to the equator than Bashu, but the current temperature is more than 10 degrees lower than that of Bashu. All the rivers are completely frozen, and more than 99% of the plants are frozen to death. Forget about food and vegetables, I'm afraid there's not even a piece of edible tree bark. So Yang Qiqi has really accepted her fate now. She wanted to live, not freeze or starve to death. She could only wait. When Mr. Chao sends someone to pick her up, as he said, with Mr. Chao's power, Zhou's family will be in his hands. Little did Zhou Lin know that he also thought so. If he didn't know this, Yang Qiqi would be like AI Bing, frozen in a sealed bag in the corner of the rooftop. When the weather gets warmer in the future, the fertile land will be the best place to go. Before leaving, Zhou Lin gave Yang Qiqi a sleeping bag, an outdoor sleeping bag, and said, "Be careful with it. If it gets dirty or broken, you won't get a second one." I know, Zhou Lin, why don't you let me go?" Yang Qiqi asked pitifully, hugging the sleeping bag tightly. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin didn't even turn his head to look at her, he just opened the door and left. Damn it! Yang Qiqi stomped her feet fiercely and silently vented her emotions by threatening the door, not knowing that Zhou Li saw it all and even recorded it. With her IQ, how could she safely hand over the tool shed to a stranger? Zhou Li installed several surveillance cameras in the tool room. Originally, these cameras were not aimed at Yang Qiqi. They were used to observe the growth of animals and plants inside and the operation of equipment. Now they have found a new use. Brother, look at this woman. She won't cry until she sees the coffin. She doesn't know how to appreciate the blessings she has. A little bit, but you might be more excited than her. Zhou Lin said after watching the video. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Li kept switching the surveillance screens, muttering something about how she could use this, that to make a tool that would not only allow her to leave the rooftop safely, but also leave behind a deadly mess. In this regard, Zhou Lin can only say that they are not on the same channel. If Yang Qiqi had Zhou Li's IQ, she would not have ended up like this. However, what Zhou Lin could not have imagined was that there were people with even worse brains. Chapter 27 Novels Can Save Lives. Lanshan Community Property Management Office. As a high-end wealthy community, Lanshan Property Management Office is a complete set of fully functional residences with offices and staff dormitories. Xiaoheng brought Tang Yili to the office and poured him a cup of hot water. He had just felt that Tang Yili was not a local, and when he asked, he really believed it. What do you do? Xiaoheng asked, his eyes sweeping over Tang Yili's muscular body. Fitness trainer. Oh, just training. Weight loss, strength, various aerobics including Sonda and the like. In fact, the fitness coach industry is also very competitive. After all, the threshold is relatively low. As long as you have a good physical foundation and are willing to torture yourself, you can basically do it. So knowing less is not enough. After hearing Tang Ili say that he also knows Sonda, Xiao Hang's eyes showed satisfaction. He pointed out the window and said, "It's snowing, and the traffic outside has stopped. Do you still have a place to stay in Jiazhou?" "I live at my friend's house." Tang Ili answered honestly. "So, is there any food at his house?" Tang Ili swallowed his saliva. It's not that there was no food in Sun Qinghao's house, it's just that the food was too simple so he didn't eat. Later, he followed Ai Bing out, feeling cold and hungry, and his stomach was rebelling. "Do you know what the internet says about the current situation?" Xiao Heng took out a bag of bread and a box of milk from the room and placed them in front of Tang Ili. "Doomsday, the end of the world. It's snowing all over the world and the temperature is dropping. Have you ever thought about how you're going to survive in the future?" "No. No." Tang Ili shook his head while chewing bread. "Look, this is the best residential area in Jiazhou City. People who live here are either rich or noble, and they have many connections. Why don't you stay here and work with me? When the time comes, I'll have something to eat, and you won't go hungry." Tang Ili thought about it and felt that what Xiao Heng said was right, but he still had a request. "Ai Bing, right? Don't worry, as long as I don't give her the nod, she won't be able to leave this community. At this time, we shouldn't pay too much attention to women. As long as we have food and weapons, we can have any kind of women we want. I tell you, among the women living in this community, Ai Bing's level is nothing compared to her peers. But I just like her," Tang Ili said after swallowing the last piece of bread. Okay, I promise you that Ai Bing will definitely belong to you, how about that?" "Okay." Tang Ili no longer hesitated this time and nodded vigorously, "Then I will work with you from now on." "Good brother." Xiao Heng laughed and patted Tang Ili on the shoulder. "I'll find you a set of winter security uniforms and introduce you to other people later." In this way, Tang Ili transformed himself into a security guard of Lanshan community, and after careful consideration, he actually called Sun Qinghao again. Of course, this was also allowed by Xiao Heng. On the phone, Tang Ili used the two reasons of food and grouping together for warmth to convince Sun Qinghao to come and join the organization as soon as possible. That's right, it's the organization. Although Xiao Heng has not read many books, he has a pretty good brain. He is 30 years old and has not yet married, so he likes to read various types of online novels, including some about the end of the world. So when the anomalies first appeared around the world some time ago, Xiao Heng began to compare them with the online novels he had read. It has to be said that today's online novel writers are really awesome. With a sufficient content base, they trade quantity for quality and have basically written about all the possible doomsday situations the world might encounter and the possible responses of all classes. Of course, there are a lot of nonsense in it, such as saying that the weather is as hot as 70 degrees. Even Xiao Heng, who has escaped the 9-year compulsory education, knows that protein will begin to coagulate at around 60 degrees. But apart from those nonsense, there are still many things for Xiao Heng to learn from. For example, how to stockpile supplies and weapons, find a suitable shelter, etc. Among them, Xiao Heng believes that the most correct and most suitable thing for his current situation is to recruit manpower. As long as conditions allow human beings to survive, even if the resources currently available are insufficient, as long as there are enough manpower, other problems will not be a problem. Xiao Heng had been communicating with the security guards for several days, trying to bring them into his team. If he couldn't win them over, he would use his authority to transfer them to other communities managed by the property management company. Although this would reduce the number of staff, it would ensure the purity of the team. In addition to the core force of the obedient security team, Xiao Heng also set his sights on the passers-by, who were young and strong and had no one to rely on. Tang Ili was not the first one he recruited, nor would he be the last. Because he didn't know how the disaster would develop next, what measures the government would take, and whether social order would completely collapse, Xiao Heng made preparations for both scenarios. As long as social order can be maintained and the disaster situation can still improve, some things that cannot be seen in the open can be handed over to the recruited passers-by. In the end, even if problems arise, Xiao Hang can easily get away by eliminating all the insiders and evidence. At the same time, Xiao Hang was also surveying the situation of all the residents in the community. Through various means such as door guards and surveillance, he felt that he had mastered the material situation of more than 90% of the community. He recorded which household purchased what materials and when, and the approximate quantity in a small notebook. Some even marked how many people lived in the house, the amount consumed, etc. With these preparations, Xiao Heng believed that he would definitely become the happiest person living in the apocalypse. He was even somewhat grateful for the coming of the apocalypse, which allowed him to do many things that he could not do in a normal society and enjoy things that he could not enjoy before. As long as the gate of the community is blocked, he, Xiao Heng, will be the local emperor of this community. When Sun Qinghao came, he was almost frozen into a popsicle. There were few cars still moving on the road at this time. In such low temperatures, the engines of ordinary vehicles could not ignite as long as they cooled down, and some cars of poor quality would even stall directly. What's even more terrifying is that some places have experienced power outages due to power transmission line failures. Without electricity supply, heating will become a big problem. "It's over, old Tang, it's all over," Sun Qinghao said with tears and snot. "Sun Qinghao, right? Don't worry, our community has enough fuel and generators to keep this house warm. Besides, I gathered everyone together just to face even worse situations." Xiao Heng started his deception again. "There's a gas station not far away, but can you get the fuel out by yourself? Even if you do, how much can you take away by yourself? There is strength in numbers. As long as we work together, it won't be a problem to get the entire gas station back, not to mention the fuel. There are other supplies in the supermarkets in the city, but do you dare to go alone? Can you come back after you go?" Manager Xiao, "No, brother, I'm going to fight you." Chapter 28, Eternal Night and Extreme Cold. Early morning of July 6th. Zhou Lin was awakened by the cold. Not frozen. The temperature inside was probably only 10 degrees, and the power was out. The supply of electricity is actually very fragile. A strong wind can cause a large-scale power outage in a city. It is impossible to achieve social power supply for a long time after a natural disaster as described in some novels. In the real world, a 2 or 3 day flood can cause a power outage in the entire area for a week or even half a month. At this time, ordinary people can hardly engage in outdoor activities, and power outages mean the interruption of regional civil communications. The government and power companies are simply unable to organize personnel to carry out emergency repairs. As time goes by, the situation will only get worse. Zhou Lin knew that for the vast majority of people, it was basically time to say goodbye to the electrical age. In the next 3 months, the solar power generation equipment that was most suitable for personal and family power generation would not be able to operate, and there would be no simple hydropower generation conditions. Even wind turbines would not be able to operate normally, and they would have to rely on thermal energy to generate electricity. The tool room was completely dark, with only Yang Qiqi's frightened voice, "Who? The power went out." Zhou Lin swung the flashlight and saw Yang Qiqi wrapped in a sleeping bag like a maggot. The boiler was still running normally, and it would not go out as long as Yang Qiqi remembered to add coal every 8 hours. In comparison, it was warmer here than the 2 floors below, and the thermometer showed a full 23 degrees. The engine with the RR logo was ready with fuel. Zhou Lin only needed simple steps to start it, and the lights came on again after a few seconds. "I have locked several windows. You are not allowed to open them without my permission." Ignoring Yang Qiqi's half-exposed body, Zhou Lin threw down a warning and walked downstairs, only to find that everyone was up, including Wu Shui who had stayed overnight. Originally Wu Shui was reluctant, but Zhou Li had a good reason. As Zhou Caijuan's attending physician, Wu Shui should see the whole process through to the end. Wu Shui, holding hands with Zhou Li, was filled with gratitude towards Zhou Li. If Zhou Li had not insisted on her staying, she would have to endure the pain of power outages and lack of heating in her own home, or even worse. The end of the world has officially begun. Zhou Lin motioned for everyone to sit down at the dining table. From now on, the enemies we will face are not only the harsh natural environment, but also those people who are starving and cold. Apart from Wu Shui, Zhou Kaijun and his wife and Zhou Li all looked very calm. Qing Yali was the one who had actually shot and killed someone. Zhou Kaijun had extremely calm wisdom in his thin body. As for Zhou Li, she was perhaps the one in the family who was least afraid of the end of the world. Although there are explosion-proof doors and the doors that don't need to be opened are welded shut, this does not mean it is 100% safe. Lily has installed surveillance cameras in the corridors, rooftop platforms, and tool rooms. The software will sound an alarm if there is any abnormality. No matter who hears the alarm, they must notify everyone in the family in time. After saying this, Zhou Lin handed a small call terminal to Wu Shui and asked Lily to teach Wu Shui how to use it. Then Zhou Lin talked about some precautions and assigned everyone's work. Qing Yali is still responsible for the family's food and daily life. Wu Shui offered to assist. Zhou Caijuan's most important task at present is to recover his health, while Zhou Li is responsible for the maintenance and updating of all technological products in the home. Zhou Lin assigned himself 2 tasks, one was to supervise Yang Qiqi to manage the tool room well, and the other was to exercise. If there was anything that made Zhou Lin happy these 2 days, it was probably the change in his supernatural powers. Symbiosis. Primary 578/1000. Currently symbiotic transportation, Laifu, large water surface transportation. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/1. Zhou Lin insisted on using his supernatural powers repeatedly as long as his physical strength allowed. As a result, his experience points soared. At the same time, Zhou Lin also found that his body had changed. First of all, he is stronger. In the past, carrying a 20-kilogram bag of rice would make him sweat profusely, but now he can easily lift it with one hand, and only 50 kilograms would make him feel weak. Secondly, my physical strength has improved. I hardly feel tired when doing things, which may be because I haven't done any high-intensity labor or training. Another thing is that his 5 senses are more acute and his nerves react faster. Take hearing for example, in the same room, he can hear everyone's breathing, and if it's quiet enough, he can even hear their heartbeats. I guess his hearing is about the same as Heizi's. Vision and sense of smell also improve. Although there was no instrument to detect it, Zhou Lin was not unfamiliar with it. Wasn't this an evolver? In his previous life, Zhou Lin heard from those evolutionists that evolution does not happen overnight but is a long process. As long as one exercises consistently and replenishes enough food and energy, the benefits of evolution will become greater and greater. As for where the ceiling of the evolvers is, Zhou Lin in his previous life didn't know, nor was he qualified to know. He only knew that many evolvers were afraid to exercise and consume because of lack of food, and the result was that they stayed in the same place for a long time, and died in humiliation when they encountered an irresistible danger. Since he was lucky enough to start his evolutionary journey 5 years in advance, Zhou Lin would never give up on the path of becoming stronger. Perhaps he would be able to touch the ceiling of the evolvers in this lifetime, if there is one. The Zhou family's house covers several hundred square meters upstairs and downstairs, with 6 suites, including a large living room, a small living room, a reception room, a tea room and a study. Zhou Lin finally converted the 30 square meter reception room into a gym for temporary use. The fitness equipment was taken from the rifle. It was professional equipment used by American soldiers. It was not difficult for him to install it with his current strength. You must exercise in the future. The environment will only get worse and worse. I hope each of you has the ability to protect yourself. Because Wu Shui, pistols and other powerful weapons cannot be exposed for the time being, so it is necessary to practice the use of cold weapons. Actually, the house downstairs can also be used. Wu Shui said. I've thought about it. Zhou Lin said, there's no need for that yet. Your house has not been reinforced, and the doors and windows have not been modified for extreme cold weather. Zhou Lin had no shortage of materials for the renovation, but the renovation would require the use of various tools. Would the whole community know that their house still had electricity? Although they were definitely not the only family in the community with electricity, who would do renovations at this time if there was no sufficient energy? Let's wait and see if the government will do something. There is a reason why Zhou Lin said this. A week after the eternal night, the temperature will rise for a short period of time, lasting almost a whole week. Relying on its strong infrastructure capabilities and early preparations, the Xia government has actually restored the most basic electricity supply to a certain extent. Through thermal power generation and underground electrical wires and pipelines, fixed-point access and quantitative power supply are implemented in densely populated communities and blocks. We will wait until that time to see if it is necessary to renovate Wu Shui's house. When Zhou Lin started to get busy, Zhou Li sat on the sofa playing with her mobile phone. Wu Shui was a little surprised that her phone did not receive any messages in the middle of the night. So was Zhou Li actually playing a single-player game? Sister Shui, do you want to go online? Zhou Li blinked her eyes. She seemed innocent, but she was like a little devil tempting people to commit crimes. Chapter 29 The Curious Female Doctor. In the United States, the Eden and Ark projects led by Missy Polant are progressing very smoothly with the support of the top wealthy circles in the United States. Thanks to the foundation laid during World War II and years of unremitting efforts, before the eternal night fell, a total of 1 Garden of Eden, 3 arks, 8 super shelters, 23 large shelters and many civilian shelters were put into use in the United States. These shelters certainly cannot cover the 200 million people in the United States, not to mention the illegal immigrants who are not included in the statistics at all, but Missipant never considered those people. But no matter what, the shelter plans such as the Garden of Eden and the Ark can indeed protect the most important elite class and the wealthy class with the most resources in the United States. For some unknown reason, only those who have been notified know the location of the Garden of Eden. The current President of the United States and his staff are not qualified to enter the Garden of Eden. Inside Ark Number 1, the elderly President of the United States, Joe Biden, was trembling, having completely lost the ability to think after facing the continuous reports from various departments for several hours. On the surface, he seemed to be insisting on listening to the reports, but in his heart, he was thinking about when he could go back home to eat the dinner made by his wife. I already know. That's it. The subsequent solutions and the specific work of each department will be distributed to each of you, and you just need to execute them. This was not what he wanted to say, but what the tiny earphone in his ear told him. The secretary announced that the president's working hours for the day were over and everyone could leave. After the door was closed, the secretary patted Lao Bai on the shoulder and said, "Well done, you can go home for dinner now. Don't worry, as long as you follow the instructions, your family will be fine." Lao Bai nodded, then, with the help of a bodyguard in name only but actually more like a caregiver, he got into an electric wheelchair and left through another door. Ark Number 1 is also known as the Washington, Arkansas. It can accommodate more than 300,000 people and uses nuclear power as its energy source. It is divided into 7 parts, from low ground buildings to a resource center 200 meters underground. Energy area, resource area, circulation area, production area, control area, residential area, and military area. Using high-power communication equipment, Washington, Arkansas can exchange data with most U.S. satellites in space to ensure smooth communication and network. The scale and condition of Ark Number 2 and Ark Number 3 are almost the same as those of Ark Washington. Under normal circumstances, they can accommodate 300,000 people, and can accommodate 1 million people when necessary. They are located on the east and west sides of the United States respectively. The 8 super shelters are slightly smaller than the Ark, but because they do not have dedicated military areas, they can accommodate a larger population than the Ark, usually 400,000 people, and 1.2 million people when necessary. The population capacity of a large shelter is 200,000 under normal circumstances and 500,000 when necessary. In other words, without taking the Garden of Eden into consideration, the Ark and super and large shelters can accommodate nearly 8 million people under normal circumstances, and can support the survival of 24 million people in special periods. This number seems not small, but in fact it is only 1/10 of the population of the United States. The eternal night has just arrived and the temperature has not dropped to its extreme. Our beautiful people, who are good at hands-on self-reliance, are still doing their best to carry out self-rescue activities. Compared with the United States, the difficulties faced by the Xia government are undoubtedly much greater. The combined population of the top 10 cities in Xia country is almost equal to the total population of the United States. Faced with such a large disaster-stricken group, the first thing the Xia country government did was to completely open up its defense system for preparation for war. Civil defense fortifications, underground passages, and the entire subway system are the best shelters against the cold. The local government and the garrison cooperate to control and guide the people to enter the shelters in an orderly manner, assigning areas and work. Although it could not guarantee that all cities would have adequate shelters and that all citizens would be rescued, it did protect the people of Xia to the greatest extent possible, and the results were remarkable. At the same time, the development of more underground space, the restoration of the modern industrial system, the construction of new energy and the construction of underground grain crop gardens are also proceeding in an orderly manner. A large amount of stored grain has been used. Without considering the loss and shelf life, even if there is no harvest in the next 2 years, people will not go hungry. Of course, eating enough and eating well are two different things, and staple food and fruits, vegetables and trace elements necessary for the human body are two different things. In addition, the new communication system is being accelerated under the guidance of the state, and a certain launch center has begun to prepare a series of satellite launch plans. Compared with the current mobile phone communication system, the new system will no longer rely on ground-based stations. Although it is not as fast and as wide as the existing system, it is more capable of resisting external interference. The reason Zhou was able to access the internet was actually because of the satellite communication system. If it was just text content, there would be almost no delay in sending and receiving it through special software. Zhou only made some modifications to the satellite communication equipment on the Laifu, and then she could directly use an ordinary mobile phone to connect to the US satellite in space and log into the satellite network that is currently only available to a very small number of people. Zhou Lin. Outside the gym converted from the living room, Wu Shui looked at the sweaty body inside, and her eyes couldn't help but be a little straight. It's not that she has any weird ideas. As a clinical doctor, Wu Shui also has a certain degree of occupational disease. Is there something wrong? Zhou Lin stopped training and asked. Oh, Lily said that she can only give me permission if you agree. I want to try to contact my parents. While speaking, Wu Shui looked up and down, without any regard for Zhou Lin's feelings. What the hell is this girl doing? Why do you want me to agree to this? Okay, I'll talk to her when I'm done. Anything else? Seeing that Wu Shui had no intention of leaving, Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask. It's like this, how long did it take you to train to this point? Wu Shui took a step forward and felt the heat released from Zhou Lin's body, which made her feel slightly dizzy. I don't remember that. Zhou Lin shrugged and turned away, mainly because he didn't want to look Wu Shui in the eye. Training. If his body hadn't started to evolve, the difference between him and the fat otaku might have been only a few dozen pounds. But then again, the effect of evolution was really obvious. In 2 or 3 days, every muscle in his body seemed to be in the best condition. Compared to appearance, Zhou Lin still feels that the feeling brought by increased strength is more wonderful. After all, appearance cannot be used to make a living in the apocalypse, but strength can at least make you live longer. Can I collect some data? Seeing Zhou Lin continuing to exercise, Wu Shui asked as if possessed. Okay, but do you have the equipment? I have some at home, I'll go get them now. While Wu Shui went downstairs to get the equipment, Zhou Lin rushed into the living room. What do you mean? Brother, you are so wise that you pretend to be stupid. You don't even understand this. If this woman owes you too much, even if she doesn't like you in the end, she will accept you out of gratitude. Don't you like her? Chapter 30, Different Feelings. The equipment that Wu Shui brought up were actually some very common medical instruments, such as stethoscopes, blood pressure monitors, and blood glucose meters. The testing of basic data is not a cure and does not require complex equipment. The key is long-term persistence, repeated measurements, and detailed comparisons to draw accurate conclusions. Zhou Lin couldn't refute the professional stuff, he just felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was wearing a tight sportswear, some lines were too obvious. On the contrary, Wu Shui seemed very calm. Even when she touched Zhou Lin during the test, she didn't show the red face like before. Okay, I've recorded the basic data and will draw it into a graph later. Try to test it once a day in the future, so that you can quickly get a complete change curve, and then. Zhou Li's IQ and knowledge were not enough to understand Wu Shui's increasingly professional terms, and Zhou Lin was even more confused. He only knew that physical examinations, like the one just now, would have to be done every day. I could hardly bear it, especially when Wu Shui's soft little hand touched me. Zhou Lin felt more and more out of control the more he thought about it, so he finally slipped away under the pretext of taking a shower. Sister Shui, don't forget your original intention. What did you originally plan to do? Yes. With Zhou Li's reminder, Wu Shui finally remembered and asked what to do. Everything depends on human effort. Give me your phone. It was easy for Zhou Li to install a program that uses satellite communications, and it was completed in a few minutes. In addition to partially restoring the phone function, Zhou Li also helped Wu Shui join a forum called Doomsday Human Alliance. Currently, there are less than 100,000 people logging into this forum. Although its interface is simple and its functions are single, it is already amazing that it can allow strangers from all over the world to communicate with each other. The first thing Wu Shui did after getting her phone back was to call her parents. As expected, the call didn't go through, unless Wu Shui's parents could also use an ordinary mobile phone to connect to the satellite. It's an accidental achievement, can I just send a message? Zhou Li said. Wu Shui nodded and did as she was told. However, a few minutes passed and there was no reply. Wu Shui could only comfort herself that her parents might not have seen it, or they might have thrown away the useless phone during their escape. The eternal night and the sudden freezing caused human society to regress from the technological age to a primitive age overnight. The consequences of power outages were not just the loss of lighting and communications. Without electricity, it meant the suspension of water supply, heating, and almost all manufacturing industries. In other words, if electricity cannot be restored, everything in human society will cease to function except human beings themselves. In the tool room, Yang Qiqi poured a shovel of smokeless charcoal into the furnace. Her face no longer had the delicate makeup of the past. It was covered with black and white patches, with a smear of ash on the tip of her nose and a few white feathers tangled in her hair. She looked no different from a rural woman. But Yang Qiqi's mood was very complicated at this time. She hated Zhou Lin, but not because of the dirty and heavy work in front of her, but because Zhou Lin actually showed no color to her deliberate exposure. Yang Qiqi felt that she was not inferior to AI Bing, and was even 2 sizes bigger than AI Bing. Even Mr. Chao couldn't let go of her. How could Zhou Lin, a mere loser, turn a blind eye to it? Have high standards? If she really had high standards, she wouldn't have looked down on AI Bing. She knew how Zhou Lin treated AI Bing in the past. He surrounded AI Bing like a dog, said those heartfelt words, and never left AI Bing no matter how she threw him. Wasn't it just to get AI Bing's body? Now she had such a good body and could get whatever she wanted with just a nod. Why was she pretending to be so noble? Dog man. Stinky man. The more she thought about it, the angrier Yang Qiqi became. She even thought about destroying everything she could see in the tool shed. Zhou Lin's family would surely not survive if she did that. He, his parents, and his sister would surely struggle in an environment of dozens of degrees below zero and eventually die helplessly. Just thinking about it makes me happy. But it was just a thought. Yang Qiqi didn't have the courage after all. Not only because Zhou Lin had warned her that she might be the first person to freeze to death. More importantly, Yang Qiqi still had hope in her heart, and that hope was Chao Bowen, President Chao. There will always be a chance. Like all timid people, Yang Qiqi finally convinced herself. She had been educated and knew the idiom, sleeping on firewood and tasting gall. Although she had a warm sleeping bag, she lived in the same room with chickens, ducks and geese. The sounds of poultry were always lingering in her ears and her nose was always filled with indescribable smells. What was the difference between this and sleeping on firewood and tasting gall? Suddenly Yang Qiqi was thinking about what Tang Yili was doing, and his brother named Sun Qinghao. What a bullshit brother, she saw it at first glance, just a drinking buddy, and even had bad thoughts about AI Bing in her. They must be starving to death, Yang Qiqi thought. Even if they are not starving to death, they are freezing to death, or have already frozen to death. If she knew that Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were eating a bowl of hot instant noodles, I wonder what she would think. After you finish eating, go to the garage. I don't know when a big iron stove appeared in the property office. A long chimney extended out from the air conditioning hole. Raging flames jumped in the furnace, keeping the whole house warm. Xiao Heng sat on the sofa, holding a thick notebook in his hand, and occasionally sketching under the light of the emergency light. Everything seemed to be within his expectations. The communication interruption and the drop in temperature meant that those unscrupulous owners didn't even have the courage to bother him. He had asked people to gather the generators and fuel used for emergency use of elevators and lighting in each building in the empty house below the property office. Even though there were quite a few of them, Zhao Heng still didn't allow anyone to activate them. People must have a sense of crisis. If the disaster cannot be alleviated in a short period of time, who among you can repair the generator, and who can get a large amount of gasoline? These are non-renewable resources. Don't waste them easily when it is necessary. What's the big deal about being a little cold? The stove made by Lao Zhao is very useful. There are so many green plants in the community, and aren't those wooden pavilions and towers also fuel? If that doesn't work, aren't wooden furniture also fuel? In addition to saving money, what is more important is to increase revenue. The situation outside is not clear for the time being, but there are quite a few cars in the underground garage. Where there are cars, there is gasoline. There are few owners living in this community who are fuel efficient. If we don't pump out the oil now, do we have to wait for those owners to remember and pump it back themselves? After eating and drinking their fill, Tang Yili, Sun Qinghao and a few other people recruited by Zhao Heng took their tools and followed a few security guards with flashlights into the underground garage. The basement, which used to be lit all the time, was now completely dark, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. It's just that because it's deep underground, the temperature here is actually much warmer than outside. Let's get to work, 3 people at a time, and try not to damage the cars. The manager said these cars might come in handy in the future. Chapter 31 Sun Qinghao's Ambition. It snowed heavily all night. Not only in Jiazhou City, and not only in Xia Country, it is snowing almost everywhere in the world. Snow heavier than goose feathers covered the entire world overnight. The situation was not so bad in places with slightly higher terrain. Some people were buried in the snow while they were in their cold sleep, and struggled hard to get out, and then were frozen to death in the snow and cold wind. Those who really fell asleep like that might have been luckier. Lanshan community is located at a very high place. After all, it is a wealthy area, and the key is to stand high and see far. Otherwise, Zhou Lin would not have agreed to move here. The Zhou family's place in the suburbs would not be suitable. It would have been buried 4 or 5 meters deep by now. In fact, burying it deep has its advantages. Because of gravity, the snow below will quickly melt and form an unbreakable ice layer, which is a kind of protection in a sense. Think about the corpses of ancient people on the iceberg. Thousands of years have passed and they are still the same as when they died. The sun will not rise again, and we can no longer rely on the changes in light to tell the time. Power outages and low temperatures have turned most electronic products into scrap metal. Even mechanical or quartz watches are not good enough to withstand the low temperatures and have either failed or are failing. Only timekeeping devices designed and manufactured for harsh environments can still function normally. Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao carried the oil drums and followed the security guards in front of them, panting. Almost all the cars in the underground garage had been used, just like in the old days. The results were brilliant. After counting, Zhao Heng rewarded everyone with a box of instant noodles. Instant noodles again. Sun Qinghao leaned over to Tang Yili's ear and whispered, "Old Tang, it's not a good idea to always eat instant noodles. We can't always work for others." Don't be fooled by Tang Yili's big and strong body due to long-term fitness. In fact, he doesn't have much brains. To put it in a positive way, he is simple, and to put it bluntly, he is stupid. The ancients always said that people with strong limbs have simple minds. There is a reason for this. Those who are not simple are exceptions. Tang Yili is a normal product. In comparison, Sun Qinghao's brain was much better. After all, he didn't eat protein powder. Soon after arriving, Sun Qinghao roughly guessed what Zhao Heng was up to. They were all 1,000-year-old goblins, talking about Liao Zhai. They wanted to use him, Sun Qinghao, but they didn't even consider their own weight. There was a famine outside, but Sun Qinghao was not very worried. He was a local and knew exactly where there might be food and where there might be fuel. But Sun Qinghao was also afraid that the world was in chaos, and if he really went out to buy for free, he would definitely run into his peers. At that time, with his 2 tails of strength, he would just be delivering food to others. If he could get Tang Yili with him, it would be different. He would use his brains and Tang Yili would use his strength. They were a perfect match. It can also be used as a backup at critical moments. It's so cold outside. Tang Yili didn't understand Sun Qinghao's intention at all and shrank his neck. People who exercise regularly have very low body fat. Although it looks good, it cannot withstand consumption. The result of having more muscles is that the body will continue to consume calories even if you sit still, and the only source of calories is eating. In peacetime, food is certainly not a problem, as long as you have money. But what about now? From childhood to adulthood, Tang Yili has not been a person who is good at thinking, otherwise he would not have become a fitness coach. So if Sun Qinghao talked about future, power or something like that, Tang Yili would not understand at all, which made Sun Qinghao a little anxious. In order to save heating costs, when people gradually gathered in the room, Sun Qinghao didn't dare to say anything more. If someone got to Xiao Hang's ears, someone might die. It is common for a few people to die in peacetime, let alone now. Sun Qinghao put himself in Xiao Hang's shoes and felt that someone like Xiao Hang should be able to do it. So far, Xiao Hang is still satisfied with the performance of his subordinates. There are almost 2,000 liters of gasoline. There is no need to worry about the grade at this time. In addition, Xiao Hang prepared several large oil drums in advance under the banner of property management a few days ago. If he uses it sparingly, he feels that 1 or 2 years will not be a problem. Don't those apocalyptic novels say that the weather in the apocalypse is always changing, cold then hot, hot then cold? Xiao Hang also felt that the weather couldn't stay cold forever, and everything had to be balanced. The problem now is that there is not enough food, so we have to let them go out to find it. Also, the entrances and exits of the community must be kept clean, so we have to let them clean up the snow. The property management office is on the 3rd floor, but now the snow outside the window is almost as level as the ground. If the snow can be so deep here in Lanshan, what about other places? Not to mention that some supermarkets originally had 1 or 2 floors underground, and now they might be buried 10 to 20 meters. It would be very troublesome to find supplies inside. But Xiao Hang thought about it and felt that this was a good idea, as it would not be easy for others to take away the supplies. After looking at Tang Yili and others, Xiao Hang opened his notebook and started writing again. He believed that everything should be planned, and all kinds of good ideas need to be recorded in time to avoid forgetting them. In this respect, Xiao Hang and Zhou Li are somewhat similar. Just now, Zhou Lin went up to the platform and picked up 2 chicken eggs, a duck egg and a small bowl of quail eggs. Zhou Li also recorded this incident with her mobile phone. Is it necessary? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask. Zhou Li nodded. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. With the records, I can calculate the approximate egg production. 1,000-mile dam is destroyed by an ant hole. We can't let that woman steal the eggs. Apart from shouting, 666, Zhou Lin really didn't know what to say. That woman. Wu Shui came over and asked casually, but was immediately ignored by her. I received news from my parents. The genuine joy on Wu Shui's face made her look so beautiful even without makeup that she seemed to be glowing. Last night, or rather when Wu Shui was asleep, her mobile phone actually received a lot of messages, most of which were sent by her parents. What's the situation? Zhou Lin asked. They said they are safe now. They were selected into a doomsday rescue plan for mankind called Olympus. When they sent me a message, they were already in an underground shelter. They were assigned a separate small room, but both of them needed to work for the shelter. Therefore, people who have real skills and knowledge will never be ignored. If Wu Shui and her parents were just wealthy businessmen or politicians, they would definitely not be valued by the Olympus project, and would even be excluded in the first round of screening. The outcome would definitely not be good. After receiving the message from Wu Shui, her parents' first reaction was that their daughter must be protected by the state. Although she has not officially graduated yet, Wu Shui's abilities are still very good. The key is that her youth is her greatest value. When they learned that Wu Shui did not go to the national shelter, Wu Shui's parents were extremely surprised and even advised Wu Shui to think it over carefully. No matter from which aspect, an individual cannot be compared with the country. So Sister Shui, are you ready to leave? People go to high places and water flows to low places. Although I think it's right, I still think my home may be more suitable for you. Zhou Li looked at Wu Shui pitifully, her eyes turned red. Chapter 32 Women's Wisdom. Of course Wu Shui didn't want to leave. Even though the parents thought the shelter would definitely be better than the Zhou family. That's because they didn't know to what extent the Zhou family had prepared for this disaster. At least Wu Shui felt that she was freer here. When Zhou Li heard Wu Shui say that she would not leave, a smile immediately appeared on her face again, and her expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. I went to work out. There wasn't much that Zhou Lin needed to do at the moment. Since he had already entered the ranks of evolvers, he couldn't waste this precious opportunity. Moreover, Zhou Lin wanted his parents and Zhou Li to have superpowers and become evolvers. In the previous life, in addition to luck, strength was also important in obtaining supernatural powers. Those supernatural balls that fall from the sky are not suitable for everyone, or rather, there is a process of mutual matching. Some lucky people picked it up and merged with the power ball before they could even see clearly what it was, while some people tried countless times but still could not merge with any power ball. The rules cannot be summarized and no one knows. Therefore, if you want to ensure that your parents and Zhou Li become superpowers, the safest way is to get enough superpower balls or more opportunities to try, the sooner the better. The earlier you get superpowers, the easier it is to become a high-level superpower. This is why Yang Qiqi is so important. At least so far, she is the only clue Zhou Lin knows. In the late apocalypse, the supernatural ball has become a kind of wealth, but this kind of wealth is limited to the upper-class people and is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If the apocalypse process in this life continues as usual, then Zhou Lin, who already possesses superpowers and has begun to evolve, is destined to become a high-level person in the future. Although high-level people enjoy unimaginable resources in the apocalypse, they also face immeasurable risks. Resources are always limited. In the end times of material scarcity, everyone wants to have more, and the only way to achieve this goal is to plunder. What you plunder from others will always be faster and more abundant than collecting it yourself. High-level people, like ordinary people, are constantly plundering each other. If they are not strong enough, the more they have, the more hungry wolves they will attract. Symbiosis. Primary 742/1000. Currently symbiotic transportation, LIFU, large water surface transportation. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/1. Zhou Lin discovered that there seemed to be some kind of magical connection between superpowers and evolution. If before, using a superpower a certain number of times would increase 1 point of experience value, after evolution, it would increase 2 points each time. It is still unknown whether the degree of physical evolution will affect the experience points of supernatural powers, but at present this has greatly improved the efficiency. Zhou Lin calculated that maybe he could reach the intermediate level in 4 or 5 days. Will the intermediate symbiosis change, and how will it change? Zhou Lin hopes that the number of symbiotes can increase after the superpowers are upgraded. Although the Lai Fu has sufficient space and supplies, it cannot be truly utilized now. Even though the snow outside is heavy enough now, it is not enough to completely bury an aircraft carrier. If someone sees it, even if the country does not ask him for the aircraft carrier, he will not be able to explain how the aircraft carrier was brought to Jiazhou. If others knew that he had superpowers, even if the national research institutions would not do anything to him, there would always be greedy people who would try every means to control him and uncover the secrets of superpowers and evolution. If he was alone like in his previous life, Zhou Lin might not be too worried. He could just find an uninhabited area and hide there. It would be hard to tell who was the hunter and who was the prey. He was not a pushover. But now, Zhou Lin could not let his parents and younger sister live in danger. Let's not talk about the two elders. Although Zhou Li is smart, what's the use of being smart in the end times? You need strength, the strength to really look down on some crises. Thinking of this, Zhou Lin really wanted to torture Yang Qiqi right now. But he also knew that it was useless, because Yang Qiqi didn't know Chao Bowen yet, she knew nothing. Keeping her is nothing more than a hope, hoping that she and Chao Bowen will have a chance to meet each other. Let's exercise first. Are we going to start exercising? Wu Shui followed Zhou Lin into the gym. Zhou Lin's heart skipped a beat when he saw her eyes full of curiosity. Today too? Wu Shui nodded and smiled awkwardly, scientific research, don't misunderstand me. What else could Zhou Lin say? It was all Zhou Li's fault. However, Zhou Li would not take the blame. She even teased Wu Shui when she came out of the gym. Sister Shui, why are you trying to cover up your mistake? Wu Shui was stunned. Zhou Li's idiom usage was confused, but was this sentence confusing or not? Have you read novels? For someone like my brother, he would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go. As she said this, Zhou Li raised her hand and made a chopping gesture. What? Wu Shui was even more confused. Did Zhou Li mean to slice Zhou Lin directly? The conditions do not allow it. Sister Shui, you are wrong. If there are difficulties, you must go ahead. If there are no difficulties, you must create difficulties and go ahead. Do you understand? You must grasp the key points and go ahead. Lily, where did you go? Wu Shui finally understood and stomped her feet. I don't have that idea. Sister Shui, no, sister-in-law, you just wiped your saliva secretly. 13 years old. Wu Shui finally believed that IQ leads to precocious maturity. Throwing down the notebook and covering Zhou Li's mouth, Wu Shui whispered, let me teach you an idiom. I get excited when I see prey. That's my occupational disease. Zhou Li broke free from her restraints and whispered, I see. Sister-in-law, you are a woman and a professional hooligan. Zhou Lin, who was exercising frantically in the gym, didn't know that his beloved sister had already reached an agreement with Wu Shui in private. After the initial negotiations, the two women moved the battlefield to Zhou Li's bedroom and began a detailed analysis. Zhou Li believes that the severe environment will continue for a long time, and the inherent order of human society and even the national system may be difficult to maintain. The future world will inevitably be one where the strong are respected. Wu Shui agrees with this. Zhou Lin's strong physical fitness will arouse the admiration of the opposite sex more in the worse environment. Wu Shui believes that this admiration is engraved in human genes, and the purpose is to better reproduce offspring. So this is not love. Wu Shui said frankly. So what? Do not do to others what you do not want others to do to you. Are you planning to give my brother to another woman? For example, the one in the tool shed. Zhou Li asked. Lily, do people like you and me dream of love? Wu Shui folded her arms, you are right, becoming your sister-in-law is my best solution at the moment. Zhou Li smiled. Although the two of them were discussing something very academic, they were actually just craving Zhou Lin's body. If Zhou Lin wasn't her brother, she wouldn't be able to resist. The reason why Zhou Li chose to help Wu Shui was that she had considered all aspects comprehensively. Wu Shui was an outstanding person in terms of character, ability, knowledge, wisdom and even appearance, and could be said to be the best match for Zhou Lin. Among all the situations, Zhou Li was the only one who did not consider Zhou Lin's thoughts. It was not because she did not respect Zhou Lin, but because she felt that Zhou Lin had no reason to disagree. Secretly, the matter was settled. Zhou Li struck while the iron was hot and ran to Zhou Kaijun and his wife and told them what she had talked about with Wu Shui. The two elders had no objection as the stitches on Zhou Kaijun's forehead had not been removed yet. If anyone dared to say anything bad about Wu Shui, Cheng Yali would be the first to disagree. After dinner, Zhou Lin felt that the atmosphere at the table was a little strange. Did I eat too much? Chapter 33 Collective Action. Being able to eat is a blessing. Cheng Yali's face was almost blossoming with a smile. She looked at her son and then at Wu Shui. Even a fool could see what she was thinking. And Zhou Li, her smile is exactly like that of a cat that has stolen fish. Even the black guy under the table was shaking his head. This might be Zhou Lin's illusion. In short, everything was full of conspiracy. Son, come into the room and ask you something. Cheng Yali had just said half of her words when the alarm sounded, indicating that there was someone outside the door. That blind man. Angrily, Cheng Yali stood up, kicked the chair away and went to open the door. Zhou Lin hurried to catch up. Who is it? The thick explosion-proof door couldn't block Cheng Yali's lion roar. Xiao Heng was frightened and quickly introduced himself. Property manager. Didn't I pay the property fee? Cheng Yali yelled through the explosion-proof door. It's not about the property fee. I'm here to discuss something with you. What is he saying? There is no sound at all. Cheng Yali asked Zhou Lin. Let me do it. Seeing that Xiao Hang was the only one outside the door, and he came empty-handed, Zhou Lin decided to open the door and have a chat. A grown man has no spirit at all, what a waste. Cheng Yali curled her lips but did not leave, fearing that her son would be bullied. It is quite troublesome to open the locked explosion-proof door. Fortunately, Xiao Hang is very patient. When he saw the door panel that was 20 centimeters thick, his eyes lit up. Our property management company is dedicated to serving all the owners. After statistics, we found that many owners' homes are already short of food and heating supplies. In order to ensure the safety of all the owners, we have gone through great pains to find a large supermarket not far away. Xiao Hang complained in his heart as he spoke. Although Zhou Lin closed the security door when he came out, Xiao Hang could still feel the temperature difference between the inside and outside of the corridor. He was not even allowed to enter through the explosion-proof door. He was freezing. Such a bad behavior must be recorded in the little notebook. Also, the family seems to have sufficient supplies, perhaps they are a good fat sheep. Let's go collect supplies together. Zhou Lin narrowed his eyes. His intuition told him that the property manager in front of him was likely an old fox, but he didn't object to collectively going to buy supplies at 0 yuan. Who would complain about having too many supplies? Besides, he still had Lai Fu, a large warehouse that was never full. Even if Xiao Hang didn't come, he was planning to go out for a walk. Although Jiazhou City has a small permanent population, it is a very important transportation hub city in the southwest of Xia State. There is no telling how many daily necessities are stored in the logistics park on the west side of the city alone. If you are willing to participate, please register first. Once the action time is confirmed, I will arrange for someone to notify you. Okay, just register me. Zhou Lin said. He was worried about other people in the family going out. The scariest thing outside was not the weather, but the people. Cheng Yali didn't quite understand. She felt that there were enough supplies and there was no need to go out and take risks. It was not just dark outside now. Although the snow had not fallen much, who knew what was going on under the thick snow? What's more, it's only -30 degrees outside. If you wear less, you will get frostbite in just a few minutes. We still have to go. Zhou Lin explained that although the floor area ratio of Lanshan community is low, there are still 200 to 300 households. If you behave too special, it will arouse suspicion from others, and you might even become the object of others' covetousness. Seeing Wu Shui eager to try, Zhou Lin waved his hand and said, I can go alone. None of you are suitable. In this way, Zhou Lin convinced everyone. After returning to the room, Zhou Lin prepared a set of equipment for himself. The polar combat uniform on the Laifu comes with a bulletproof helmet and goggles, a built-in heating function, and adjustable temperature. It can withstand temperatures as low as -50 degrees Celsius. Most importantly, it is relatively light and does not affect activities when worn. A pair of snowshoes is a must for snow operations. A pistol that is easy to conceal and a magazine loaded with bullets, mainly for emergencies. In addition, an oversized suitcase was converted to serve as a sled. All that's left is to wait. Xiao Hang did not notify every household in person. Most owners were covered by ordinary security guards. Even so, it took almost 6 hours to get the owner's intention to attend. The statistics were pretty good. Basically, there was someone participating in every household. Xiao Hang specially wrote down in a small notebook the several families whose members were unwilling to go out to collect supplies. These families will need special attention in the future, because either they are not short of supplies, or they are troublemakers. The elevator will be powered on from 11:30 at noon. Owners who are going out to collect supplies should gather outside the property office at that time. Dress warmly and bring your own transport tools. Leave on time at 12 o'clock. No one will be waiting for you after you are late. Although the sun is no longer visible, it has not disappeared. In addition to the slightly better light at noon, the temperature is also slightly higher than at other times. This is all calculated by Xiao Hang. He has put a lot of thought into controlling Lanshan. I'm leaving. Don't open the door at home. Sister, please pay more attention to that woman. If she doesn't behave herself, then. Zhou Lin was dressed like a cotton ball, which was actually totally unnecessary, but there is a kind of cold called, "Mom thinks you are cold." Fortunately, the property management was willing to generate electricity to start the elevator, otherwise Zhou Lin would really not know how to go downstairs dressed like this and carrying a modified sleigh. As the elevator was descending, owners came in from time to time. To Zhou Lin, they were all strangers. In fact, even if he knew them, he might not be able to recognize them because everyone covered themselves tightly. He could only distinguish the gender, age and status by their figure or voice. What surprised Zhou Lin was that there were actually women coming out, and there were quite a few of them. Whether it was because there were no men in the family or for some other reason, it was unknown. When Zhou Lin followed others to the outside of the property management office, there were already quite a few people gathered there, but almost no one was talking. Today Xiao Hang was wearing a very flashy red winter suit and a blue winter hat on his head. Our security guards will lead everyone to the location of the supermarket later, but the supermarket is currently buried under heavy snow. There may be ice underneath. We need everyone to work together to dig through the snow before we can enter. The government came the day before yesterday, and our shelter is now full, so the government authorized the owners of our community to go out and find supplies on their own, which is not an illegal act. Please pay attention to safety. If you encounter other teams collecting supplies, please strictly follow the orders of our security guards. At this special moment, we must unite and face the outside world as one. Don't be afraid even if there is a conflict. As long as we are right, the government will not punish you for it. Xiao Hang is quite eloquent, at least his words were recognized by most of the owners present. Zhou Lin hid in the crowd without saying a word, but someone still took the initiative to find him. "Hey, little brother, your sled is very well made. I have a suitcase of similar size at home. Can you come to my house and help me modify it when you come back later?" Although I couldn't see clearly the appearance of the woman who came up to talk to me, her voice sounded very pleasant and her words were very well spoken. If it was a novice, I'm afraid she would agree without waiting. Chapter 34 Neighbors in the next building. Zhou Lin's home is in Building 8, the top floor, and the woman who was talking to him lives in Building 7, next door. What's even more coincidental is that this woman named Huang Menjing also lives on the 17th floor, but there are two households living on the 17th floor of Building 7, unlike Zhou Lin's family which only has one household. "I saw the house on the rooftop of your building, and there was a light on it." Huang Menjing leaned close to Zhou Lin's ear and whispered. Although Zhou Lin never thought that the existence of the tool shed could be hidden from everyone, perhaps Huang Menjing was the only one who could see the light coming out of the tool shed. "What's the meaning? Is it a threat?" Zhou Lin said nothing, just looked at Huang Menjing. "I just want to express my envy." Huang Menjing didn't seem nervous at all. "More friends means more paths. What do you think?" "Let's go, everyone follow." Xiao Hang's voice interrupted the communication between Zhou Lin and Huang Menjing. Zhou Lin took a step forward, and Huang Menjing followed closely. "Actually, I know your mother." Huang Menjing's words made Zhou Lin automatically add in his mind, "I can still have children." Qing Yali is 57 years old this year, so how old is Huang Menjing? "Don't believe it. I also know that your mother purchased a large amount of convenience food some time ago. Who do you think she bought them from?" At this point Zhou Lin finally understood. Huang Menjing or her family is in the convenience food business, and they might even be the Jiazhou agent for some brand. What Zhou Lin feared most at the beginning was encountering this situation. Others might not know how much supplies the Zhou family had, but those who sold the supplies to Qing Yali definitely knew. Although he paid the price of a warehouse for this kind of deception is useless in special circumstances, because people only believe what they want to believe. Just like Huang Menjing, if she believes that Qing Yali has hidden all the purchased convenience foods, then no matter how Zhou Lin explains, she will only think that he is deceiving her. It's trouble. We'll talk later. Perhaps because she didn't want to attract too much attention, Huang Menjing took the initiative to end the conversation. Zhou Lin breathed a sigh of relief and thought about how to deal with it in the future as he walked. In fact, many property owners know the large supermarket that Xiao Hang mentioned. It is a local chain not far from the community. It is quite large and the quality of its products is also good. The most important point is that this supermarket is not underground, but on the first or second floor facing the street. Compared with the first and second underground floors, this type of supermarket is easier to dig. A journey that usually takes only 10 minutes took a full half hour. In order not to attract attention, the security guards did not allow everyone to turn on the lights, so that it was impossible to see if anyone was secretly watching. When they arrived at the site, the security guards began to assign tasks. Men like Zhou Lin were of course the main force in excavation. Everyone was assigned tools, which were probably used in the community garden, including shovels, hoes, and spades. In short, all the tools that could be used were used at this time. Because the supermarket was located in an independent 3-story building, there was no need to dig too deep. When the first window was exposed, the security guard stepped forward and smashed it, then squatted down and turned on the flashlight to observe. After feeling that there were no problems, I started to assign personnel. It was impossible for everyone to go in, so 1/3 of the people were arranged to guard outside. The room where the window is located is obviously an office. Walking out is a corridor, and on both sides are rooms with different signs hanging on them. After we came in, the security guards no longer stopped us from turning on the lights. Besides, we had no choice but to turn on the lights as it was much darker inside than outside. A security guard lit a candle, which was said to be able to measure whether the oxygen content was sufficient. There were signs of rummaging everywhere, obviously someone had been there before, which made everyone a little worried that their trip might be in vain. Fortunately, this supermarket is very large, with 2 floors of space, and the goods cover all aspects of life. Because the area is large, in order to improve efficiency, the security guards allow everyone to form teams freely. The second floor is mainly for daily necessities, while the first floor is for food, which is also the main purpose of this operation. But Zhou Lin didn't rush down to the first floor. When he was the only one left, he took out the night vision goggles and put them on. Although night vision goggles have problems such as color difference compared to the lighting range of a flashlight, they are undoubtedly much more convenient. It can be seen that many counters on the second floor were broken, but not many things were actually moved away. Zhou Lin collected some clothes and then walked to the daily chemical products area. After making sure that there was no one around, he began to collect a lot of things. Shampoo, shower gel, mosquito repellent, soap, toothpaste, toothbrush. Although there is no shortage of such supplies in Laifu's warehouse, but again, who would complain that they have too many supplies? Even if they can't be used by their family members, they can still be used for exchange. He collected the goods as he walked, occasionally throwing some into the sled behind him. When he turned to the women's products counter, Zhou Lin stopped for some reason. He didn't have to worry about what Qing Yali and Zhou Li needed. With Zhou Li's meticulousness and Qing Yali's generosity, Zhou Lin had no idea how much they had stockpiled. He was now mainly considering Wu Shui. What size is she supposed to be? Anyway, Qing Yali's is definitely not up to par, and Zhou Li's is too small. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Lin decided that it would be better to collect them all together and ask Zhou Li to inquire when he got back. Continuing to walk around, Zhou Lin found that he had reached the kitchen supplies area. He took all kinds of tools, such as kitchen knives, cutting boards, trash cans, garbage bags, brooms, mops, and everything he could think of or couldn't think of, or even things he didn't know the use of. He took everything. Anyway, he had no plans to come again. As for why other people might find this place empty later, it must be that someone had moved everything away before. If you don't believe me, just look at Zhou Lin's sled. There are very few things in it. Zhou Lin doesn't put away everything. For example, the handicraft counter and various decorations here are useless. Art is something that people can only appreciate after having eaten and drunk a lot. In the future, no matter how beautiful a work of art is, it is not as good as an expired sausage. After finishing his tour of the second floor, Zhou Lin dragged the half-full sled to the first floor. At this time, he had taken off his night vision goggles. In the pitch-black store, beams of light were flashing everywhere, and everywhere within his sight was a mess. Many counters were empty, and the ground where fruits and vegetables were placed was littered with ice debris. What surprised Zhou Lin was that there was still a small pile of bagged rice, probably about 70 or 80 bags. Owners were carrying them back and forth, some using their own tools and some using supermarket carts. In short, everyone is very enthusiastic. The meat counter should have been the first to be emptied, it was so clean as if Hei Zai had licked it, and the family counter was similar, with no eggs left. The seasoning counter is a bit rich, probably because everyone moves the food first. After all, taste is not as important as the stomach. When necessary, a bowl of white rice is the ultimate delicacy. Anyway, Xiaohang had already said before this operation that no matter how much supplies were found, they would be distributed according to the labor share of each owner, that is, each person who participated in the collection would get a share, so Zhou Lin began to throw oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea into the sled, and secretly put some into the space. When it was almost 4 o'clock, the security guard announced that all the staple foods had been moved out and it was time for everyone to go back. Chapter 35 News about dehydrated vegetables. The first collective action of the owners of Lanshan community was relatively successful. After returning to the community, we did a preliminary count and found that we had brought back more than 80 bags of rice, of which more than 20 bags were large packages from supermarkets, weighing 200 kilograms each. Perhaps it was because they were too heavy that the rice was kept in the supermarket. The total amount of rice was several tons, and each person who participated in this operation could get 100 kilograms. No one had any objection to the distribution plan proposed by Xiaohang. 100 kilograms of rice was enough for a family to eat for 1 or 2 months. What's more, there were flour and various coarse grains, and each person could get more than 10 kilograms. If it was a family of 3, it would not be a problem to sustain it for a month or so. In addition to food, there were also many other snacks and daily necessities. Although everyone was happy, the biggest regret was that they hardly collected any fruits and vegetables. Not eating fruits and vegetables for a long time will not only lead to a decrease in immunity, but also easily induce various diseases. Although it can be supplemented with various technologies and hard work, it is still not enough, and not every household is prepared. While waiting for the distribution of supplies, Huang Menjing came close to Zhou Lin again and whispered, "Do you have any dehydrated vegetables at home?" "No." Zhou Lin said without hesitation. He thought Huang Menjing was trying to find out the truth, but he was wrong. "I know there is a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables in the logistics park. That batch of goods was originally intended to be shipped abroad, but it has not been dispatched yet," Huang Menjing said in a low voice. She also knew that there were too many monks and too little meat. The reason she told Zhou Lin was, on the one hand, because of Qing Yali, and on the other hand, it was also related to the foresight shown by the Zhou family. Although it is not far from here to the logistics park under normal circumstances, it is not easy to get there now. There may not be a vehicle in the entire Jiazhou city that can travel on the snow. Zhou Lin also reflected on this matter and wondered why he didn't think of it at the beginning. But then he thought again, it was impossible to buy things like sleds in the south of Xia country, so he couldn't prepare them even if he wanted to. Seeing that Zhou Lin didn't say anything, Huang Menjing thought he didn't believe it. "I'll talk to your mother later." Without the context, Zhou Lin felt that Huang Menjing was cursing. After the supplies were distributed, Xiaohang ordered to turn on the generator to power the elevator and reminded everyone to go home as soon as possible. After all, fuel was limited. At this time, an owner suggested that they could go out to get fuel. There was a gas station not far away, and there were professionals in this area among the owners. With sufficient oil, not to mention providing heating for every household, at least the problem of lighting can be solved uniformly. If we continue to work in the dark, many people are worried that their eyesight will degenerate. For Xiaohang, the owner's proposal was an unexpected surprise. In the team he managed, no one knew anything about gas stations. "Let's discuss this. If other owners have similar suggestions, they can move their things back first and then come down. Let's work together." Today's success, coupled with the deliberately created image, has established a relatively positive image of Xiaohang in the minds of many owners, so quite a few owners have said that they will come down to participate in the discussion in a while. "Aren't you going to participate?" Huang Menjing asked. Thinking of what Huang Menjing said before, Zhou Lin said inexplicably, "I'm still a child." Huang Menjing was stunned for a moment, but finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Dragging a sled of supplies into the elevator, going upstairs, and going home. Qing Yali ignored the supplies and only cared about whether anyone was injured or frozen. "Look around, both of you. Take whatever you can use." In the elevator, Zhou Lin took out some things specially prepared for Wu Shui and put them in the sled. In order to avoid embarrassment, he deliberately pulled Qing Yali aside and asked her if she knew Huang Menjing. "Boss Huang, did you run into her?" Zhou Lin nodded. "I almost forgot, their family lives in our community." "Which building are they from?" "Next door, across the street." Zhou Lin pointed in the direction of Building 7. She not only remembered that you wholesaled a lot of fast food, but also saw lights in our tool room. "Ah. What should we do then?" "Son, how about we go and kill him tonight?" Zhou Lin's mouth twitched and he stared at Qing Yali, not knowing what to say. "Just kidding." Qing Yali felt good when her son came back safely. After all, the family had enough food and clothes, electricity and heating, so a mere 3 months was nothing. Boss Huang is a good person. He probably won't say anything nonsense. But I can't say anything about his mother. I've seen it when she played cards with me. She's not a good player. You played cards with Huang Menjing's mother. How old is her mother? Why are you still playing cards with her? Ah. Qing Yali was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "You are wrong. Boss Huang's mother and I are from the same generation. Boss Huang is very young, not even 30. Zhou Lin then realized that he had a preconceived idea. It was Huang Menjing who misled him with her words at the beginning. Boss Huang is not a simple person. Her father passed away 5 years ago. Qing Yali talked about Huang Menjing's rise to wealth for half an hour, and then expressed her dissatisfaction with her own son. He is 25 or 26 years old, and if he had not been reborn, he would be a complete loser and would not even have a wife. In desperation, Zhou Lin could only quickly tell everyone that Huang Menjing might be coming, and that she would probably talk about the dehydrated vegetables in the warehouse in the logistics park. There is a company that specializes in export in the logistics park. I even visited their plantation. They don't use any pesticides or fertilizers. They say they supply it from an island country. I was dissatisfied at the time. I asked why the island country people have these green vegetables when they want them, but we Xia people don't have them when we want to buy them. Humph, guess what the people from that company said? They say it's mainly expensive. If there really is a warehouse full of dehydrated vegetables, I would go get some. They deserve it. Mom, please don't agree to this without thinking. We don't have any means of transportation. While Zhou Lin and Qing Yali were discussing in the room, Wu Shui and Zhou Li were clearing supplies around the sled. Needless to say, rice and other staple foods were put aside for now. Zhou Li stored all the snacks under the coffee table and in the snack cabinet in the living room. Then she saw a lot of women's underwear. With Zhou Li's smart brain, she just glanced at the sizes of the clothes and started laughing. Sister-in-law, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Just take these away. You and your aunt don't want it. In fact, Wu Shui is not particularly short of this kind of clothes now, but it is always a good idea to prepare more. After all, you may not be able to find it when you need it in the future. Alas, a small horse with a big saddle, my brother, I am afraid I am no longer in his heart. The peach blossoms have gone, but his face is still smiling in the spring breeze. Wu Shui looked gloomy. Shaoli, you seem to have recited it wrong. Really? But what I see on your face is spring breeze. Ah, stop hitting me, I'm leaving first. Brother, help, help, my sister-in-law is going to beat the shit out of me. The harmless noise made the atmosphere at home more harmonious, especially Qing Yali, who couldn't help but bumped Zhou Lin with her arm. When are you going to move to a separate room? Chapter 36, Mother and Daughter. Huang Menjing's home is far less warm than Zhou Lin's. There was a fireplace in the living room that looked very high-end, burning large pieces of wood, but there was basically no furniture to be seen as far as the eye could see. There was a thick leather cushion in front of the fireplace, and Huang Menjing's mother was lying on it with drooping eyelids. The sound of the door opening did not make her get up. She just greeted him weakly. Mom, there's food. Wait, I'll make you some porridge. There was no one else in the room. After Huang Menjing's father passed away 5 years ago, her mother was so devastated that she no longer had the energy to run the factory. All the burdens fell on Huang Menjing, who was still pursuing a master's degree at the time. In the end, Huang Menjing was working and studying at the same time, and she was so tired that she was almost exhausted. After completing her master's thesis defense, Huang Menjing devoted herself to the factory, sometimes even living and eating in the factory. Not only did she stabilize the crumbling factory, she also made it bigger and stronger, and even became the leader of convenience foods in all of Bashu. When one's career has reached the level that Huang Menjing has, personal issues have been put on hold again and again. Being busy is one reason, and worrying about the other party's impure motives is another. Fortunately, Huang Menjing's mother was open-minded and didn't bother her with this matter all day long. However, no one expected that the end of the world would come. It was only a few days after the eternal night fell, and the mother and daughter deeply felt the pain of having no man in the family. When she ran out of food, she didn't dare to open the door to ask for food. When she ran out of fuel, Huang Menjing could only chop up the furniture in the house that cost tens of thousands of yuan. Fortunately, old Huang particularly liked wooden furniture back then. The fireplace in the living room can still burn today. Even so, the wooden sofa and dining table in the living room, the bookcases, desks, chairs in the study, even the lounge chairs on the balcony, and the solid wood bed in the bedroom were all burned. The only way to burn more was to pry open the solid wood floors. The rice porridge mixed with millet and corn crumbs was cooked with a fragrant aroma. Huang Menjing and her mother ate up a whole pot of it and snuggled by the fireplace with satisfied smiles on their faces. "Mom, I met Boss Cheng's son today." "That Boss Cheng?" "It's the Boss Cheng who you often play cards with. Her family has a farm. You used to love eating her chickens and eggs. Have you forgotten?" Huang Menjing's mother narrowed her eyes and remembered. "Why, you like his son?" "That won't work, there is a generation gap." "What are you thinking?" Huang Menjing rolled her eyes at me. "There's something I haven't told you. I feel like Boss Cheng and her family probably knew this would happen. Do you know how much goods she got from me some time ago?" "How many?" "She asked for goods worth 300,000, of all kinds and all flavors. Her family doesn't have any shipping business. 300,000, if she were to eat them at home, she wouldn't be able to finish them in 3 to 5 years. Even though the convenience foods produced by Huang Menjing's factory are expensive and cheap, how expensive can the factory price be?" A large truck filled with 300,000 worth of goods was delivered directly to the Zhao family's warehouse in the logistics park. "Didn't the warehouse burn down?" Huang Menjing's mother remembered. When she heard about it, she called Qing Yali to comfort her, but the call was not connected. "I don't believe it." Huang Menjing shook her head. If it weren't for the disaster that happened later, she might not have doubted it, but from the moment she saw Zhou Lin, she felt that the fire in the warehouse must have been a deliberate attempt by the Zhou family to confuse the enemy. In fact, as long as one connects the two events of Zhou Caijuan's closure of the farm and Qing Yali's crazy purchasing, anyone with a brain would think like Huang Menjing. No one can predict what the future will be like, but Huang Menjing is sure that unless the disaster is over, she and her daughter will not be able to go far. Today, the community property can organize everyone to go out and collect supplies, but what about next time? How many supermarkets are there nearby for them to raid collectively? If there is no organized collective action, what will happen if there is no food, drink and heating at home? Will she dare to go out alone? What's more, the disaster has just begun. Huang Menjing also heard from others today that the government is not optimistic that the disaster situation will improve in the short term, and the shelters established by the state are now full. Huang Menjing, who has experienced many brutal business wars, knows that when one cannot stand alone, one must form an alliance with the strong. Qing Yali is a good person, as you can see from the poker table. Her husband, Zhou, is also a good man, and the son he raised will definitely not be a jerk. If you want to test her, I have no objection. Huang Menjing's mother nodded, but don't tell anyone where our last batch of goods is hidden. How could that be possible? Huang Menjing smiled. Jiayin Company had a batch of dehydrated vegetables for the island country. They had not been shipped away in time when the disaster occurred. They are still in the warehouse of the logistics park. This batch of dehydrated vegetables can not only be used to test Zhou Lin, but they themselves are also a very important material in the future, even as good as staple food. Now that she had a plan, Huang Menjing didn't even have time to rest. After settling her mother, she hurried downstairs and rushed to Zhou's house. When she arrived, Zhou Lin was sweating profusely in the gym, so the reception had to be left to Qing Yali. Because of the previous relationship between the two parties, Huang Menjing was able to enter the house directly, and her first feeling was warmth. There was no heating equipment in the living room, and no smoke or fire, which meant that the Zhou family had a complete heating system that was still working properly. Huang Menjing immediately thought of the tool room on the roof platform. The Zhou family must have stockpiled a lot of coal. My son just told me about you, Boss Huang. Qing Yali's ability to deal with people is unquestionable, unless it is someone she doesn't like. The two women chatted about family matters for a while. Wu Shui tactfully brought them some tea, then obediently left. Don't call me boss. We are all refugees now. Huang Menjing said with a smile. Then she went straight to the point and expressed her desire to cooperate. I really can't make the decision on this matter. A grown-up son is no longer under the control of his mother. Zhou Lin, come here. Zhou Lin, dressed in sportswear and holding a towel, appeared in the living room. He was somewhat surprised to see Huang Menjing's appearance. He was too careless. If he had known that Boss Huang was so young, he should have changed his clothes first. He didn't want to attract Huang Menjing, but simply felt that it was a bit impolite. You are still exercising? Huang Menjing was a little surprised. What kind of family is this? They still dare to exercise. Doesn't food cost money? I have nothing to do. Zhou Lin wiped the sweat off his face and sat down next to Qing Yali. Mom, have you guys finished talking? What are we talking about? How can we talk if you're not here? Boss Huang said that we may not be able to move all the dehydrated vegetables in that warehouse. She doesn't have anyone she trusts in this community. Let me ask you to think about it and decide whether to discuss it with the property management. After all, there is strength in numbers. Property management. Zhou Lin thought of Xiao Hang. He didn't know yet that Tang Yilin's son Qinghao were also in the property team, they just didn't show up last time. I don't agree. Zhou Lin said after thinking about it. Chapter 37, A Prophecy Comes True. Why? Huang Menjing was not excited because Zhou Lin disagreed to cooperate with the property management. Instead, she waited calmly for the reason. I don't trust them. Zhou Lin was very direct. Cooperation requires efficiency. If Huang Menjing doesn't even have this little trust in him, then there is no need for both parties to continue the talks. Qing Yali on the side said nothing, which was considered as her approval of Zhou Lin's approach. Huang Menjing fell into deep thought. She was not doubting Zhou Lin, but was reflecting on whether there was some information she didn't know that made Zhou Lin have a completely different view of the seemingly good property from her. As an entrepreneur, it is not good to be too stubborn, especially when there is a lack of information. You must not jump to conclusions at will, otherwise it may lead to failure. In the past, when society was peaceful, failure at most meant losing money, but now, failure may mean losing your life. Can you tell me the reason? Zhou Lin shook his head. If Huang Menjing agreed without saying anything, he would give Huang Menjing more trust. But when Huang Menjing asked this question, Zhou Lin knew that this might be the only time for both parties to cooperate. Unless Huang Menjing's actual performance in the future can change his opinion, which is difficult. It's my intuition. Zhou Lin's face was no longer smiling, and he even looked a little serious. He said, if you decide to involve the property management, then I will withdraw from this matter. Huang Menjing didn't expect Zhou Lin to be so straightforward. She didn't know what to say. Finally, she looked at Qing Yali for help. Okay, we haven't decided yet. Walkie-talkie, son, you still have a walkie-talkie, give one to Boss Huang so we can discuss it later. It's so cold and there's no electricity. It's dangerous for Boss Huang to go back and forth. Zhou Lin would certainly not treat a mere walkie-talkie as a treasure. Moreover, military products are of top quality in terms of performance and functions. As long as the host is in Zhou Lin's hands, Zhou Lin can control when Huang Menjing can use it, what she can hear and what she cannot hear. At this time, no one thought that this thing would come in handy so soon. After Huang Menjing left, Qing Yali asked Zhou Lin if he had found any problems with the property. Zhou Lin could not give a specific answer. Xiao Li, you come. Zhou Li walked out of the room, rolled her eyes at Zhou Lin, and then said, those who are not of our race must have different hearts. The property management and the owners will never have any dealings with each other. Girl, can't you just speak properly? If she wasn't her biological daughter, Cheng Yali would have wanted to beat Zhou Li to death, knowing full well that she had little education, so why would she show off? Whoever believes in me will have eternal life. Eternal life. Eternal life. I want you to have eternal life, I want you to have eternal life. Cheng Yali does not favor boys over girls or girls over boys. She has always been a fair person. No matter whether it is Zhou Lin or Zhou Li, the slaps she gives are absolutely the same, without any distinction. Zhou Li was beaten so badly that she ran away with her head in her hands, but she still kept howling that Cheng Yali had no martial ethics and that she should be careful. Wu Shui watched from the side and covered her mouth with her hands, laughing secretly. Shaking his head, Zhou Lin returned to the gym to continue exercising. Before he even warmed up, he heard Huang Menjing's call suddenly from the room. Help! Someone is killing me! Help! Wu Shui was the first to hear it. She reacted very quickly and rushed to the gym, almost bumping into Zhou Lin who was rushing out. Yes, it's Boss Huang. I'll go and take a look. Zhou Lin quickly put on his polar combat uniform and rushed out. At this time, Cheng Yali from upstairs showed her head and shouted, "Be careful, take your weapons." No matter how panicked he was, Zhou Lin still did not forget to scan the surveillance camera before opening the door to make sure there was no one hiding outside. It is better to be safe than sorry. People's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. It is never too careful in the end times. The elevator was not powered on, so Huang Menjing must have taken the stairs. Zhou Lin estimated Huang Menjing's speed and thought that she could only walk downstairs at most, but of course other possibilities were not ruled out. Flying down the stairs, Zhou Lin felt like he was not going downstairs, but jumping off a building. It basically only takes 2 steps to go down a flight of stairs, but my body does not feel any discomfort at all. Before becoming an evolver, I would probably sprain my ankle if I take the first step, break my bone if I take the second step, become hemiplegic if I take the third step, and become paralyzed for life if I take the 4th step. 10th floor. 7th floor. The 3rd floor. When Zhou Lin jumped to the 2nd floor, he heard voices. To be precise, it was a woman yelling, mixed with the low voices of 2 men. Let me go, I'm the owner, security is there. We are security guards. What's wrong with the owner? You're lucky that my buddy likes you. Who the hell would mind their own business in this weather? Is the security so rampant? If Zhou Lin hadn't heard it with his own ears, he really wouldn't have believed it. He knew that the end of the world was coming and social order would eventually collapse, but wasn't this collapse too fast? Turning off the flashlight and putting on night vision goggles, Zhou Lin slowly walked out of the stairwell and saw 3 figures fighting each other. A flashlight rolled on the ground next to the 3 people. It should be the one brought by Huang Menjing. Another flashlight that was still lit was held in the hand of one of the men. In the corridor where there was almost no light, the low-voltage flashlight was not very bright. Unless the flashlight beam swept directly over them, the 3 people could not see Zhou Lin at all. Considering the current situation, Zhou Lin did not reveal his identity. He pulled out a bat and tried it, then hit the flashlight in the man's hand hard. Bang! Accompanied by the man's screams, the flashlight was shattered into pieces, the light suddenly went out, and the surroundings became even darker. Zhou Lin did not hesitate and took the opportunity to pick up Huang Menjing's flashlight and turn it off, so that only he could see it. The 2 men who were attacked were panicked and had no time to care about Huang Menjing. They shouted threats in a timid manner and groped along the location of the stairs in their memory. They thought that Zhou Lin and Huang Menjing were also blind. In comparison, Huang Menjing was much calmer. As soon as she regained her freedom, she took a step sideways, squatted down with her head in her hands, and curled up into a ball. In the pitch-black environment, her self-protection behavior was undoubtedly the most correct, because the smaller the space her body occupied, the smaller the possibility of being indiscriminately attacked. Ignoring the 2 crazy security guards, Zhou Lin walked quietly to Huang Menjing and whispered, "Boss Huang, don't talk. Follow me." Huang Menjing instinctively raised her head when she heard the voice, but it was still pitch black. However, she recognized Zhou Lin's voice and was relieved. Zhou Lin took Huang Menjing's right hand, pulled her up, and then slowly walked down the stairs. The light in the hall downstairs was much better, at least Huang Menjing could see Zhou Lin's figure. "Thank you, it seems you are right, I was naive." "You're welcome. It's too cold outside. You can walk down to the garage." "Is there any danger in the garage?" Huang Menjing asked, holding Zhou Lin's hand tightly. "I'll take you back." Because he didn't know if there were any property management personnel in the underground garage, Zhou Lin still didn't turn on the flashlight. With him holding her hand and giving her timely reminders, it wasn't difficult for Huang Menjing to walk. Although the temperature in the basement was slightly higher, the air was turbid and there was even less light than outside. Even with a flashlight, Huang Menjing did not dare to go down alone. "It feels like I've been to hell," said Huang Menjing. Chapter 38 Rescue. Hell is empty. Before turning on the flashlight, Zhou Lin put away the night vision goggles first. He thought it would take some time to adapt, but he found that it was not what he imagined at all. For Huang Menjing, perhaps only the place where the flashlight beam shines is bright, but Zhou Lin can see a large area around the beam of light, and he can even see the shadow corners clearly. Did evolution make the five senses stronger? Zhou Lin planned to try to see if he could see in the absence of light. It is not far from the underground garage to Building 7, just a few minutes, but in order to avoid accidents, Zhou Lin still insisted on sending Huang Menjing upstairs. "Thank you so much." Huang Menjing straightened her torn clothes. The temperature in the corridor was much lower due to the chimney effect. "Are there no warmer clothes?" "I'm afraid you can't get to the logistics park with this level of warmth," Zhou Lin said. Huang Menjing smiled miserably and shook her head. She has money, but she is not a hiker or a mountaineering enthusiast, so how can she prepare cold-proof clothing specifically for extreme environments? Fur coats are more fashionable than functional, and even if they are modified, they are not convenient for movement. "I'll go home and see if there's something suitable prepared for you. Take action as soon as possible." Zhou Lin did not ask Huang Menjing whether she would still consider the involvement of the property management. Smart people often don't need to say too much. If Huang Menjing was the kind of person who would still insist, Zhou Lin would not come down to save her. "How about we set out at 10 o'clock tomorrow?" Huang Menjing gritted her teeth. "I'll be on the intercom then, so you don't have to come up to pick me up." "Where shall we meet?" "It's in the lobby of your building." "Okay. We're here. Let's go in and rest for a while." "No thanks." Zhou Lin rejected Huang Menjing's invitation and returned the flashlight. "How can you get around without a flashlight?" "I have." After Zhou Lin finished speaking, he turned into the corridor. The darkness instantly swallowed up his voice. Huang Menjing did not see any light, but could hear Zhou Lin's firm footsteps as he walked away. "Sure enough, I can see it." In the darkness, Zhou Lin smiled. Evolution had indeed evolved his five senses. At least in terms of vision, he dared to say that he was no less capable than cats. Although the image was blurry, it was enough for Zhou Lin to go down the stairs normally without any bumps. It can be imagined that if he encountered an enemy in such an environment, Zhou Lin would basically be invincible, unless the opponent also had equally sharp senses or night vision capabilities. That's basically impossible. When Zhou Lin returned home happily, Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were blaming each other. Sun Qinghao held his left hand with his right hand, and you can see that his left hand has been deformed, with 5 fingers twisted to varying degrees, and red and purple. "What happened to you? You didn't even know someone was coming." "I don't have dog ears, didn't you hear it either?" Tang Yili felt a little guilty at first, but finally he got annoyed by Sun Qinghao's nagging. "You're not a woman, why should I spoil you?" I just want to catch that woman first," Sun Qinghao said with his eyes wide open. "It's all your fault. You can't walk when you meet a woman. Fuck, if you didn't want to take advantage of her, would you be beaten? You really deserve it. Am I the only one who wants to take advantage of others? Are you the same? I was just talking, and you were the first to harass me. You even wanted to sleep with me with a pack of instant noodles. How could you think of that? What's wrong with a pack of instant noodles?" Tang Yili sneered. "I gave her a pack of instant noodles because I respect her. Believe it or not, I can sleep for a whole day with a pack of instant noodles." "Forget it, let's stop arguing. Let's find a doctor first to see if he can fix my hand. Damn, I have no feeling in it. The only way is to find the boss. Please be nicer later. Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao have been together for many years, so it is normal for them to quarrel, but he just can't let it go. Doctor? Xiao Hang looked at Sun Qinghao's hand and couldn't help asking how he did it. Feeling embarrassed to tell the truth, Sun Qinghao and Tang Yili agreed to say that it was crushed when the store was closed. You're not thinking straight after being crushed by the door like this. If Xiao Hang had to pretend in front of his subordinates before, now he basically showed his cards. What gentle and elegant, what polite, get out, I am a rough man, I want to bully you, don't you listen. If you don't listen, you won't have anything to eat, if you don't listen, get out and starve and freeze. Even if it was just a piece of toilet paper, it would still be useful. But if it was torn, it wouldn't be completely useless, but you wouldn't dare to use it to wipe your butt. In order to keep Sun Qinghao's toilet paper useful, Xiao Hang opened his little notebook. As a property manager, how can you not understand your customer base? Xiao Hang basically recorded the background and occupation of every owner and their main family members in the community in a small notebook. There are 8 owners of this kind in our community. Forget about the one on the 16th floor of Building 8. It's hard to deal with him. You can try Building 2, 301. Both he and his wife are doctors. The male owner opened a physical therapy hospital. His business should be pretty good. I don't know how capable he is. Let's give it a try. Remember to bring some food and daily necessities as gifts and go to Captain Zhang to collect them. This is only the first time and it won't happen again. Xiao Hang was very skilled in using the stick and carrot tactics. Sun Qinghao felt that he had seen through it but was not in a position to say it out loud. Tang Yili was extremely grateful and almost kowtowed to Xiao Hang, especially when he heard that they didn't have to pay for the gifts. Which landlord has surplus food now? Moonlight? Sunlight? No, Tang Yili only eats all the food. Zhou Lin returned home and inevitably spent some time talking. He had explained it simply enough, but Qing Yali was still surprised. She turned around and took the intercom to comfort Huang Menjing. She said she was comforting Huang Menjing, but in fact she just wanted to hear Huang Menjing praise Zhou Lin. Isn't the purpose of having a son to make her proud? Otherwise, it would be better to just give birth to a placenta and throw it in the toilet. Sister-in-law, you believe it now, right? Those who believe in me will have eternal life, and owners will never be slaves. Being called sister-in-law in front of Zhou Lin, Wu Shui felt a little embarrassed with her personality. She secretly glanced at Zhou Lin and found that he didn't react at all. Wu Shui couldn't stand it anymore, so she stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Lin's arm. Ah. What? Go get a physical examination. Seeing Zhou Lin being dragged away by Wu Shui, Zhou Li rolled her eyes and called Haizi over. The confused He Zai thought there was something delicious, but Zhou Li put a camera around his neck and said, "Go, you can't get a tiger cub without risking it. Take pictures. A prodigal son who returns is more valuable than gold." He Zai was indifferent at first, until Zhou Li took out a piece of beef jerky. Beef jerky. Even the proud Haizi couldn't resist such temptation and finally succumbed to the sugar-coated bullets of his little master. He sneaked out of the gym and put most of his dog head in. Wow! How are you so awesome? After the same intensity of exercise, my heart rate dropped again. It's getting thicker. It's 1 centimeter thicker. If you keep going like this, you're going to turn into Jason Statham, right? Tisk, it's so hard, who can stand it? Perhaps every seemingly quiet fairy has a devil hidden in her heart. Zhou Lin didn't know what Wu Shui was thinking, he only knew that he couldn't think of anything now. Chapter 39, Logistics Park is a snowfield. There is good news today for people living in the end times. The snow stopped. Although the temperature has not risen, the cessation of snow means that many people no longer have to worry about waking up to find their houses buried under snow, or dying in their sleep due to lack of oxygen. Zhou Lin, who was ready once again, went out. I just contacted Huang Menjing and she is ready. Dehydrated vegetables may not be very important now, but as time goes by, their importance will become more and more prominent. Zhou Lin took out his sled after passing through the underground garage. The elevator was not open today, so he would not be stupid enough to carry a half-person-high suitcase up the stairs. Winter clothes, snowshoes. In the empty hallway, Zhou Lin opened the sleigh and took out all the things he had prepared for Huang Menjing in advance. Thank you so much. Huang Menjing was a little excited. Although they were only in a cooperative relationship, women are always emotional and can easily become overwhelmed with emotion because of timely help. That's why they would make promises like, if I can't repay you in this life, I'll be your slave in the next life, or I'll pledge my life to you. The two walked out of the lobby and were seen by the security guard on their way to the community gate, who immediately notified Xiao Hang. What's the name of the Zhou family kid? Xiao Hang thought for a moment, are they going to collect supplies? Forget it, let's see if they can come back first. The gate of the community is locked, but there is a small iron door next to it that can be opened from the inside. When passing through the small door, Zhou Lin suddenly looked back. Although it was dark all around, he always felt that someone was peeping at him in the dark. It should be Xiao Hang, or someone from the property management. See, Zhou Lin didn't think it was a big deal, he just didn't want to reveal too much right now, but if someone provoked him or his family, just like the group of people who blocked his way last time, he wouldn't hold back. Huang Menjing's actual range of vision was very limited, and Zhou Lin disagreed with using a flashlight or turning on the emergency light, as that would easily expose her. How can we get around if we can't see anything? You sit on it. Zhou Lin pointed at the sled on the ground. He estimated the distance between the two places and Huang Menjing's speed and physical strength, and the conclusion he came to was disappointing. Not counting the time spent in the warehouse, it would take at least 12 hours. This was something Zhou Lin could not accept. So the best way is for him to drag Huang Menjing along. With his current strength and stamina, he can shorten the time to 8 hours. Later, Zhou Lin thought of skiing. As a southerner, he originally didn't know how to ski. I learned it in my previous life after the end of the world, in order to survive. Putting on skis naturally increases the speed a lot, but only people like Zhou Lin who have both strength and sufficient skills can move forward quickly while standing on skis and dragging a simple sled. During the day, the little light coming through the dust clouds was not enough for ordinary people to see, but Zhou Lin could basically see clearly within a range of about 100 meters. Not to mention skiing, this visibility was actually enough for driving. The reason I didn't accelerate to my physical limit was because the wind was too strong. Zhou Lin, who was exercising, could still accept it, but Huang Menjing, who was in the sled, could not. She had almost buried her entire body in the sled, but was still shivering from the cold. Stop for a moment. Huang Menjing shouted in a trembling voice half an hour later. She felt that if she didn't stop to warm herself up, she might freeze to death before she could reach the logistics park. We've almost walked 1/3 of the way. As soon as Zhou Lin opened his mouth, a long white mist came out, like a winding jade dragon, gradually disappearing in the cold air. Really fast, aren't you tired? Huang Menjing asked. Not bad. Zhou Lin stuffed a chocolate candy bar into his mouth. The biggest similarity between the evolvers and the psychics is that they can eat. It's fine when they don't move or use their psychics, but once they move or use their psychics, they are like food-destroying machines. When it's exaggerated, they can't stop eating. So sometimes Zhou Lin would feel that not allowing everyone to become evolvers or people with special abilities might be a kind of protection for this world. Where could there be so many resources for evolvers and people with special abilities to consume? Judging from the map, Zhou Lin should be in a commercial center at this time. The two iconic buildings are less than 50 meters away from him. Because they are commercial office buildings, it is estimated that everyone inside has evacuated after the natural disaster. In any case, Zhou Lin did not see any light behind any glass. Suddenly Zhou Lin thought of the official shelter again. He had not been in Jiazhou in his previous life, so he did not know the exact location of the official shelter. However, as a local, he could roughly guess a few possible locations, because those places were famous civil defense fortifications in the early years, and 2 of them had been developed into underground shopping malls. In addition to this type of large shelter, hospitals and state-owned factories and mines also had their own civil air defense fortifications in the early years. As long as they have not been demolished or landfilled, they should be able to be used as shelters now. After all, the purpose of their design and construction was to resist possible nuclear war. It can even withstand disasters like nuclear war, so low temperatures are not a problem at all. What really led to a large population decline in the later period was material supplies. So this time when he went to the logistics park, in addition to those dehydrated vegetables, Zhou Lin also had his own plans. But at that time I must avoid Huang Menjing. Regarding the matter of space, the 4 members of the Zhou family kept their mouths shut. Not only Huang Menjing, but even Wu Shui didn't know. Perhaps only when people with special powers begin to appear will others be qualified to know this biggest secret. Let's go, I think I'm okay again. The two continued on their way and stopped once more to let Huang Menjing catch her breath. At noon, Zhou Lin saw the row of flagpoles at the gate of the logistics park. Less than 2/3 of the more than 30-meter-high flagpole is exposed to the air. The flags that once stood there must have disappeared, but the flagpole still stands firmly, as if it was specifically there to highlight the existence of the logistics park. But apart from these flagpoles, all Zhou Lin could see was a vast expanse of white snow, just like the northern scenery in poetry. It sounded beautiful and romantic, but neither of them was in the mood to appreciate it at that moment. Let me think about the approximate location. How deep do you think it is down there? After parking the sled at the flagpole, Huang Menjing stood up and turned on the flashlight. More than 10 meters, the height of all warehouses in the logistics park is almost 9 meters. I'm very curious, how did you see it along the way? Huang Menjing has been curious about this question for a long time and couldn't help but express it. Maybe it's because I particularly like eating fish. Zhou Lin gave the answer without hesitation. Who believes it? It doesn't matter, Zhou Lin believed it anyway. I can't let Huang Menjing slice me up just because of this. Let's look at the map. After a few minutes, Zhou Lin didn't think Huang Menjing could find the exact location of the dehydration warehouse in the snowy field, so he pointed at it randomly and ended up wasting his energy and time. Chapter 40 is published. The advantage of eternal night is that as long as you can't see the light, you can basically be sure that there is no one nearby, and even if there is, they can't see what you are doing. Unless someone has the same night vision ability as Zhou Lin. With the help of maps and military compasses, Zhou Lin and Huang Menjing finally locked on an area. If nothing unexpected happened, they should find the warehouse where the dehydrated vegetables were stored. Let's get started. Time is limited, so everyone should do their part. The two had discussed it on the way here. Zhou Lin was responsible for digging the warehouse while Huang Menjing was responsible for preparing a temporary nest, which was a snow house. Normally, a warehouse would contain at least tens or hundreds of tons of dehydrated vegetables. Not to mention 2 people, even if there were more than 10 or 20 people, they would not be able to move them all at once. In addition, regardless of whether it will continue to snow in the future, at least before the snow melts completely, every time the dehydrated vegetables are transported, they will need to go through the process of digging a hole and then filling it up, otherwise there is a possibility that the warehouse will be exposed. A relatively fixed place to stay can be used not only for rest but also for storing supplies. He took out 2 shovels from the sled and gave them to Huang Menjing, and the 2 of them started working separately. Although the labor intensity was completely different, by the time Zhou Lin dug to the ceiling of the warehouse, Huang Menjing had only dug a shallow pit, not even enough to bury her calves. Hurry up. Zhou Lin said lightly. There is no mercy for women in the apocalypse. People who are hungry and cold will fight desperately just to survive. Anyone who falls behind will be ruthlessly abandoned. Huang Menjing also felt embarrassed, but the snow on the ground had already frozen solid. With Zhou Lin's current physical fitness, he didn't need to rest for this amount of exercise, and he quickly dug out the ventilation window under the roof of the warehouse. I'll go down and take a look first. After saying hello, Zhou Lin knocked on the glass and went into the dark warehouse. Huang Menjing stood outside the window, waiting anxiously. The warehouse was in almost absolute darkness, and Zhou Lin had to turn on the flashlight for illumination. What good luck! After landing, Zhou Lin saw neatly stacked sealed packaging boxes in the warehouse. They were all written in the island country's language and had patterns of various vegetables on them. It should be correct. A box of dehydrated vegetables weighs 30 kilograms. If you consume 100 grams per meal, it is enough for one person to eat for half a year. There are at least tens of thousands of boxes of dehydrated vegetables in the entire warehouse. It's a pity that I came with Huang Menjing this time, so I can't collect all of them into the Fuhao warehouse. Zhou Lin received about 2,000 boxes, and only a small part of the warehouse was left empty, which should not arouse Huang Menjing's suspicion. Come in, it's safe. Seeing the boxes of dehydrated vegetables, Huang Menjing was so excited that she shed tears. It took her a long time to calm down. She asked Zhou Lin how to get them back. What else can we do? We can't let Zhou Lin take out the conqueror and pretend. You go upstairs and take it. This time we'll take 10 boxes back to divide them up. Zhou Lin said. Huang Menjing thought about it, but there was no better way. It might not be easy to be exposed on the road, but it is hard to say once entering the community. What if you run into someone from the property management? Now, anyone who makes Huang Menjing trust the property management will be put on her blacklist. 10 boxes of dehydrated vegetables were still a bit too much for the sled converted from a suitcase, so Huang Menjing could only sit on the dehydrated vegetables. Looking at Zhou Lin who was struggling forward on the snowboard in front of her, Huang Menjing felt complicated. When they stopped for a rest on the road, Huang Menjing took extra care of Zhou Lin, feeding him food and water, and even almost chewing the food up and feeding it to Zhou Lin. Boss Huang, you don't have to be so polite. Zhou Lin couldn't accept it. Why are you still calling me Boss Huang? If you don't mind, call me Sister Huang, or just call me by my name. Zhou Lin understood a little bit, and hurriedly said, It's almost time, let's go, otherwise we won't be able to arrive tonight. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Come to my house tomorrow and I will cook for you. No, it's not hard. Zhou Lin pulled the sled hard. When the speed increased, Huang Menjing didn't dare to speak anymore because it was too cold. When passing by a building, suddenly several beams of light focused on Zhou Lin and the sled. Oops. Zhou Lin threw away the snow barrier immediately, then pulled out the gun with his backhand. The next moment he saw 7 or 8 figures rushing out of the building, each holding a weapon in their hands. Although the light was not good, Zhou Lin could see clearly that it was either a baseball bat, a kitchen knife, or a machete. Don't move. Leave the stuff behind. We don't want to kill anyone, don't resist. Maybe it's because the apocalypse started not long ago, so these highway robbers still have some bottom line, but it's also possible that this is just their excuse. If they really give up resistance, who can guarantee that they won't kill people? Huang Menjing was so nervous that she couldn't speak. This had never happened to her before in her life and she had no idea what to do. Seeing that the other party had no gun, Zhou Lin put the pistol back and went straight to the man in front who was holding a machete in his hand. Squint your eyes and punch. The fist as big as a sand bowl made an air explosion sound and hit the man with the machete hard on the heart. There is no such thing as holding back. It is understandable for Zhou Lin to do this in peacetime. Several layers of cotton-padded jackets and cold-proof clothes could not completely dissipate the power of this punch. The sound of broken bones could be clearly heard through the thick cloth. The man with the machete opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but his eyes instantly became bloodshot and swollen, and gradually lost their luster. As he fell to the ground, the 5 people behind him immediately stopped. They are just ordinary people. When the one-punch salvation that only exists in movies and TV shows is actually placed in front of them, who can muster up the courage to attack Zhou Lin? People, by nature, seek profit and avoid harm. Gurgle. Someone swallowed and then slowly stepped back. There was no negotiation. The weather was very cold and opening my mouth to talk would be a waste of calories. After making sure that Zhou Lin had no intention of chasing them, the 5 men retreated one after another and finally turned around and ran. It's over. Is he dead? The concentrated flashlight beams disappeared, and Huang Menjing dared to turn on the flashlight. She shone it on the man on the ground, whose face was covered with white frost, and asked in disbelief. Let's go. Putting on his snowboard again, Zhou Lin shook his head. If it weren't for the burden of Huang Menjing, he would definitely follow those people into the building. He didn't want to kill anyone. He wasn't that cold-blooded and cruel. He just wanted to find out how they found out about him and Huang Menjing. If this problem is not solved, the next time we encounter this group of people, they might use long-range weapons. Hot weapons, crossbows or slingshots, it's hard to say, but it's certain. Even though Zhou Lin had just given them a warning, between starving to death and taking a desperate gamble, even Zhou Lin himself would choose the latter. Unless these people are not allowed to see it. To achieve this goal, we must first understand how they do it. Huang Menjing continued on the road dragging the sled. When approaching the gate of the community, she jumped off the sled and prepared to open the door. "Don't turn on the light, let me do it," Zhou Lin suddenly said. "Why? It's still not safe even though we're already in the community." Chapter 41, Power Upgrade. Sure enough, he went out to collect supplies. By the window of the property management office, Xiao Heng used a device to see Zhou Lin and Huang Menjing, who had just entered the office through the layers of darkness. How did these two get together? Xiao Heng muttered to himself. Huang Xiefeng, who was standing nearby in a security uniform, heard this and asked hurriedly if they should arrange for two people to go and ask. "What are you asking?" Xiao Heng put down the night vision goggles and turned them over in his hands. "This thing is good. Go ask that guy if he has any more." "No more," Huang Xiefeng said. The guy was almost fainted from hunger. "He said whatever I asked. He even gave me the photos of the female owners he secretly took." "Photos? Okay, show me first, which building?" Xiao Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, and became interested. As for Zhou Lin and Huang Menjing going out to collect supplies, Xiao Heng was not in a hurry. The sled could only hold so much, and it wouldn't last for a few days. He just had to keep an eye on them and arrange for someone to follow them the next time they went out, and he would take care of everything. "Let me help you take it up." Zhou Lin and Huang Menjing arrived at the lobby of Building 7. They took half of the 10 packages of dehydrated vegetables each. Huang Menjing originally only wanted 3 packages, but Zhou Lin couldn't bear it and insisted on splitting them in half. Considering Huang Menjing's strength and the possible time wasted, Zhou Lin stuffed a metal baton into Huang Menjing's hands and asked her to guard the sled. Seeing Zhou Lin carrying 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables at once, Huang Menjing swallowed unconsciously. Who said women can't be greedy? She is very greedy now. In particular, Zhou Lin ran down the track in less than 5 minutes, and Huang Menjing was so shocked by the speed. Are you still human?" Zhou Lin said, "You can do it if you keep exercising. You have to believe in science." He didn't really carry 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables up to the 17th floor. Wouldn't it be stupid not to use the warehouse? If the old lady hadn't been slow to open the door, Zhou Lin could have come down earlier. After dragging the sled back to Building 8, Zhou Lin put the sled away after making sure that there was no one around. He walked upstairs leisurely and waited until he reached his doorstep before taking it out and knocking on the door before entering the house. Seeing the 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables, the 4 people in the family had no special expressions. So far, the Zhou family had never lacked food and drink. In Qing Yali's words, they had not tasted the beatings of the end of the world. Even Yang Qiqi in the tool room, although she basically ate the Zhou family's leftovers, but in terms of the richness of the food, she actually ate better than most people struggling in the end of the world. Perhaps because she had lived a comfortable life for too long, Yang Qiqi not only did not feel the slightest bit of gratitude towards Zhou Lin and the Zhou family, but the hatred in her heart kept piling up, and she was always thinking about dealing a fatal blow to Zhou Lin's family. "I'll go and rest for a while." Zhou Lin greeted him, rubbed Heizi's head and hurried back to the room. He was actually not tired at all. The real reason was that his supernatural powers were about to be upgraded. Symbiosis. Primary 999/1000. Currently symbiotic transportation, Laifu, large water surface transportation. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/1. Because he had never experienced it before, Zhou Lin didn't know what it was like to upgrade his superpowers. In order to avoid accidents, he locked the door and sat cross-legged in the middle of the room. After adjusting his breathing and heartbeat, he slowly put the pile of supplies he had taken out in advance into the warehouse from light to heavy. 1, 2, 3. After collecting about 50 kilograms of supplies, Zhou Lin felt that he had lost control of his body, as if his soul had completely separated from his body. After a few seconds or minutes, he felt that his body had returned, but the illusion was still. Symbiosis. Intermediate 1000/10,000. Currently symbiotic transportation, LIFU, large water surface transportation. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 1. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity symbiosis, 2.5 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I, 2.5, 2514/10,000. The main changes after the ability upgrade are: added a quota for a symbiotic vehicle and storage space. There is an additional value called evolution degree. Gained an active skill, strength symbiosis. The body can reach the strength of a symbiotic transporter, but can only be used once a day, and the current duration is 2.5 minutes, the same as the value of evolution. Zhou Lin was not surprised by the appearance of evolution degree. He knew in his previous life that people with special abilities would definitely become evolvers, but ordinary evolvers should not be able to intuitively feel their own degree of evolution. This should be the privilege of people with special abilities. The usage time of the skill, intensity symbiosis, may be directly related to the degree of evolution. On the premise that the skill level of symbiosis does not change, the higher the degree of evolution, the longer the intensity symbiosis will last. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin felt that there was nothing wrong with it. If intensity symbiosis was regarded as a big move, wouldn't its power and duration depend on one's own basic qualities? In other words, he currently has 2.5 minutes every day to transform into a body of steel. Not to mention guns, even rocket launchers may not be able to cause any harm to him. Even though 2.5 minutes may not seem long, unless it is under certain circumstances, it is enough for Zhou Lin to escape from any crisis situation. If he can't win, doesn't he know how to run away? In general, he was very satisfied with the changes after this upgrade, especially the appearance of evolution degree, which allowed him to intuitively see the results of his hard work. As for the level of evolution, it made Zhou Lin even more excited. After level I, there must be level 2 and level 3, which really motivated him, and he couldn't wait to start training now. So hungry. After the excitement wore off, Zhou Lin felt that all the cells in his body were crying out for hunger. He raised his hands and saw that they were just skin and bones. Could it be that all the muscles and fat in his body had been consumed during the upgrade? Zhou Lin didn't have time to think about what he looked like now, or whether he would scare everyone when he went out. His only thought now was to eat. As he thought about it, a pile of hamburgers appeared in front of him. Zhou Lin swallowed his saliva, grabbed one, tore off the packaging and stuffed it into his mouth. Driven by intense hunger, Zhou Lin turned into a ruthless food crusher, destroying the burgers one after another. He only took 2 sips of Coke when he was really panicking. The burgers on the Lai Fu were bigger than each other, and the meat was thicker than each other. Normally, 3 or 5 of them would definitely kill a man of Zhou Lin's size. But the fact was that he ate at least 70 or 80 of them, but his stomach didn't show any sign of swelling. Instead, his skin and bones condition began to improve, as if it was slowly being filled up by the meat in the burgers. Zhou Lin didn't know how much he ate before he finally felt less hungry. At this time, his body had basically returned to normal. He even looked taller and stronger than before. The lines of his muscles were hidden under his resilient skin, which looked better and more pleasing to the eye than those purely bodybuilding ones. Standing up and looking in the mirror, Zhou Lin nodded with satisfaction. The only thing he might have to worry about was Wu Shue's physical examination. When Zhou Lin was hiding in the room to upgrade, a convoy appeared at the main entrance of Lanshan community. Dozens of bright searchlights illuminated the atrium of the community so brightly that almost all the sober people in the community were attracted to the windows. Needless to say, Qing Yali, Zhou Li and Wu Shui, even Zhou Kaijun, who had not been active as he recovered from his injuries, came to the small window that was deliberately left open and looked down, wanting to know who had come and why there was such a big scene. Chapter 42 Government Fleet. The sudden appearance of the convoy alarmed the entire community. Xiao Heng was also a little nervous. Don't panic, we are from the government's post-disaster reconstruction headquarters. The headquarters is jointly hosted by the government and the garrison, and is composed of military personnel and personnel from relevant local departments. I'm Su Yuanji, the director of the Vice Subdistrict Office. Does anyone know me? It turned out to be someone from the government. The Xia people's consistent trust in the government made most people in the community feel relieved. Only those who had ulterior motives, like Xiao Heng, felt nervous. A dozen fully armed soldiers wearing snow camouflage jumped off the snowmobile and entered the community, followed by 2 people in plain clothes. Because of the light from the searchlight, almost everyone in the community could see them. I'm Su Yung. Is Manager Xiaoheng here? Director Su, it really is you. Xiaoheng trotted over to shake hands with Su Yung. It's cold outside, let's chat in the hall. Old Huang, go get the electricity going, didn't you see Director Su coming? A few minutes later, the lights in the property office lobby came on, the heater started working, and the temperature gradually rose. Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai led the team out this time for 3 purposes. First, to show people outside the shelter that the country and government still exist, and social order still exists, so don't dream of lawlessness. Second, the country believes that the disaster will not end in a short time, and the shelter needs to expand its capacity and increase its functions, so it needs to recruit talents. Third, to collect supplies. Xiao, we are short on time and have a heavy task. We must inform every resident in the community of these 3 points. The shelter welcomes them to sign up. All those who meet the requirements should be prepared. We will arrange a fleet to pick them up tomorrow. This communicator is now in your hands. The country will issue it in batches soon, and everyone will be able to buy it then. Xiaoheng took the brick-like device with an apologetic smile and nodded repeatedly to reassure Su Ziyuan that he would guarantee to complete the task. Outside, the loudspeaker had broadcast the shelter's talent selection notice and specific requirements 3 times. The owners of the community knew the purpose of Su Ziyuan and others' visit without leaving their homes, but it was hard to say whether anyone was tempted. Anyway, the 4 members of the Zhou family would not be interested, and Wu Shui is not interested either. It turns out the shelter is recruiting. We need skilled workers and manual laborers, but now that they can have a full meal, many people may go, said Zhou Kaijun. Not necessarily. Zhou Li shook her head. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. The shelter is not a paradise. There are many people who are in Chao's camp but their hearts are with Han. Well, the other 3 people basically didn't understand what Zhou Li wanted to say, but fortunately everyone was used to it. At this time, Zhou Lin finally came out. He just realized that with the upgrade of his superpowers and the evolution of his body, his resistance to cold seemed to have improved a lot. He just reluctantly put on a coat in order not to surprise others too much. Even so, Qing Yali screamed and said that it was a serious cold. There's a doctor here, it's not cold at all. Wu Shui tilted her head and looked at Zhou Lin repeatedly. I think you seem to have changed a little. Really? It might be because of the recent exercise. Zhou Lin flatly denied it. Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali secretly exchanged glances and then changed the subject. Su Ziyuan led the convoy away, and the neighborhood returned to silence and darkness. It seemed that one could hear many sighs. When will such days end? The lights in the property management office were still on, and Xiaoheng was studying the communication device. This thing looked very Russian, probably a hastily made synthesis, and could be seen as an ordinary smartphone plus a satellite communication module plus an oversized power bank. Perhaps to save power, its functions are very simple: only calls, text messages, and a simple interface. Only text messaging chat software, can be one-on-one private chat, shelter section, regional section and national section. However, opening the national section requires permission, and after Xiaoheng registered, he found that he could not use the national section yet. But looking at the information one after another in the shelter and regional sections, Xiaoheng felt like he had returned to the civilized era and almost shed tears. Tell my brothers to have a good meal today, and then go door to door to inform and encourage the owners in our community. Sign up to go to the shelter. Huang Xiefeng asked. Xiaoheng tilted his head and glanced at Huang Xiefeng. Are you fucking stupid? Of course we encourage them to stay and be self-reliant. Of course, we try to drive away those troublemakers. In addition, we must not let the Huang family on the top floors of buildings 8 and 7 leave. Therefore, Huang Xiefeng could only serve as the deputy captain of the security team. His ideological awareness was completely unable to keep up with the pace, and he even asked why the 2 families had to be kept. Are you stupid? Oh, forget I asked. Have you forgotten that they once went out alone and dragged a truckload of supplies back? Where do you think they can easily find a truckload of supplies outside now? Xiao Heng knocked on Huang Xifeng's head. Don't just stand there. Move quickly. I want to see which owners want to leave. They can't just leave my territory whenever they want. As a reader who has read countless apocalyptic novels, Xiao Heng always feels that he has the potential to be a protagonist, and Lan Shan is the basic foundation for his takeoff. Both materials and people are his. The loudspeaker publicity of the shelter's convoy just now did indeed motivate some owners. Most owners can accept a few days or 10 days, but what if it continues? Even the government has begun to expand the shelters, which shows that the government does not believe that the disaster situation will get better. Smart people should follow the government's footsteps instead of being unconventional. As for whether the shelter is good or not, no matter how bad it is, you can at least have food to eat. No matter how bad it is, you won't freeze to death, right? No matter how bad it is, if you die, there will always be someone to bury you, right? For example, Huang Menjing's mother thinks that she should go to a shelter. Huang Menjing was also hesitant and finally contacted Qing Yali. However, Qing Yali was not willing to express her opinion on this issue. If you are talking about buying clothes, bags, or even a car or a house, the right or wrong opinion does not matter much, it's just money. But when it comes to life-threatening decisions, it's best to make them yourself. Sister Cheng, do you plan to go to the shelter? Since Qing Yali didn't say anything, Huang Menjing came up with a roundabout way to save the situation by following her example. When Qing Yali said without hesitation that she couldn't go, Huang Menjing understood. Then we won't go either, Sister Cheng. From now on, my mother and I will follow you. What the hell? Qing Yali looked Spartan with the intercom in her hand. Why did she follow him? What was the point of following her? No, Sister Cheng, I have another batch of instant food stored in an absolutely safe place, about 50 tons. Well, don't talk about whether to follow or not. We are just helping each other and benefiting each other. If you need anything urgently, you can tell me. Qing Yali changed her tone. Yes. Sister Cheng, do you have any extra coal or charcoal at home? I'm burning them by prying the floor. Chapter 43, Race Against Time. She wants coal. What an exchange. Qing Yali talked about the 50 tons of instant food inventory, but she also admitted that Huang Menjing might have lied. But the temptation of 50 tons of fast food is really great. According to the apocalyptic process described by Zhou Lin, the value of these 50 tons of fast food in the future will be immeasurable. She was just talking. Even if she had it, she wouldn't give it to us easily. Zhou Lin shook his head. After several contacts with Huang Menjing, he knew that this woman was not simple. Can a simple person turn a food factory that is close to bankruptcy into a thriving one in just 3 to 5 years? She knew that I purchased a large amount of coal. In fact, it was not just coal. At that time, Qing Yali had no time to plan. There were too many things to purchase. For the sake of efficiency and cost, she could not care about many things. Even though she knew that there would be hidden dangers, there was no better way. Zhou Lin pinched his nose and decided to go out. Why are you going out for no reason? It's so cold and dangerous outside, and we don't need. Just because there's no shortage now doesn't mean there won't be a shortage in the future. Zhou Lin interrupted Qing Yali. Seeing that her attempts to stop him were ineffective, Qing Yali went to find Zhou Li in Wuxue with a gloomy face, intending to raise Zhou Lin as a child. Little did she know that she was still a step too slow. Zhou Lin didn't need to make any preparations when he went out without any burden. It was pitch black outside, who could see him go out? Quick, go tell the boss that the man from Building 8 is out again. Xiao Heng, who was actually sleeping in bed, was called up, but when he got the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin had already walked out of the community gate. Fuck. Xiao Heng slapped his thigh fiercely, didn't I tell you to lock the door? No, when the people from the shelter come tomorrow, we will seal the door. Boss, there's no point in sealing the gate. The snow in many places in the community is higher than the wall. Walking in the snow is not as convenient as coming in through the main gate. Xiao Heng glared at the security guard who was speaking, then stuffed the night vision goggles back and said, "You'll have to watch for another 8 hours before you change shifts." Outside the community, without the shelter of buildings, the cold wind was obviously much colder. Zhou Lin looked back at the neighborhood, and saw the silhouettes of buildings, with very few windows showing light. Darkness is the eternal theme in the eternal night. In just 10 days, the brilliant lights seem to have become a distant memory. Perhaps it will be difficult for mankind to regain its glory. Even after the eternal night passes, the world will not be kind to mankind. That's why I need more supplies. After Zhou Lin encouraged himself, he picked up his snowboard and slid towards the logistics park. Buried under the heavy snow, the old roads and rivers disappeared, but fortunately, after the upgrade of my supernatural power, my night vision ability seemed to have improved as well. In the past, I could barely see more than 100 meters, but now I can see clearly within 200 meters, and I can even see an outline 200 meters away. This ability alone is enough to make Zhou Lin invincible. After all, compared to him, other people are almost like blind people. Even people like Su Ziyuan's team, who had high-powered searchlights to rely on, probably couldn't see as clearly as Zhou Lin. In order to ensure safety, the convoy must strictly follow the new satellite navigation, otherwise there is a risk of vehicle crash and loss of life at any time. Because it is not easy to make a trip, Su Ziyuan and others would stop whenever they passed a community or building where there might be people or supplies, to look for people who needed to be found and collect supplies that needed to be collected. There is almost nothing missing in the shelter now. In other words, any supplies related to life are valuable items. Really high-value targets, such as granaries and material warehouses, are completed by more elite and professional teams. Such teams are often composed of pure soldiers, led by experienced scouts and mountain special forces. Zhou Lin saw such a large convoy just a few hundred meters away from the logistics park. Is it too late? Zhou Lin couldn't help but get nervous when he saw the bright logistics park. He thought the government would not give up on the logistics park, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Although the logistics park is important, it should be ranked after grain and oil warehouses and large supermarkets. He was actually right to think so, but he did not consider the number of troops stationed here. Although Jiazhou City seems to have a low administrative level, it is a serious military town. There are several army brigades stationed in the surrounding area. Together with other arms, there are at least nearly 100,000 people in total. In addition, the Xia Kingdom has had sufficient military budget in the past decade, and even the army has no shortage of various equipment. After the disaster struck, the garrisons in various places almost participated in the support on the spot, so the Jiazhou Post-Disaster Command Center was able to arrange dozens of convoys to act separately at the same time. Some things seem impossible, but they become different when the government is involved. The inventory list of the logistics park when the disaster struck was in the hands of Lieutenant Colonel Wang Pingping, the team leader. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables still haven't been found. The excavation operation had already started for half an hour, and several key warehouses were in the hands of everyone involved in the excavation. However, the lack of staff from the logistics park was the biggest failure of this operation. The main reason was that no one had thought that the snow in the logistics park would be so severe before we set off. In addition, there was a lack of high-rise buildings as a reference, so it was very difficult to find the exact location. If it weren't for the accumulation of various coincidences, Zhou Lin might not even be able to see the hair of the dehydrated vegetables. But now, he can actually sneak up to the dehydrated vegetable warehouse, and then open the passage that he deliberately left last time and get in. Without Huang Menjing as a burden, Zhou Lin could unscrupulously ship boxes of dehydrated vegetables into Lai Fu. The neatly stacked dehydrated vegetables disappeared one by one. In less than 10 minutes, the entire warehouse was as clean as if it had been licked by a dog. Even with his upgraded superpowers and evolved physique, Zhou Lin felt weak and dizzy after cleaning up the entire warehouse. He didn't count how many vegetables he had harvested, he just knew it was time to leave. Less than 2 minutes after he emerged, several beams of light converged at the location of the vegetable warehouse. Soon, a work vehicle drove over and cleared a work surface in 2 or 3 minutes. Hearing that the dehydrated vegetable warehouse had been found, Wang Pingping couldn't help but come over in person. However, when he saw the ventilation window smashed open by Zhou Lin, he had a bad feeling. If the convoy wanted to empty the warehouse, they had to at least dig out the warehouse door, but Wang Pingping and others were too late and ordered people to go in through the air vent first. The person who went in came out soon, and the news he brought back made Wang Pingping almost drop his hat. Who on earth is it? Who on earth is one step faster? He couldn't figure it out. The warehouse door was clearly locked. Could it be that all the 30 or 40 tons of dehydrated vegetables were taken away box by box through the air vent above? How much time and manpower would that take? Thinking of this, Wang Pingping's face suddenly became solemn. It's not because I feel sorry for these dozens of tons of dehydrated vegetables, but because I think of something far more serious than dehydrated vegetables. You guys continue. Waving his hand, Wang Ping trotted towards the command vehicle. He wanted to report the situation here to his superiors immediately. Chapter 44 The Second Symbiosis. Outside the logistics park, Zhou Lin, hiding in the darkness, felt somewhat regretful. He had originally considered the logistics park his private property, but he was not in a hurry to take it back. He did not expect that if he was slow, he would be slow at every step. Forget it. After all, they have to feed hundreds of thousands of people. I don't really need these supplies. Patting his butt, Zhou Lin put on his snowboard again and set off towards his next destination. He doesn't know yet that Wang Pingping has already regarded those who steal dehydrated vegetables as his #1 enemy and has reported them to the Post-Disaster Command Center, currently representing the government in Jiazhou City. In his report to the command center, Wang Pingping bluntly stated that a group of vicious gangs have appeared in the city, and their existence may endanger social order and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. They must be struck hard and severely punished. After upgrading his superpowers, Zhou Lin has been thinking about what kind of transportation he should have. The first thing that came to his mind was the ready-made aircraft on the rifle. He had considered fighter jets, transport planes, and helicopters. However, after repeated consideration, he felt that they were not suitable. From the beginning of the eternal freezing night until his death in his previous life, the overall environment was not suitable for airplanes as a means of transportation. Ground transportation is what Zhou Lin needs most right now. The conqueror in the warehouse is the all-around champion, and if there is no choice in the end, it will definitely be this one. It is more than 11 meters long, 2.55 meters wide, 3.95 meters high, and has a curb weight of 23,000 kilograms. The maximum power is 425 kilowatts, the maximum horsepower is 578, and the maximum torque is 2800 Nm. The 600-liter main fuel tank and the auxiliary fuel tank that can be added at any time can hold thousands of liters of fuel together. 3 interaxle differential locks, 4 interwheel differential locks, a total of 7 differential locks. The car body adopts a thermal insulation sandwich structure to ensure high strength, hardness, heat preservation, heat insulation, and noise reduction. The 3-point floating balance sub-beam system ensures the stability and comfort of the car during driving. It is equipped with reversing image, 8-way monitoring system camera, waterproof and sandproof storage compartment, and comes with 18,500-pound rear winch, shovel, and sand escape board. There are 12 solar panels on the roof, a solar charger as standard, a high-power hybrid power supply system and an 8 kilowatts ultra-quiet water-cooled diesel generator, and a 21.6 kilowatt-hour lithium iron phosphate battery pack to ensure sufficient energy. The usable area of the car is 20 square meters, and with the terrace it can reach 25.5 square meters, with indoor and outdoor double kitchen design. It is equipped with a large-capacity refrigerator, induction cooker, exhaust hood, microwave oven, coffee machine and other kitchen appliances you can think of. The bathroom is even more rich and comparable to a 5-star hotel. The positive pressure fresh air system with 800L water tank, fully automatic diesel hot water boiler, 3 sets of DC variable frequency single cold air conditioners, 2 sets of 4 kilowatts diesel warm air boiler heating system plus pollen filtration and exhaust system is enough to ensure that the car is like spring all year round and is not affected by cold or heat. It can be said that apart from being expensive, this car is definitely the best choice for people to deal with doomsday. Zhou Lin couldn't even dream of owning a car like this in peacetime. It's not to say that Conqueror is the only option for RVs. In fact, the RV craze in Xiagua in recent years has also made many car modification manufacturers see business opportunities. Not only have they produced a batch of urban RVs, but they have also made many good products in the heavy truck platform. In Zhou Lin's plan, the house in Lanshan can only be lived in at the beginning of the apocalypse. After 2 months of freezing, there will be a period of relatively comfortable temperature. However, the melting snow will cause surface water to overflow, or in layman's terms, a flood. Not all places will experience floods, but Jiazhou City will definitely experience floods. By then, all areas buried by heavy snow will basically be flooded again, and the entrances and exits of some shelters will also be submerged in water. If not handled in time, it may even cause water to enter the shelter. This is why Zhou Lin is determined not to go to the shelter. After the flood, many people thought that there would be a high temperature and plague, but this was not the case. A large amount of surface water caused many places on the earth to become swamped, and when the temperature rose, the evaporating water vapor would quickly form cumulonimbus clouds and fall to the ground. Therefore, after the flood, there is a long period of mixed weather with sunny and rainy days. Severe convective weather brings heavy rain, thunderstorms, hail and hurricanes, and the temperature fluctuates between minus and 40 degrees Celsius, which is worse than simply high or low temperatures. In addition, the northern coast of Xia State will face a wave of serious nuclear pollution. During the eternal night freeze period, the island nation's nuclear facilities were shattered by volcanoes and earthquakes and were in a frozen state. After thawing, frequent rainfall and floods brought out nuclear materials and waste, which flowed and polluted the entire island nation while spreading to neighboring countries and regions along ocean currents and precipitation. Strong nuclear radiation will not only harm humans, but also cause the death and mutation of a large number of organisms. Eventually these nuclear materials and waste will be spread all over the world, and the consequences will be difficult to estimate. However, the island government did not even survive the first wave of the eternal night and freezing period. Only less than 30 million of the 200 million citizens had the chance to see the light of day again. When the nuclear pollution brought serious consequences, most of these 30 million people died from their own actions. In the end, only 1 in 100 actually escaped the country. Some people estimate that the number may not exceed 1 million. But the island nation did not die out because of this. Not only did they have a large number of immigrants in Xia State, they also forcibly occupied an area in Heizhou and tried to rebuild the island nation. As for what the final situation will be, Zhou Lin has no idea. Anyway, it is said that the mutated creatures in Heizhou and Yangzhou are the most ferocious, and it is estimated that the islanders will be in trouble too. As he walked forward and recalled the past, Zhou Lin found that he had arrived at his destination, Jiazhou Auto City. Like the logistics park, this place was also covered with snow, and the 4S stores that once stretched all around were buried under the white snow. Zhou Lin didn't come here to look for a car. The Conqueror can be regarded as the ceiling among civilian vehicles. In Xia country, especially in a small city like Jiazhou, it is basically impossible to find a more powerful vehicle than it. But in Zhou Lin's opinion, the Conqueror T is not in the most perfect state. If it is to coexist with it and be used frequently, it will require secondary or even multiple modifications, maintenance and repairs. Even a good housewife cannot cook without rice. Even if symbiosis allows for any modification, maintenance and repair within the storage space, accessories and materials cannot be created out of nothing. There are some vehicle accessories on the Laifu, but they may not be suitable for the Conqueror, so Zhou Lin came here to take a look. After finding a good spot and starting to dig, Zhou Lin soon saw a familiar domestic logo. Although it was not what he wanted most, he had to dig in and take a look since he was here. Half an hour later, Zhou Lin finally entered the original exhibition hall. After turning on the light I carried with me, the entire exhibition hall came into view. The original glass curtain wall was shattered to the ground, and most of the exhibition cars were frozen, so it would probably be difficult to use them normally. There are no signs of human activity. It is estimated that all the people here have evacuated before the disaster completely struck. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin moved all the cars in the exhibition hall to the deck of Laifu, and then turned and entered the maintenance and repair workshop at the back. There are quite a few cars waiting or being repaired, but unfortunately they will never wait for their owners again. Zhou Lin looks down on them, as he is only here to collect new spare parts and repair tools from the warehouse. 15 minutes later, Zhou Lin stopped panting. He felt that this was not working. It was too inefficient. He couldn't run here every day, right? Chapter 45 Yang Qiqi is making trouble. Ding ding ding. The alarm sounded and Zhou, who was sitting on the sofa reading a book, looked up. The monitor showed a night vision image of the elevator room, with someone knocking on the explosion-proof door. Mom and Dad, it looks like someone from the property management. Outside the explosion-proof door, Huang Xiefeng frowned. Because Xiao Hang had specifically instructed him to do so, he came in person to inquire about Zhou Lin's family's attitudes. Property management. What's going on? Zhou Caijuan's voice was heard from the surveillance camera. Huang Xiefeng swept the flashlight towards the camera, and impatience in his eyes gradually grew stronger. They don't even open the door, and they don't trust their property management. This is what rich people are like. They really deserve to go to hell. You've all heard about the shelter recruiting people, right? Does your family want to sign up? Huang Xiefeng asked loudly. I won't participate. Zhou Kaijun said bluntly. Oh, okay. Huang Xiefeng nodded, and then continued, it is said that the owner of number 2 on the 16th floor is also at your house. What does she think? I won't participate either. Wu Shui said. Huang Xiefeng nodded, okay, we got it. More than 10 minutes later, Huang Xiefeng appeared outside Huang Menjing's door, panting. Who? Security Captain Huang Xiefeng. Although she introduced herself, Huang Menjing had no intention of opening the door. What's the matter? Have. Huang Xiefeng was a little annoyed. He thought he could see Huang Menjing up close. He had been paying attention to this young, beautiful and rich boss for a long time. There was no man, only an old woman at home. Huang Xiefeng knew all this clearly. We won't participate, thank you. Huang Menjing said. By the way, is there anything I can help you with? You can come to me anytime. Huang Xiefeng said. Thank you for your kindness, but not at the moment. Huang Xiefeng was very angry after being rejected. If he hadn't had a bit of rationality left, he would have wanted to break in. No. At least not yet. Although he was dissatisfied, the result was not bad. Huang Xiefeng didn't care whether Zhou Lin's family stayed or not. As long as Huang Menjing didn't leave, he still had a chance. No one could snatch it from me, he thought. Hearing the footsteps fading away outside the door, Huang Menjing patted her chest and hurriedly contacted Qing Yali. No one in the property management is a good person. I noticed a long time ago that Huang Xiefeng looked at me with a strange look in his eyes. Any man would take a second look at someone like you. Qing Yali joked. After a few pleasantries, Huang Menjing talked about the deal they had discussed last time. Sister Cheng, I'm afraid my mother won't be able to bear it if we don't have coal anymore. We can talk, but Zhou Lin is out. He went out. Huang Menjing was slightly stunned, thinking that Zhou Lin would not go to move the dehydrated vegetables alone, right? But even if it was him, what could she do? Would she make trouble with Zhou Lin? No, that would not bring any benefit except losing the Zhou family as an ally. Is my son really not coming back tonight? Zhou Kaijun asked. Yeah, he said he wanted to collect some useful things, the time is undecided. Zhou Lin decided not to come back because he didn't want to waste time on the journey. But this lazy decision almost made him regret for the rest of his life. Around noon the next day, the lights outside the community came on again. Xiao Hang, who had already received the notice, immediately sent someone to greet them. 2 hours ago, Xiao Hang received the news that Su Ziyuan had returned. There were more than 80 people in Lanshan community who signed up to go to the shelter. After a preliminary screening, Su Ziyuan found 42 people who passed, and there were still 20 people to be determined. The 42 people selected actually came from 16 owners, basically those who have no elderly or children around them. The 20 people on hold will need to undergo a second round of interviews. Su Ziyuan did not come, and Wu Jiankai led the team today. Originally, all this had nothing to do with the Zhou family, but just as the team members were helping the 16 households move their things, a cry for help suddenly came from the rooftop of Building 8. It's Yang Qiqi. She heard the team's promotion clearly in the tool room yesterday. If it weren't for what was said in the propaganda, Yang Qiqi would not dare to resist easily. After all, she couldn't guarantee that she could survive if she left the tool shed. But God has a good vision. The government actually sent people here, and they are hiring. Yang Qiqi knew that this would be her best chance, and if she missed it, her life would be ruined. She was so excited that she wanted to shout loudly, but she soon found that her sound could not be heard at all, and even if it was heard, the people below would not be able to hear it. Fortunately, the government people came the next day, which gave Yang Qiqi an opportunity. It happened that Zhou Lin had gone to the auto city and had not returned yet. Taking advantage of the time when everyone should be asleep at night, Yang Qiqi used a screwdriver to forcibly remove a piece of the wall panel of the tool room. When she heard a noise downstairs, she wrapped herself in her sleeping bag, broke through the wall, rushed to the edge of the platform and shouted loudly. "What's going on?" Wu Jiansai's face suddenly changed and he stared at Xiao Heng. I don't know either. Building 8, it seems like the sound is coming from the rooftop of Building 8. You guys, go and take a look. As a government official, and now representing the shelter, it would be fine if I didn't encounter such a thing, but if I do, I can't just turn a blind eye. If you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. I say that woman should be killed. At Zhou's house, Zhou Li couldn't help shaking her head as she watched the surveillance video. She didn't really care what Yang Qiqi did, the key point was that the wall panels of the tool room were damaged, and the insulation effect dropped sharply. If things went wrong, the vegetables she had worked so hard to grow and the chickens, ducks, and geese might be ruined. I'm going to shoot her right now. Qing Yali took out the gun in anger. Wu Shui's eyes widened as she watched from the side. She never expected that the Zhou family even had such a thing. What family? Mom, I advise you to calm down. Zhou Li said, you and Dad and your brothers should work together to bring that woman down. Seeing Qing Yali and Zhou Kaijun going upstairs, Zhou Li started calling Zhou Lin. I was careless. After a moment of silence, Zhou Lin said, I'm leaving now. Don't open the door before I get there. Brother, it's no use looking at plums to quench your thirst. I will take care of it. As soon as Zhou Li finished speaking, the monitor sounded an alarm, and the lights outside the explosion-proof door came on. A group of people led by Wu Jiankai had arrived. On behalf of the Post-Disaster Command Center, I order you to open the door immediately, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Wu Jiankai stood in front of the explosion-proof door with an ugly look on his face. He has seen many rich people, but a rich person who built his own gate to look like a bank vault, must have done too many bad things. Is there a search warrant? Zhou Li asked with the help of the camera. Wu Jiankai was slightly stunned. Search warrant? What kind of situation would require this thing? That was the truth, but he really couldn't say it like that, otherwise he would be slapping himself in the face. There is a woman calling for help on your platform. This is a special situation. For the safety of people's lives, I now require you to open the access to the platform. Wu Jiankai was quick-witted. If there was no search warrant, he would just say he wanted to save people and act accordingly. The firefighters even broke into the house to save people. Who would issue a search warrant in that situation? Oh, that woman on the platform, she's my brother's girlfriend, she's broken down, there's a conflict going on. Although I don't dare to expect it, what if Wu Jiankai and others want to have less trouble? In fact, seeing that the Zhou family had such a tough attitude, Wu Jiankai did want to get away with it. However, just as he was about to speak, someone from the property management suddenly stood up. She's lying. I know who's on the platform. Chapter 46 Symbiosis, Lu Xiaofeng. Who are you? Wu Jiankai frowned and looked at Tang Yili who was standing behind Xiao Heng. My name is Tang Yili, and the one who just shouted for help was my girlfriend, her name is Ai Bing. Actually, I'm not the owner of this community. I came here to save my girlfriend. If you don't believe me, you can ask manager Xiao. Don't be fooled by Tang Yili's tall and strong appearance. As he spoke, his eyes turned red. He is worthy of being an actor. His every move moved Wu Jiankai so much that he turned to the camera and said. Did you hear that? Someone is saying that you are illegally detaining women. Open the door immediately so we can verify it. In the room, Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali were both a little panicked. Although they had a big business, they were honest and kind-hearted at heart, mainly because they were deeply afraid of the government. Wu Shui didn't say anything, but just looked at Zhou Li, whose face still showed no sign of nervousness. Ai Bing. We don't know who Ai Bing is. My brother's ex-girlfriend's name is Yang Qiqi. We don't know any Ai Bing. Little girl. Wu Jiankai could tell Zhou Li was not very old at this time. Let your parents talk to me. There's nothing to say. Zhou Li said coldly, this is our own family affair. My brother and her were going to get married, but she suddenly asked for 1 million, so the deal fell through. It has nothing to do with outsiders. Mr. Tang, don't slander us. When my brother comes back, I'll see how he'll deal with you. Is this really a mistake? Girlfriend? 1 million. Wu Jiankai frowned. He now believed Zhou Li's words a little. After all, how many bad thoughts could a little girl have, especially a little girl who couldn't even use idioms and colloquialisms properly? Is there no adult in their family? Wu Jiankai asked Xiao Hang. I remember there was one. Xiao Hang said. How can you be a property manager? Wu Jiankai glared at Xiao Hang, then said loudly, how about this, whether it's Yang Qiqi or Ai Bing, let her out first, and we can talk about other things later. If you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. Don't mention anything about the future to me. My brother is not here, so you can take her away and we won't owe each other anything. It will save my family's food. Outside the door, Wu Jiankai and others looked at each other in bewilderment. No one dared to say that they could grasp what Zhou Li wanted to express. But no matter what, it is right to rescue the people first. Stay away, further away. After Wu Jiankai and the others were far enough away, Zhou Li asked Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali to take Yang Qiqi away. You are a smart woman. You have seen the conditions of our family. If my brother is arrested because of Ai Bing's matter, the government may confiscate this family, and you will have no way back. You and my brother don't actually have a mortal hatred. To be honest, we have treated you fairly these days. It's up to you to decide whether to stick with it or leave some room for it. After Zhou Li's words hit the point, Wu Shui opened the explosion-proof door a crack, and Zhou Kaijun and his wife suddenly pushed Yang Qiqi out. Bang! The explosion-proof door was closed again, and Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali heaved a sigh of relief. But they couldn't be happy yet, because no one could guarantee that there would be no trouble if Yang Qiqi was released. If we go one step further, there will definitely be more trouble. Zhou Li sighed like an adult and turned to Wu Shui, sister-in-law, do you want to split up for a while? Wu Shui shook her head. She couldn't just share the good times but not the bad times. What's more, she didn't know what Yang Qiqi's situation was. Outside the door, Yang Qiqi still couldn't believe that she was really released. When she learned about Wu Jiansai's identity, she immediately burst into tears. People who didn't know the inside story would think that she had suffered a lot in the Zhou family. Yang Qiqi, where is Ai Bing? Tang Yili shouted. What's going on? Wu Jiankai was also very angry at first, but when he saw Yang Qiqi's situation clearly, he couldn't help but become suspicious. No matter how distressed Yang Qiqi was, she couldn't change the fact that she was neatly dressed and moving as usual, not to mention that she even looked a little rosy-cheeked. Except for being a little dirtier and smelling a little stronger, her life was almost the same as before the end of the world. If this is what being abused looks like, there may be countless people out there who are willing to be abused. Don't lie, we can confront each other. Seeing Yang Qiqi's eyes rolling around, Wu Jiankai immediately scolded her. He was so busy that he didn't have the time to deal with such a messed up love story. Just tell me what your relationship with this family is. Yang Qiqi swallowed. She wanted to say that she didn't know the Zhou family, but this lie would not stand up to scrutiny at all. And by observing the situation of Wu Jiankai and others, Yang Qiqi suddenly remembered Zhou Li's words. I am just an ordinary friend of Zhou Lin. Ai Bing, yes, Ai Bing is gone. Zhou Lin actually wanted me to marry him. Of course I didn't agree, so I used the betrothal gift to stall his family. Who knew he would actually want to force me? When I didn't agree, he locked me up on the rooftop and didn't give me food. He also wanted to freeze me to death. You represent the government and the soldiers, you should arrest their whole family. During this extraordinary period, it is not up to you to decide whether to arrest or not. Wu Jiankai said in a deep voice, how about this, I see that you are fine, we can discuss the details later, we still have things to do. Ignoring Yang Qiqi's hypocritical attempts to stop him, Wu Jiankai turned around and left. What's the point of not having food to eat and still freezing? Yang Qiqi should really go and see what the starving people outside look like. She didn't even bother looking in the mirror before lying. In the room, Zhou Li watched Wu Jiankai and others leave, and a smile finally appeared on her little face. Brother, it's calm for now, but that woman will definitely not give up, you have to prepare early. Got it. I'll be back as soon as possible. Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali went upstairs to repair the tool room. Now that Yang Qiqi is gone, these things will probably fall on Zhou Caijuan's shoulders. A heavy truck repair workshop in the auto city. Zhou Lin sat cross-legged on the ground with a frown on his face. The 12-meter-long conqueror was not far in front of him. Countless auto parts, accessories and various raw materials are arranged in categories around them. Just a few hours ago, Zhou Lin completed the symbiosis with the conqueror and named him Lu Xiaofeng. Symbiosis. Intermediate 1257/10,000. Currently symbiotic transportation, Laifu, large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng, medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity symbiosis, 2.8 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I, 2.8, 2845/10,000. After living in symbiosis with the conqueror, Zhou Lin probably understood the conqueror better than anyone else in the world, so he quickly developed a transformation plan. The first is through sex. Although the conqueror is a heavy truck chassis, it is not built for unpaved roads. It is not easy to find an intact road after the apocalyptic disaster. If you want Lu Xiaofeng to really fly on land like the wind, you must modify the chassis and suspension. Zhou Lin has considered raising the chassis and replacing it with a longer and tougher suspension, making modifications to suit the current snow conditions, but after careful consideration, it is actually unnecessary. There was no need for him to let the whole family go out, so it was highly unlikely that he would use the Lu Xiaofeng. What's more, with the weight of Lu Xiaofeng, it would be easy for it to get stuck if the route was uncertain, and it would become a burden. It might even be slower than if everyone wore a pair of skis. Therefore, snow track modification is not necessary. Instead, waterproofing of the chassis and body is the second modification focus that Zhou Lin considered. Then comes the car body strength and bulletproof capability. At present, the country is relatively safe, but it will not be safe forever. When the snow melts, many places where guns are stored will be visited by people with ulterior motives, and more guns and ammunition will be lost among the people. Fortunately, the window glass of Lu Xiaofeng was originally bulletproof, so Zhou Lin only needed to solve the bulletproof problem in the car and other places. From the plan to the materials, it was actually not difficult. The really hard part is. Chapter 47, Transformation begins. After Zhou Lin constructed the Conqueror T-type RV and renamed it Lu Xiaofeng, he began the renovation work in the auto city. He gave up the modification of the tracks suitable for snowy terrain and chose to strengthen the chassis and suspension to ensure the passability of the RV. In addition, bulletproof capability is also very important, at least to ensure that ordinary bullets cannot easily penetrate the body of the car. In addition, Zhou Lin also needs the body of the car to have extremely high sealing properties, and even the ability to swim for a short time, in order to adapt to various harsh road environments in the end times. This is the most difficult part of the entire transformation. The symbiosis ability allows Zhou Lin to complete the transformation of symbiotic vehicles in the storage space with his mind. The apparent prerequisite is that there are sufficient materials and accessories, but in fact there is another invisible condition, Zhou Lin's physical strength and energy. Before this, Zhou Lin had not made any essential modifications to the Lai Fu. He just moved some objects, which did not consume much energy. When he started to modify Lu Xiaofeng, he realized that modification was by no means an easy task. For example, when modifying the suspension, if there are sufficient materials and accessories, Zhou Lin can complete a suspension modification in a flash of thought, which is just a few seconds. However, after completing the modification, Zhou Lin ate 10 servings of hamburgers and took a half hour to relax. Zhou Lin calculated that if the transformation work was to be completed entirely manually, it would only take about 5 hours of work, so everything was an equal exchange. The supernatural power only helped Zhou Lin achieve his goal in the simplest way, but it still abided by the most basic laws of energy. If there is anything about superpowers that does not conform to basic laws, perhaps it is just that humans have not yet discovered these laws. The chassis and suspension modifications took a total of 3 hours, and it can be said that 2 hours and 55 minutes of that time were spent on eating and recovering energy. At this efficiency, Zhou Lin felt that it would take at least 2 days to complete all the transformations. It's already very fast. If you want to complete these transformations in reality, 1 month may not be enough. The best defense is offense, so in Zhou Lin's transformation plan, Lu Xiaofeng must also have strong offensive capabilities. Like the original lifting platform on the roof, Zhou Lin transformed it into a turret that can rotate 360 degrees and elevate 85 degrees, and installed the Vulcan cannon taken from the rifle. In addition, the front and rear of the vehicle have been modified with concealed rocket launch brackets, which are also spare parts obtained from the rifle's maintenance warehouse. There are multiple shooting windows at the front, rear and body of the vehicle, which ensure that you can aim and shoot without blind spots while ensuring the safety of people inside the vehicle. In addition, Zhou Lin also needs to transform a drone platform at the rear of the vehicle to launch and retrieve drones, thereby ensuring Lu Xiaofeng's reconnaissance capabilities. The last step is the electrification of the vehicle, including infrared night vision cameras and so on. Zhou Kaijun and the other two didn't know about the supernatural power, but they had a walkie-talkie to keep in touch at all times, so they weren't too worried about Zhou Lin's safety. On the contrary, Yang Qiqi was the one who knew what kind of trouble she could cause. In fact, after watching Yang Qiqi's performance, Wu Jiankai had basically agreed with Zhou Li's statement. Since it was a young emotional conflict, Wu Jiankai didn't care about it anymore. He asked Xiao Heng to gather those who needed a second interview and hurry up to complete the rest of the work. The person who was the most unhappy among all people was Tang Yili. "Where's AI Bing? Tell me. I clearly saw her go in with you. How should I know? Didn't they say she had a fight with Zhou Lin and left?" Yang Qiqi was also very conflicted now. Facts prove that Zhou Li did not lie. Just look at the kind of life people like Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao are living. I can't contact Mr. Chow anymore. Even if he sends someone over, they won't be able to find me. Yang Qiqi felt that she needed to think more about herself. Unfortunately, Wu Jiankai just ignored her and even disagreed with her going to the shelter, saying that she didn't meet the requirements. She really wanted to ask Wu Jiankai, if she didn't meet the requirements when she was so beautiful, was the shelter going to select a concubine? If she went to the shelter, Yang Qiqi would definitely tell everyone that Zhou Lin killed AI Bing, but now, she was a little worried. "You won't sleep in the corridor, will you? Let's go to where you live first." Yang Qiqi, feeling angry, followed Tang Yili back to where they lived. Her mood became even worse when she saw the environment. "You live here?" Wrapped in a security army coat given by Tang Yili, Yang Qiqi almost cried out loud. "What place is this?" There was no light or heating, and the only source of heat was the distant heat from the stove in the hall. The windows were sealed to keep in warmth, and there were even 2 bunk beds in the small room. The air was turbid and it smelled even worse than Zhou Lin's tool shed. At this moment, the first thought in Yang Qiqi's mind was to go back to Zhou Lin's home. Although she lived with chickens, ducks and geese, and was responsible for taking care of the plants, there was light, warmth, and green vegetables and living animals. Thinking about it now, she missed it so much. She even thought that maybe she would be able to harvest the vegetables after some time, and then she would secretly eat a few leaves of lettuce, which would surely taste delicious. "What's wrong?" Tang Yili asked while sitting on his bed, using the dim light of a hand-cranked flashlight. "Nothing." Yang Qiqi shook her head. "Tang Yili, forget about AI Bing. You can't find her in this environment. You should think more about yourself." The environment in front of her was hard for Yang Qiqi to accept. As the air became more turbid, she felt like she couldn't breathe. "How about?" Tang Yili was stunned. "Let's go to Sun Qinghao's house. There is no electricity, water, or food in my house now. If you want to leave, I can give you the key." Sun Qinghao didn't have any objection. He would not leave anyway. As long as Huang Menjing was still there, he would not leave. He wants revenge. Well, he just coveted Huang Menjing, especially after the last time. The more he couldn't get her, the more he wanted her. "Let me think about it." Yang Qiqi was a little confused. She knew that what Tang Ili said was true, but she didn't want to stay here. Go back to Zhou's house and continue sleeping on the platform, feeding chickens and growing vegetables. No. So why not try a different approach? Thinking of this, Yang Qiqi's eyes lit up. She stood up suddenly and glanced at Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao. The Zhou family has everything. They even have extra food to raise chickens and rabbits, and grow vegetables. Impossible. Tang Ili was so surprised that he actually roared out loud. I also think it's impossible. Sun Qinghao said. Yang Qiqi had no choice but to tell the two of them what she knew. After hearing this, Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao were silent for a long time, mainly because they couldn't believe it. How could there be such a fairy-like life in the end times? But Yang Qiqi really had no reason to lie, not to mention that she didn't look hungry or cold at all. So. Sun Qinghao's eyes flashed with madness. As long as we go and grab that house, all of these will belong to us. That's right. Yang Qiqi nodded. There's a beautiful woman and a little girl in their family. They will all belong to you when the time comes. Pretty woman. Sun Qinghao stood up suddenly. Is she as pretty as you? Well, it depends on the person. You will definitely think she is prettier than me. Then what are you waiting for? Grab it, I'll go grab it. Tang Ili patted his chest. Let's go now. Sun Qinghao waved his injured hand and said excitedly. Why are you panicking? Yang Qiqi rolled her eyes and said, don't you see the door at the door? Use your head to open it. Then how do we open it? Sun Qinghao asked with a frown. Chapter 48, Both Sides Suffer. Narcissistic people often feel that everyone around them is stupid. Yang Qiqi is very narcissistic. From her appearance to her inner self, she always feels that the phrase, beautiful and intelligent, was invented specifically for her. We need to outsmart them. Outsmart? How to outsmart? It's definitely not possible today. Go find me something to eat first. I'll take a nap and we'll talk about it after I've rested well. Yang Qiqi felt that the idea she had just come up with was great and would definitely succeed. By then, she would have delicious food and drinks, and the most important thing was that she could torture Zhou Lin. That's right, not only did she want Zhou Lin to feel what she was feeling during this period of time, she also wanted Zhou Lin to empty the toilet and wipe her butt every day. When a woman goes crazy, nothing is impossible. Zhou Lin, who was far away in the Auto City, also wondered whether Yang Qiqi would retaliate, but soon he had to put this question aside. The continuous transformation was really torturous. Later, he felt that his brain was completely numb, and he needed one cigarette and cup of coffee after another to barely keep him awake. Torture, extreme pain. But soon Zhou Lin was happy with it, just because. Symbiosis. Intermediate 1621/10,000. Currently symbiotic transportation, Laifu, large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng, medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity symbiosis, 3.1 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I, 3.1, 3182/10,000. Not only did the ability experience increase by 300, but the degree of evolution also increased by almost the same amount. Not only can you kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but the efficiency is so high. If you can keep going, won't your experience points soar? But then he changed his mind and thought about the food and supplies he had consumed in the past 2 days. No wonder the evolvers he knew in his previous life improved so slowly. They couldn't even fill their stomachs to expect to improve. That must be a dream. In other words, Zhou Lin dared to build it only because he had enough supplies for an aircraft carrier. As the materials and accessories piled up around him gradually disappeared, Lu Xiaofeng's transformation was about to be completed. The Zhou family finally had a peaceful night, but before they had even had breakfast, the surveillance camera alerted them that there was someone outside the door. Qing Yali was furious when she saw this. How dare this bitch come here again? She's not done yet, is she? Who? Zhou Kaijun asked. Who else could it be? Where's my knife? Qing Yali rushed to open the door with a kitchen knife in hand. Zhou Li didn't even have time to react. What do you want to do? Outside the door, young Chi-Chi, still wearing the same clothes she left yesterday, was shivering and looking pitiful. "Auntie, I was wrong." Tears slid down his dirty face and turned into icy foam as soon as they hit the ground. "Don't call me auntie, I can't bear it. Also, get out now." Cheng Yali waved the kitchen knife, forcing young Chi-Chi to take a step back. "Auntie, listen to me, I didn't say anything, really, no matter how they ask me, I didn't say anything, you have to believe me." Believe in young Chi-Chi. Because of AI Bing, how could Cheng Yali possibly believe young Chi-Chi? She would rather believe a dog than young Chi-Chi. However, just when Cheng Yali wanted to say something, two figures suddenly rushed out from the stairwell, one hugging her arms and the other hugging her waist. Sun Qinghao's hugging of her waist failed, so he had to settle for the next best thing and strangle Cheng Yali's neck. The sudden change made Cheng Yali unable to react. It was not until young Chi-Chi snatched the kitchen knife from her hand that Cheng Yali suddenly regretted it. She shouldn't have opened the door. Thinking that her husband and daughter were still in the house, Cheng Yali turned around and yelled, "Lock the door, Lao Zhou, lock the door. Hurry, rush in." Young Chi-Chi shouted. At this time, Zhou Kaijun and the other two in the room also reacted. However, how could they possibly lock Cheng Yali outside? It was too late to go upstairs to get the gun, so Zhou Kaijun actually picked up a folding chair and rushed out, and ran into Tang Ili, who rushed in. "Old fellow." Seeing Zhou Kaijun raising the folding chair, Tang Ili was not afraid at all. He raised his hand and punched Zhou Kaijun on the chest. Even though Tang Ili is just a fitness coach and has some strength in his hands, Zhou Kaijun couldn't bear the strength and fell backwards with a cry. Wu Shui, who originally wanted to come up to help, had to stop and support Zhou Kaijun. For a moment, there was chaos inside and outside the house. Between the two doors, Sun Qinghao was strangling Cheng Yali's neck. Young Chi-Chi was gesturing with a kitchen knife, wanting to take action but not daring to. In the room, Tang Ili was threatening Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui. It has to be said that Wu Shui, who was already very beautiful, looked even more outstanding in the apocalypse. Compared with the dirty young Chi-Chi, she was like heaven and earth. Tang Ili was so reluctant to hit Wu Shui that he was afraid of hurting her. It was heartbreaking. Damn it, Sun Qinghao must not get away with it. Tang Ili thought. "Old woman, if you move again I'll chop you." Young Chi-Chi finally put the kitchen knife on Cheng Yali's neck, and Sun Qinghao, who was already exhausted and out of breath, was able to take a breath. Just when young Chi-Chi thought the situation was settled, suddenly a dark shadow rushed into the corridor and pounced on her at lightning speed. "Ah!" Young Chi-Chi screamed and instinctively swung the kitchen knife in her hand towards the black shadow. "Ah!" The black shadow hit the kitchen knife, and knocked young Chi-Chi down with the remaining force, and then fell to the ground himself. It turned out to be He Zai, who was just called by Zhou Li from the platform. At this time, there was a wound on its head, and blood was oozing out. Seeing He Zai injured, Cheng Yali roared and slammed Sun Qinghao against the wall like a mountain, then turned around and was about to fight with young Chi-Chi. Only then did young Chi-Chi sit up and confront He Zai with a kitchen knife. "Heizi, go help daddy." Cheng Yali's eyes turned red. She was going to fight with young Chi-Chi today. Perhaps it was because of the pressure from He Zai, or maybe it was Cheng Yali's murderous look. Young Chi-Chi couldn't hold it anymore and shouted to Tang Ili for help. Hearing the call, Tang Ili was still a little hesitant, mainly because he couldn't bear to leave Wu Shui. But when Heizi rushed in barking, Tang Ili didn't dare to wait any longer. Without the help of Sun Qinghao and young Chi-Chi, he wouldn't dare to fight a dog head-on, let alone 3 other people. Tang Ili rushed out of the house without caring about Sun Qinghao and punched Cheng Yali twice. If Heizi, Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui had not chased him out, he would have been ready to counterattack with the kitchen knife in young Chi-Chi's hand. In the narrow corridor, the injured Cheng Yali, Zhou Kaijun, Wu Shui and Heizi were confronting the pale-faced young Chi-Chi, Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao. Oh, Heizi bit Sun Qinghao just now, so Sun Qinghao was basically useless now. "Don't come over here, let's go." Young Chi-Chi assessed the situation and felt that it was impossible to achieve the goal today. With that loser Sun Qinghao holding her back, she had no choice but to retreat. It's not war's fault, it's all that damn dog's fault. Cheng Yali and others did not dare to chase after him. Lao Zhou was punched in the chest and it was not known whether his bones were injured. Qing Yali was not much better off. It could only be said that her extra fat helped her to absorb a lot of damage, otherwise Tang Yili's punches would not have been light. As for Heizi, his eyes were covered with blood. He is just holding on with one breath. We don't know if his life is in danger yet. Close the door, close the door. Qing Yali asked Wu Shui to close the door. She gritted her teeth and supported Zhou Kaijun into the house. Heizi was still reluctant to leave and sat at the door baring his teeth at the outside. Hey Zai, come here, let me show you. Holding the dog's head in both hands, Wu Shui's tears fell in strings. Zhou Lin, you'd better come back quickly. Things are getting troublesome. In the living room, Zhou Li said while holding the intercom. Chapter 49 Happy Event. Wait for me. Strictly speaking, Lu Xiaofeng's transformation was not yet complete, but when he heard that his parents and Heizi were injured, Zhou Lin dared not wait any longer. After getting out of the snow, Zhou Lin put on his snowboard and rushed back, feeling extremely anxious. Blame him. They should have killed Yang Qiqi and that bitch AI Bing and used them as fertilizer, then today's events wouldn't have happened. Fortunately, my parents should be fine, otherwise Zhou Lin would never be able to forgive himself. It took Zhou Lin almost 5 hours to get here, but less than 3 hours to get back. In addition to anxiety, there is also the reason of increased physical evolution. Normally Zhou Lin would put away his skis outside the community, but this time he didn't care about anything else and skied straight to the bottom of Building 8 before stopping. Wang. With gauze wrapped on his head, the poor and funny Heizi greeted Zhou Lin. He habitually rubbed his head against his calf, and accidentally touched the wound, screaming miserably. Be good. After patting He Zai on the back, Zhou Lin glared at Zhou Li who opened the door. Why don't you shoot? The opportunity cannot be missed. Zhou Li shrugged, not caring about Zhou Lin's anger at all. Stop yelling. It will be more troublesome if you shoot. Zhou Kaijun was sitting on the sofa. Although his face looked unhappy, there was no big problem after Wu Shui checked him. Qing Yali's situation is similar. It can only be said that Yang Qiqi and the other two lack experience, otherwise the result today would be completely different. I was careless. Qing Yali said, everyone should be careful in the future. The door cannot be opened. Wu Shui nodded, don't worry, uncle and aunt are not injured, it's just He Zai. Ouch. As if he understood Wu Shui's words, Heizi raised his tail complacently and walked around the living room in circles, as if to say that he was fine. It must be very painful. Wu Shui looked at Heizi, a trace of heartache in her eyes. Luckily you are here. Zhou Lin smiled at Wu Shui, then his face turned cold. Who else came with the three of them besides Tang Yili? Zhou Kaijun and others didn't know Sun Qinghao's name, but they would definitely recognize him if they met him again. You want to go find them? Qing Yali shook her head. No, the government was here yesterday. If you kill or injure anyone, they will definitely tell the government, and then you will be arrested. Suppressing his anger, Zhou Lin said, we can't just let it go like this. Even if we can't kill them, we can at least beat them up. However, Qing Yali just didn't agree to let Zhou Lin go. She didn't know that Zhou Lin was already an evolver and was afraid that he would suffer. Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui also objected, thinking that in the current situation it would be better to have less trouble. Helpless, Zhou Lin had no choice but to put the matter aside for the time being. He just went upstairs and took out a gun, magazine, and bullets and placed them in front of Wu Shui. If a similar situation happens again next time, don't hesitate, shoot. But Wu Shui was a little panicked. Not to mention whether she dared to shoot and kill someone, she had never touched a real gun, let alone even thought about it. No buts. Zhou Lin said in a deep voice, no matter how big the trouble is, it is not as important as your safety. Even if something goes wrong, I can solve it. Don't listen to him. Qing Yali came over and put the gun in Wu Shui's hand. But he is right. If your life is really in danger, don't think too much. Holding the gun, Wu Shui also knew that this was the Zhou family's greatest trust in her, and nodded with red eyes, okay, auntie. Why are you still calling me auntie? Forget it, I won't force you. Just let it be, just let it be. Qing Yali was smiling, and Zhou Kaijun nodded slightly. Although they had not been in contact with Wu Shui for a long time, the experience during this period was enough for them to recognize her. Special treatment is required in special times. The best way to make Wu Shui completely integrated into this small group is for her and Zhou Lin. This was also the idea that the clever Zhou Li had in mind from the beginning. His parents were not around, he was an only child, he had no other close relatives, he had the most important medical technology in troubled times, he had an outstanding appearance, and he was of the right age. Where could he find a more suitable wife? Such a blatant statement made Wu Shui lower her head. She actually didn't object, she just felt it was a little sudden. I can't say that my feelings for Zhou Lin are very deep, but are feelings important in today's world? Looking at Yang Qiqi and other property owners in the community, and then thinking about what is described in those apocalyptic novels, no matter from which angle, being with Zhou Lin is her best solution at the moment. But how could a woman take the initiative in such a matter? Shouldn't Zhou Lin have brought it up first? But Zhou Lin was just like a piece of wood. Qing Yali couldn't stand it anymore and twisted Zhou Lin's ear. You kid, say something. Ah. Zhou Lin was still thinking about how to deal with Yang Qiqi and Tang Yili, but the pain in his ear completely interrupted his thoughts. What did I say? Do you have any objection to Xiao Xue being your girlfriend? Oh, no, right? Then it's settled. Qing Yali didn't even give Zhou Lin time to express his opinion. Mom, You want to get married right away? Okay, your dad and I have no objection. Xiao Xue, you have no objection either, right? Auntie, aren't you a little too impatient? Wu Shui was a little dumbfounded. Qing Yali was too unconventional. Besides, it was the end of the world. What's the point of getting married or not? Well, can't you send a message to your parents? Come on, let's go upstairs and talk. Qing Yali let go of Zhou Lin and pulled Wu Shui to the second floor. Brother, put yourself in my shoes and make preparations early. Zhou Li leaned close to Zhou Lin and whispered. Prepare. Are we going to host a banquet? Zhou Li rolled her eyes. What's wrong with you? You're pointing fingers here and there. Am I talking about marriage? I'm talking about that bitch. Children, please don't swear. Green tea, that's enough. Formalism is unacceptable. It kills people. Green tea will definitely not let it go. Zhou Lin nodded, Zhou Li was right. So what do you think? I just simulated it. Zhou Li said, she might tell others about our family situation. Then what? You can't carve up a rotten tree. You have to ask this. This is going to be a big problem. Zhou Li shook her head and said, you are the target of public criticism, don't you understand? This idiom is well used. Zhou Lin smiled. So what if he is the target of public criticism? If he is really pushed to the limit, he will kill anyone who dares to come. I agree. Zhou Li raised her hand, but my parents and sister-in-law might be soft-hearted. People are divided into groups, so we should take precautions early. How can we prevent it? Zhou Li shook her phone and said, I have prepared 20 cruel apocalyptic novels. I will send them to them in a while. I will reflect on myself 3 times a day and write a review after reading them every day. Zhou Lin gave Zhou Li a thumbs up and nodded slowly, you are awesome. Whoever raises the problem should solve it. This task is left to you. What about you? Me? Zhou Lin smiled coldly and glanced at the dozing Zhou Kaijun. Of course I'll go collect some interest first. Although Qing Yali and Zhou Kaijun strongly opposed it, Zhou Lin still couldn't swallow this anger. Besides, Tang Yili had already shown up, and he couldn't let him run away with Yang Qiqi. Chapter 50, Just a Little Interest. Sun Qinghao felt very unlucky. Why is he always the one who gets hurt? My hand hasn't healed yet, and the dog bit me again where the thickest part of my flesh is. The key point is that the doctor in Building 2 doesn't have rabies vaccine at home. If something happens, wouldn't it be the end of us? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable Sun Qinghao felt, especially when he saw Tang Yili flirting with Yang Qiqi. Although he now realized that Yang Qiqi was just a green tea who was purely using Tang Yili, what about him? If he continued to be unlucky like this, he might not be able to ask the 5th girl for help. So Sun Qinghao was secretly very angry, and gradually he became dissatisfied with Tang Yili and Yang Qiqi. We were a bit hasty this time. We should have brought weapons. Yang Qiqi was still summarizing, and she didn't think at all that if she could just hit Qing Yali a few times with a kitchen knife and then rush into the house, well, Zhou Li would definitely open fire, and none of the three of them would be able to escape. But they won't open the door if you go again. Tang Yili's mind is not all about muscles. It's okay, let's find someone who can open the lock. However, Yang Qiqi's idea was bound to fail. It might be possible in other communities, but people who make a living by unlocking locks could not live in Lanshan. Besides, Zhou Lin went downstairs quietly and found Xiao Heng directly. Tang Yili? I don't know. He's not from our property management team. In the property management office, Xiao Heng denied that he had anything to do with Tang Yili. But he still advised Zhou Lin to mind his own business. Since Wu Jiankai didn't mention it, it meant that the Zhou family's illegal detention of Yang Qiqi was over. Besides, he knew that Ai Bing had entered the community, and no one saw Ai Bing leave. So, why did Zhou Lin need to cause trouble for himself? Are you planning to lock them up again? The government won't ignore it. They'll just break down your door. Will you be able to resist? Seeing that Xiao Heng did not look fake, Zhou Lin said that Yang Qiqi brought Tang Yili and another man to his house when he was not at home. They not only beat up Zhou Kaijun and his wife, but also hacked his dog. Do you have a dog at home? Xiao Heng shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where they are now either. I'll find them. And then? Stay calm, otherwise next time the government people come, I don't think anyone can save you. Xiao Heng said this, but in fact he was hoping that Zhou Lin would have a conflict with Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao. It would be perfect if one or two of them died. At that time, not only would the Zhou family's supplies be his, but also the woman named Wu Shui on the 16th floor, all would be his. Xiao Heng didn't have a very strong opinion about women. After all, he had read a lot of articles online and believed that women would only get in the way. What's more, as long as he held the power, he could have as many as he wanted. The Zhou family undoubtedly has sufficient supplies. Look at Yang Qiqi and Go Zi. If these supplies can be obtained by him, they will surely play a greater role. Thinking of this, Xiao Heng somewhat looked down on Zhou Lin. He only knew how to sneak around all day and didn't know how to use supplies to attract people. Maybe he would have to temporarily serve Zhou Lin. Since Yang Qiqi and others were not there, Zhou Lin didn't want to waste time. He could see that Xiao Heng was not a good person, but as long as he was not provoked, he could ignore him for the time being. The occupancy rate of the community originally did not reach 100%. In addition, some owners were not in the area when the end of the world came and did not return. Another group left yesterday. Now there are many empty houses in the community. Yang Qiqi and the other two were afraid that the Zhou family would cause trouble, so they did not return to the dormitory arranged by the property management. Instead, they found a house where the owner had just moved out and pried open the window to get in. Using the remaining wooden furniture in the house to light a fire, the coldness on the three people gradually subsided. Tang Yili also helped to treat Sun Qinghao's injuries, but it is hard to say whether it was effective. Anyway, given the current temperature, the wound is unlikely to get infected. Lying by the fire, Sun Qinghao felt his stomach aching with hunger. Old Tang, is there anything else to eat? No. Tang Yili said as he secretly stuffed the last bag of biscuits in his pocket to Yang Qiqi. Yang Qiqi took the biscuit calmly, stood up and made an excuse to go to the toilet. When she left, she gave Tang Yili a big kiss on the face, which made Tang Yili very happy. Old Tang, listen to me. It's troublesome to keep a woman like Yang Qiqi around. I don't like to hear that. Yang Qiqi is so weak, how could she be a trouble? Tang Yili shook his head. I think he's right. Zhou Lin's voice suddenly rang out, frightening Tang Yili so much that he stood up suddenly and looked around. Who? Come out. The fire was not bright enough, and except for the living room, the rest of the place was dark, which seriously affected Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao's vision. In fact, Zhou Lin came in through the pried-open window. It was not difficult to find the hiding place of Tang Yili and the other two with the help of an infrared night vision goggles. He just had to look for where the three of them gathered together, and that was most likely where they were. What's more, except for the second and third floors which had become the ground floor due to the accumulation of snow, they couldn't enter any higher houses. Sun Qinghao finally turned on the flashlight, and the halo of light swept over, revealing Zhou Lin's figure. "Are you Zhou Lin?" Tang Yili, long time no see. "Have you seen me?" Tang Yili frowned. He didn't remember. More than just seeing him, Zhou Lin thought, he had lived in the same house in his previous life, and even slept in the same bed. He felt sick just thinking about it now. "Are you here for revenge?" Seeing that Zhou Lin was alone and had nothing in his hands, Tang Yili was not panicked. He didn't think he would lose in a fist fight, at least in terms of body size, he was better than Zhou Lin. It was true in the past, and in his previous life as well, but in this life, he, Tang Yili, is still Tang Yili, but Zhou Lin is no longer the same Zhou Lin. Evolution degree, 3.1, which means that Zhou Lin's physical fitness is 3.1 times that of an ordinary person. Although this 3.1 times reflects the overall quality, it is not something that Tang Yili can compete with. It was obviously Tang Yili who took action first, but Sun Qinghao felt that Zhou Lin was faster. Facts prove that Sun Qinghao was right. Before Tang Yili's fist could hit Zhou Lin's head, Zhou Lin quickly kicked him on the right thigh with a whip kick. Amidst the dull sound of the collision, there was a scream from Tang Yili. He almost fell down immediately. Who would have thought that Zhou Lin's casual kick would feel like being hit by a car, and he couldn't bear it at all. Broken, Tang Yili fell to the ground, holding his thigh with his hands, tears and snot streaming down his face. He was not a strong man to begin with, and under the dual effects of pain and fear, he collapsed in an instant. "What's your name?" Zhou Lin turned to Sun Qinghao, who was lying motionless. "Brother, my last name is Sun Qinghao, and I am just an ordinary friend of them. I admit that I went to your house, but I really didn't hurt anyone in your family, and I was bitten by your dog." Zhou Lin didn't say anything. He was trying to think about whether he had ever heard of the name Sun Qinghao in his previous life. "What's wrong with your hand?" Zhou Lin asked casually. I fell. Sun Qinghao said with his head down. Zhou Lin knew what was going on but didn't expose it. He walked to Tang Yili's side and stepped on the spot where he was whipped by his whip kick. "Where's that bitch? Don't say she wasn't with you guys." Chapter 51. Don't mess with me. In the end times, what collapses is not only order, but also human nature. The largest shelter in Jiaqing is located in the center of the old city. It is a huge underground fortification built when the Xia kingdom was founded to prepare for war. Every young person who comes here finds it incredible. How could such a grand project be completed in that era when there was nothing? There was a construction company boss who had never been here before. After taking a rough look, he sighed and said that if the project were to be built now, it would cost at least 700 to 800 million yuan. So sometimes the true wealth of a country or a nation may not be how big its GDP is or how many skyscrapers it has, but whether the officials are aware and whether the people have faith. Unfortunately, although Xia's economy has developed in recent years, some things have gradually been lost. In a room serving as a meeting room in the core area of the underground fortifications, Wang Pingping was telling the participants about the situation of the logistics park. "We have basically achieved our goal, but someone got there first. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables, enough for all of us to eat for a month. Will the disaster be over in a month?" "Comrade Wang Pingping, don't get excited." Sitting in the main seat was Zhu Guanghan, once the second in command of Jiazhou City and now the top leader of the shelter. Zhu Guanghan, 56 years old this year, is in the period of his most experienced leadership. When the natural disaster occurred, the Jiazhou City supervisor went to the provincial capital for a meeting and had no time to come back. As the city lord and deputy supervisor, Zhu Guanghan took the opportunity to become the commander-in-chief of the Post-Disaster Command Center and the head of the shelter. The middle-aged man sitting next to Zhu Guanghan, Zhao Xinxiao, who was wearing a major general's uniform, was the commander of the Jiazhou City garrison and now the deputy commander-in-chief. Wang Pingping is Zhao Xinxiao's old subordinate. "You said that there is an extremely vicious criminal gang in our Jiazhou City that will endanger the safety of hundreds of thousands of people in the city. The evidence is that 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables were transported away." Zhu Guanghan frowned. Commander, if they just want to satisfy themselves, 1 or 2 or 3 boxes of dehydrated vegetables can be eaten for several months. If they are not seeking greater benefits, why would they go to the trouble of taking away all 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables? I think these people either want to make money from the national crisis or use these supplies to recruit soldiers. In troubled times, there are always some people who think they can become Zhuyuanzhang. Either way, they are extremely evil. Zhao Xinxiao waved his hand, sit down first. Seeing that Zhu Guanghan had no intention of speaking, he continued, I won't hide it from you. The disaster will not end in a short time, so our main task now is to focus on expanding the capacity and construction of the shelter. In addition to protecting the shelter, we will try our best to help those people who have not entered the shelter to overcome the difficulties. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables is not a lot, but it's not a small amount either. But it's not something we should start a war over. We don't have the time or the energy for it. Comrade Wang Pingping, you must keep up the good work. All the materials outside are valuable to us. Next, the organization orders you to lead the team to Jiazhou Auto City and try to bring back all the vehicles, materials, accessories and even usable machinery. Yes. Wang Pingping stood at attention and saluted Zhao Xinxiao, I promise to complete the mission. People of the level of Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai were not qualified to attend this meeting. The two of them sat not far outside the meeting room, waiting for new orders. Something happened in the Lanshan community. Wu Jiankai was extremely bored and thought of Yang Qiqi, so he told Su Ziyuan about it as a trivial matter. The Zhou family. The Zhou family that's engaged in breeding. Su Ziyuan, the director of the street office, was undoubtedly very qualified and he immediately thought of Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali. You said they seem to have plenty of supplies at home. Could it be the livestock in the farm? Is it on a large scale? Asked Wu Jiankai. If I remember correctly, the Zhou family's farm has only ever produced a few hundred pigs and a few thousand chickens at the same time. If the Zhou family kills all these animals and hides them, how long will they last? How long will you eat? Wu Jiankai said with a wry smile, it's really hard to calculate. Eat until you die. Do you want to report it to your superiors? Let's go. This matter must be reported. Su Ziyuan pulled Wu Jiankai up and walked towards the meeting room side by side. Zhou Lin didn't know that someone had already set his sights on his assets. He dragged Yang Qiqi out of the bathroom and threw her next to the fire. Go trick my mom into opening the door, Yang Qiqi. Yang Qiqi, do you think I dare not kill you? Then go ahead and kill her. Yang Qiqi raised her head. She really felt that Zhou Lin didn't dare to kill her, at least not now. Just because the government is still there, she was rescued by Wu Jiankai himself from the Zhou family. If she was killed by Zhou Lin today, where would Wu Jiankai put his face? At that time, Zhou Lin must be severely punished according to the law, and it is possible that he would be shot on the spot. Tang Ili next to him stopped screaming. He admired Yang Qiqi's stubbornness and hated Zhou Lin to the core. If he was given a chance, he would grind Zhou Lin to dust. It seems that you are really not afraid of death. Zhou Lin slapped Yang Qiqi with his backhand. His force was so strong that he almost broke Yang Qiqi's cervical vertebrae. Yang Qiqi was thrown out and could not even scream. When she opened her mouth, 2 big molars were spit out with blood. Woo, when Mr. Chow comes, I'm going to make you look good. The slapped face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, like dough that had been left to rise in a greenhouse overnight. Sun Qinghao was so scared that he lay there motionless pretending to be dead. This slap is just some interest. After saying that, Zhou Lin walked to Tang Ili again and stomped on him hard in his horrified eyes. Crack! Tang Ili didn't have time to retract his left palm as Zhou Lin stepped heavily on it, leaving almost no intact bones. It can be said that even if he is sent to the best hospital in the world now, he will definitely not be cured. Ah! The extreme pain made Tang Ili howl in pain. Veins on his neck bulged and the corners of his mouth were torn from being opened too wide, with blood flowing out. The kick just now was to collect interest for my father, and now it's to collect interest for my mother. Tang Ili, you better live well, because I haven't settled the score with you yet. Sun Qinghao didn't dare to speak, Yang Qiqi was in so much pain that she couldn't speak, and Tang Ili didn't have the strength to speak at all. The room suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of heavy breathing. Several beams of light came from far away, and Xiao Hang came with his men. Huang Xiefeng, who was originally aggressive, took a deep breath and silently retreated to Xiao Hang's side after seeing the miserable appearance of Yang Qiqi and Tang Yili. Zhou Lin, aren't you going too far? Do you really think there will be no law when the end of the world comes? Manager Xiao. Zhou Lin said calmly, these 3 people chopped my dog and beat my parents today. Why didn't you stand up and talk about the law at that time? You also know that the end of the world is coming. Actually, there's nothing bad about the end of the world, right? I see that you are very adaptable to it. Let me tell you something. Don't mess with me. Zhou Lin left, completely ignoring Xiao Hang and his gang. Boss, he's too arrogant. We have to punish him. Huang Xiefeng said indignantly as he looked in the direction Zhou Lin left. Chapter 52, Helping in Times of Need. When he returned home, Zhou Lin couldn't help but be scolded by Qing Yali for a while. Haizi seemed to have smelled the scent of his enemy, and circled around Zhou Lin curiously, whimpering from time to time, as if asking Zhou Lin if he had gone to avenge him. After rubbing his chin, Zhou Lin returned to his room upstairs and took a nice hot bath, completely relaxing himself. When he came out of the bathroom, he was startled by Wu Shui in the room. Instinctively, he grabbed the towel wrapped around his waist and asked, "What are you doing here?" Wu Shui was a little embarrassed at first, but when she saw Zhou Lin's expression, she almost burst out laughing. "Auntie asked me to come in." Zhou Lin frowned, wondering what his mother was doing again. Even if everyone had no objection, didn't relationships need to be cultivated? When you were out, my aunt talked to my parents and they had no objections. Your parents have never met me, and you have no objection. Zhou Lin couldn't believe it. Are they so careless? In fact, Zhou Lin was overthinking. If it were peacetime, given the Zhou family's situation, let alone whether Wu Shui's parents would agree, first of all, Wu Shui would not even look at Zhou Lin. Someone like her who is obsessed with studying will only be attracted to people who are more capable of learning than her. But what is the situation now? As highly intelligent people, Wu Shui's parents see things more clearly than ordinary people. Only if you have both material things and abilities can you live longer, and the Zhou family happens to have both of these qualities. Being abroad, even though she was included in the Olympus project, did not mean that she was necessarily safe. Wu Shui's parents naturally had to plan for their daughter's future. What better choice is there than the Zhou family? Even if there is, if Wu Shui really offends the Zhou family, can she get away with it? Of course, the most important reason is that Wu Shui did not have any intention of objecting at all. Auntie said she won't be in charge of your daily life anymore. Leave it to me. I'll go get the clothes. Daily life? If I hadn't seen you swallowing your saliva just now, I would have believed it. Sure enough, you just want my body. Because Qing Yali was injured and Wu Shui had no talent for cooking at all, Zhou Lin was the one who entered the kitchen in the end. If he had known this, he would not have taken a shower. After a comfortable meal, Zhou Lin lay on the sofa incomparably leisurely, his consciousness immersed in the storage space, to continue the transformation of Lu Xiaofeng. Anyway, the required materials and accessories were stuffed into Lu Xiaofeng's compartment in advance. Because he left in a hurry, Zhou Lin didn't have time to visit a few stores in the auto city. He planned to go there again when he has the chance. Did you find them? Qing Yali was lying on another sofa, her huge body basically covering the entire sofa. Zhou Kaijun was applying ice to the places where she was hit. Found it, and cut off Tang Yili's hands and feet. Why are you so impulsive? Qing Yali frowned. She was still afraid that something might happen. If the government came to her door, she would really resist. I know what's going on. While the mother and son were chatting, Huang Menjing's call rang out. Could something have happened again? Zhou Lin answered the call with a frown, and then he heard Huang Menjing crying, Sister Cheng, Zhou Lin hasn't come back yet? My stove is about to go out, why don't I come over now? I'm back. Zhou Lin glanced at Qing Yali, wait a minute, I'll bring you some coal. Be careful, don't cause any trouble again. Our family doesn't want anything else right now, we just want to live in peace and security. Mom, you're right. Zhou Li, who was playing with her phone, suddenly looked up and said, but it's definitely impossible. You know, even if the tree wants to be still, the wind won't stop. I'm leaving. While Wu Shui was still in the kitchen, Zhou Lin decided to leave quickly so that he wouldn't have to pretend to go upstairs to move coal, which would be very tiring. After deliberately dawdling on the road for a few minutes, Zhou Lin knocked on the door of Huang Menjing's house. His sled full of coal was placed at his feet. Seeing Huang Menjing's tearful face, Zhou Lin did not enter the house. It was better to keep some distance to avoid future difficulties. There was no mention of fast food. A sleigh load of coal would not burn for long. As long as Huang Menjing was smart enough, she would never go back on her word. Huang Menjing was surprised. When she opened the door, she was ready to accept any conditions from Zhou Lin. A businessman like Huang Menjing naturally knew that free things are the most expensive at any time. However, for her mother's sake, she could only accept it silently. You just gave it to her without mentioning the fast food? Qing Yali frowned. She didn't feel bad for the coal. I've made it clear to you, I only recognize Xiao Xue as my wife. No matter who the other women are, they have to stand aside. When Wu Shui heard this, her face turned red again after she came out of the kitchen. What are you thinking? Zhou Lin shook his head. Since we want to cooperate, it's better for us to be sincere. I'll go to the tool room to check. Without Yang Qiqi as a tool, many things have to be done by myself, which is quite tedious. It is not tiring, but time-consuming. The vegetables in the liquid culture tubes grow very fast with constant temperature, light and sufficient nutrient support, especially the lettuce and bok choy, which can be picked in 2 or 3 days. There are also quite a lot of chicken eggs and duck eggs, but in comparison, goose eggs are the least cost-effective. They grow slowly, lay fewer eggs, are large in size and take up less space, and they also eat a lot and poop a lot. If it weren't for the sake of preserving your offspring, would have slaughtered you and put you in the pot. Wang Wang. Haizi called out twice, as if to show that he agreed. After all, the only ones in the tool room who dared to go against him were the pair of geese. Geese. Hearing Haizi's cry, the goose also spread its wings and began to flutter, revealing its belligerent side. In contrast, the rabbit nest was much quieter, especially the largest female rabbit. When Zhou Lin came before, she would run around the circle, but today she was motionless. It's born. Zhou Lin picked up one of the mother rabbit's hind legs and roughly counted them. Wow, there were 12 pink little ones. When they heard that the rabbit had given birth, the 3 women downstairs couldn't wait to rush up to see. They scared the mother rabbit so much that she almost dropped the little rabbits and ran away. Red moon every month is a good omen. It's a double happiness for our family. Qing Yali's loud voice and laughter made the tool shed buzz. This is indeed a happy event in the apocalypse, and those lush green vegetables give everyone hope. Although liquid culture is pure chemical fertilizer, who cares about this now? Do you think that if we continue to expand, can we grow a variety of vegetables to satisfy our family's needs? Wu Shui asked Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin had actually considered this matter. For example, when conditions are right in the future, we can find a warehouse inside the Laifu and fill it with hydroponic equipment, or adopt another more environmentally friendly planting method, fish-vegetable symbiosis. What is aquaponics? Wu Shui asked curiously. To put it simply, we use the water used to raise fish to grow vegetables, and then send the water, which has become clear and clean after the vegetables absorb nutrients, back to raise fish. In theory, this way we can raise delicious fish and grow completely green and organic vegetables. Well, when are we going to try it? Chapter 53 Fish Vegetables and Fish Water. Zhou Lin never expected that Wu Shui's try was not to try aquaponics, but fish water. Does it feel bad? Resting her head on Zhou Lin's arm, Wu Shui frowned slightly, her face still red, her skin looked more moist than ever under the light. It was indeed a little difficult at the beginning, but Zhou Lin was undoubtedly a good teacher. When she was able to keep up with the pace, she began to appreciate the taste of it. From the bottom of my heart, it's wonderful. Okay. Zhou Lin retracted his arm and let Wu Shui stick closer to him. I just think you don't need to. Even if, we won't treat you as an outsider. Not exactly. Wu Shui whispered, in troubled times, a powerless woman like me can only rely on men to survive. Rather than dying unclearly or being forced to die one day in the future, it is better to take the initiative to accept someone I like. Yes, I just want your body. Do you like me? No matter how smart a woman is, there will be times when her true nature is revealed. I like it. Zhou Lin kissed Wu Shue's forehead. Go to sleep, you are tired too. Zhou Lin turned off the light and went to bed. The next day, when the two came out of the room, they saw Qing Yali sitting on the sofa with an anti-smile on her face. Aunt. You're still calling me auntie, kid. Here, the red envelope is ready. Your dad hasn't gotten up yet, so I'll be your full representative. Mom. Wu Shui gritted her teeth and took the red envelope shyly. Why don't I have it? Zhou Lin asked. Do you want a piece of shit? If you dare to ask me for a red envelope, I will ask you for child support. Well, family status -1. Oh, Mom, such a big gold bar. Wu Shui felt that the red envelope was not like money when she received it. Besides, paper money is too hard to use except for igniting fire and wiping buttocks. If it is used as a red envelope, it can only be used for celebration. Of course Qing Yali would not do such a thing, so she simply stuffed a 300-gram gold bar into the red envelope. Why do we still have this at home? Zhou Lin was also stunned when he saw it. He thought that the family had used up all the money before the end of the world. You know nothing. Shue, come here. If he dares to bully you in the future, tell me and I'll beat his ass to pieces. Compared to the increasing chaos in the outside world, the formal marriage of Zhou Lin and Wu Shui put the Zhou family in a joyous atmosphere for several days. As a newlywed, Zhou Lin was too lazy to go out to collect supplies. On the one hand, he was being deliberately affectionate with Wu Shui, on the other hand, he continued to transform the Lu Xiaofeng leisurely. However, this peaceful life was broken by the surveillance alarm 5 days later. A group of people were shown on the monitor, including Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai. Why are they here? Qing Yali was a little nervous. What's the matter? Zhou Lin asked through the camera. I'm Su Ziyuan. May I ask if Zhou Kaijun or Qing Yali are here? We want to know something. Looking for me? Qing Yali breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were not here to arrest Zhou Lin, it would be fine. Perhaps because of her trust in the government, Qing Yali was about to open the door again. Zhou Lin held her back and gestured to stop Zhou Kaijun from speaking. My parents are sick. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Just like that. Su Ziyuan's face changed slightly. Zhou Lin's attitude made him feel very embarrassed. There are old and young people at home, it's not very convenient, why don't you come in alone? Zhou Lin, right? We should have arrested you for what happened last time. I advise you to take care of yourself. Wu Jiankai couldn't help but say. It's meaningless if you say that. Zhou Lin said calmly, either you stop talking, or just do as I say. You. Wu Jiankai wanted to say something but Su Ziyuan stopped him. He said he was not here to quarrel with Zhou Lin or to stand up for AI Bing. Okay, I'll come in alone. Su Ziyuan originally thought that Zhou Lin wanted him to come in, but in the end he found out that there was a security door in the middle. He was not there to rescue young Chi-Chi last time, so he was a little surprised to see the 2 security doors in front and back. Did you guys prepare for this? No, we are just habitually cautious. Zhou Lin placed a small tea table, 2 small stools, and even a tea tray in the corridor. The steaming teapot exuded wisps of tea aroma, which aroused the tea worm in Su Ziyuan's stomach. Tea is also a luxury nowadays, even if it is very ordinary. With Su Ziyuan's current status, it is difficult for him to drink some hot tea. Good tea. I'm afraid even the commander can't catch up with the life you have at home. Zhou Lin didn't respond to this conversation, but just poured tea for Su Ziyuan again and waited for the next words. I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask about the animals on your farm. I heard that your parents dismissed all the workers a few days before the natural disaster. Closing the farm was planned long ago. I came back this time to take them to Shenzhen, where there are more opportunities. Zhou Kaijun and his family had planned this excuse long ago, just to deal with the situation today. You must know that in Xia country, if the government wants to investigate something, there are few things that cannot be done. Su Ziyuan shook his head. Okay, let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about those animals. Did they all die in the snowstorm? We killed them all, sold some of them, and froze the rest. Okay. Su Ziyuan slapped his thigh fiercely. How much is frozen? Where is it? Zhou Lin looked at Su Ziyuan as if he were an idiot and said nothing. Ahem, supplies are in short supply right now, and more than 100,000 people in the shelter need this batch of meat. Su Ziyuan tried to convince Zhou Lin by being careless, but as soon as he saw Zhou Lin's indifferent expression, he knew this approach wouldn't work. Well, what do you want in exchange for giving us this batch of meat? Zhou Lin picked up the teacup and took a sip. Director Su, you know that our family has everything except a sense of security. Sense of security? Su Ziyuan turned his head and looked at the two security doors in front and behind. Your sense of security is so fucking overflowing. Not enough. Zhou Lin shook his head and told the story of Yang Qiqi bringing Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao to beat up Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali that day. That's right, the couple couldn't get out of bed until today, and maybe they would have to in a few days. There is such a thing. What kind of sense of security do you want? Su Ziyuan felt something was wrong. Then he saw Zhou Lin make a gesture. Impossible. Su Ziyuan almost stood up and almost overturned the table. In Xia country, this is a taboo. Special treatment is required for special times. We are all good citizens. We are here only to protect ourselves. Alas, if anything happens to my parents, my sister and I may not be able to bear the blow and might even jump off the tree one day. Su Ziyuan looked very unhappy. Before coming, he thought that Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali might ask for a very high price, but he didn't expect that Zhou Lin was so bold. Strictly speaking, what Zhou Lin wants is not valuable, but it is also extremely expensive, because what Zhou Lin wants is a privilege. I don't believe that no one outside has it, Director Su. If you can guarantee me that there is absolutely no one in the public, I will give you all the meat. Can you guarantee it? Chapter 54, Hit It Off. At the Jiaqing Post-Disaster Command Center, Su Ziyuan is not responsible for security work, but that does not mean he has no understanding of the situation in this regard. The natural disaster lasted for half a month, which is not too long, but human society is so fragile that the living order has completely collapsed. The political order is still barely maintained, but it is only limited to where state power exists. Although Xiagua has strict gun control, it is not too difficult to get guns in the end times. Branches of police departments, security companies of banks and other financial institutions, and even some special enterprises all have ready-made guns and ammunition, provided that the exact location is known and the ability to break into the house is available. How many guns and ammunition have currently fallen from these official institutions to the public? It's impossible to give exact statistics, but we can only say that it's definitely a lot. It seems reasonable that Zhou Lin wanted to exchange pork for a gun to protect himself. But the problem is that Su Ziyuan has no power to make a decision on this matter. Not to mention him, even Zhu Guanghan cannot do it. In the Xia Kingdom, separation of military and political affairs is a common practice, and even the end of the world cannot change this principle. Then I'll wait for your news. Zhou Lin stood up and saw the guest off. I can't guarantee it. Besides, the amount of meat. I won't know until my dad wakes up. There is nothing more to say. We can't put a gun to Zhou Lin's head and force him to confess. They don't know what's good for them. They don't think they can live here forever, do they? They will have to go to the shelter in the end. If we take the initiative to give it to them now, we can arrange a good place for them. Later. Seeing Su Ziyuan coming out with a bad look on his face, Wu Jiankai thought he had collapsed and was furious. Su Ziyuan waved his hand, let's go back first. Just leaving like that? Wu Jiankai was a little anxious. It was not easy to go out in this environment. The consumption of gasoline alone was heartbreaking. But Su Ziyuan had already left, and no matter what Wu Jiankai said, it was useless. Those soldiers would not blow up the explosion-proof door just because of his orders. There's still some in the freezer, maybe a few thousand pounds. Fortunately it's kept at low temperatures, otherwise it would have gone rancid. After listening to Zhou Lin's story, Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali had no objection. The amount of guns and ammunition exchanged was not the point was that it could be taken out openly with official endorsement. I can't guarantee it. Maybe they will think of other ways. After all, it's still a little early now. It has only been half a month since the end of the world, and many people still have hope in their hearts, hoping that the disaster will pass as soon as possible. If time goes on longer, those desperate people will no longer have any scruples, and order will further break down. At that time, guns will not be a big deal. The news that the Zhou family hid a large amount of frozen meat somehow spread throughout the community. Even Yang Qiqi and the other two who were hiding knew about it. I knew it. Although the swelling on Yang Qiqi's face had subsided, her face shape became a little weird and asymmetrical because she was missing 2 molars. Tang Yili was lying on the ground, having lost a lot of weight due to the pain and hunger, like a different person. In the past 2 days, what he talked about most was going home. The one in the best condition among the 3 was Sun Qinghao, because every day when he went out to ask Xiao Heng for food, he would always steal some on the way back. What's the use of knowing? Sun Qinghao asked, do you still want to rob? He touched his still aching buttocks, and the shadow of He Zai appeared in his mind. Don't drag me in, don't you see that old Tang is useless? Waste. Yang Qiqi snorted softly. She thought Tang Yili was asleep and couldn't hear her. In fact, Tang Yili was not asleep. He tilted his head and clenched his teeth silently. I'm going to go out for a moment. Yang Qiqi walked all the way to the door of the property management office with a flashlight, but was stopped by Huang Xiefeng. Huang Xiefeng usually stays here when he has nothing to do. I want to see Manager Xiao. Yang Qiqi said. Wait, he's busy. What are you busy with? Yang Qiqi had actually heard that sound. After a while, a woman wrapped thickly came out, with her head and face hidden in a thick hat, but her 2 long legs alone were enough to kill Yang Qiqi in seconds. The woman hurried away, her head lowered. What's up? Yang Qiqi unconsciously moved towards the stove like a cat, and did not stop until she felt the most comfortable position. I have something to tell you. Xiao Heng frowned. He had just eaten and was a little full, which was the so-called sage state. If Yang Qiqi wanted to sell her beauty now, she would be making a wrong idea, as he had very high standards now. I know where there are large quantities of supplies, even live poultry. Really? Xiao Heng's eyes suddenly lit up. My request is very simple, 1/3, I want 1/3. And you have to ensure my safety here. Yang Qiqi originally wanted to merge into one with Xiao Heng, but the woman just now made her realize it. 1/5. Xiao Heng thought for a while and said. 1/4, at least. Only 1/5. Otherwise, I can still ask you about it if I catch you. Seeing the fierceness in Xiao Heng's eyes, Yang Qiqi swallowed and compromised. Zhou family. So they are so rich. Go ahead, I'll let you know when the supplies arrive. No, I'll wait here. Yang Qiqi didn't want to leave. It was warm and clean here. Even if she had to accompany Xiao Heng, she was willing. But she was really overthinking it. In the end, Xiao Heng did not drive Yang Qiqi away, but he would not keep her for nothing either. Whether to use her or not is one thing, and whether she works or not is another. Xiefeng, come in for a moment. In order to avoid any further complications, Xiao Heng turned around and called Huang Xiefeng in to discuss the matter. But it is not possible to take action immediately because Su Ziyuan said he would come again. The door of Zhou's house is a bit troublesome. See if you can find someone who can open the lock or someone who is good at it. As a property management company, there are quite a few locksmiths that Huang Xiefeng contacts on a regular basis. Huang Xiefeng happens to know one who lives nearby, so he can contact him. In addition, Xiao Heng also asked him to find a cutting machine. I was happy to see that Xiao Heng valued Yang Qiqi so much. Originally, she didn't want to cooperate with Xiao Heng, but Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were too useless. That's right, Yang Qiqi didn't think the last failure had anything to do with her from beginning to end, it was all the fault of those 2 men. That's why she found Xiao Heng. As for whether Zhou Lin or the Zhou family did anything wrong, it definitely did. First of all, Zhou Lin's biggest mistake was not licking Ai Bing after her death. A dog licker must have the awareness of being a dog licker. It doesn't matter who you lick. At least she is not a pair of A like AI Bing. This is Yang Qiqi's logic, and also the logic of many women like her. Who says women have no logic? When they are cruel, they are no worse than men. Yang Qiqi looked down on Zhou Lin from the bottom of her heart. He was indecisive and couldn't even kill anyone. Yes, that's what Yang Qiqi thought. If she knew that the reason she was still alive today was because Zhou Lin wanted to contact Qiao Bowen through her, I wonder how she would feel. But now Zhou Lin has decided to give up. At present, it seems that Yang Qiqi has no weight in Qiao Bowen's heart, otherwise he should have contacted her long ago. Originally, he and Yang Qiqi had no deep hatred. If Yang Qiqi could be honest and successfully attract Qiao Bowen, Zhou Lin would not mind having one more person at home. But now, Zhou Lin has sentenced Yang Qiqi and Tang Yili to death in his heart. Even what Yang Qiqi is doing now is within Zhou Lin's expectations, otherwise how could he propose that kind of exchange conditions to Su Ziyuan? Now it depends on whether the command will agree. Chapter 55, Don't Trade Anymore. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Pingping strongly opposed it and believed that guns must not be distributed to the public. Nowadays, there are gangs that value money over life. If these people get guns, how chaotic will it be? Not to mention the common people, even the army may be attacked if they go out. Yi Xinxiao was also opposed in his heart, but since Zhu Guanhan had not expressed his opinion yet, he was not in a position to comment. Let Wang Pingping roar, this is the political wisdom of the Xia kingdom for thousands of years. But we really need that batch of frozen meat. Su Ziyuan whispered, a pistol and dozens of bullets, I don't think it will be a big problem. Zhu Guanghan pushed the cigarette but that was about to burn his fingers into the ashtray and asked, Old Yi, what do you say? Actually, the gun isn't the problem. As expected of a professional soldier, he hit the point home in just one sentence. Without bullets, a gun is not as useful as a knife, and is even worse than a fire stick. Wang Pingping wanted to say something, but Yi Xinxiao gave him a look and he remained silent. The key is the number of bullets. It is our tradition not to take even a single needle or thread from the people. We can't just ignore it because of a disaster. I think 10 kilograms of pork in exchange for one bullet is a good deal. I personally think that Lao Ye's suggestion is very reasonable. What about you? Zhu Guanghan was the first to agree. What else could others say? With the organization's decision, Su Ziyuan went to Lanshan community again. I am still only qualified to talk between the two doors, but at least I can drink hot tea, so it's not a loss. I didn't expect the government to be so stingy. Zhou Lin laughed. 10 kilograms of frozen meat in exchange for a bullet, at the current price, it is more precious than gold. However, Su Ziyuan had an explanation. The government does not encourage private fighting, and civil disputes can often be resolved by simply taking out guns. The self-protection that the Zhou family wants does not require piling up bullets. You should never shoot unless it is absolutely necessary, and even if you do shoot, try to use it as a warning. So the bullets I bought with 10 kilograms of frozen meat can only shoot at the air. Director Su, do you think this is reasonable? I think it makes sense. Sometimes the point is not to go from 1 to infinity, but to go from 0 to 1. There was no room for negotiation on the price. In the end, Zhou Lin wrote down the location of the freezer and the amount of frozen meat inside on a piece of paper. We can give you the gun first, and the bullets will be delivered after we verify it. Su Ziyuan placed a Type 92 rifle on the table. It looked like it had never been used, and the gun oil had not even been wiped off. Zhou Lin was too lazy to argue about the transaction method. He thought that the post-disaster command center would not default on its debt. As for the frozen meat in the freezer, it was what was left there at the time. There were only a few thousand pounds in total. It didn't matter to Zhou Lin whether there were 100 bullets or not. How come you never asked us why we had guns? Zhou Lin lay on the bed, watching Wu Shui pack her clothes. Although she didn't go out much, she still had to change her clothes. If I keep asking questions about things, you might get annoyed someday. Even if you don't get annoyed, you'll be on guard against me. In the past, you could get a divorce if you couldn't live together anymore, but now there's no such thing, right? As expected of a sober person, Zhou Lin was speechless and felt bad. You have been testing my physical data recently. Do you have any conclusions? Yes. Wu Shui closed the closet and sat down next to Zhou Lin. Want to listen? Of course. If what I have learned so far is correct, then you are wrong. What do you mean? Zhou Lin sat up and asked. Wu Shui pinched Zhou Lin's abdominal muscles. Although there is not much difference in appearance, it is impossible for humans to have such data. However, my worldview makes me unable to accept the theory of ghosts and gods. So you are wrong. Your existence is the greatest insult to modern medicine. After saying this seriously, Wu Shui couldn't help laughing. You look depressed. Don't worry. Although you are too strong to be human, things like the end of the world have happened. Why can't I accept it? Besides, no woman would dislike her husband's strength, unless her husband is abusive. Will you abuse me? It's hard to say. Zhou Lin jumped up suddenly, then pushed Wu Shui down. I'll let you have a taste today. Evolution degree is over 3, which means that Zhou Lin's current physical fitness is 3 times that of a normal person. Well, she swore before that no woman would dislike her husband's strength, but she soon realized she was wrong. Happiness is one thing, but after being happy, Wu Shui became worried again. However, it was not easy for her to tell Zhou Lin about this, so she could only go to her mother-in-law, Cheng Yali. Don't worry, our family conditions are not a problem at all. In the past, Lao Zhou and I had to focus on our careers, but now we are so idle that we are getting sick. But Wu Shui was still worried. Under the current conditions, a natural birth would be fine, but what if she needed a cesarean section? Could she perform a cesarean section on herself? Besides, the family's supplies were always limited. If they lived on their own, they would eventually run out of money. Would she let the child go hungry with them? Eating up all the food? Cheng Yali was slightly stunned, then whispered, I can't guarantee anything else, but don't worry about the food and supplies. Not to mention 1 or 2, even if you give birth to 10 or 8, you won't be able to eat them all. 10 or 8. Wu Shui gasped, wondering how much supplies did the Zhou family hide. A few tons or dozens of tons. It couldn't be hundreds of tons, right? Besides, this house definitely couldn't hold so many supplies, and she often went to the tool room, so could it be hidden somewhere else? Even so, Wu Shui's concerns could not be dispelled, but she just kept them in her heart for the time being. 2 days later, Su Ziyuan made a special trip to deliver bullets and express his gratitude to the Zhou family. In addition to more than 1,200 kilograms of frozen pork, they also found more than 100 chickens in the freezer. So you only get 20 bullets for 100 chickens? Zhou Lin said with a smile. To be exact, it's 10, and the other 10 are rewards. Su Ziyuan said. That's very generous. Director Su, please tell the Commander-in-Chief thank you for me. I am very satisfied with this deal. Su Ziyuan smiled slightly and was about to speak when Zhou Lin said again, don't trade anymore. Su Ziyuan said goodbye awkwardly without even having a sip of tea. Will you offend him by doing this? What if he makes things difficult for us? Cheng Yali was a little worried. Wu Shui also felt that since they were officials, there was no need to make the relationship awkward. But Zhou Lin doesn't think so. This is the end of the world, the end of the world. Kindness and cowardice are the original sins. If you are not strong, you will become meat in other people's mouths, real meat. Wu Shui was a little frightened and said in a trembling voice, it can't be that cruel, how can people eat? Sister-in-law, you are too naive. Brother is right. The most cruel thing in the world is human beings. Zhou Li raised her phone. Someone has just admitted it on the forum. Admit? Admit what? Cannibalism. Wu Shui's face turned pale instantly and she immediately ran to the bathroom. Brother, you have a long way to go. Zhou Li pointed at Wu Shui's back. Zhou Lin could only shrug and follow. On the other hand, Xiao Heng judged that Su Ziyuan would not come for some time. What a pity for the frozen meat. I wish you had told me earlier. At that time, I was still locked up on the rooftop by them. Yang Qiqi pouted and said, are you going to take action? Wait until Huang Xiefeng brings the locksmith back, and then we'll do it. Chapter 56 I have parents too. There is no sun in the eternal night. The day is dark, and the night is even darker. Many people's biological clocks are disrupted because of this, but Zhou Lin's family is fine. There is heating and lighting. As the family health doctor, Wu Shui requires everyone to live according to a normal schedule, which is more beneficial to health. It was past midnight and everyone else had gone to sleep, except Zhou Lin, who was still on the sofa, browsing on his phone. More and more people have joined the Doomsday Human Alliance forum recently, and each section has become lively. A few days ago, a regional section was launched. At this time, Zhou Lin was browsing the Xiagua Bashu section. The total number of posts is less than 2,000, and there are more than 500 new posts today, most of which are looking for people or supplies, and there are also extremely bored people analyzing this and that. Zhou Lin had no interest in posts looking for people, but he was quite interested in many posts about exchanging supplies. Antiques, gems and luxury goods that were once priceless now bow their heads in front of food and medicine. A carat diamond ring can be exchanged for 10 kilograms of rice, a painting worth millions of dollars can be exchanged for a few kilograms of staple food, and a bag worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars can be exchanged for a few steamed buns and bread. It's a pity that the transportation is inconvenient, otherwise I can change it, and wait until the eternal night is over before watching. It doesn't matter anyway. When Zhou Lin was daydreaming, the monitor suddenly beeped and alarmed. There's someone outside the explosion-proof door. At this hour, you're such a thief. After turning off the alarm so as not to disturb others, Zhou Lin muttered as he pulled up the surveillance footage. Then he looked surprised as to why it was him. Sun Qinghao stood at the door stealthily, without even turning on a flashlight, but just knocking on the door lightly and heavily. If it weren't for the camera, only a god would have heard it. After controlling the camera and looking around to make sure that Sun Qinghao was the only one there, Zhou Lin went to open the door. What are you doing here? Brother, important information. I have important information. Sun Qinghao turned his head and looked at the dark corridor. Can we go in and talk? Important intelligence. Zhou Lin frowned and let Sun Qinghao into the corridor. Take your time. That small coffee table hasn't been moved away yet, and this corridor has almost become the Zhou family's living room, specifically used to entertain outsiders. Brother, Manager Xiao from the property management company is getting involved with Yang Qiqi, and they want to take you away. Rob me? Maybe in these 2 days. Sun Qinghao said. Zhou Lin laughed and said, aren't you in the same group with them? Why did you think of tipping me off? Because after these few days of reflection, I feel that you are more like the protagonist in a novel. The protagonist of a novel? Zhou Lin was amused and asked Sun Qinghao what he thought. It's mainly those two bitches AI Bing and Yang Qiqi, typical green tea. Generally speaking, anyone who recklessly licks green tea is a villain, and those who are repeatedly targeted by green tea are often the protagonists of the novel. Brother, do you think I'm right? Just because of this? Hey. Sun Qinghao rubbed his hands and pointed to the explosion-proof door behind him. Isn't it obvious? Sure enough, no one alive is simple, and Sun Qinghao obviously became suspicious of the Zhou family's advanced preparations. This suspicion is not about what he wants to do, but simply wants to cling to someone. Wait. Zhou Lin went in and got a bag of food, wanting to get rid of Sun Qinghao. But Sun Qinghao didn't answer it and looked at Zhou Lin pitifully. I have been around all my life, and I know that I have made no contribution to society, but my parents are still alive. If I have the chance, I would like to go back, even if I can't help them, as long as my family can be together. Walking in an orderly manner. Zhou Lin's words immediately made Sun Qinghao feel helpless. Tears welled up in his eyes. Should he cry or not? How about I give you a hand-cranked flashlight, the kind that won't run out of power as long as you have your hands? Aren't you going to go look for your parents? Actually, they are divorced. Sun Qinghao wiped his face and smiled awkwardly. I see. No, this can also be seen. Zhou Lin nodded seriously, I have enough food, and I have other things, but I am not kind, nor do I have morals, nor do I have any sympathy or compassion, so. I understand. Sun Qinghao picked up the bag of food on the small coffee table. Brother, from now on you are my brother, and I am your undercover agent who has infiltrated the enemy. It's not that exaggerated. I mean Yang Chi-Chi and the others are not qualified to be my enemies. They are just some small cockroaches. They are disgusting. I understand. Brother, from now on I will be your cockroach medicine, the kind that will kill a whole nest of cockroaches if you take one. Sun Qinghao is gone. I can't guarantee that Zhou Lin will die. He is a real villain. It is likely that his family was unfortunate when he was a child. He has no ability and his greatest contribution to society is to make up the numbers. But is there any difference between Zhou Lin before his rebirth and Sun Qinghao? No. Sun Qinghao is just there to make up the numbers, Zhou Lin is also there to make up the numbers, even more than 95% of the people in this world are just there to make up the numbers, well, someone like Wu Shui barely counts. But so what? Zhou Lin felt that even if he did not awaken his special powers or evolve after his rebirth, he would still try his best to survive. Sometimes a person does not live entirely for himself. A newborn baby has no ability to survive. When he is old enough to think about this problem, he has actually owed a large debt. You have to pay it back. Sometimes Zhou Lin would wonder if he was reborn to pay off his debts. After all, he didn't take good care of his parents in his previous life, and he didn't even know whether they were alive or dead. So it was only natural for him to ask for debts from AI Bing, Tang Yili and others. What I owed in my previous life, I have to pay back with interest. What you owe me in the last life, I will pay you back by turning your bones into ashes. As for Xiao Hang, we can only blame him for having thoughts that he shouldn't have. Maybe Xiao Hang didn't think he had done anything wrong. Just like what Sun Qinghao said, everyone wants to live, and he is no exception. But he has more ideas than Sun Qinghao, not only wants to live, but also wants to live more comfortably and more awesomely, so he chose to cooperate with Yang Chi-Chi. The locksmith came, and Huang Xiefeng brought him over from the next neighborhood for only a bag of bread. He looks like a very honest person. After all, if he looks like a thief, the police station probably won't issue him a lock opening permit. However, even the most honest person may choose to take risks when faced with hunger and death. What's more, it's just opening a door. This door won't open. When the locksmith saw the explosion-proof door of Zhou Lin's house for the first time, he began to shake his head. How do you know you can't open it when you haven't even tried it? Huang Xiefeng slapped the locksmith on the back of the head with a crisp sound. Brother, you are telling me to open the security door. Is this a security door? The locksmith covered the back of his head with one hand and pointed at the explosion-proof door with the other. If it's not a security door, what is it? This is called a riot door. It's not for explosions, it's for violence. I just need to poke it with a tool, and the door's locks will snap shut. You can't blow it open even with explosives. This is what bank vaults use. Grass. Huang Xiefeng turned and looked at Xiao Hang. Boss, what should we do? Chapter 57 Zhou Lin's Stick. Private residences use the same money as bank vaults. All I can say is that all rich people deserve to die. Wouldn't it be nice if you could donate so much money? How are thieves and locksmiths supposed to survive? Xiao Hang really wanted to pull Zhou Lin out and ask him what the hell he was thinking. Waving his hand to let the locksmith go, Xiao Hang gritted his teeth and said, "Get your weapons." Oxyacetylene flame can reach a maximum temperature of 3,000 degrees. Common metals are no match for it. There is no need for outsiders to operate the oxyacetylene flame. Huang Xiefeng knows how to do it. He has worked in a factory before. The purple-white flames were particularly dazzling in the dim corridor. Yang Chi-Chi felt tears welling up in her eyes. She could not see anything in her sight. She quickly took 2 steps back and turned her head away from the flames. Only then did her eyes feel better. Farther away, Sun Qinghao hid in the darkness and silently clenched his fists. Although he was a scoundrel, who said that scoundrels had no ability to distinguish right from wrong? In fact, hooligans like good people more than nice people, because good people are easy to bully. That's why Sun Qinghao didn't approach him. He wanted to distance himself from Xiao Hang and the others, especially Yang Chi-Chi. Usually, a green tea girl would not only die ugly, but also implicate the people around her. Since he had already regarded Zhou Lin as the protagonist, Sun Qinghao felt that he had to put himself in the right position. If he kept jumping back and forth, he would easily fall and be crushed to pieces. Seeing Huang Xiefeng slowly approaching the explosion-proof door, Sun Qinghao became a little worried. Would it be the end of this? The end of the play? They actually got this thing. Inside the house, Zhou Lin's family all got up. When Zhou Lin saw the bright flame on the screen, he also felt a little troubled. It's not that they can't be dealt with, it's easy to overthrow them, the key is that it's very troublesome to end it. Especially Xiao Hang, in peacetime he was just a property manager, not a big shot, but now the official seems to have recognized his management status. Su Ziyuan has contacted Xiao Hang several times. It's not that all property managers can get official attention, but it's mainly because Xiao Hang has shown that he deserves official attention. What a talented person. I'll go out and take a look. Zhou Lin changed his clothes and walked out. At this time, the oxyacetylene flame in Huang Xiefeng's hand had been adjusted to the highest temperature and was about to move towards the explosion-proof door. The door is open. Yang Qiqi let out a low cry. Huang Xiefeng stopped, Xiao Hang narrowed his eyes, and Sun Qinghao's eyes widened. You really are not afraid of death. Zhou Lin's eyes skipped over Huang Xiefeng and fell directly on Xiao Hang behind him. Manager Xiao, what does this mean? Ahem. Xiao Hang cleared his throat. He had already considered this situation, so he stepped forward and said, it's nothing special. I just heard that you have a lot of supplies at home, so I want you to take them out so that we can share the blessing together. Share? With whom? You or her? Zhou Lin smiled and then took out the stick behind him. The rubber sticks that the police use to beat people usually won't kill people unless they hit the head, but whether the skin is torn or the bones are separated depends on the person wielding the stick. Huang Xiefeng threw down the spray gun and wiped his lower back, revealing the same stick. He grinned at Zhou Lin and said, boy, you want to fight? You are still a little naive. Xiao Heng brought more than just Huang Xiefeng as a security guard. In addition to Sun Qinghao who was just there for show, there were also two tall and strong guys. However, compared with Huang Xiefeng, they still had a bit of shame. Theft from the employer was a bit beyond their moral bottom line. But many times, the bottom line is like underwear, which can be taken off as long as the benefits are big enough. Go in. Xiao Heng thought about it and decided to fight quickly and decisively. Anyway, this is the top floor, and as long as he doesn't make a big fuss, he can live a good life, unless that bitch Yang Qiqi is lying. But it doesn't matter even if the Zhou family doesn't have so many supplies, don't they still have Wu Shui? Huang Xiefeng screamed, but he didn't really rush forward. He was waiting for the other two security guards. He thought that a rich man like Zhou Lin would not easily take action. It can only be said that he did not really care about Tang Yili, otherwise he would definitely not be so naive. Idiot. Zhou Lin walked out of the explosion-proof door and raised his hand to knock Huang Xiefeng on the head. It is said that someone who really knows how to use a stick would not do this, mainly because it is too easy to be blocked, and it is a waste of energy. Huang Xiefeng reacted well and raised his hand to block it. He thought he could block it. What he didn't expect was that Zhou Lin was so strong that he didn't have time to increase his strength. He just felt a buzzing in his head and then passed out. Perhaps it was because Huang Xiefeng fell too quickly, so the two security guards on his left and right had no chance to take action and hurriedly stood at attention, staring at Zhou Lin who was calmly putting away the sticks and swallowing their saliva. You two coming together? No, no. The two security guards waved their hands. What a joke, the stick in Huang Xiefeng's hand was bent into 90 degrees, a steel core rubber stick, just broken like that. Besides, Huang Xiefeng is still lying there, which is a lesson for us. Grass. The two security guards flinching made Xiao Heng curse them inwardly for being unreliable. He had not yet realized the gap between him and Zhou Lin. He just thought that Huang Xiefeng must have been careless and did not dodge. It would be different if Huang Xiefeng used a knife. After all, ordinary people would react differently when seeing a stick and a knife. Since Huang Xiefeng fell down and the two guys were afraid to move forward, Xiao Heng decided to go up himself. He had a knife, an imitation of a military dagger, with a blade more than 20 centimeters long and a gleaming sharp edge. I'm not sure if it works, but it's scary enough. If a white knife goes in, a red knife will definitely come out. If you don't want me to poke a few holes in you, then kneel down. Xiao Heng gestured with the knife a few times, pretending to be ferocious. Zhou Lin raised the stick. He had used too much force just now, and the stick was slightly deformed. Come on, I'm going to beat you so hard that your mother won't recognize you today. Grass. Xiao Heng is usually a calm person, but he was really carried away at this moment. He rushed forward even though he knew Zhou Lin was not easy to deal with. A knife is more dangerous than a stick, this is what ordinary people think. For a true master, the degree of threat is often directly related to the length. Otherwise, there would not be the saying, an inch longer, an inch stronger. This statement does not emphasize whether it is a stick or a knife. Evolution brought Zhou Lin not only strength, but also great changes in speed and accuracy. He seemed to throw out a stick casually, but he was able to predict the future and hit Xiao Heng's wrist with the knife. This was because Zhou Lin didn't want to kill Xiao Heng with a stick, otherwise he was absolutely sure to knock Xiao Heng away before the knife touched him. Crack. As the sound rang out, Xiao Heng threw the knife away with an ow and kept jumping with his left hand holding his right wrist, jumping backwards, and jumping all the time. It hurts, needless to say, the key thing is fear. He was afraid that Zhou Lin would take advantage of the victory and be unyielding. Bitch, stop. Zhou Lin ignored Xiao Heng. He kept his eye on Yang Qiqi in the corner. Now seeing that Yang Qiqi was planning to escape, Zhou Lin shouted and shook his hand while smashing the stick at Yang Qiqi. It really was a smash. The stick flew out horizontally with a whizzing sound. Yang Qiqi heard the sound and looked back. Chapter 58. A Good Dog. When Yang Qiqi heard the sound of breaking wind and turned back, it was already too late. Zhou Lin's stick is not only thick and heavy, but also fast. Yang Qiqi felt pain in her ankle and suddenly lost her balance. She pounced forward with her teeth and claws bared. If she hadn't supported herself with her hands in time, her jawbone would have been broken. Did I let you go? Putting one foot on Yang Qiqi's waist, Zhou Lin leaned over and said, "It's good to have food and drink to live, why do you want to die?" "I was wrong, Zhou Lin, I was wrong, please forgive me, okay?" Yang Qiqi turned her head with great effort, but still couldn't see Zhou Lin. She didn't dare to struggle and could only cry. So women are made of water, and tears come at any time, no matter good or bad. But Zhou Lin is immune. For those who have experienced the end of the world, don't even talk about tears, even blood and tears are useless. So Yang Qiqi felt that her waist hurt even more, as if her kidneys were being crushed. Please forgive me, please forgive me." The two security guards ran away. It was so fucking cruel. They even beat women. Xiao Heng also wanted to run, but Zhou Lin snorted coldly and he didn't dare to move. He stood obediently against the wall, as if he was in the general manager's office. As for Sun Qinghao, Zhou Lin just gave him a warning and stopped him from showing up. I am willing to work like a slave for you, really. I won't do it this time, and I won't do it again in the future." Yang Qiqi kept begging for mercy. "You, come here." Zhou Lin pointed at Xiao Heng. "Yes, is there anything I can help you with?" Xiao Heng straightened his position again, looking as if he was serving the owner sincerely. "Yes, I hate this woman so much, what do you say I should do?" She's not from our community, I'm going to kick her out right now." Hearing Xiao Heng's words, Yang Qiqi was secretly happy. Everything was fine as long as she could survive. She really felt Zhou Lin's murderous intent towards her, which made her feel cold all over. Kick him out. Oh, no, a woman like her should have both legs broken and be kicked out. Mr. Xiao, you are so vicious. Fuck, woo-woo, Yang Qiqi cursed, but was stepped on the face by Xiao Heng who was eager to convey goodwill to Zhou Lin. Alliance feelings? Fuck alliance feelings, I'd rather die than let my friend die. There is a future. Zhou Lin patted Xiao Heng on the shoulder. No. Xiao Heng smiled and said, I'll go get someone right away. Who do you want to call? You should come up with the idea yourself, otherwise how can I see your sincerity? Oh, and what about the guy called Tang Yili? Almost dead. Xiao Heng pointed at Yang Qiqi and said, this woman said so. She went to see him last night. So how do you think Tang Yili died? He was killed by this woman. Xiao Heng said immediately. Zhou Lin nodded, then what are you waiting for? Do you still want me to teach you? As he spoke, Zhou Lin took out his cell phone. Good. When Xiao Heng saw the flashlight on his cell phone light up, he knew what was going on. Even though he was extremely reluctant, he could only pick up the stick on the ground with his left hand, then gritted his teeth and aimed it at Yang Qiqi's legs. Ah! Xiao Heng, you bastard, Zhou Lin, you shall not die a horrible death. Yang Qiqi didn't want to have her legs broken, as that would be the same as death. However, Zhou Lin's foot on her waist was as heavy as Mount Tai, and she couldn't struggle free at all. Go to hell. Xiao Heng swung the stick with all his might, but it hit Zhou Lin in the face instead. He didn't feel sorry for Yang Qiqi, he just didn't want to live under someone else's roof. As long as Zhou Lin is alive, Xiao Heng will not be able to make a name for himself. If he can't even control a neighborhood, how can he rise up in troubled times? So Xiao Heng wanted to take a gamble. If he wins, Lanshan community will be his kingdom. If he loses, the worst that can happen is that he will be beaten up. He thought Zhou Lin asked him to take action because he had some concerns and was afraid of being held accountable by the government later. Bang! Zhou Lin caught the stick easily. Manager Xiao, it's very difficult for me to do this. Xiao Heng pulled hard on the stick, but it didn't move at all. I was wrong. Xiao Heng took a step back and bowed like an islander, with a sincere look on his face. So what? Zhou Lin smiled. He still did not raise his foot, but slowly pulled out a pistol from his waist. Bang! There was no explanation, the flames from the muzzle and the deafening gunshot were enough to explain it all. The bullets bounced off the walls of the corridor, creating sparks. Do you think you can report me to the government? Then why don't you think about what benefits Director Su gave me to take away more than 1,000 kilograms of frozen meat? Looking at the smoking muzzle, Xiao Heng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, I understand. From now on, you have the final say in this community. I am the dog under your feet. Wang, please move aside, I will break this woman's legs now. Yang Qiqi didn't dare to struggle. She never thought that Zhou Lin actually had a gun, which was given to him by the government. A gun that can be taken out openly, represents power in the Xia country, supreme power for ordinary people. I can give you one chance. Tang Yili can die. She killed him, but she can't die yet. Even if you die, she can't die. But it must be more sad than death. Zhou Lin whispered in Xiao Heng's ear, you can either run far away or be a good dog. I actually like raising dogs. As long as they are obedient, I can give you meat, bones, rice, and any leftovers. Do you understand? Understood, master. Xiao Heng's face was solemn, like a German shepherd among dogs. Leave it all to me, I'm sure you will be satisfied. No, Zhou Lin, please let me go, I can also be your dog, really, any dog will do, ah. Before Yang Qiqi could finish her words, Xiao Heng took action. This time he really didn't dare to have any bad thoughts. He hit Yang Qiqi's thigh hard with the stick. The fair and delicate skin couldn't bear it and it exploded on the spot, causing Yang Qiqi to faint from the pain. Stop! Zhou Lin saw the blood seeping out of Yang Qiqi's cotton pants and quickly asked Xiao Heng to stop. She won't last a few days if you do this. Let me do it. Yes, thank you for your help, master. Putting away his phone, Zhou Lin seemingly, gently, tapped Yang Qiqi's leg. He couldn't help but be careful, if it turned into an open fracture she would die faster. Hearing the crisp sound of bone cracking, Xiao Heng couldn't help but secretly startled. Now he knew how terrifying Zhou Lin was. Even without a gun, killing him might not be more difficult than pinching a fly to death, right? So what on earth was he crazy about just now? Take her away. I'll give you some anti-inflammatory medicine later. Feed it to her if her wound gets inflamed. And that guy, get rid of him quickly. It makes me upset. Yes, master. Right away. Xiao Heng couldn't drag Huang Xiefeng and Yang Qiqi by himself, but the two security guards didn't actually run far. They came back obediently after being yelled at twice. 10 minutes later, the corridor became clean again. Zhou Lin nodded with satisfaction and asked Xiao Heng to wait at the door. I'm a man of my words. You have enough food to eat, but this. Thank you, master. Xiao Hang's face was full of joy. It was a whole carton of cigarettes. Although they were not Huazi, he had something to smoke. Why would he need a bicycle? Xiao Hang was sent into the house, and Zhou Kaijun and others gathered around. They just watched the entire live broadcast, and now Wu Shue's face is still pale. She was frightened. Chapter 59, Going Out to Practice Shooting. What if Xiao Hang turns against us? This is what Qing Yali and Wu Shui are worried about. Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li would not have such doubts. He doesn't dare, said Zhou Kaijun. It is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Brother, be more decisive next time. A cook who drags his feet is not a good cook. Qing Yali couldn't stand it anymore and gave Zhou Li a slap on the head. What are you talking about? You always want to fight and kill. Are you still a girl? Mom, you are not a saint. The meaning of a book will become clear after reading it 100 times. You should read more apocalyptic novels. Zhou Kaijun stepped forward and held Qing Yali. The child is right, you need to adapt slowly. You just keep talking. Why didn't you go out just now? How can you be a father if you let your son take risks? Qing Yali was pulled away by Zhou Kaijun, and Zhou Li also went upstairs, still sleepy. Wu Shui was left with no idea what to say. She was at a loss. She knew Zhou Lin did nothing wrong, but she just couldn't convince herself. Yang Qiqi deserved to die, but... Just think about it, if we didn't have blast doors, if we didn't have guns, I wouldn't have the power I have now. Wu Shui was a smart person and soon began to tremble slightly. You're right. He took a step forward and hugged Zhou Lin, placing his hand that still smelled of gunpowder to his lips. Teach me how to shoot someday. I'm afraid I can't hit the target. Any time is fine, but we need to change the place. Most of the time in the eternal night, it is very quiet as heaven, and you cannot hear the screams of sinners. Even if you practice shooting in the tool shed, the sound can be heard from miles away. It's okay once or twice occasionally, but how can you improve your shooting skills by doing it once or twice? So the best thing is to go out and practice. Zhou Lin thought that the car city he visited last time was very good, and he could also collect some materials by the way. That's not necessary. The next day, Qing Yali heard it and was very opposed to it. But Wu Shui really wanted to go out and get some fresh air. Those who work with their minds rule others, and those who work with their hands are ruled by others. I won't go. Zhou Li said. It was still the familiar sled and skis. After the two went downstairs, Zhou Lin went to the property office. The master is coming. Xiao Heng's face was filled with joy, without a trace of falsehood at all, even though there were other security guards in the room. Master, don't worry. The woman is still alive. Xiao Heng pointed to the stove. Yang Qiqi, with a dirty face, was curled up on a blanket whose original color could not be seen. She was looking at Zhou Lin with hatred, Wu Shui beside her. It must be this woman who replaced her position in Zhou Lin's heart, otherwise how could Zhou Lin treat her like this? If looks could kill, Wu Shui would be in such a state now that she could neither live nor die. Well done. Zhou Lin threw a box of ergotta that he had prepared in advance on the sofa and said, take it and share it, but don't get drunk. Thank you, master. Why don't you thank the master together? Thank you, master. Among those who thanked loudly was Huang Xiefeng, who had gauze wrapped around his head. I have to say this kid is very lucky. Zhou Lin thought that the blow would send Huang Xiefeng to practice with a new account, but he didn't expect that he would survive it. It doesn't matter. When the sled passed through the gate of the community, Zhou Lin glanced left and right and saw many traces at the gate. Although it was messy, he could still roughly tell what kind of transportation left them. Because of the high speed, strong wind and low temperature, Wu Shui didn't speak the whole way. She didn't even know how far it was and how long it would take. The last time when Zhou Lin went out with Huang Menjing, he didn't prepare a heater or a thick fur blanket for her. With these windproof and warm things, Zhou Lin could rush straight to the auto city in one breath. It hasn't snowed much in the past few days, so Zhou Lin felt something was wrong from a distance. It was not like this when he left last time. The originally flat snowfield disappeared, and there were large pits dug everywhere. The sloping ramps were enough for motor vehicles to reach the bottom of the pits. Some people have been here, and it's a large group. It is obvious that the only one with such power in Jiazhou City is the government. Fuck, I'm late. In fact, Wang Pingping also said the same thing. When his subordinates reported that many off-road vehicles, accessories and materials in the auto city were missing, Wang Pingping immediately thought of the last experience. We must catch this lawless gang and shoot them all. Before leaving, Wang Pingping originally wanted to leave a few spies behind, just in case the gang came again. However, he finally gave up. It was impossible to stay in such a cold place, and anyone who stayed would die. Zhou Lin took Wu Shui around and only went into an exhibition hall after making sure that no one was around. Grass. The exhibition hall was cleaner than if it had been licked by a dog. Even the tables, chairs and benches had been dragged away, leaving nothing behind. Bring it on. Restraining his anger, Zhou Lin began to teach Wu Shui how to use a gun. There was no need to consider the consumption of bullets, but Zhou Lin carefully collected every bullet casing. If the bullet head was not difficult to dig out, he would not let it go. A thick layer of snow is the best target. Use a portable LED lamp to add a halo, and you don't even need to change the target. The only thing you need to worry about is the LED lamp itself. No, I can't feel anything anymore. No matter how small the recoil of a pistol is, it would still be unbearable to empty 3 or 5 magazines in a row. However, even Zhou Lin was a little surprised by Wu Shui's talent in shooting. It's actually very simple. Just 3 points and 1 line. The key is to have a steady hand and a cool heart. These are the basic skills to be a surgeon. Zhou Lin didn't believe what Wu Shui said. What kind of surgeon only needed 2 or 3 magazines to go from first contact to hitting the target every time? He must have been a sharpshooter in his previous life. Anyway, Zhou Lin couldn't reach this level before he evolved. Take a break. I'll leave your gun and bullets here. Turn on the intercom. I'll go around and see if there's anything I can take back. Such a big automobile city cannot be completely plundered. With a gun in hand, Wu Shui was not very worried and nodded to reassure Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin climbed up the snow pit. He did not look for the places that had been dug up, but slowly searched on the snow field based on his memory. Hard work pays off, and he soon found a sales outlet that had not been found. Although the agency level is not as good as that of the Fourth Sun, the powerful agency store not only has a wide range of products and high discounts, but also can buy some rare brands and models, and even some models that are not issued by Xiagua can be obtained. Generally speaking, people without some skills cannot open a sales agency store. The store Zhou Lin found was very large. The various vehicles parked in the showroom alone might be worth 20 to 30 million yuan. Luck. The reason why this agency store was able to survive was because of its remote location. Zhou Lin also discovered it by accident. There are several non-standard luxury pickup trucks, including Raptor, Qidao and Tianfeng. Among them, the most popular Raptor in Xiagua is the main one. There are 12 in total in the exhibition hall and garage, and they are all collected. There are 5 parallel imported luxury off-road vehicles, the most expensive of which is the full-size Kenlan. I bought it. Zhou Lin took possession of everything he liked and stored them as spare parts. At this time, Zhou Lin didn't know that the real good things were not in the exhibition hall or the garage. Chapter 60 An Unexpected Surprise. Zhou Lin was delighted with the harvest from the exhibition hall and garage. The delay was a bit long, but it was still early for dinner. Zhou Lin occasionally chatted with Wu Shui on the intercom, and he was not worried about any accidents happening to Wu Shui. Eternal night is the best cover. Unless Zhou Lin has night vision ability, he will be exposed by the lights from a long distance. General Manager's Office. In a Four-Sun store, the general manager may be a senior employee, but this may not be the case for a consignment store. Originally, Zhou Lin had no interest in strolling around if he hadn't seen that door. The same explosion-proof door, that's not right. After standing outside the door and thinking for a while, Zhou Lin took out a small piece of explosives from the Lai Fu. He didn't have the ability to open the door, and even ordinary explosives might not be able to open it. On the contrary, the wall was fragile, at most a layer of red bricks. How strong could it be? The thick layer of snow acted as the best sound insulation material. We were just lucky that apart from blowing a big hole in the wall, no other consequences were caused. Zhou Lin, did you hear the sound? Don't be afraid, I set off a firecracker. Wu Shui said nothing. Firecracker? Why set off firecrackers if there is no New Year or festival? She was so angry, but she couldn't ask, and she couldn't hate him, so she had to stuff the full magazine into the gun. But her right hand hadn't recovered yet, and her fingers, palm, wrist and entire arm were sore. Forcing herself to practice in this situation was not only meaningless, but also risky. Left hand will do, too. In order to vent his emotions, Wu Shui didn't care where the bullets hit and just fired randomly. However, after one magazine was empty, Wu Shui was stunned. Why does it seem to be more accurate than the right hand? It is true that most real surgeons are equally dexterous with both hands, but is performing surgery the same as shooting a gun? Wu Shui decided to try again. Zhou Linguang had only left several large boxes of bullets for her, and she might not be able to finish them in one day. Hearing the faint sound of gunfire, Zhou Lin laughed. He didn't expect that Wu Shui was actually a violent person. This office is quite big. Entering through the blown-up hole in the wall, Zhou Lin looked around. Judging from the decoration and furniture, this general manager is definitely not an ordinary person. Just the ebony tea table alone would cost you 7 figures. Good stuff, I'll take it. Tables, chairs, and benches are certainly not cheap, but Zhou Lin is not interested in industrial products. He went straight to the large desk and quickly opened the drawers one by one. Expensive cigars, high-end lighters, and exquisite office supplies. I received a bracelet with patinaed Z beads. A few keys. Zhou Lin ignored all the paper documents. That's it? This shouldn't be the case. I always feel like something is missing. What exactly is missing? I turned left and right in my chair and suddenly an idea flashed in my mind, a safe. It doesn't make sense that such a luxurious office doesn't have a safe. Fortunately, it was easy to find it now that he had an idea. The small cabinet close to the wall next to the large table. Zhou Lin felt that it was placed a little strangely just now, and when he turned it around, it turned out to be the outer door of the safe. Wipe. When Zhou Lin saw the metal that was similar in color to the explosion-proof door, he knew he was in trouble. Regardless of whether it had the ability to self-destruct, this thing couldn't be filled with explosives, right? However, Zhou Lin soon thought of a solution. Relying on his great strength, he used several steel chisels to pick the safe out of the wall, and then moved a water jet out of the maintenance warehouse of the Laifu. A water jet is a cutting tool that relies on high-pressure spraying of extremely fine water jets containing corundum particles. The thin column of water was like a crystal cylindrical saw blade, slowly cutting the half-person-high safe. Half an hour later, the entire back of the safe was cut open by a water jet and fell to the ground with a bang. In addition to some paper documents that were supposed to be very important, the safe contained 50 100-gram gold bars. 3 men's watches that look very unusual. Zhou Lin originally thought that was it, until he discovered a metal box glowing white. I thought it was some kind of jewelry, but after opening it, Zhou Lin's face changed color instantly. Superpower ball. How is that possible? Isn't it still about 5 years before the first superpower ball appears? Then why would a car dealership owner in Jiazhou have a superpower ball? The pure white, yet somewhat colorless, magical ball lay quietly in the center of the velvet cloth. Someone who didn't know it might mistake it for a very large, round, white pearl. But Zhou Lin would not admit his mistake. If you can't figure it out, just put it away for now. It was impossible to tell what the power ball represented. One had to touch it and fuse it to know. Moreover, Zhou Lin was not sure what would happen if he touched the power ball now. What if he died if he touched it before the right time? It's not impossible. But no matter what, this is a good thing. If you want insurance, you can wait 5 years before taking it out and giving it to your family to try first. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhou Lin hurried to find Wu Shui. The gunfire continued. Zhou Lin was dumbfounded when he saw that Wu Shui was shooting with her left hand and every shot hit the target. Are you a sharpshooter who was delayed by medical science? No, you are the real-life version of the old lady with 2 guns. What old woman? Wu Shui pouted, but fortunately she hadn't pointed the gun at Zhou Lin. Are you going back? Did you find anything good? Nothing. Are these good stuff? Zhou Lin threw the gold bars on the ground. The glittering golden light almost blinded Wu Shui's eyes. In fact, these 50 gold bars are nothing. They are only worth 1 or 2 luxury off-road vehicles before the end of the world. However, Wu Shui couldn't help but have stars in her eyes. Wow! I want it. Put it away. Gold is not useless in the apocalypse as it is portrayed in many novels. In fact, it's just the opposite. According to Zhou Lin's plan, he would visit the gold shops in the city, but he would have to wait for a while, as long as he could get there before the eternal night ended and the snow melted. After returning home, Wu Shui couldn't wait to communicate with Zhou Li, and even her red and swollen wrists became medals of honor. During dinner, Wu Shui took out the gold bars and placed them on the coffee table. This is an unexpected discovery today. Mom, can you keep it? Qing Yali's face was full of anti-smiles. Wu Shui finally changed her mind these past 2 days, and she was now looking forward to having a grandson. Gold. Gold is not as important as grandson. Put it away, put it away. What do I need these for? Qing Yali waved her hands, then glared at Zhou Lin. Don't you know that your wife needs to take care of her body? She's been out all day and her wrist is injured. If you do this again next time, I'll break your legs. No, no, no. Zhou Lin waved his hand. Next time, take Lily with you. She plays with her phone all day and doesn't read more books. Zhou Li rolled her eyes. She was too lazy to argue with Qing Yali. The gap in their IQs was too big and they had no common language. Dad, do you want to go out and practice shooting? There's a share for me. I thought you forgot about me. Zhou Kaijun said with a smile. How could that be possible? Zhou Lin smiled awkwardly. I won't practice my marksmanship. I want to ask you if you are interested in fodder. Chapter 61 Attack of Neighbors. Although humans have the smartest brains in the animal kingdom, most people are still limited by their own cognition. If Zhou Kaijun hadn't mentioned it, Zhou Lin would never have thought of stockpiling feed. Isn't feed important? Of course not. Normally people think that feed is for animals and not for humans to eat. But in fact, it is edible. At most, there will be some adverse reactions, but it is much better than starving to death. Dad, why didn't you tell me earlier? I just remembered it. I wonder if the government has taken it away. That shouldn't be possible. I see there are still many large supermarkets in the city that are still buried in the snow. Zhou Lin said, give me the location and I'll go check it out myself. Okay. Zhou Kaijun didn't feel forced to go. His health had always been poor and he was also old. If he went out, he would not be able to help and might even become a burden to Zhou Lin. Husband. Huh. Zhou Lin was stunned for a moment before coming to his senses. What? Give me another gun. You've already called me an old lady with 2 guns. What if someone causes trouble when you're not around? Okay. Zhou Lin felt that such a request was not worthy of being called husband, so of course he had to satisfy it. But he didn't expect that what Wu Shui casually said would happen so soon. It has been more than 20 days since the eternal night began. 1/3 of the people in Jiazhou City have gone to official shelters, 1/4 have gone to their relatives' homes in the countryside, and the rest are struggling to survive. Xiao Heng originally wanted to organize a second group to collect supplies, but the security guard who went out to scout the site was almost beaten to death, so the matter came to nothing. But the fact that the people in Lanshan community do not go out does not mean that people outside will not make plans, especially after all possible places nearby have been searched. Lanshan, the famous wealthy area, has somehow been rumored to have a large amount of supplies stored and is extremely rich. Zhou Lin felt something was wrong the last time he went out, but he didn't expect things to develop so quickly. It was a coincidence that less than 2 hours after Zhou Lin left the house, a patch of scattered lights appeared at the entrance of Lanshan community. Are they from the shelter? Director Su didn't notify them. When Xiao Heng walked to the window, the scattered lights at the door had already entered the inner part of the community, and there were quite a few shadowy figures. Boss, something bad has happened. The security guard at the gate rushed in and yelled, "Robbery, they are here to rob." "Rob us?" Xiao Hang was stunned, thinking, well, I haven't even gone out to rob yet, but someone else comes to my door to rob me. "Get your weapons. Kill them, damn." After the natural disaster, the property actually only had 16 security guards in total, and including the manpower recruited by Xiao Hang, there were less than 30 people. Fortunately, they are all men and relatively young, so they still have some fighting ability. About 30 people, including Xiao Hang and Sun Qinghao, rushed into the courtyard of the community like a swarm of bees and pounced on the scattered lights. There was no need to ask any questions. Xiao Hang, holding a long knife in his hand, acted decisively, aiming at the first person he met and slashing him on the forehead. Murder. Fight them. Kill them, kill them. I don't know who shouted first, but the originally scattered light gradually gathered together. During this time, a lot of light fell to the ground, or was extinguished, or was stepped into the snow. In a blink of an eye, people on both sides were injured, and the shouting and screaming alarmed everyone in the community. Some brave owners looked in from the window, turned around and grabbed their tools to go downstairs to help, while the timid ones quickly locked the door and dragged the furniture in to reinforce it. It's so chaotic downstairs. Wu Shui heard the noise but couldn't see clearly. Use this. Zhou Li took out a night vision goggles. Fortunately, Wu Shui didn't know much about these things, otherwise she would definitely be shocked. Pure active equipment of the United States, the most advanced kind. With the help of Zhou Li, Wu Shui put on the night vision goggles. The dim light and distance adjustment allowed her to see the situation below clearly. Someone is fighting with Xiao Hang and the others. It's not from our neighborhood. Not good, Xiao Hang and the others can't hold on any longer. Wu Shui seemed to be broadcasting live. Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali were very nervous, but Zhou Li didn't care much and said casually, maybe someone will be here soon. Before he finished speaking, the buzzer alarm sounded. Outside the explosion-proof door, Sun Qinghao, panting, was shouting Zhou Lin's name. "I'll go and take a look." Qing Yali went to open the door and Zhou Kaijun followed. "Uncle and aunt, isn't my brother Zhou here? Hurry up, I can't hold it anymore, there are too many people outside." Sun Qinghao's head was bleeding, the corner of his mouth was cut, and many other places on his body were cut. He was only not injured because he was wearing thick clothes. "Forget it, I'll go take a look." Zhou Kaijun thought for a while and said. "No, I'll go," said Qing Yali. "Let me go. I'm a good shooter." Wu Shui said. "Sister-in-law, go. Dad, you help watch over me. Mom, stay at home and protect me." Zhou Li was the calmest among the four people and quickly came up with the most advantageous plan. Qing Yali wanted to refute, but her loud voice was useless at this time. Before Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui went out, Zhou Li leaned over to Wu Shui's ear and whispered a few words. Haizi wanted to follow them out, but was grabbed by Qing Yali's head. Seeing Wu Shui, Sun Cheng was very surprised and asked, "Sister-in-law, you don't have to go down, right?" "I won't go, and you're the one who's going to help me." Wu Shui said coldly, "Hurry up." As the group went downstairs, the situation below changed again. All we can say is that Xiao Hang and the others have tried their best. It's not that they didn't try hard, it's just that the enemy was too fierce. Not only did everyone get injured, but several people were also scattered. It's unclear whether they ran away or were knocked down. In desperation, Xiao Hang and his companions fought and retreated. No one knew what he was thinking, but they retreated step by step to the lobby downstairs of Building 8. "Close the door, close the door." Xiao Hang was covered in blood, some of his own and some of others. There was a wound on his forehead, and his clothes were covered with fist and foot marks and traces of cuts and tears, which showed how fierce the battle was. Although the last security guard who came and closed the glass door, how could the tempered glass withstand the crazy attack of the iron rod and machete? It shattered into pieces with a few bangs. "Mad, let's fight." Xiao Hang gritted his teeth and was about to lead the fight when suddenly a gunshot rang out from behind. "Gun! They have guns!" Xiao Hang thought it was Zhou Lin who came, but when he turned around he only saw Zhou Kaijun with a serious expression and Wu Shui wearing night vision goggles. Why did she come down? Xiao Heng glanced at Sun Qinghao and was about to speak when he discovered that Wu Shui was holding a gun in her hand, with smoke still coming out of the muzzle. So it was Wu Shui who fired the gun just now. That woman. It's just a gun, what's there to be afraid of? Go ahead, one gun can't kill several people. Grab her gun. The other party's eagerness to make a move made Xiao Heng nervous again. Now it's no longer a question of whether or not we can win. Xiao Heng couldn't help but secretly curse Sun Qinghao and the Zhou family. How could they let Wu Shui show up with a gun? Even if it was given to Zhou Kaijun. However, Wu Shui did not retreat, but took another step forward. Final warning, leave the community, now. Chapter 62 Wu Shui is going crazy. Why are you so fierce? Who are you trying to scare with a gun? Exactly. Not a bad figure. Let's grab it together. Superior. It has to be said that people are easily driven by collective emotions. Under normal circumstances, a person would be instinctively scared when seeing a real gun, but at this time, because of the infection of collective emotions, not only did they ignore the threat posed by the bullet, they even had the intention of attacking Wu Shui. Seeing the other party getting excited, Xiao Heng secretly said to himself, oh no. He turned to Wu Shui and said, give me the gun and go back and lock the door. His idea was correct, even Sun Qinghao was nodding. But the next moment, Wu Shui pointed the gun at Xiao Heng, get out of the way. You. Xiao Heng had to take a step back, thinking to himself, just go ahead and see how you die. When Zhou Lin comes back, you can't blame me. Seeing Wu Shui and Xiao Heng fighting, the people at the door suddenly felt that the opportunity had come, and they rushed towards Wu Shui with a shout. Bang, bang, bang. No one expected that Wu Shui would shoot without hesitation. What was even more unexpected was that Wu Shui not only had a gun in his right hand, but also in his left hand. Not only could he shoot with both hands, but his marksmanship was amazing. Almost every bullet hit the target, either the arm or the leg. The thick cotton coat could block the blade but not the bullets. When Wu Shui emptied 2 magazines, there was almost no one standing at the door. Gurgle. Seeing Wu Shui skillfully changing the magazine, Xiao Heng's face turned pale. He never thought that a woman who looked delicate was not only skilled in shooting, but also killed people without blinking an eye. Xiao Heng, who originally had some other ideas, was now completely discouraged. After changing the magazine, Wu Shui didn't even look at the people and walked straight past the screaming people. The most unimaginable thing was that she was about to walk out the door, but suddenly stopped and shot the person on the ground. Fuck ah. The guy was not shot at first, he just fell to the ground pretending to be dead. Who knew that Wu Shui saw through him? Although it is not fatal, it is really heartbreaking. Only after I got shot did I realize that everything in movies and TV shows was fake. What about people being able to fight back after being shot several times? When I was in so much pain that I was foaming at the mouth, there was no point in fighting back. The gunshots also alarmed the people outside. Some smart ones have turned around and ran away, but there are always some who are not afraid of trouble. The night vision goggles gave Wu Shui a great help. Although she didn't know the people in the community, she could judge them by their actions. Anyone who rushes towards her with a weapon is an enemy. There is no need to hesitate about the enemy, just pull the trigger. It is not much different from when you practiced in the Auto City. At most, you need to add some prediction, and it will basically not be too far off. If you miss, then the enemy is unlucky. When another magazine was empty, no one dared to run over here anymore. Sister-in-law is so awesome. With fear on his face, Xiao Heng slowly walked to Wu Shui and spoke carefully. Throw these people at the gate of the community. Life and death are up to fate. Then find some people to seal the gate of the community with snow blocks. The surrounding walls must also be raised. Finally, water them and freeze them to reinforce them. Do you need me to teach you these? No, no need. Xiao Heng straightened his chest, don't worry, sister-in-law, I promise to complete the task. Come back and get some rice. If anyone is injured, I can treat them no matter whether you carry them up or on my back. After saying that, Wu Shui turned around and left without taking off her night vision goggles. Zhou Kaijun smiled at Xiao Heng and said, thank you for your hard work, young man. It's not hard, old man. Xiao Hang was very excited when Zhou Kaijun praised him. Sister-in-law is so cool. At home, after hearing Zhou Caijuan's retelling, Qing Yali's face turned pale, but Zhou Li was very excited. I'll go next time too. Go to hell. Qing Yali yelled, with your tiny body, I can trample you to death, believe it or not. Snort. Zhou Li rolled her eyes, then smiled at Wu Shui and said, Sister-in-law, I was right, wasn't I? Yes. Just now, Wu Shui was a little nervous at first. After all, she was aiming at living people, not dead targets. Fortunately, she remembered what Zhou Li told her when she went out, and switched the night vision mode to infrared mode. The people in her sight turned into moving red shadows, and her senses suddenly felt better. Just as Zhou Li said, it was over like playing a game. In order not to irritate herself, Wu Shui switched the mode only after going upstairs. From beginning to end, she neither saw any face nor a real drop of blood. Although it was a bit like trying to cover up one's own faults, it did reduce the mental impact to a minimum. In addition, Wu Shui was originally a doctor, and she had performed countless dissections on cadavers, so her resistance in this regard was actually much better than Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali. When Zhou Lin came back the next day, the community had been basically cleaned up. He went to see Xiao Hang and confirmed that Yang Qiqi was still alive. Zhou Li basically reported everything simultaneously yesterday, so Zhou Lin did not panic. He successfully received hundreds of tons of finished feed and more than 200 tons of raw materials from the small feed factory into the Lai Fu, and then released the Lu Xiaofeng. He had a good meal and a good sleep in it, and then returned leisurely. Take this. Seeing the blood on Xiao Hang's face, Zhou Lin threw out a walkie-talkie and said, if you encounter similar situations in the future, you can call me directly. Good master. Don't call me master. You might think I have some quirk. Zhou Lin always felt that the title, master, was a bit strange, until he thought of the island country that no longer existed, and then he felt disgusted. Okay, boss. Please tell big sister-in-law that we are grateful to you for your amazing healing skills. Got it. Zhou Lin waved his hand and glanced at Yang Qiqi, who was lying next to the stove like a vegetable. She is stable, but what about Tang Yili? Boss, Tang Yili is dead. Sun Qinghao came over and whispered. As Tang Yili's friend, he was the only one who cared about Tang Yili's situation. Tang Yili died of starvation, or rather, he died of pain, hunger, illness, and torture. Sun Qinghao didn't care about him, Yang Qiqi couldn't save herself, and Tang Yili, who had no ability to move, could only die of hunger and thirst. It's a bargain for him. I thought a fitness coach like Tang Yili should be able to last longer, but who knew he died after just a few days. This made Zhou Lin feel very regretful, and he could only remind Xiao Hang again not to let Yang Qiqi die. Boss, I'll let Sun Qinghao take care of him personally. I guarantee he won't die. But someone might even die. Then I don't care. Zhou Lin said, come on, follow me upstairs, I will definitely not be stingy with the reward I deserve for you. 200 kilograms of rice is not much, but not less either. If they save some, it will be enough to feed 20 or 30 people for half a month. The security guards led by Xiao Hang were very excited and kept thanking Zhou Lin. The ice wall is not high enough. Hurry up and reinforce it. Guard the gate well. Call me if anything happens. The reason Zhou Lin saved Xiao Hang's life was because he was too lazy to command the security guards. Now it seems that the decision was right. News of the bloody battle in Lanshan community spread quickly, and even people in the official shelter knew about it. Didn't we say that we are not allowed to shoot casually? Wang Pingping was furious. Look what has happened. More than 40 people have been shot. This has had a terrible impact. I think the guns must be taken back and the perpetrators must be severely punished. Chapter 63, The Military's View. Living conditions in the shelter became increasingly difficult. As for food, there is almost no food intake but only output. No one can afford the consequence of eating up all the food. Even though people are sent out to collect food every day, the amount of food they find is getting less and less. Some teams have even returned empty-handed. There is no oil refinery in Jiazhou City. With long-distance transportation almost cut off, gasoline is also a non-renewable resource. The less you use, the less you have. Especially for vehicles modified with tracks, none of them are fuel efficient. All the gas stations available have been drained, and fuel stocks are still worrying. According to the current situation, it can only last for a month at most. Eternal night has already fallen for a month, and the cities that humans once took so much pride in are on the verge of complete collapse. After continuous transformation and expansion, the shelter now has a batch of hydroponic equipment. Using LED lighting and liquid fertilizer to promote growth, the first batch of vegetables has already grown. Although it will take some time before they mature, it at least proves that this approach is feasible. The problem facing the shelter leaders is that there is not enough liquid fertilizer. Originally, no one had thought of engaging in agricultural production in the shelter, so there would be no stockpiling of fertilizers. If traditional agriculture was adopted, so many people in the shelter would not have to worry about the problem of farmyard manure, but farmyard manure could not be used as liquid culture raw materials. Even if there were many agricultural experts and chemical experts in the shelter, they could not solve this century-old problem. So the search for fertilizer is urgent. However, Jiazhou City also had no fertilizer plant, so the only hope was the fertilizer merchants in the suburbs. Wang Pingping had to go there in person, and the fertilizer was brought back. But when the convoy passed the auto city, Wang Pingping suddenly wanted to search it again, but he found traces of human activity. This shop. Seeing the wall that was blown up by Zhou Lin and the safe that was cut open, Wang Pingping's face suddenly changed. He didn't care about what treasures were in the safe, but the explosives and tools for cutting the safe. Could ordinary people have these? Call some criminal investigators here right away. Wang Pingping didn't leave either. His duty required him to get to the bottom of the matter, especially the source of the explosives. Soon, criminal investigation and military explosion experts arrived and came up with a conclusion after analyzing the case against all odds. Look, this is not ordinary explosives. At least our country has never sold them to the public. Where did they come from? And the water jet used to cut the safe is also not a civilian device. In addition, the police judged that there should be only one person at the scene. With such a heavy safe and an equally heavy cutting device, I can't imagine how he did it. Is he Superman? Zhu Guanhan's expression was equally solemn. As the current top leader of Jiazhou City, and in such a special period, who would want to encounter such a thing? There must be something strange in the city. Wang Pingping continued to express his opinion. In short, he believed that if these uncertain and unstable factors could not be eliminated, and if the world could not return to normal in a short period of time, they would become hidden dangers to the shelter in the future and even threaten the lives and safety of hundreds of thousands of people. As a soldier of the people, Wang Pingping cannot allow such a thing to happen. As they were talking, they talked about Lanshan community again. Last time, Wang Pingping made it clear that the person who fired the shot should be arrested, regardless of whether it was Zhou Lin or not. But Zhu Guanhan disagreed. They hadn't even finished eating more than 1,000 kilograms of frozen meat yet, so they were going to arrest people. Besides, there was a reason for the incident. Lanshan community was just passively defending. If they really wanted to arrest people for this, would that mean everyone who participated in the fight would be arrested? Regardless of whether this would win the support of the people, we can't just let the arrested people starve to death, right? It would be a huge expense to feed them, and the landlords don't have any surplus food. I think we should go and give them a warning. I heard that the person who fired the gun was a girl. Her shooting skills were pretty good and she didn't hit any vital parts. She shouldn't be a cruel person. Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. It's understandable. After Yi Xinxiao spoke, Wang Pingping was unwilling to refute anymore, but he didn't quite agree with the commander's opinion. What is not a cruel person? This could be said in peacetime, but can it be the same now? Although those who were shot in the limbs did not die on the spot, how many of them could survive? Without doctors to treat their wounds, without adequate medicine, and even without nutrition, what use were these people other than being a burden? Therefore, Wang Pingping felt that the girl who fired the gun was extremely cruel. She not only killed people, but also destroyed their hearts. In fact, Wang Pingping really blamed Wu Shui wrongly on this point. She didn't think that much at all. It was just that Zhou Li reminded her before going downstairs. Until now, she still thinks Zhou Li's reminder was good, otherwise she might have beaten someone to death in excitement and didn't give those people a chance to reform. Well, those people have indeed reformed, and starting over can be considered as reformation. In the end, Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao asked Wang Pingping to go and have a talk with Zhou Lin. On the one hand, it was to warn him, and on the other hand, it was to see if Zhou Lin could come up with some compensation. After all, so many people were injured. Boss, the military is here. Xiao Heng performed his job duties very faithfully and immediately notified Zhou Lin when he saw the military vehicle appear. At this time, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui were busy in the tool room. The rabbit has given birth again. Wu Shui is very happy because she will be able to eat the delicious rabbit head soon. As for whether the little white rabbit is cute or not, just think about Wu Shui's job. She has dissected countless frogs, mice, and rabbits. Cuteness is not as important as deliciousness. Normally a female rabbit gives birth to 4 or 5 rabbits, but the one Zhou Lin raised gave birth to 8. Together with the 12 rabbits from the previous round, wow, the rabbit family is really thriving. However, the tool room's enclosed environment had a very unpleasant smell. This shows that Yang Qiqi suffered a lot at the beginning. Why don't we find someone to do it? Zhou Lin discussed with Wu Shui. He might not be at home often, and the ones left behind would either be the elderly or women. He always felt that he was treating them unfairly. Who to find? Who can you trust? Wu Shui shook her head. Of course it would be good to have someone, but the question is that person that easy to find? How about Sun Qinghao? I'll modify this place so that no one can enter from the tool room. That way, even if he wants to cause trouble, he won't be able to do it. Besides, there are guns at home, so he probably won't be that brave. It's best to discuss it with your parents. Okay, let's talk about it while we eat. By the way, how are your parents, no, my father-in-law and his family doing lately? It seems to be okay. I have food and drink for now. My dad said that I might be involved in a scientific research project recently. Can scientific research still be carried out in the shelter? After all, Wu Shui is young and has almost always been in an ivory tower, so there are many things she can't even think of. Olympus. Chapter 64. You don't deserve it. The Olympus project gathered the strengths of many developed countries. It not only included several shelters, but also cooperated with many scientific research institutes. In the early days of the apocalypse, it accommodated more than 25% of Europeans. Later, it began to expand and rebuild. Until the emergence of mutants and evolutionaries, more than 90% of the shelters in the entire Europe had joined the Olympus project, and in the later period it integrated almost all European mutants and evolutionaries. Except Manhwa. In Zhou Lin's memory, the Mao Kingdom did not seem to have any famous doomsday plan, but until he died in his previous life, the Mao Kingdom did not perish due to the doomsday. It was just that the entire country was in a relatively closed state, and the outside world did not know about its situation. However, there is one thing Zhou Lin still vaguely remembers. It was probably in the 7th year of the apocalypse, when 30,000 evolvers and psychics from Europe entered Mao country, trying to plunder Mao country's population and resources. In the end, it was said that this group of troops under the banner of the Olympus gods were all killed on the land of Mao country. Afterwards, Olympus asked the Mao state, but received no response from the Mao state. Even when Olympus threatened with nuclear bombs, there was still no result. It is unknown whether Olympus launched a nuclear bomb in the end, but Mao country has become a restricted area and no one wants to go there and die in vain. Before Zhou Lin had the time to discuss the matter of Olympus with Wu Shui, he was interrupted by Xiao Heng's call. Someone from the military? I see. Zhou Lin originally thought that it would not have much to do with him, but soon Xiao Heng called him again and said that the military people came to look for him specifically and it was related to the armed fight that broke out a few days ago. Let me go. I'm the one who fired the shot. Wu Shui said. Stop making trouble and stay home. No one is allowed to go out after I leave. Zhou Lin blocked the door. He would not allow any willfulness in this matter. After all, he is not an ordinary person now. Symbiosis. Intermediate 2120/10,000. Currently symbiotic transportation, Laifu, large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng, medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity symbiosis, 4.5 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I, 4.5, 4512/10,000. His comprehensive physical fitness is more than 4 times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the various weapons and equipment on the Lai Fu, it can be said that as long as Zhou Lin is willing, he can fight a local war alone, which may even be more exaggerated than a local war. So no matter why the military is looking for him this time or how they will treat him, Zhou Lin is not afraid. Downstairs, Xiaoheng found a clean place to receive Wang Pingping. He didn't know Wang Pingping's name at this time, but he felt that this middle-aged soldier had a very strong aura, and he was definitely the kind of person he couldn't afford to offend. Even Xiaoheng had considered which side he would stand on if a conflict occurred between Wang Pingping and Zhou Lin. The result was obvious. How could an arm possibly twist a thigh, let alone a hair? Are you Zhou Lin? Wang Pingping had a gloomy face and was sitting with his horse and sword in his arms. Several fully armed soldiers stood behind him with guns in their helmets and masks. There was no expression on his face, which made people feel very depressed. It's me, what's going on? Even though he had supernatural powers, as a citizen of Xia country, Zhou Lin still felt his hands and feet go numb. Being looked at by Wang Pingping's hawk-like eyes made him feel uncomfortable and unnatural, as if a huge rock was pressing on his heart and he couldn't breathe. My name is Wang Pingping, representing. Regarding the last fight, you opened fire and caused more than 40 casualties. I think it was self-defense. If they hadn't attacked our neighborhood with weapons, beaten anyone they saw, and pressed forward, we wouldn't have shot them back. And we shot only to drive them back and stop them from hurting other citizens. Quibble. Wang Pingping slammed the table. That's why I said that guns should not be distributed among the people because there are too many self-righteous people like you. Do you know what the consequences of shooting at random will be? The only consequence is that it protects citizens like us who abide by the law, are self-reliant in order to survive, and not only do not cause trouble to the country, but also work hard to contribute to the country. After gradually adapting, Zhou Lin dared to confront Wang Pingping head-on. It seems like you won't cry until you see the Yellow River. Then come with me to the shelter and talk slowly. You want to arrest me? Zhou Lin's face changed slightly. So you guys are also ungrateful and repay kindness with hatred. Wang Pingping was a little embarrassed. After all, he had eaten that batch of frozen meat before. Although it was a fair trade, but... When did I say I was going to arrest you? Is there something wrong with your ears? If I'm not going to be caught, is it okay if I don't want to go? Zhou Lin shrugged and said. Wang Pingping didn't expect Zhou Lin to be so difficult to deal with. Not only was he as tough as a piece of meat on a rolling pin, but what made Wang Pingping most dissatisfied was Zhou Lin's fearless attitude. Don't forget, Xia country is still here, the Xia government is still here, and we are still here. Unless you leave Xia country, you will always be a citizen of Xia country and need to abide by Xia country's laws and social ethics. Commander Wang, I think you may have made a mistake. Whether I have violated the law should not be judged by the military. As for social morality, even if I admit that I am immoral, should I be shot? Wang Pingping really couldn't help it, but before he came out, Yi Xinxiao had specifically instructed him not to engage in armed confrontation under any circumstances. Judging from the current situation, Zhou Lin was definitely not an enemy of the country, and the army had no right to take action against Zhou Lin. So Wang Pingping thought that if all else failed, he would first send Zhou Lin to a shelter, lock him up in a dark room for a few days, and then he would confess all the shit that had happened. As long as we get Zhou Lin's confession of breaking the law, the rest will be easy. But now Zhou Lin's uncooperative attitude made Wang Pingping very embarrassed. If I arrest them, it would go against the commander's order. If I don't do anything, it seems I can't win the argument with Zhou Lin. It seems that you are determined to go against the government. Wang Pingping sneered, do you know that because of your behavior, the entire Lanshan community may be excluded from the rescue list by the command center? What rescue list? Xiaoheng, who had been listening, suddenly asked. Oh, you still don't know. The shelter is now able to grow fresh vegetables. The next step is to expand production. In addition to internal consumption, we may also trade with other companies. Fresh vegetables. Xiaoheng's eyes sparkled. This might be hard currency besides food. After all, if people don't eat vegetables for a long time, even those in good health will have problems due to lack of vitamins. The shelter will only trade with approved communities. Communities like yours. Wang Pingping looked at Zhou Lin deeply. I don't think they are qualified to be the shelter's trading partners. I would like to ask Commander Wang, when did our Xia country start to punish others by association? Let's not talk about whether I have violated the law or not. Even if you think I have violated the law, do you want to punish others by association? If you really have this idea, then I feel sorry for the military uniform you are wearing, because you don't deserve it. Chapter 65 Agreement reached. Wang Pingping was furious and stood up suddenly to draw his gun, but he never expected that Zhou Lin was faster than him. Before the gun was aimed, Zhou Lin suddenly appeared behind Wang Pingping, grabbed Wang Pingping's right hand holding the gun and twisted it hard, and the muzzle of the gun was pressed against Wang Pingping's temple. Don't move. Let go, sir. Put down the gun. The soldiers were obviously a bit slow, and by the time they reacted, Zhou Lin had already completely controlled Wang Pingping. As an officer leading an army in battle, Wang Pingping wanted to die at this moment. Shoot. Shoot if you dare. Wang Pingping yelled in anger. He also tried to struggle, but found that he couldn't shake Zhou Lin at all, like an ant. This result made Wang Pingping extremely frustrated, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. He had risen up from being a soldier step by step, and had been awarded the title of Soldier King for many years. Although he had been a bit slack in recent years, his foundation was still there. Logically speaking, he should be much stronger than young man Zhou Lin. Why are you so strong? From this, it can be seen that Zhou Lin's identity is probably not simple. We need to dig deeper in the future. Maybe. Zhou Lin never thought that his instinctive action would lead Wang Pingping to think so much. Captain Wang, if you don't draw your gun, we can still be friends. Okay. Let me go first. Wang Pingping said with a flushed face. Okay. Zhou Lin was not afraid of Wang Pingping's betrayal, he respected the soldiers. Wang Pingping and the other soldiers were not from Jiazhou or even Bashu by their accents. When the natural disaster came, did their families not suffer? Were they not needed? However, because they are wearing this military uniform, they must abide by the code of conduct of a soldier and fulfill their sacred mission. Zhou Lin knew that he couldn't do what they did. Put your guns down. After regaining his freedom, Wang Pingping glared at his men, then said to Zhou Lin, you are quite skilled. I didn't even react. Are you interested in joining the army? Me? Join the army? Zhou Lin shook his head. Forget it. My personality is not suitable. Wang Pingping stretched his neck and glared at Zhou Lin, saying, it's okay not to hold you responsible. You injured more than 40 people. Tell me how you're going to compensate. Compensation. It seems that this is the real purpose of Wang Pingping's visit. What do you want? Zhou Lin asked after pondering for a moment. Anything is fine. Food, meat, vegetables, fruits, anything to eat, drink, or use. Anything useful is fine. Zhou Lin actually has no shortage of supplies. In a sense, he is even much richer than the shelter. However, wealth should not be shown openly. So Zhou Lin remained silent and would not say a word unless Wang Pingping spoke. Is there any food? Wang Pingping couldn't wait any longer and asked. Zhou Lin shook his head. Frozen meat. Dehydrated fruits and vegetables. Winter clothing. Feed. Yes, how much do you want? What? Wang Pingping thought he had heard it wrong. Who the hell would hoard feed? Oh, the Zhou family made their fortune from breeding, there's nothing wrong with that, how could they have forgotten about this? Do you have 5 tons? Wang Pingping asked tentatively. More than that, at most 1 ton, high-protein pig feed, humans can eat. 3 tons. No, absolutely not. So you used 2 tons of fodder to get rid of a general? Zhou Kaijun, Cheng Yali and others were a little skeptical. In their eyes, 2 tons of feed were not valuable. When the farm was operating normally, those hungry pigs would die in minutes. Times have changed. 35% protein content is a good thing. Zhou Lin curled his lips. He felt that he had lost out anyway. I have to go back to the countryside. How tiring. Dad, that Wang Pingping revealed an important piece of information. What news? The shelter is doing soilless cultivation. Does Jiazhou have a fertilizer factory? No. Zhou Kaijun said confidently, you and I don't know much about fertilizers. Besides, there's no need for us to compete with the shelter, right? We're not competing with them. We also need fertilizer. Zhou Lin was thinking about the future. From the beginning of the eternal night until 5 years later, the climate was not suitable for the production of vegetables and fruits. When Zhou Lin risked his life to seize the Lai Fu, he had the idea of doing soilless cultivation in the Lai Fu. Once the snow melts and the entire environment becomes relatively stable, we can find a suitable place to release the Lai Fu and make it the family's base camp. But at that time, Zhou Lin turned his head and looked at Wu Shui, who was reading a book. She was indeed a top student. Even at this age, she was still studying professional books, and she would gesture and mutter to herself from time to time. Well, the stronger Wu Shui's medical skills are, the higher her value will be in the future. Zhou Lin will not wait for a good price, that's the fact. Outside the door, Sun Qinghao rubbed his hands nervously. He didn't knock on the door, he just smiled at the camera. If no one was paying attention at Zhou Lin's house, he would definitely wait. He would never disturb the boss easily. It would be a little cold, but he wouldn't freeze to death anyway. Humans are actually quite adaptable to the environment. Today, the outdoor temperature has been fluctuating around -30 degrees Celsius, but apart from the initial wave, few people have frozen to death. Especially young people and teenagers under the age of 30, as long as they have no underlying diseases, have most likely adapted to the low temperatures. If it were not for the eternal night, they might have started normal outdoor activities. The temperature in the north is lower. In places like Mohinxia State, the temperature at night may even reach -70 degrees Celsius. But that's all. Some people with strong endurance have even gone to dig holes in the glaciers to catch fish. Sun Qinghao didn't have to wait long before the explosion-proof door opened. The first time he walked into Zhou's house, Sun Qinghao greeted everyone nervously and carefully. They were all people around the big boss, and each of them needed his respect and honor. You should stay in the tool shed from now on. Are you happy with the pastoral life of growing vegetables and raising chickens? Zhou Lin patted Sun Qinghao on the shoulder and said with a smile. Thank you, sir. This is exactly what I've always dreamed of. Sun Qinghao did not lie. Although the smell in the tool room was unpleasant, the smell in the security dormitory was actually not much better. We agreed that I will be provided with food and lodging but no salary. Please don't sue me at the labor department in the future. The boss is joking. After Zhou Lin explained the precautions, Sun Qinghao officially took up his post. It's great that I don't have to clean up rabbit poop anymore. Zhou Li sucked on an ice cream, her little fangs showing with joy. Wu Shui was also very happy. The aunt and sister-in-law had very similar opinions. It was not that they were lazy, but they simply did not want to go to the tool room to work and delay their studies. Zhou Li has recently been teaching herself knowledge about electricity and communications. She knows that Zhou Lin plans to set up a base in the future, and as the second-in-command of the base, she must have real skills to convince the people. Everyone should be careful, especially you two girls. You are not allowed to go upstairs without permission. If you need anything, just leave it at the door and we will get it. I understand, Dad. Zhou Li and Wu Shui answered in unison. Huang Menjing, why is she here again? Looking at the figure appearing on the monitor, Zhou Lin frowned. Chapter 66 The Military Uniform. Now that Huang Menjing has arrived, Cheng Yali must give her a warm welcome. However, the more enthusiastic Cheng Yali was, the more embarrassed Huang Menjing looked. Huang Menjing once controlled more than 10 times the assets of the Zhou family, but now. Don't be afraid of Sister Cheng laughing at you. We have no coal at home now, and we don't have much to eat. Huang Menjing said this to save face. She did have some dehydrated vegetables, but people can't just eat vegetables. Even if she could hold on, she didn't dare to let the old man starve. The batch of fast food I mentioned last time. Didn't we agree on a 40% to 60% split? Zhou Lin said. He thought Huang Menjing regretted it. Huang Menjing did want to go back on her word, but it was not because she felt that she got less, but because she was willing to give up 10% and split the profit 50 to 50 between the two families. 50 packs, boxes, of instant food in a box, 2,000 boxes, which means Zhou Lin can get 1,000 boxes of instant food, 50,000 packs, boxes, in this trip. In 2 years, one pack can be exchanged for a woman to take home, real hard currency. If you are willing, I will give you 500 of my 1,000 boxes in exchange for coal and other provisions. Other food? Although coal is useful, it is not as important as everyone imagines. In 2 months at most, the temperature will warm up and the consumption of coal will drop significantly. Later, some people will go to open-pit coal mines to mine coal and sell it. After it has no industrial use, the mining volume will be sufficient. As for other food, it's not that there is no food, but the key is not to take out too much. After all, the house is so big, and even if every room is piled to the ceiling, the total amount is limited. Staple dishes, meats, and even seasonings are all fine. Huang Menjing licked her lips unconsciously. It was obvious that she hadn't eaten anything really tasty for a long time. We'll talk about the change later. When do you plan to go? The sooner the better. It would be best if you could give me some coal and food first. Don't worry, no one knows where the fast food is except me. Huang Menjing was afraid that Zhou Lin would not believe her, so she hurriedly explained. I'll send you the coal and food later. Please give me the address of the fast food place. There are many people coming out now, and there is also an official team collecting supplies. Please help. Okay, the address is, the 2 garages are connected, and no one usually goes there. Huang Menjing told the location of the 50-ton fast food without any hesitation, which surprised Zhou Lin. At this point, being able to survive is more important than anything else. I don't want to watch my mother starve to death. Huang Menjing raised her hand to wipe away her tears, took a deep breath, and tried to force a smile. Although she didn't wear makeup, her bare face was more beautiful than many celebrities before the end of the world. But this little beauty could not charm Zhou Lin. A man who had lived in the apocalypse for 10 years could already ignore women's appearance. A vase can only hold flowers. If there are no flowers, who would need a vase? Zhou Lin was not in a hurry to deliver supplies to Huang Menjing. He exercised at home for nearly 3 hours, and then dragged the sled out after eating a big meal. Wu Shui had seen the sled and could not take it to the Lai Fu. 2 tons of coal, 500 kilograms of rice, 100 kilograms of flour, and 200 kilograms of frozen meat. Huang Menjing was stunned as she watched Zhou Lin bring in batches of things. Is there no one next door? Zhou Lin asked. With his current physical condition, it is not easy for him to sweat. Originally, there were some. Last time the government shelter came to recruit people, they happened to meet the requirements and moved away. That was good. Zhou Lin was afraid that so many supplies would be piled up at the door. What if the neighbors secretly saw them through the peephole and asked Huang Menjing for money after he left? That would be troublesome again. With this batch of supplies, he could survive until the winter night was over. Winter night is the official name given by the Xia kingdom, and now people are gradually getting used to calling it that. Are you leaving now? Anything else? Huang Menjing's eyes flashed with embarrassment. Nothing, I just wanted to ask if you want to come in and have a glass of water, it's quite cold. It's always been cold, I'm used to it. Zhou Lin tightened his winter clothing. Let's go, call me if you need anything, lock the door. After closing the door, Huang Menjing sighed deeply. You only call me when you have something to do. I am still too old. What are you thinking about? Huang Menjing laughed at herself and then cheered up. It's time to add charcoal to the stove. Today, the room temperature must be raised to above 15 degrees, so that my mother won't cough. Oh, right, stew some meat, add dehydrated vegetables, and cook a big pot of white rice. It's the end of the world, what's there to be dissatisfied about when you can eat these? Like Zhou Lin's house, well, there's no comparison. However, no matter how hard or difficult the situation is, the country has never given up its efforts. Jiazhou Shelter received a batch of supplies sent from the provincial capital today, which were actually delivered by airship. Low temperatures and bad air can seriously affect aircraft engines, but airships are different. As long as the airbags are not broken, the fans that rely on electricity as energy can work normally, thus propelling the airship forward. However, at present, only the provincial capital of Bashu has thought of and started to practice using airships for long-distance transportation. Other places do not yet have the ability or simply do not have the ability to manufacture such ancient aircraft as airships. Zhu Guanghan stood in the cold wind, his eyebrows and eyelashes were covered with frost, forcing him to squint his eyes, but he was still unwilling to go back to the shelter to warm up. What is hope? This is hope. A long stream of white air spewed out from his mouth. Although it was quickly blown away by the cold wind, it eventually left traces of its existence between heaven and earth. Just like every person who strives to survive, at least heaven and earth know that he has been here. Yi Xinxiao's physical fitness is obviously better than Zhu Guanghan's, so there is no white frost on his face. You didn't expect that the most abundant items in the first batch of supplies were radios. It is said that the power consumption is very low, and one number 5 battery can be used for several months. Why haven't I heard of this thing before? Even if it existed before, would you have used it? Zhu Guanghan asked. Yeah, just like this thing, it has been eliminated a long time ago. Maybe it's only in our country. Why didn't they transport food but instead sent tens of thousands of radios? There are also considerations at the national level. In the event of a natural disaster, high-tech products are no longer effective. Instead, the radio, which was usually only used by old men and women, has many advantages that high-tech communication products do not have. Saving power is one of the reasons, and the second is the strong signal receiving capability, and the resources required to maintain the radio station are relatively small. Finally, the radio does not require much technical content. It is not only durable and easy to repair, but also has a high reuse rate. Assign people to distribute them immediately. It's enough to keep 1,000 units in the shelter, and distribute the rest to each community as much as possible. Make sure that at least every building with people living in it has one. Zhu Guanghan said to the middle-level managers around him. After unloading the cargo, the airship began to rise slowly, and Yi Xinxiao and other soldiers raised their hands to salute. Although their military ranks were much higher than those of the soldiers on the airship, the soldiers' fearlessness of life and death made it worthwhile for generals like Yi Xinxiao to give them a solemn military salute. It is recognition, but also the romance of a soldier. I hope they can return safely. Of course I can. Wang Pingping's eyes were red, he saw his former self in those soldiers. No, it should be said that as long as he put on this military uniform, he would have a sacred sense of mission in his heart. What should we do in the face of thousands of mountains and rivers, mountains of swords and seas of fire? No looking back. If the majority of casualties in the first few days after the natural disaster occurred were the elderly and the sick, then the majority of casualties now are soldiers. Soldiers should be there wherever they are needed. In Xia country, the military uniform represents not only glory, but also something that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Dedication. Sacrifice. Chapter 67 Sun Qinghao is homesick. I think that Zhou Lin is very abnormal. After returning to the shelter, Wang Pingping couldn't wait to report to Yi Xinxiao. Apart from the two of them, there were only Yi Xinxiao's guards in the room, so Wang Pingping spoke without any scruples. His physical fitness is much better than yours. Yi Xinxiao was a little surprised. He knew Wang Pingping's level. How could an ordinary person do that? Also, I suspected that he controlled a lot of resources, so after I came back, I asked someone to check his information, and the result was very strange. Do you suspect he has more than 2 tons of fertilizer? It should be far more than that. This person is very cunning. Commander, do you think it is possible that he is not a normal person at all? Yi Xinxiao narrowed his eyes, just say it. Commander, have you ever read that kind of apocalyptic novel? Yi Xinxiao shook his head. He didn't have the time. However, he had heard the kids at home mention it during dinner. But novels are just nonsense. What did Wang Pingping mean by this? I investigated the Zhou family. Their behavior before the disaster was extremely abnormal. It was as if they had foreseen that the disaster would come. Could it be that someone in their family has some special ability? If there really is such a person in the Zhou family, I think it must be Zhou Lin. Unless there is more than one in their family. Since you think it's possible, dig deeper, but don't tell Zhu Guanhan and the others for now. Wang Pingping nodded. There are some things that only our military knows. I can give you a hint here. This disaster may last for several years or even longer. Our military's next mission is to ensure human civilization. At least our Xia civilization must be passed on. So when necessary. Although Yi Xinxiao did not say the rest of the words, Wang Pingping roughly understood it. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but he still remained silent. Yi Xinxiao patted Wang Pingping on the shoulder and said, "We are soldiers. We have to strictly follow orders while keeping our hearts high. I have another piece of news for you. It has not been confirmed yet, but some research institutions believe that as the environment changes, we humans may also mutate. People like you who have good physical fitness and are young have the greatest chance. I am old. Mutation. Evolution." Wang Pingping's heart moved. "Commander, do you think Zhou Lin could be it? Whether it's true or not, don't tell anyone else. If it's confirmed, report it. Don't do anything unnecessary. Don't forget, in addition to natural disasters, we must also guard against man-made disasters. It is impossible to say that someone who can sit in the position of commander is simple-minded. Although Yi Xinxiao is in his 50s, he is actually very clear-headed. His judgment on the natural disaster is much more pessimistic than Zhu Guanhan. Zhu Guanhan is undoubtedly an idealist. It is precisely because he always maintains an optimistic attitude towards disasters that he can work tirelessly, but perhaps it is this optimism that will knock him down in the future. There is nothing wrong with being optimistic. At least in this already terrible world, optimism will make people live more easily, just like Sun Qinghao. He has a lot of things to do every day, but he can always find a reason to live. Even if he is just chatting with chickens, ducks and geese, he can chat for an hour or two. It seems that you are doing well. Well, you are doing a good job. You can arrange the food yourself. Tell me if it is not enough. The only person who would go to the tool room now was Zhou Lin. He didn't come here just to see Sun Qinghao. The generator needed fuel, so he took 2 barrels from the Lai Fu and brought them up. He also threw some instant food to Sun Qinghao and gave him a box of dehydrated vegetables. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Sun Qinghao took it excitedly, and then quickly sorted and put it away. Now he has regarded the tool shed as his home, even more than his real home. At least in the past he never tidied up his home. After filling the generator with oil, Zhou Lin took a walk around the tool room. Some vegetables on the hydroponic racks have already been harvested, and Sun Qinghao is planting new seedlings to ensure that the equipment is not left idle. The little rabbits that were born a few days ago are growing very fast. They are no longer naked little mice. Their eyes are open, their ears have grown, and they are moving happily. The chickens, ducks and geese are still the same. Due to limited space, Zhou Lin has no plans to hatch them for the time being. When the Lai Fu base is officially put into use, Zhou Lin plans to use an entire floor for planting and breeding. By then, he will need to plan carefully how to bring sunlight into the lower deck while ensuring that the temperature is isolated as much as possible. There are less than 2 months left of winter nights. It is said that some places can see some light at noon, which is good news. Some optimists are celebrating, saying that the cold night is about to pass and dawn is coming. The first half of the sentence is correct, but dawn is not necessarily beautiful. Because the animals and plants that died on the winter night did not flourish again with the arrival of dawn. It might have been the winter night that killed them, or it might have been the sun that symbolized light. Perhaps the world itself has a compensation mechanism, and a long period of freezing needs to be compensated by a longer period of high temperature. The balance may be correct, but the problem is that most of the creatures that are dependent on this world are too fragile. If possible. Sun Qinghao smiled, "I want to try to contact my parents, big brother, what do you think?" "Okay." Zhou Lin thought about it and promised Sun Qinghao that he would get him a mobile phone that could send and receive messages, which should be a castrated version of the one Wu Shui used. It can be seen that Sun Qinghao is a smart man, and there is no deep hatred between him and Zhou Lin and the Zhou family. It is even more impossible for a man like him to risk his life to avenge Tang Yili, so it is highly likely that he will not play any tricks. Zhou Lin has to deliver feed to Wang Pingping today. He doesn't plan to go directly to the shelter because that is someone else's territory. Who knows if Wang Pingping will set up a hongmen banquet. After finding a relatively central place and placing bags of feed in an empty room, Zhou Lin sent a location message to Wang Pingping. Soon 5 tracked military vehicles arrived. Wang Pingping got off the vehicle, greeted Zhou Lin, and then asked someone to move the feed first. We don't owe each other anything this time. If you want something next time, you can exchange it with bullets or guns. You are so brave, you dare to mention bullets to me. Wang Pingping laughed and scolded him. After several contacts, he was basically sure that Zhou Lin was not a bad person, although he was not a good person either. But in the adult world, nothing is black and white. Besides guns and ammunition, what else can you exchange with me? Zhou Lin smiled. He knew that Wang Pingping would be somewhat suspicious. After all, many things could not be concealed in Xia country. But what was the use of suspicion? You couldn't arrest him and dissect him just because of suspicion, right? What's more, Wang Pingping may not be able to catch him. Stop dreaming. The government will not allow guns and ammunition to flow into the hands of the public. You are already an exception. Halfway through his words, Wang Pingping's face suddenly changed color. Chapter 68. Has it been exposed? Don't ask. I won't answer even if you ask me. Zhou Lin interrupted Wang Pingping before he could. He was wondering whether the problem was with Su Ziyuan or Wang Pingping. Now it seems that it may be because they are forgetful. Wang Pingping's lips moved, and finally turned into a long sigh. He remembered the news revealed by the commander. If things really develop to that point, will it matter whether the people have guns and ammunition? Moreover, Wang Pingping has a guess in his mind, will those mutant creatures in the apocalyptic novels really appear? Recently, Wang Pingping has been catching up on those novels whenever he has time. The more he reads, the more he feels that art really comes from reality. It's a pity that this reality is too cruel. It's just the two of us here, can you tell me the truth? Seeing Wang Pingping acting like a good brother, Zhou Lin couldn't adapt for a moment and took a step back. What? We are not that close. I told you not to ask. I won't ask about the bullets, I'll just ask you, did you become stronger after the apocalypse? Become stronger? What do you mean by become stronger? I have always been like this. Zhou Lin managed his expression very well, at least he thought so. But who is Wang Pingping? He has led at least 8,000 soldiers. How could Zhou Lin's acting skills fool him? It seems that my guess was correct. Wang Pingping said seriously, although you are not a soldier, I feel that you are not a bad person. I hope you can use your abilities well. If you don't work for yourself, heaven and earth will punish you, but don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Wild beasts only hunt because they are hungry. Don't be worse than beasts. I don't know what you are talking about. I only know that good people don't live long. Zhou Lin shook his head. He didn't dare to admit anything, nor could he admit anything. It is said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, but Zhou Lin is not willing to be the one to take responsibility. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This is what Wang Pingping said, and Zhou Lin just did as he was told. After the fertilizer was loaded, Wang Pingping was ready to leave. Maybe we'll meet again soon. It's better not to. By the way, do you want a radio? Need not. Someone came to distribute radios to Lanshan community yesterday. It's free and no charge, but the first batch is limited in number. There are only 20 in Lanshan community, basically one in every unit. It is still useful for ordinary people, as the central and provincial radio stations broadcast 24 hours a day. There are disaster news, missing persons notices, emergency measures, survival skills, and occasional language comedy shows. In the second half of the night, you can also listen to movies and TV series. It can be said to be very rich. But it was really useless to Zhou Lin's family. Zhou Li has prepared a lot of things, but Zhou Lin has no use for the national news now. As for Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali, apart from working out hard, they are watching TV series at home. In Zhou Caijuan's words, except for the lack of freedom without sunshine, life now is even more comfortable than before. As the car drove away, Wang Pingping looked at Zhou Lin deeply. For some reason, that glance made Zhou Lin feel like he was seen through. How much does Wang Pingping know? Did he know it alone or did the higher-ups already know about it? Zhou Lin was a little nervous. It seemed that he would have to be more low-key in the future. After seeing Wang Pingping's convoy disappear, Zhou Lin also turned and left. He wanted to get the 50 tons of fast food. Huang Menjing has a house in the suburbs. It is not a villa area and the grade is slightly lower, but the environment is very good. Every household has 2 or 3 floors in a duplex, with the lower floor having front and back gardens and the upper floor having a platform. Even the underground garage is separated by an iron door so that each household can use it independently. After buying the house, Huang Menjing never renovated it because she was too busy and felt there was no need to bother her mother, so she left it alone for the time being. Who knew that the apocalyptic disaster would come so suddenly? In the end, Huang Menjing kept the batch of goods with the mentality of giving it a try, and locked them all in the garage under her name. The community is a bit far away, but for Zhou Lin who is on skis, it is barely acceptable and he arrives there in more than an hour. The door was completely open and there were almost no lights. How many people were left in this community? It's hard to say, but it's definitely not as many as Lanshan. In the dark night, Zhou Lin moved slowly and calmly, and finally found the number Huang Menjing mentioned. This is it. Zhou Lin went over and touched the huge brass lock, pinched it with 2 fingers and pulled it, and the parking garage was opened, revealing 3 small trucks parked inside. These small trucks were obviously overloaded, but when Huang Menjing drove in, there were neither road administration nor any traffic police on the road. The small truck with a rated load capacity of less than 5 tons carried 3 times the weight, a weight that should not be borne in life, and it was crushed to the point of being slightly deformed. Luck. It is actually not difficult to enter this garage. Even without Zhou Lin's physical strength, a crowbar can achieve the same purpose. It can only be said that either there are really few people in this community, or no one thinks that the car is of any use in this situation. Since the car is useless, who would care about the garage where it is parked? There are just too many. Zhou Lin had to start eating like crazy again. He ate when he was collecting and he still ate when he was resting. At first, there were so many finished burgers and hamburger ingredients in live food that Zhou Lin doubted his life, but now he complains that there are too few. Who would dare to believe that he could eat 10 hamburgers at a time? As his evolution degree increased, Zhou Lin felt that he could finish all the hamburgers on the live food alone. Eat hamburgers and cola, anything high in calories. Anyway, there are no experts who will come out and say that eating like this is unhealthy. Isn't it nonsense for people who eat fast food to say they are healthy? After wiping his mouth with a tissue, Zhou Lin, with a dizzy head, went into the live food. After all the fast food was collected, Zhou Lin directly released the modified Lu Xiaofeng. It was too late to go back tonight. He couldn't sleep in a garage with nothing or in a small truck with no comfort at all, right? The 12-meter-long car has everything that a home should have, and it is not just for convenience. You can enjoy the warm breeze, sip tea, and watch a movie to pass the time. The only thing that made Zhou Lin feel regretful was that there was no space for fitness training in Lu Xiaofeng. Sleep. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhou Lin prepared the room, washed up, and then got into bed happily. There were only 2 words to describe him: comfortable. However, before Zhou Lin could really fall asleep, the beeping alarm of Lu Xiaofeng reminded him that someone was approaching outside the car. The infrared surveillance camera clearly captured a person. Residents of the community? Are you still out collecting supplies in such a cold weather? You'd better not cause trouble for me, otherwise. However, things went against his wishes. Zhou Lin didn't want to get himself into trouble, but trouble still found him. Bang, bang, bang. The visitor was not polite and just knocked on Lu Xiaofeng's car door. Chapter 69 Relatives. Swish. The lights suddenly came on, and the strong light made the person at the door step back unconsciously, as if he wanted to hide in the darkness. Looking at the images on the monitor, Zhou Lin frowned. If I'm not mistaken, he knows his cousin Yang Min. Qing Yali doesn't have many relatives who interact with her on a regular basis. One of them is her cousin Qing Dong, who runs a decoration company. In the past, the 2 families would meet during festivals and have meals together. Qingdong's decoration company has good business, so he can afford to buy a house in this community. But why does Yang Min look a little horrified? After dimming the lights, Zhou Lin opened the door and got out of the car. Yang Min did not leave, but huddled in the corner, hugging her arms. She was wearing very little clothes, which could not resist the biting cold. "Aunt, I'm Zhou Lin." "Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin." Yang Min, who had a dazed look in her eyes, seemed to regain her strength after hearing Zhou Lin's voice. She staggered towards Zhou Lin, crying, "Hurry, go help your uncle. Help Qingdong. Is something wrong?" However, Yang Min's condition at this time was obviously abnormal, and Zhou Lin also found that there were obvious scars on her face, her hair was unusually messy, and even her clothes were in a mess, completely different from her usual exquisite appearance. "Aunt, please slow down." The light from a flashlight is always limited, and Yang Min seemed to ignore the darkness and dragged Zhou Lin as she ran. Several times, if Zhou Lin hadn't reacted quickly, Yang Min would have fallen. Even so, Yang Min was unwilling to slow down, and kept saying, hurry up, or it will be too late." It takes about 10 minutes to walk from the underground garage to Qingdong and Yang Min's home, but with Yang Min pulling frantically, they arrived in just 4 or 5 minutes. Qingdong's house was the lower floor. Standing outside, Zhou Lin saw flickering spots of light on the glass window. Someone was shining a flashlight in the house. When he got closer, Zhou Lin heard voices coming from the house. The accent outside of Jiazhou obviously did not belong to Qingdong, and there were at least 3 people speaking. Yang Min seemed to have forgotten Zhou Lin. She rushed to the door, pushed it open and shouted, husband, where are you? That bitch is back. Just in time to catch her. Xiao Duan, go arrest them. This family has so much stuff." Following the voices, Zhou Lin saw 2 figures rushing towards Yang Min from the room, like 2 hungry wolves. Zhou Lin didn't say anything. As he rushed over, he took out a military dagger from the Lai Fu. The dagger had serrations on the back and was long and wide. This dagger should be the personal property of a U.S. soldier on the ship. It is completely different from their standard bayonets. Zhou Lin doesn't know what the quality is like, but it is good enough as long as it is useful. Seeing someone rushing towards her, Yang Min instinctively stopped. She wanted to step back, but she couldn't control her body. Ha! The man in the front almost reached out and grabbed Yang Min's chest, just a little bit. His laughter had already rushed out of his throat, but the subsequent sound was blocked in his chest due to the obstruction of the blade. In the dim light, Zhou Lin was like a god or demon, standing between that man and Yang Min. No one saw clearly how he appeared, all they knew was that there seemed to be a flash of silver light just now. Xiao Duan. Hee. Ah. Everyone's reaction was different, but Zhou Lin didn't care at all. He retracted the dagger, glanced at the sharp teeth covered in blood, and continued to swing the dagger out with a reverse grip. The small piece of his throat that was torn had no strength left, and he fell limply, letting blood spurt out of the wound. The man next to Xiao Duan finally reacted. He wanted to run, but Zhou Lin's knife was faster. He deliberately reversed his grip and used the saw teeth as a blade. With a force several times greater than that of an ordinary person, the damage caused by the saw teeth was much more terrifying than that of a blade. With just one slash, the man's right shoulder was chopped by an axe, and a gap deep into his lungs was directly torn open. If the light was bright enough at this time, you could see the still swelling right lung, the thick trachea that was cut open, and the aorta that was gushing blood. The man fell to the ground, still screaming. Yang Min seemed to ignore the cruelty in front of her. She sneaked past Zhou Lin into the living room and started shouting her husband again. Grass. A curse was heard in Chinese from the bedroom. Perhaps the person inside didn't know what had happened. He just heard the noise at the door and thought that Xiao Duan and another of his men were unable to control Yang Min. You 2 idiots, shut her mouth, do you really want to attract everyone in the community, you fucking. You, who the hell are you? I want to ask you something else. Zhou Lin opened his mouth while strangling the man's neck with his left hand. With seemingly ordinary facial features, he is less than 40 years old, but there is a cunning gleam in his eyes. Brother, my name is Zhang Jiaoyi. Spare my life, please spare my life, brother. As long as Zhang Jiaoyi was not blind or deaf, he should be able to see how powerful Zhou Lin is. Xiao Duan was no longer moving, and his body was surrounded by blood. Lao Lin was still on the ground, twitching and groaning weakly. He was probably not far from death. Zhang Jiaoyi couldn't figure out how Zhou Lin appeared. Could it be that the woman who just ran out to call for help? What a damn bad luck, Zhang Jiaoyi thought. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Wake up, husband. Yang Min's cries were heard from the restaurant. Zhou Lin dragged Zhang Jiaoyi over with one hand and saw Qing Dong lying on the ground with a deeply sunken forehead and blood all over his face, dying with his eyes open. Perhaps he felt that Zhou Lin's attention was distracted and not on himself, and this was a rare opportunity. Zhang Jiaoyi shook his right hand, and a 20-centimeter long knife slipped out. With the sharp blade in hand, Zhang Jiaoyi's expression turned ferocious. He gripped the handle tightly and stabbed towards the side of Zhou Lin's neck. It was obvious that he was a veteran. Ordinary people had no idea that stabbing this position was the most effective and the least labor-intensive. Bang! The tip of the knife did not hit Zhou Lin, so he slammed Zhang Jiaoyi against the wall. Zhang Jiaoyi is not light, weighing at least 150 or 160 pounds, but in Zhou Lin's hands he is no different from a beer bottle. The only difference is that the beer bottle will shatter into pieces, while Zhang Jiaoyi still looks intact. It was only intact on the surface. The pain from his back and the numbness below his waist made Zhang Jiaoyi struggle frantically. He wanted to get up and escape, but his legs did not listen to his brain's commands at all and remained motionless like two wooden stakes. Qing Dong is dead. It must have been done by Zhang Jiaoyi and the other two. Perhaps they wanted to harm Yang Min, but ended up letting Yang Min run away. Yang Min, who was nervous, panicked and at a loss, somehow ran to the underground garage. She probably heard the noise of Lu Xiaofeng and ran into Zhou Lin. This is roughly what happened. As for why Zhang Jiaoyi and his two companions went to Qing Dong's house, it was obvious that they came to rob. They will grab whatever they can get, and they will certainly not let go of women. So damn it all. Aunt, you. Zhou Lin wanted to persuade Yang Min that the dead cannot be resurrected, and the living must muster up the courage to continue living. Fortunately, Yang Min stopped crying, as if she had accepted her fate. Your knife is very beautiful. Yang Min reached out and grabbed half of the handle. Chapter 70. It turns out that love really came. The dagger looked uncoordinated in Yang Min's hand. Her hands are too small. But she held it very tightly, so tightly that Zhou Lin could clearly see the veins bursting out. In fact, before giving the dagger to Yang Min, Zhou Lin had guessed what Yang Min was going to do. What better way to vent hatred than to take revenge with your own hands? There was no reason to refuse. All Zhou Lin had to do was prevent Zhang Jiaoyi from making a last-ditch effort. Facts proved that he was right. When Yang Min squatted down, Zhang Jiaoyi actually wanted to put his arm around Yang Min's neck. Yang Min stabbed the dagger down regardless of the consequences, hitting Zhang Jiaoyi's shoulder blade. Zhou Lin stopped because Zhang Jiaoyi's hand retracted before it touched Yang Min. This is human instinct. After pulling out the dagger, Yang Min stabbed it again, into Zhang Jiaoyi's stomach. This time Zhang Jiaoyi couldn't hold on any longer and began to scream and beg for mercy. Zhou Lin took out a cigarette and lit it. He usually didn't smoke much, but seeing the scene before him, he wanted to smoke. One knife after another. Zhang Jiaoyi's voice gradually became lower and lower. The smell of blood in the air was like paste, and even the cigarette in Zhou Lin's hand seemed to be suffocated. Hee. Yang Min finally stopped stabbing. At this time, her whole body was covered with blood, on her face, body, and hair. The gradually coagulating blood made her look even more ferocious, and her originally delicate facial features seemed a little distorted, making her look like a calm madman. Zhou Lin, there is a safe next to the bed in the bedroom upstairs. The password is, go open it and help me take out all the gold bars inside. Now. Zhou Lin frowned. Yang Min looked at Zhou Lin and actually smiled. Well, take it and let's go, to your house. Good. Zhou Lin scratched his head. It would be inappropriate for Yang Min to stay here. First, she would be scared after so many people died. Second, there would be no one to take care of her. No one wanted such a thing to happen. Qing Yali would definitely be very sad. However, a large number of people died every day in the end times, either because of natural disasters or man-made disasters. Zhang Jiaoyi and the others probably had not had time to go up to the second floor to search. Everything looked very tidy, which showed that Yang Min was a woman who knew how to manage the household. The master bedroom is easy to find. You can see the safe by opening the bedside table. It's not big, but it's definitely enough to store some valuables. I entered the password to open the safe, and found some paper documents, important certificates, a jewelry box and a few small gold bars. That's right, Qing Dong is not rich yet, he can't even afford to save up gold bars like 100 grams. After putting the 5 gold bars into his pocket, Zhou Lin turned and went downstairs. However, as soon as he reached the stairs, he felt something was wrong. With his current hearing ability, there was no sound of breathing in such a quiet environment. Yang Min won't leave, right? After rushing downstairs and into the restaurant, Zhou Lin saw Yang Min lying next to Qing Dong. The dagger was stuck right in her heart, and the 30-centimeter long blade had no handle at all. How much determination and strength does it take to achieve this? If Zhou Lin had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that such a delicate woman could be so cruel as to kill herself. However, there was no trace of pain on Yang Min's face. She snuggled in Qing Dong's arms with a hint of happiness on her lips. So it turns out there is still love in this world. Zhou Lin wiped away the tears that had accumulated in the corners of his eyes. There is love, just need to meet the right person. Perhaps Qing Dong didn't want Yang Min to accompany him, so he fought desperately with Zhang Jiaoyi and the other two so that Yang Min could escape. If she hadn't met Zhou Lin, Yang Min might not have sought death. Given her personality, she would have looked for an opportunity to take revenge. Before she got her revenge, she would live, even if she had to live like a walking corpse. It was Zhou Lin who helped her fulfill her wish and killed her enemy with her own hands. So, no need. Maybe if they had a child, the outcome would be different. Who knows? Zhou Lin put away his sigh and went upstairs to get some bed sheets. Even if he didn't believe in ghosts and gods, he should at least make sure his uncle and aunt had a place to stay. If he went back like this, he would probably be beaten to death by Qing Yali. Thinking of Qing Yali, Zhou Lin took out the intercom and walked to the window. Dong Dong and Minmin both. Qing Yali's body trembled and big tears rolled down her face, which scared Zhou Kaijun who was standing next to her. Just as he was about to go up to comfort her, he was glared at by Qing Yali and stepped back. Dong Dong and Minmin are dead. What? Zhou Kaijun, Qing Dong. Dead? Who did it? Minmin is dead too, Qing Yali cried like a tiger roaring. Wu Shui in the living room downstairs even stood up. Only Zhou Li was still reading a book with a calm expression on her face. Lily, Mom. Time will tell. You'll get used to it slowly, sister-in-law. Zhou Li said without raising her head. Wu Shui had no choice but to sit down again and pick up the ancient Chinese medicine book in her hand. A few days ago, she discussed with Zhou Lin that after the complete collapse of the modern industrial system, Western medicine will become increasingly useless and Chinese medicine, which uses natural medicines and manipulations to treat diseases, is more suitable for this end of the world. On the banks of the Chun River surrounding Jiazhou City, a blazing fire tore through the darkness. The biting cold wind made the flames grow even stronger. Zhou Lin watched Qing Dong and Yang Min gradually melt, leaving only a handful of ashes. Walking across the frozen Chun River, you will reach Yunshao Mountain. There is an unknown Taoist temple on the top of the mountain. Zhou Lin did not plan to send the ashes of Qing Dong and Yang Min into the temple, but to put them in a box and bury them under the largest pine tree outside the temple. From the perspective of feng shui, this place should be good, as you can see far from where you stand high. Zhou Lin asked Qing Yali, and she had no objection. Unexpectedly, the first meeting with relatives after the end of the world would become a farewell forever. Zhou Lin felt very bad. He wanted to go home, but he went to Qing Dong and Yang Min's house again. He planned to clean up and throw away the bodies of Zhang Jiaoyi and the other two. However, what no one expected was that the body on the ground disappeared. The dark brown bloodstains had been frozen into layers of ice, all at the door and in the restaurant. It's impossible for Zhang Jiaoyi and the other two to crawl out on their own. This isn't a zombie movie. There were many messy footprints on the frozen bloodstains. Someone had entered the house, taken away the body, and turned the house upside down, especially the kitchen. The cabinet doors were either open or ajar, and even the seasonings were not left out. Is he a neighbor in the community or an outsider? Or maybe. Zhou Lin thought about it, found an ultraviolet flashlight and turned it on, and the blood-stained shoe prints suddenly became obvious. Following the shoe prints, Zhou Lin walked to another house. Standing in front of the stairs, Zhou Lin could already hear voices coming from the upper floors. It seems that there are people up there, so I don't know what they want to do with the corpses. Are they going to eat them? It shouldn't be that case. We haven't reached the point of desperation yet. Zhou Lin did not take the stairs, but relied on his strong physique to climb directly onto the outer wall and reach the third floor. Through the double-layered insulating glass windows and thick curtains, Zhou Lin heard many people talking. After prying open the window and lifting the curtain, Zhou Lin was shocked by the scene in front of him. Chapter 71 Mysterious Organization. Madman. The temperature in the room was not high, but the men and women were only wearing shorts. The bodies of Zhang Jiaoyi and the other two were placed in the middle of the room, and candles were lit around the bodies. Those naked men and women knelt in circles around the corpse, each with their eyes half closed, chanting in a language Zhou Lin couldn't hear, just like people who were high. They didn't even know Zhou Lin came in. Zhou Lin originally wanted to leave. He didn't want to deal with a group of crazy people. However, when he turned around, he saw another room with candles lit. On the wall opposite the door was a white cloth with a strange pattern on it. This pattern is probably related to the hexagram, but after several changes, it looks a bit like a snowflake pattern. This is not. A flash of light flashed through Zhou Lin's mind, and he remembered. Isn't this the symbol of the legendary mysterious organization? Before overhearing the conversation between AI Bing and Qiao Bowen, Zhou Lin actually knew about this organization. This organization had been semi-public since about 7 or 8 years after the end of the world. It was said that they had many powerful evolvers and psychics, and their leader was called the Sect Master, whose strength was no different from that of a god. Regardless of whether the leader is powerful or not, the strength of that organization is obvious to all. It even dares to confront government-led shelters, pioneering teams, and law enforcement agencies in some places. Many people said that this organization was full of fearless lunatics, but Zhou Lin didn't quite believe it at the time. So this is the prototype of that mysterious organization. Its origin. Then who is the leader? There was no one special among the group of crazy people in the living room, and it was hard to tell their status. Zhou Lin felt that they were most likely just ordinary people, so he decided to go into the room and take a look. Compared to the brightness in the living room, the room was a little dim. Before Zhou Lin reached the door, he heard the breathing of 2 people in the room. One light, one heavy, one slow, one fast. After taking another step, Zhou Lin heard a heartbeat that was no different from that of a normal person. However, when he reached the door of the room, he still did not hear another person's heartbeat. Something is wrong. Just as Zhou Lin was about to walk into the room, not only did the breathing sound decrease, but even the originally normal heartbeat suddenly became intense. Discovered? Zhou Lin didn't dare to hesitate and rushed into the room. On the large bed placed against the wall, a man and a woman were separating. The panicked heartbeat came from the man, matching the fear on his face. However, the woman, who looked to be in her 20s or 30s, was looking at Zhou Lin with a scrutinizing look. Who are you? A woman's voice is very nice, even more attractive to men than her appearance. You go out first. Zhou Lin did not answer, but pointed at the bewildered young man. Go ahead, it's okay. The man was wrapped in a quilt and walked past Zhou Lin in small steps, bringing a scent of fragrance with him. It seems that you are not here to join us, so how did you find this place? The woman stood up casually, as if she didn't care about being seen naked by Zhou Lin. She lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Only then could Zhou Lin hear the woman's heartbeat, as slow as her breathing, but full of power. This is definitely not the heartbeat and breathing that an ordinary person should have. Zhou Lin was shocked at this moment. He estimated that even if this woman was not a mutant, she was at least an evolver. So was it that the information from the previous life was wrong, or was it because of the butterfly effect? Laya, can I meet you? I don't want to know you. Zhou Lin pointed to the living room. How good could the leader of a group of lunatics be? Laya exhaled a puff of smoke. So you think I'm a bad woman? Oh, and what you just saw. Well, if you don't want to, just leave. I won't keep you here. What is your special ability? Zhou Lin suddenly asked. What are you talking about? Lanya's voice suddenly became sharp. Zhou Lin felt as if his head was stabbed by a needle. The pain was so severe that he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Psychic. Mental attack. 2 thoughts flashed through Zhou Lin's mind. Although his head was still aching, he suddenly relaxed. Laya shouldn't be able to hurt him. Her special ability will at most make him uncomfortable. As long as his will is strong enough, he will be fine. Laya, who was sitting beside the bed, saw that Zhou Lin only took 2 steps back and did not fall down with his head in his hands and struggle in pain as she had imagined, and she suddenly panicked. Impossible. How come her powers have no effect? Why wouldn't Zhou Lin surrender to her special powers like those people outside? In fact, the reason is very simple. Lanya's ability is still at the elementary level, so she cannot hurt Zhou Lin, who is already at the intermediate level. If it weren't for the psychic power, the level suppression might not be so obvious. It can only be said that Laya was unlucky. Except for Zhou Lin, her powers should be able to be used against anyone else. The upgrade of superpowers requires repeated use, and the use of superpowers consumes energy in the body. Energy can only be obtained by relying on food. This is in line with the law of conservation of energy in the material world. The question is, how hard is it to get food in the last days? The reason why Laya used her supernatural powers to shape her into a deity in the spiritual world of those people outside was actually to get them to help her collect food. Laya originally planned to upgrade her supernatural powers to the intermediate level within 6 months, and then continue to climb to the next level depending on the situation. She never expected to meet Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin had experience in his previous life, so he knew what was going on. Laya was not so lucky. The failure of her supernatural power made her panic, and she even grabbed a knife hidden in the quilt in a daze. Kill. It seems that Laya has killed someone before, otherwise she wouldn't have that look in her eyes. Unfortunately, her body was not as strong as Zhou Lin's, and her speed was no match for Zhou Lin, so Zhou Lin easily grabbed her hand holding the knife. Ah! As Zhou Lin slowly closed his 5 fingers, the pain Laya felt became more and more intense. The right hand held by Zhou Lin seemed to be broken and about to lose consciousness. However, Laya did not intend to just sit there and wait for death. She suddenly raised her left foot and pointed her toes towards Zhou Lin's neck. It seems that she has practiced before, and her movements are standard and neat. It's just that being without clothes is a bit exciting. Bang! Zhou Lin accurately grabbed Laya's ankle with his right hand, then shook his hands and threw her towards the window. Ah! Laya in the air let out a scream, and she thought she was definitely going to hit the window glass. However, the next moment, Zhou Lin appeared at the window faster than Laya. He punched the glass and then turned around to catch Laya in midair, no princess hug, just grabbing Laya's hands and feet like before. The cold wind of -30 or 40 degrees Celsius blew in, and almost instantly sprinkled a layer of white frost on Laya's hair. Her originally fair face suddenly turned blue, and her pores tightened under the stimulation of the low temperature, causing her hairs to stand on end, and goosebumps appeared in some places. Cold, cold, cold. Laya knocked her upper teeth against her lower teeth, her eyes full of pleading. At this time, the people in the living room finally reacted and rushed in like crazy. It's just that they arrived late. Zhou Lin picked up Laya and jumped directly from the 3rd floor window. Chapter 72. She is not the leader. Boom! Zhou Lin jumped down the building carrying Laya. The strong wind pressure blew up the snow on the ground, but even so, Zhou Lin's feet still sank almost to his knees. Laya, who was being carried by him, was in an even worse condition. Her skin had turned a light purple blue, which was a symptom of subcutaneous capillaries rupturing in the low temperature. At this time, Lan Yeye was unable to speak, and she could only clench her teeth to prevent her upper and lower teeth from chattering. Upstairs. Those crazy people wanted to catch up with Zhou Lin, but none of them were neatly dressed. When the cold wind blew, they all shook their heads and swayed, and their original enthusiasm gradually cooled down in the rapidly dropping temperature. Some of the strong-willed ones even began to waver in their admiration for Lan Yeye. Zhou Lin didn't want to kill Lan Yeye either. He also wanted to find out where Lan Yeye's superpowers came from, and whether the mysterious organization really had superpower balls a long time ago, as Chao Bowen said. Oh, now that we have the clue of Lan Yeye, Yang Qiqi is of no use. In the previous life, everyone said that the supernatural ball fell from the sky, and Zhou Lin believed it without a doubt. However, now, including Lan Yeye, Zhou Lin has seen at least 3 supernatural balls. From this point of view, even if the supernatural ball fell from the sky, it certainly did not appear 5 years after the end of the world. After running for a distance, the darkness completely swallowed up Zhou Lin and Lan Yeye. Even if those lunatics put on their clothes and chased after them, they would not be able to catch up. Zhou Lin released the Lu Xiaofeng and dived in, carrying Lan Yeye. In the comfortable temperature, Lan Yeye gradually woke up. She had just fainted from the cold. Looking at the extremely luxurious environment, Lan Yeye thought she was dreaming. "If you use your superpowers on me again, I'll throw you out," Zhou Lin said while drinking hot tea and eating snacks. "Where is this?" Lan Yeye was slightly afraid. She tried not to look at Zhou Lin, but she couldn't help but use her peripheral vision to observe Zhou Lin's reaction. Normal people are afraid of death, and Lan Yeye is no exception. When she found that her invincible supernatural power was ineffective against Zhou Lin, she actually didn't dare to mess around anymore. "Tell me, how did the energy ball come from?" Put a cup of steaming milk in front of Lan Yeye and said, "I'll give it to you if I tell you so." "Can a glass of milk threaten me?" A hint of disdain flashed across Lan Yeye's lips, but her stomach growled in a very uncooperative manner. "And a big hamburger from the beautiful country." "Humph." Lan Yeye turned her head away, looking as if she was not going to bow down for a few pieces of silver. 2 bags of chicken feet plus a self-heating hot pot. Deal. I want to have the self-heating hot pot first. Is it spicy? Sure enough, no woman can resist the temptation of Bashu hot pot. I'm a 3. While slurping the self-heating pot, Lan Yeye also started talking. As if she was narrating what happened to someone else, Lan Yeye spoke very calmly about her rich life experience. Lan Yeye is actually 35 years old this year, but Zhou Lin doesn't think she looks that way whether she is wearing clothes or not. It is undeniable that she is blessed by God. Lan Yeye's facial features may not be outstanding when taken individually, but when put together, they have a very special flavor. Coupled with her exquisite figure and snow-white and delicate skin, she is especially attractive to the middle-aged and above dignitaries. When she was 18, she was taken from the hotel lobby to a small villa by a 50-year-old man. When she was 21, the man introduced her to the nobleman he relied on. In this way, Lan Yeye became the common secret of the powerful men in the provincial capital of Bashu. In Lan Yeye's words, she just came to Jiazhou to relax, and she had no idea that she would encounter the end of the world. As for her special ability, it came from a pearl bracelet given by someone else. Lan Yeye said that there was nothing special about the pearl bracelet before the end of the world. It was not until the winter night came that Lan Yeye accidentally discovered that there was a particularly bright pearl in the bracelet. Maybe she was hungry or in a bad mood at the time, she just wanted to bite the bead into pieces. However, when she swallowed the bead into her mouth, something magical happened. It's actually useless. Lan Yeye had already finished 2 servings of self-heating pots. Both the mutants and the evolvers had huge appetites, so Lan Yeye still looked at Zhou Lin eagerly. She wanted more. She wanted more. We're out of self-heating pots. Zhou Lin pushed the chicken burger in front of Lan Yeye. Eat it. You'll be able to get going when you're full. Blat. The delicious burger fell on the table. Lan Yeye's face was filled with horror. You want to kill me? I have this idea. Not only do you know too much, but you may also be a threat to me. If I let you go, maybe after a while you will be able to gather a large number of people and seek revenge on me. Zhou Lin shook his head. No, actually I've never had any grand ambitions. Having money is not important. I just want to have enough food to eat. Lan Yeye said hurriedly. Staring at Lan Yeye, Zhou Lin fell into deep thought. Psychic powers do not pose much threat to psychics, but they can be a powerful weapon if used on ordinary people with weak wills and non-psychic evolved people. From this perspective, Blue Moon is still useful. The key lies in whether it can be controlled. Did you design the pattern on the wall of your room? It's very pretty. Pattern? Lan Yeye frowned and thought for a moment. Are you talking about the pattern on the white cloth? That was not designed by me, it was made by him. He? Yes, he is the owner of the house and also my previous. Lan Yeye stopped halfway and blinked at Zhou Lin. Then where did he go? Don't tell me he was the one on your bed just now. How is that possible? Lan Yeye wrinkled her nose. A 35-year-old woman doing this action would seem pretentious, but when Lan Yeye did it, it sounded innocent and naive. He left not long after the disaster began, saying he had something important to do and asked me to wait for him in the house. He said he would come to pick me up soon. Humph, he didn't even leave me enough food. How could I wait for him? Should I turn into a zombie and wait for him? According to Lan Yeye, she should not be the leader of that mysterious organization, and even that man is very likely not the leader. Zhou Lin couldn't tell whether Lan Yeye was telling the truth. If Lan Yeye was not lying, then that mysterious organization would be quite scary. By the way, the pearl bracelet was given to me by him. Perhaps because she felt that Zhou Lin's murderous intent had decreased, or perhaps she simply wanted to have a good meal. Lan Yeye picked up the burger again and started eating it while speaking. What's his name? Well, you probably don't know him. Actually, many of the men around me are not well known outside, but they are stronger than each other. I'm not talking about that aspect. Don't talk nonsense, otherwise, you won't be allowed to eat. No, his name is Chao Boating. Chao is like Chow Chow, Bo is like erudite, and Ting is like courtyard. I don't know what he does specifically, but he is definitely not from Jiazhou, nor is he from Bashu. He is very rich and talented, and he knows at least 6 languages. In order to get a bite to eat, Lan Yeye told everything she knew about Chao Boating. However, Zhou Lin didn't hear most of it. What came to his mind at this moment was another name and another face. Chao Bowen, deputy commander of Ningnan Shelter, one of the men Ai Bing had met in her previous life. Chao Boating, Chao Bowen, 1-letter difference, is it possible? If he was worried just now that he might not be able to find any really useful clues here with Lan Yeye, it seems he can rest assured now. Yang Qiqi is completely useless. Chapter 73 Shelter. Lan Yeye's appearance made Zhou Lin realize 3 things. He didn't have to wait 5 years to get the supernatural bead he got from the Motor City. That mysterious organization did not appear after the end of the world, and it is possible that they still have the supernatural beads in their hands. He should be able to find Chao Bowen as long as he finds Chao Boating first. I have to say that fate is so wonderful. If Huang Menjing had not been willing to trade the fast food she had hidden with Zhou Lin would not have met Yang Min who had escaped from home, and would not have killed Zhang Jiaoyi and the other 2, and would not have met Lan Yeye because of the bodies of Zhang Jiaoyi and the other 2. If I can't meet Lan Yeye, I can't be sure whether the power bead can be used, and it's even more impossible to associate it with Chao Bowen. Recalling what Chao Bowen did privately in the Ningnan shelter, it was very similar to that of the mysterious organization. This shows that Chao Bowen should be an undercover agent planted by the mysterious organization in the Xia government agency. He and Chao Boating might be brothers, or cousins. Zhou Lin didn't know what the ultimate goal of the mysterious organization was. In his previous life, he was not qualified to know these things, but he knew that the mysterious organization had done a lot of bad things, and there were rumors that the mysterious organization hunted down mutants and evolvers for live experiments. If this rumor is true, then no matter what the mysterious organization itself is like, its nature must be evil. If the 2 parties had no intersection, Zhou Lin might not have interfered, but Chao Bowen was most likely a member of that mysterious organization, which meant that Zhou Lin and the mysterious organization were doomed to be unable to coexist peacefully. As an undercover agent, Chao Bowen was able to become the deputy commander of the Ningnan shelter. He is definitely not an ordinary person in the mysterious organization. If he dies at the hands of Zhou Lin in the future, will the mysterious organization let it go? And Zhou Lin will never let Chao Bowen go, which means he is destined to come into conflict with the mysterious organization sooner or later. Perhaps we should reveal this news to the country and use the power of the country to nip the mysterious organization in the bud as soon as possible. But the question is how to convey this message to the country. Assuming that the country doesn't even know about the existence of mutants and evolvers, which is a very high possibility, how will Zhou Lin prove this to the country? Will he use himself? It's absolutely impossible. There are too many uncontrollable factors and the risks are too great. Zhou Lin will not take such a risk. So, forget it. Zhou Lin decided to find an opportunity to discuss it with Zhou Li. That girl is smarter than him. Now the real problem is Blue Moon. It's easy to tell that this woman is not simple. It would be easier to just kill her, but she might be the only person in the world besides Zhou Lin who has superpowers and is an evolver. What a pity. You said you wouldn't kill me. Perhaps sensing Zhou Lin's murderous intent, Lan Yeye looked at him pitifully, her red lips and eyelashes trembling slightly, and tears flashing faintly in her eyes. As expected of being the favorite of many dignitaries, Lan Yeye's acting skills at this moment were at the level of an Oscar-winning actress. Coupled with her inherent charm, Zhou Lin was sure that he would not be able to withstand it without the experience of the last 10 years of the apocalypse. Although Lan Yeye didn't say anything, her eyes seemed to be seductive, telling Zhou Lin, okay, you can do whatever you want. Even though I might resist, I can't escape your five-finger mountain. If you want to live, put it away. It's useless to me. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhou Lin pinched his nose hard and said, get out of the car. Why do you want to get off? It's so cold outside. Fortunately, Zhou Lin did not intend to freeze Lan Yeye to death, and gave her a set of cold-proof clothes. It must be said that this woman is born to be a clothes rack, and she can wear bulky cold-proof clothes in a fashionable way. As soon as he got off the car, before Lan Yeye could get used to the temperature outside, Zhou Lin knocked her out with a knife. He couldn't let Lan Yeye see him putting away the Lu Xiaofeng. Superpowers cannot be revealed easily. Once they are thoroughly studied by the enemy, they can easily become the death warrant of the superpower user. By the time Lan Yeye was awakened by Zhou Lin using a handful of ice and snow, the two were already standing outside the gate of Lanshan community. Zhou Lin plans to temporarily settle Lan Yeye in Wu Shue's house, but he needs to make some renovations to the house first. Come with me. You are not allowed to speak without my permission. Zhou Lin gave Lan Yeye a shot of prevention first. However, when Lan Yeye appeared in the Zhou family, the expressions on Zhou Kaijun and others' faces were different. Who is she? Is she your enemy again? Qing Yali was beating around the bush about Lan Yeye. Her intuition told her that Lan Yeye was not someone she could easily deal with. Wu Shui had a tense face and just stared at Zhou Lin. If Lan Yeye had any connection with Zhou Lin, Wu Shui would choose to break up with Zhou Lin. She couldn't accept that there was another woman around Zhou Lin, at least she couldn't do it now. Well, you can treat her as an important person, but she is also my captive, Xue. I plan to renovate your house and lock her up temporarily. Good. Although Wu Shui was unhappy, she could still support Zhou Lin unconditionally as long as he did not cross the bottom line. The transformation is not complicated. The first thing to do was to weld the main door of Wu Shui's house shut. Then, a round hole was opened in the corner of the living room and an iron door was welded that could only be locked in Zhou Lin's house. Finally, a room was chosen as Lan Yeye's bedroom and insulation and heating were arranged for her. It seems simple but it is not easy. Zhou Lin divided the work slightly. He was responsible for the work that required a lot of strength, while Zhou Kaijun and his wife were responsible for the more technical work, such as welding, wiring, grooving and so on. Fortunately, no day is actually equivalent to no night, so as long as the neighbors don't come to complain about the noise, I can finish the work in one go. The finishing work was left to Zhou Li to complete, which mainly involved installing cameras to monitor Lan Yeye's every move. Lan Yeye had no objection to this. If you are truly faced with a doomsday environment that is more torturous than death, and you do not have the courage to end your own life, then you will naturally accept anything in order to survive. What does a mere surveillance, no privacy and no freedom matter? After more than 30 hours of busy work, Zhou Lin slept for more than 10 hours before he felt refreshed. He originally planned to send some fast food to Huang Menjing, but her house definitely couldn't accommodate 500 boxes, so he could only give it to her in portions. What's more, after the winter night is over, the top floor of Lanshan will no longer be suitable for living. If Huang Menjing and her daughter are still alive at that time, they will definitely have to move. The woman downstairs said she wants to see you, urgently. Wu Shui said as she brought breakfast to Zhou Lin. She wants to see me. When? She started gesturing in front of the camera 2 hours ago and refused to tell me. Could it be? Wu Shui's eyes were full of meaning. Zhou Lin shook his head and said, wait until I finish eating and we'll go together. Wu Shui's face finally turned from gloomy to bright. She knew that she might be a little too jealous, but isn't that human nature? Just like Zhou Lin, can he accept her having affairs with other men? That's definitely not possible. After opening the iron gate between the two houses and putting down the ladder, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui went downstairs. Lan Yeye came up to them with a panicked look on her face. Chapter 74, The Unconventional Effects of Psychic Powers. It can be seen that Lan Yeye is indeed nervous, even more nervous than when Zhou Lin caught her and even threatened to kill her. What's going on? Just talk, don't touch me. Zhou Lin took a step back and cleverly avoided Lan Yeye's hand that tried to grab him. Wu Shui snorted coldly and stood in front of Zhou Lin, facing Lan Yeye. Don't get me wrong. Lan Yeye waved her hand, I feel very bad. Zhou Lin and Wu Shui were both confused. What does it mean to feel bad? Who the hell feels good in this end times? That's not what I meant. Zhou Lin, are you sure you want to let her know? Lan Yeye glanced at Wu Shui, which made Wu Shui angry. What secrets do you two have that you don't want me to know? When Zhou Lin saw Wu Shui's expression, he understood that today's matter would not be resolved. He also guessed that what Lan Yeye wanted to say might be related to superpowers. Go ahead. Zhou Lin said, rubbing his temple. Soon after I fell asleep last night, I had a dream. Dream? Do dreams need to be told? But Zhou Lin's face changed slightly. Ordinary people will of course dream, even psychics and evolvers are no exception, but there is a type of psychics who do not dream, or do not dream easily, psychics. Perhaps this has something to do with their abilities. It is said that any dreams a psychic has are basically things that are about to happen. What did you dream about? Zhou Lin asked in a deep voice, regardless of Wu Shui's surprise. Earthquake. Lan Yeye said tremblingly, big earthquake. Where? Here, I even saw this building crumbling in the earthquake, huge gaps appeared on the ground, and some buildings were directly swallowed up. Then have you seen any safe place? Zhou Lin did not foolishly ask Lan Yeye whether she knew the exact time of the earthquake. Generally speaking, it is impossible to determine the time in a dream. Yes. Lan Yeye widened her eyes, as if recalling something, and finally described the safe place around Jiazhou City that she saw in her dream. However, after hearing her description, Zhou Lin was stunned. Isn't it the area of Zhou's breeding farm? So after all this time, are they going to move back? Zhou Lin had never heard in his previous life that Jiazhou or the entire Bashu was affected by the earthquake as described by Lan Yeye. At this time, he should be looking for food in Shenzhen with Ai Bing and Tang Yili, exhausted every day but never able to fill his stomach. How could he possibly know what was happening thousands of kilometers away when he didn't dare to communicate with anyone and had no official information? So in the previous life, did my parents and little sister die at the beginning of the apocalypse or in the upcoming earthquake? Or was it the flood, plague, or heat wave that followed? Thinking of this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but slap himself in the face. What a beast. I'll kill Yang Qiqi in a moment. What are you talking about? Wu Shui's intuition told her that Lan Yeye and Zhou Lin were not joking. The question was, how could a dream be regarded as a prophecy? Zhou Lin seemed to believe it. Was he drugged by Lan Yeye? Can I attack her once? Lan Yeye suddenly said. No. Zhou Lin shook his head. No one knew whether Lan Yeye was just proving to Wu Shui the existence of psychic powers or secretly setting up something in Wu Shui's brain. He could neither feel nor check it. But Zhou Lin has a better way to prove it. He took Lan Yaya and Wu Shui downstairs and went straight to the property management office. Xiao Heng had a comfortable life during this period. He didn't have to worry about supplies. As long as he did what Zhou Lin told him to do, he would have everything he wanted. Xiao Heng had serious doubts about whether he was the protagonist. He would think from time to time that maybe Zhou Lin was the real protagonist. With so many supplies, they must be placed in Zhou Lin's dimension. Xiao Heng felt that it was certain that Zhou Lin had a dimensional space, but he didn't know whether there was any light, spring water, soil, etc. in it, and whether living things could survive in it. Isn't that what was written in the novel? Boss, you're here. In front of Zhou Lin, Xiao Heng obviously became more fawning, almost to the point of kneeling and licking Zhou Lin's ass. Zhou Lin frowned, a little uncomfortable. Where is that woman? Yes, I am alive and well, and I have 4 meals a day. 4 meals. Wu Shui was a little unhappy. Why did she not get such treatment? The boss has specifically instructed us not to miss any meal. Xiao Heng counted on his fingers, 3 meals a day, morning and noon, plus 1 meal at night, a total of 4 meals. Roll. Okay, boss. In the corner, Yang Qiqi had actually heard Zhou Lin's voice a long time ago. But she is really scared now. 4 times a day, although they were all beaten with bamboo sticks, which were not fatal, it was really painful. The key point was that Xiao Heng, the beast, actually applied medicine to the wound, but did not wait for the wound to heal completely. The feeling of bamboo sticks beating on the newly grown tender skin and flesh was more painful than cramps and skinning. Please let me die. Yang Qiqi turned her head towards the wall and didn't look at Zhou Lin. Okay. Wait, what did you say? You want to kill me? Yang Qiqi turned her head suddenly, her filthy face full of shock. Zhou Lin actually wanted to kill her, but Yang Qiqi didn't want to die. Even though she wanted to die immediately every time she was beaten, she would think about living on after the most painful period. As long as we are alive there is hope, right? Even if someone helps her to get revenge in the future, what's the point if she's dead? No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Zhou Lin didn't care about Yang Qiqi's struggle at all, and asked Xiao Heng to find a few people to carry Yang Qiqi to an empty room. Let's get started. After driving away the irrelevant people, Zhou Lin pointed at Yang Qiqi, who was struggling for survival on the ground like a maggot. Wu Shui originally thought that Zhou Lin wanted Lan Yaya to kill someone, but Lan Yaya just stood there motionless, staring at Yang Qiqi. Suddenly, Yang Qiqi stopped moving. Then I saw Lan Yaya stagger, as if she suddenly lost her strength. Then Yang Qiqi actually crawled towards Zhou Lin, muttering, "Give me a knife, a knife." Zhou Lin held Lan Yaya, who was about to fall, with his left hand, and took out a small fruit knife with his right hand. What did you do to her? Wu Shui's face turned pale. She held Zhou Lin's right hand tightly and said to Lan Yaya. She had a strong will to survive. She almost didn't make it. I'm so hungry. Food, give me food quickly. When Zhou Lin took out a chocolate bar and stuffed it into Lan Yaya's hand, Yang Qiqi stabbed the finger-long fruit knife into her neck. The process was slow, and one could feel the conflict in her consciousness, but she finally got it in. The fruit knife was not very sharp and it could not go any further after piercing the skin. Blood began to flow and Wu Shui slowly clenched her fists. Your wife is a coward. After eating a chocolate bar, Lan Yaya obviously recovered a little and even had the energy to tease Wu Shui. Wu Shui glared at her but still didn't release her fist. Not everyone is as cold-blooded as you. Yeah, the number of lives lost in my hands, body, and stomach is greater than the total number of lives lost since the birth of mankind. Humph, man. Shoo, don't affect my mood. Zhou Lin stared at Yang Qiqi, as if he saw the end of a dream. He actually thought of using various means to kill Yang Qiqi cruelly and bloodily. But for someone who eats 4 meals a day, perhaps there is nothing particularly cruel. So, let her kill herself. She obviously doesn't want to die but she can't control her body. The last part of her life must be very painful. Never mind, let it be. Revenge must be taken, but those who are still alive are more important. Whether it's relatives or enemies. Chapter 75 Earthquake is coming. At the Zhou family's house, everyone sat around the dinner table. Four pairs of eyes were looking at Zhou Lin. About me having a space, Shue you are late. Wu Shui nodded to show her understanding, and she would be able to put herself in their shoes. To be precise, my space is actually a kind of superpower. Lan Yeye is the first person I have met with superpowers. It is a psychic superpower that can control the thoughts and behaviors of ordinary people to a certain extent. After roughly explaining what superpowers are, Zhou Lin mentioned earthquakes. This is a special ability of the psychic system. Dreams are uncontrollable, but the success rate is as high as over 90%. Lan Yeye had a dream last night. After listening to Zhou Lin's retelling of the dream, Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali's faces turned pale. Earthquake. An earthquake that destroyed the Lanshan community meant that they had no way to survive. If they didn't have a place to live in the freezing snow, what difference would that make them waiting to die? The only thing to be thankful for is that Zhou Lin has space, so at least he can take all the supplies away and there will be no shortage of food and daily necessities. She said the farm is safe, but it has been buried in the snow. Should we go and dig out the house now? Qing Yali asked. Zhou Lin nodded. Generally speaking, the dream time of psychics cannot be completely determined. Lan Yeye just said that she felt it would happen recently. The reason why Zhou Lin was nervous was that the world was still covered with snow in Lan Yeye's dream, and there were less than 2 months left in the winter nights. So if a major earthquake is going to happen, it will definitely happen within these 2 months. Just when everyone thought Zhou Lin had finished speaking, they saw Zhou Lin take out a very exquisite metal box. Whether the supernatural bead can be fused with it, and what supernatural power it will gain after fusion are all unknown. You can all try, starting with Lily. The younger you are, the higher the chance of successful fusion. It's a pity that in the end times, there are too few people who are willing to have children and have the ability to raise them. I don't want it. Surprisingly, Zhou Li was unwilling to be the first to try it, because she didn't like being out of control. Zhou Lin looked at Zhou Li deeply, then put the power bead back on the table. Shue, come here. Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali said at the same time. Me. Wu Shui was surprised and touched at the same time. Although she studied science and was an out-and-out atheist, this did not affect her understanding of the value of this supernatural bead. Zhou Kaijun and his wife actually gave her such an opportunity, fully expressing their trust and love for her. Dad, Mom, thank you. Time was running out, so Wu Shui didn't act pretentiously. She thanked Zhou Kaijun and his wife with tears in her eyes, and then picked up the magical ball that looked like a glowing white pearl as Zhou Lin had just said. Zhou Lin. Put it in your mouth and try it. The method of activating the energy bead is not the same. Lan Yeye activated it by accidentally putting it in her mouth. Zhou Lin thought Wu Shui could also try it. Wu Shui did as she was told, but the power bead still did not respond. Zhou Lin shook his head slowly and could only say that Wu Shui had no destiny with this supernatural power. Wu Shui sensibly cleaned the supernatural bead before handing it to Qing Yali. It's okay, there will be more in the future. I promise you can become a superpower. Zhou Lin took Wu Shui into his arms and comforted her. Before he could finish his words, he heard Zhou Caijuan's exclamation. Wife you. An intense light burst out from Qing Yali's hands, as if she was holding not a bead but a sun. Activated? Is it activated now? Besides, the noise was too loud. If the glass windows in the living room hadn't been sealed, people outside might have thought it was daybreak. Fortunately, although the light was strong, it was not harmful to human eyes, and it only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before disappearing. The supernatural bead in Qing Yali's hand disappeared, but she was still in a dazed state. Wife, are you okay? Only after Zhou Lin signaled did Zhou Kaijun dare to reach out and pat Qing Yali on the shoulder. Qing Yali shuddered, as if waking up from a dream. Then, with a face full of excitement, she shouted in a deafening voice, Son, it's done. It's done. Not to mention others, even Zhou Lin felt it was unbearable, his eardrums and ear canals were trembling. Could the supernatural power activated by Qing Yali be related to sound? Sonic enhancement, son, my power can. Don't say it. Zhou Lin stopped him, don't tell anyone about the specific capabilities and uses of your superpowers. He glanced at Wu Shui and Zhou Li. There are many ways in superpowers to make you tell the truth. It's not that I don't believe you, but I don't want to hurt you. Zhou Li shrugged and said, Mom, don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Speak softly next time. I'm deaf. Mom, you have to exercise more in the future, because people with special abilities are naturally evolvers. After becoming an evolver, your physical fitness will increase. Exercising frequently can not only speed up the strengthening of your physical fitness, but also affect the upgrade of your special abilities to a certain extent. Just you know this, don't tell anyone else, especially. Zhou Lin pointed downstairs. Lan Yeye obviously didn't know this yet. Unfortunately, my powers are useless against earthquakes. Son, when are we going to start moving? With superpowers and the ability to become an evolver with physical fitness surpassing that of ordinary people, Cheng Yali has doubled her confidence in the future. If you don't know the exact time of an earthquake, of course it's better to move as early as possible. After the family discussed the division of labor, they took action on their own. You said that people with special abilities are naturally evolvers, but evolvers are not necessarily people with special abilities, so ordinary people can actually become evolvers, right? So even if I don't have special abilities, can I still become an evolver like you? In the room, Wu Shui asked Zhou Lin while tidying up. Now Zhou Lin no longer needed to hide anything and could simply stuff the boxes that Wu Shui had packed into Lai Fuhao, which was much more convenient. Yes, but ordinary people need to reach a certain threshold of physical fitness to become an evolver. I don't know the exact threshold, or they need to experience some major stimulation, that is, their spirit or body must break through a certain threshold before they can become an evolver. I understand. Don't worry, I will try my best. Wu Shui clenched her fists. Zhou Lin rubbed Wu Shui's face and said, It's okay. I won't let anyone hurt you. But we are not only facing man-made disasters, but also natural disasters. If an earthquake comes now. Zhou Lin was just about to tell Wu Shui to stop talking sourly, but as soon as the words came to his lips, he felt the ground shaking. Earthquake. Lan Yeye's dream came true so quickly. Zhou Lin grabbed Wu Shui into his arms and rushed out with her. Lily. The stairs leading to the second floor creaked, as if they would be torn apart by the vibration at any moment. Everything in front of me was shaking, and the hard floor was actually undulating like waves. Most of the things that were not fixed were thrown off and hit the ground with a clanging sound or broke into pieces. Cheng Yali's roar from upstairs actually overwhelmed everything else. Zhou Lin. Lily. Where are you? Come to Mom, come quickly. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Cheng Yali held her thin husband in her arms, with a thick pillow on his head, as if he was a pillar supporting the sky. She would protect her family even if the sky fell. Chapter 76, Tent Travel. Earthquakes come and go quickly. Before Zhou Lin found Zhou Li, the shaking stopped. Are you okay? Wu Shui was still in shock. It should be. Zhou Lin didn't dare to say it with certainty. Who knows if there will be more earthquakes in the future? The most urgent thing is to evacuate. All the unimportant or remaining things were abandoned, and at Zhou Lin's urging, Cheng Yali and the other three quickly went downstairs. In the tool room, Sun Qinghao looked at Zhou Lin with tears in his eyes. He was almost scared to death during the earthquake. Although the work has stopped now, the boiler pipes are damaged, the generator is shut down, and even the liquid culture pipes are shaky, with liquid fertilizer flowing everywhere. Take your own things and go downstairs to find my dad. Even though Sun Qinghao had no merits, he had worked hard, so Zhou Lin decided to give him another chance. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin raised his hand and waved, and temporarily moved the entire tool room to the deck of the Lai Fu. The only thing left beside him was a large cage containing poultry wrapped in a thick quilt. This is the only way to prevent them from freezing to death. If they suffocate to death in the end, they can only blame their bad luck. After tidying up the tool room, Zhou Lin went to find Lan Yeye again and dragged her out from under the bed. Is this the scene you dreamed about? Lan Yeye shook her head, no, not even close. Grass. Zhou Lin cursed inwardly and dragged Lan Yeye downstairs. A large group of people had gathered downstairs at this time. As long as they can still walk, no one dares to stay upstairs. Who knows if the earthquake will come again? In fact, there have been small aftershocks just now, but no one noticed it. Here it comes again, it's moving. Until a more violent aftershock brought everyone back into the fear of being dominated by earthquakes. Zhou Lin, Zhou Lin. As soon as the aftershock stopped, Huang Menjing dragged her elderly mother out of the crowded crowd. Sister Cheng. Menjing, are you okay? He was still very enthusiastic towards his acquaintance Cheng Yali, and hurried forward to support Huang Menjing's old mother. The two were originally card-playing friends, and became closer in the apocalypse. We can't live here anymore, right? I just saw cracks in the ceiling. Although Huang Menjing was panicked, she was still rational. She didn't shout loudly, but just whispered in Zhou Lin's ear. Zhou Lin didn't answer, which was considered as his agreement. What are your plans next? Zhou Lin was a little hesitant. He didn't want to let anyone join in casually, but the situation of Huang Menjing and her daughter was a little special. Son, come here. Cheng Yali raised her hand to call him, and after Zhou Lin came over, the mother and son whispered to each other. Menjing, if you don't mind, you can come with us, but I need to make some things clear to you. Cheng Yali said. Sister Cheng, you say, I can agree to any request. Huang Menjing is a smart person. Her experience during this period has made her firmly believe that she can only live a good life with Zhou Lin. Cheng Yali can be said to be the bond between the two parties, so Huang Menjing showed enough respect and considerable trust in Cheng Yali. Seeing more and more people around, Zhou Lin waved his hand and said, let's talk while we walk. Without any snowmobile equipment, Zhou Lin asked Huang Menjing's mother-in-law Laya, who had no athletic talent, to get on the sled, and then pretended to go to the basement to get out a few pairs of skis. Surprisingly, Wu Shui could ski. Zhou Li was even better. After trying a few times under Wu Shui's guidance, she was able to move freely. She really deserved the title of genius. As an entrepreneur, Huang Menjing also learned to ski, and the last ones were Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. It has to be said that given Cheng Yali's body size, she could only find a door panel and sit on it with Zhou Kaijun. Brother, are you leaving? Xiao Heng chased after him, eyes eagerly. Well, our roof is cracked. Zhou Lin didn't want to waste time. They basically didn't bring any supplies with them. If someone went upstairs and found it empty, so it was better to leave early. Brother, can I go with you? It's not convenient for me right now. How about this, if it's suitable later, I'll contact you and you can come over. But. No buts. Zhou Lin looked around and whispered, remember, don't stay in the house unless necessary. Bring enough food and water with you. If, use the intercom to contact. Brother, you must come to me when you are done. Xiao Heng had no choice but to bid farewell to Zhou Lin reluctantly. On the white snow, a group of people moved forward slowly. Because of the existence of the sled and door panels, the greatest significance of the skis is that they make it less difficult for Zhou Lin and others to move forward and they are not likely to get stuck in the snow. Normally it would take only 20 minutes to get from the city to the farm if there was no traffic jam, but it took us a full 4 hours. I'll put up 2 tents first, then dig. Zhou Lin took out the tent and set it up in a place where no one could see, and settled everyone down first. When everyone fell asleep due to fatigue, Zhou Lin released an excavator from the warehouse. The snow was several meters deep, and it would take a long time to dig it out using manpower. But just as he was about to start digging, a figure suddenly lifted up the 3-layer tent curtain and walked out. Plan before you act. Are you stupid, brother? Zhou Li yawned, with 2 small eye boogers hanging from the corners of her eyes. What do you mean? Hey, brother, your brain is really full of blindness. Have you ever thought that it's actually quite good for our family to be buried under the snow now? Good. Zhou Li's words were like a flash of lightning, creating a new world for Zhou Lin. That's right, the big earthquake that Lan Ye dreamed of hasn't come yet. The farm and the house are buried in the snow, which means they are protected. If you are lucky, they won't be damaged too much when the earthquake comes. But it's hard to say what will happen if it is dug out. It might even be shaken to pieces. So Zhou Li's meaning is that it would be more appropriate to wait until after the earthquake before digging. The problem is that no one can be sure when the big earthquake will come. If we don't dig up the house, where will we live next? Everyone crammed into the tent. Oh, right, Lu Xiaofeng. Zhou Lin didn't hide anything and directly released the Lu Xiaofeng, probably in the front yard of the original house. This way, even if the earthquake collapsed the snow, it would not crush the house. Wow. After circling the 12-meter-long Lu Xiaofeng, Zhou Lin nodded with satisfaction, it's mine. Zhou Lin ignored her and released another motorhome converted from a large bus. In terms of size and internal usable area, it was not inferior to Lu Xiaofeng's. Since you're up, let's help each other. Although relying solely on the RV's thermal insulation ability to resist the cold, it will consume a lot of energy to maintain the indoor temperature. Since there is no need to move anyway, Zhou Lin's idea is to set up another tent outside the RV. When the others woke up and saw the tent and the RV inside, they were all stunned. Husband, this. I hid them in the yard before, and dug them out last night. Don't worry, they can all be used. There were 2 RVs and a huge tent. Qing Yali, Wu Shui, Zhou Li, and Huang Menjing lived in Lu Xiaofeng. Zhou Kaijun, Zhou Lin, Sun Qinghao, and Lan Yeye lived in the RV. I won't do it. Among all people, only Lan Yeye had an objection. Zhou Lin glanced over and said, oh, then I'll find you another place. Chapter 77 Mysterious News. Mysterious Message. Lan Yeye thought Zhou Lin was bewitched by her. However, when Zhou Lin took her to a place far away from the RV, picked up a shovel and started digging the snow, she understood. No, I think you arranged it well. Not feeling wronged. Zhou Lin continued digging the snow. I don't feel wronged. I really don't feel wronged. I've already said I don't feel wronged. Why are you still digging? Zhou Lin laughed. If we don't dig a big hole, how will we deal with the excrement? Especially if there is a major earthquake, who can guarantee that you won't fall down when the ground starts shaking, wouldn't that be disgusting? Lan Yeye felt very aggrieved because Zhou Lin actually asked her to dig a hole together. I haven't done any of this rough work since I was 18. So. Zhou Lin put down the shovel and looked at the sky. Can you see clearly? Where? Lan Yeye looked around. Who told you to look over there in the tent, except where there's light? Ah. How can you see clearly? Even though I have played a cat, I am not a cat. No night vision. Zhou Lin nodded and said nothing more. Seeing that the snow pit was deep enough, Zhou Lin covered it with a thick anti-seepage membrane and took Lan Yeye back to the tent. Taking into account the possibility of earthquakes at any time, there are only a few small camping stoves in the tent. The heating effect is actually quite good, but firewood needs to be added every 3 or 4 hours. When Zhou Lin began to rest, the official shelter in the city was still in chaos. The magnitude is 6.5, and the aftershocks are as high as 5. Zhu Guanghan had a layer of gauze wrapped around his head, and was reading the latest documents by the light of a gas lamp. He was unlucky, because when the earthquake came, the light fixture on the ceiling fell down and hit his head. Fortunately, the lamp was not broken, otherwise it would be more troublesome. Olji, what are the casualties? Yi Xinxiao, with icicles all over his head, opened the curtain and came in, his face looking very heavy. Several excavation sites collapsed, and at least hundreds of people are buried underneath. Wang Pingping is leading the digging team, hoping to dig out more people. This damn thing. Zhu Guanghan let out a long sigh. In addition to those buried by the landslide, there were also many injured people in the shelters. The key point was that medical staff and medicines were scarce, and many of the injured could not get any treatment at all. Fortunately, the temperature is low now and it is not easy to get infected, otherwise it would be worse. Commander, an urgent message from the provincial government. Another urgent call, not sure whether it was good news or bad news. Zhu Guanghan took the call with great trepidation and immediately tears welled up in his eyes. The epicenter of Jiazhou City has reached 6.5 magnitude. The epicenter is so tragic. The provincial government said the number of casualties may exceed 5 digits. The most important thing is that now no one can help except themselves. It is not scary to suffer a disaster. No one can decide where a natural disaster will occur, but in Xia country, the people in the disaster-stricken areas will feel safe and warm as long as they see those green figures. But now, the winter night has blocked the roads, and the volcanic ash has prevented planes from taking off. Even if we want to go to provide support, we can't just run over there on foot, right? Before Zhu Guanhan finished speaking, Yi Xinxiao's guard came in again. Commander, urgent order. Read it. Yi Xinxiao lit a cigarette, as if he had guessed something. I have your unit quickly compile statistics on local casualties and the amount of rescue efforts needed. If there is any spare capacity, report it immediately. The headquarters will then make unified arrangements to support the epicenter. After the guard finished reading, before Yi Xinxiao could say anything, Zhu Guanhan couldn't help but ask, what? We are also in a disaster area? How can it be possible? Besides, how are you going to get there? Are you going to run? Old Zhu, disasters are of different severity and urgency. What's wrong with running? Didn't our ancestors also use their feet to measure the grasslands and cross the snow-capped mountains? The people's soldiers serve the people. As long as the people need them. Call back. We can send half of our personnel to the epicenter. Please give instructions from your superiors. Old Yi, you, ah. Zhu Guanhan stamped his feet, but he knew that it was useless for him to say anything. Although he was given the position of commander-in-chief and Yi Xinxiao was only the deputy commander-in-chief, Zhu Guanhan could not interfere in military affairs at all. If half of you go, what will we do with the follow-up work here? Zhu Guanhan muttered. Yi Xinxiao said calmly, we are slower, colder, and hungrier here, but we will only suffer a little and won't lose our lives. But over there, 1 minute late could mean several lives. Old Zhu, how would you decide? Zhu Guanhan waved his hands and just kept sighing. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. Wang Pingping, stay and help you. I will lead the team there myself. Yi Xinxiao stood up with his hands on his knees and was about to go out. Before Zhu Guanhan could react, Wang Pingping lifted the curtain and came in. Captain, Commander, I just received a message that I thought you might want to hear. Go ahead. No matter how anxious Yi Xinxiao was, he could still wait for a few minutes. Wang Pingping took out a specially made mobile phone and started playing. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was a synthesized voice. Shelter Command, I have a message for you. Believe it or not, but you'd better believe it. Don't doubt it. The end of the world has come, and anything can happen. What I'm going to say next is very important. Those who receive the message must pass it on to your commander, otherwise you will be a sinner to the country and the people. The voice was flattering as soon as it came, and Zhu Guanhan didn't take it seriously. Yi Xinxiao just smiled and motioned Zhu Guanhan to continue listening. This is just the beginning. In the coming period, there will be a much bigger earthquake, a super earthquake. 80% of the buildings in Jiazhou City will be destroyed. If we are not prepared, many people will die. Try to collect the supplies in the buildings. Don't even think about digging them out after the earthquake. That's all I have to say. You can make your own judgment. You're welcome. The recording ended. Zhu Guanhan said disdainfully, how naive. The country can't even predict earthquakes, and he's still trying to scare people. Besides, there was just an earthquake. Isn't it said that it will be fine once the energy is released? How can there be one after another, each one bigger than the last? Old Yi, I don't think we need to pay attention to him. Yi Xinxiao did not answer immediately, but stared at Wang Pingping. Why did you feel the need to tell us? He knew Wang Pingping's character. Unless there was something special about the recording, Wang Pingping would not pay any attention to it, let alone take it. The recording itself is nothing special. It was randomly synthesized and cannot be restored with our current equipment. But there is one thing that surprised me. Xiao Wang, why are you keeping us in suspense? Just tell me, everyone is busy. Zhu Guanhan was quite displeased. Commander, this is about some military secrets. Wang Pingping hesitated for a moment, and only continued until Yi Xinxiao nodded. Do you remember the hijacking of the USS Tefyu, the aircraft carrier of the United States, before the natural disaster? What does the Tefyu have to do with this recording? Zhu Guanhan asked. Yi Xinxiao seemed to have thought of something and whispered, was this recording sent by the USS Tefyu? No. Wang Pingping shook his head. But our electronic warfare experts received the identification code of the USS Tefua at the same time as receiving this recording. The two are completely synchronized. Identification code? How is that possible? This is Bashu. Yi Xinxiao, who has always been calm, finally lost his composure at this moment. Chapter 78. A pair of little enemies. Do you think Command will believe it? Zhou Lin and Zhou Li sat around the stove. Qing Feng is illiterate, don't disturb me while I'm reading. Zhou Li glared at Zhou Lin impatiently. The matter has been resolved. It is up to the other party whether to believe it or not. This is called doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. Zhou Lin is just an ordinary person, neither God nor Buddha. Is there any need to worry so much? So many lives. Zhou Lin is never vague when it comes to revenge, and he can be ruthless when it comes to killing people who are not of the same race. However, if they are innocent compatriots, Zhou Lin really cannot be as indifferent as Zhou Li. What is a person? What is life? When you look at a mountain, it is not a mountain. Little sister, I didn't provoke you. Not far away, Lan Yaya, who was helping Qing Yali pick vegetables, glanced at Zhou Li from the corner of her eyes. She heard it wrong. Zhou Li said Shan instead of San, mainly because of the Bashu accent. Humph, a line of egrets fly into the sky, and half a bitch is in front of you. Lan Yaya, don't think you can be arrogant just because you are a superpower. It won't work in front of me. Little girl. Lan Yaya also got angry and stood up suddenly. If it weren't for your brother and your mother protecting you, I would kill you in a minute. Do you believe it? Seeing the two of them quarreling, Qing Yali and Zhou Lin didn't take it seriously at first. Neither of them expected that Lan Yaya was like a firecracker in front of Zhou Li, which could be ignited at any time. Zhou Li sneered and told Lan Yaya to come, and Lan Yaya really used her supernatural power on Zhou Li. It was only after she had unleashed all her supernatural powers that she came to her senses. If anything happened to Zhou Li, wouldn't Zhou Lin have chopped her into pieces? Lan Yaya, are you King crazy? Zhou Lin was still beside Zhou Li when he spoke, and when he said, ah, his palm was less than a centimeter away from Lan Yaya's face. After all, the distance was more than 10 meters, but Zhou Lin didn't even use a second. Before the slap landed, the strong wind pressure blew off Lan Yaya's hairpin, and her black hair flew into disarray. That's it? Zhou Lin stopped and turned around in one go. He quickly looked Zhou Li up and down. Are you sure you're okay? No, that's impossible. Lan Yaya couldn't believe it. She definitely didn't hold back when she was angry just now. Even an evolver might have been hit. How could a little girl like Zhou Li resist it? Facts speak louder than words. Zhou Li's disdainful expression made Lan Yaya feel helpless for the first time after gaining superpowers. You know, Zhou Lin was almost knocked down by her at the beginning. You are not a human, right? You are not a human being, you are a waste. Zhou Li pursed her lips, as if she was disdainful to talk to Lan Yaya anymore, and continued to read and study. For a moment, Zhou Lin couldn't understand why Zhou Li was not afraid of Lan Yaya's psychic ability at all. Maybe it had something to do with her IQ. He could try it when the earthquake was over. Even so, he still punished Lan Yaya by not having any food for 24 hours. Being hungry for 24 hours might not be a big deal for ordinary people, but it would be too hard for Lan Yaya, who had just put all her effort into releasing her supernatural powers. When everyone was eating in the RV, Lan Yaya could only sit outside, holding a handful of ice and snow pitifully and licking it from time to time. But the more she did this, the more she felt her stomach churning, as if her gastrointestinal tract was rebelling, as if she would be digested if she didn't give them food. No one dared to show any sympathy for Lan Yaya in front of Qing Yali. Since gaining superpowers, Qing Yali's voice has not only become louder than before, but she also seems to be more robust. The originally thin Zhou Kaijun standing next to her looks like a little bird. As of now, except for the bickering pair of Lan Yaya and Zhou Li, everyone else gets along quite harmoniously. In contrast, several leaders in the shelter were very conflicted at this time. Yi Xinxiao has asked Wang Pingping to submit the information in full to his superiors to see how they will handle it. After almost 6 hours, I finally got a response. Surprisingly, the superior's order was very simple, just 4 words: be prepared for battle. What war are you preparing for? What life are you waiting for? Obviously, the superiors were willing to believe the news and not to deny it. Not only did they terminate the order for the Jiazhou military to support the epicenter, they also ordered them to prepare for war. Since that's what our superiors want, let's notify them. Has the radio station been restored? It has recovered, said Zhu Guanghan's secretary. Olji, what do you think I should say? The wording of the notice was very careful. If it was too light, people might not take it seriously. If it was too heavy, it might cause panic. If people were nervous for several days but nothing happened, it would affect the credibility of the shelter. What? Of course I'll tell you the truth. We've received mysterious news that a major earthquake may occur in the near future. Out of a responsible attitude towards the lives and property of the people, the shelter will suspend all construction and return to the ground for a period of time. Yi Xinxiao dictated a passage, which Zhu Guanghan's secretary wrote down and gave to Zhu Guanghan to read. After several revisions and polishing, it was sent to the radio station for release. Soon, everyone in Jiazhou City and its surrounding areas who had a radio or other broadcasting equipment heard the news from the shelter that there would be a major earthquake in the near future. And there's an earthquake, that's impossible. Bigger. Then we need to find a safe place, move now. No, I'd rather die at home than go out. I don't want to be frozen to death instead of being shocked to death. There are all kinds of people in the world. There are some people who like to go against the government. However, most people still take targeted measures. For example, they moved from high-rise buildings to bungalows, or moved their sleeping places to the front door. Those who truly believed in the government and its ability moved their families into tents or temporary sheds made of lightweight building materials. A major earthquake is like the sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. No one knows when it will fall, but once it falls, it will definitely deal a heavy blow to people. 2 days passed in a flash, and except for the aftershocks of the last earthquake, everything was normal. Even Huang Menjing began to doubt whether the information about the shelter was accurate, and couldn't help saying that it was a waste of time to continue like this, and that the farm and the house should be dug out first. It can't be said that Huang Menjing was hypocritical. No matter how expensive the RV is, the internal space is only so small, and it is not very convenient for 4 or 5 people to squeeze together. Menjing, we have to trust the government. Cheng Yali was still comforting Huang Menjing when Sun Qinghao, who was in charge of raising small animals in the corner of the tent, suddenly ran over and said, "Rabbit, the rabbit is crazy, the rabbit is crazy." Is the rabbit crazy? Cheng Yali and others followed Sun Qinghao and saw that the originally docile rabbits were attacking each other crazily. Their snow-white front teeth turned into guillotines, constantly stabbing into their companions' bodies and digging out pieces of flesh. Separate them quickly. When big rabbits fight, the little rabbits suffer. It would be a shame if the little rabbits that we have bred with great difficulty just died. However, before all the little rabbits were rescued, the poultry in the chicken coop suddenly became frantic. Some crowed, some barked, some banged their heads against the iron cages, and some kicked the cages with their feet. Something's going to happen. Cheng Yali turned around and yelled towards the RV, "Be careful, there might be." Chapter 79 Magnitude 9. Zhou Lin initially thought he had a cold. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, as if something was covering both ears, and his nose was also very uncomfortable, but he soon found that it was not tinnitus, but the dull buzzing sound that everyone could hear. Then, countless colorful lights suddenly appeared in the dark sky. Blue, yellow, red, these 3 colors are the main ones. This is. The ground is bright. Zhou Li whispered beside him. She was originally in the car, and she ran to Zhou Lin at some point. "It's coming." "What?" Zhou Lin asked. "Earthquake. The big earthquake that Lan Ye dreamed of. Abnormal animal behavior, low-frequency sound waves, and the appearance of ground lights in the sky are all signs that a major earthquake is about to occur, as anyone with a little experience would know." That was why Zhou Li got out of the car. It was actually unsafe to stay in the car in this open area. How long will it take? Zhou Lin often forgets Zhou Li's actual age. Perhaps this is the result of the difference in IQ. It could be anywhere from 2 or 3 hours to 2 or 3 days. The ground light in the sky is still flickering. Strictly speaking, it should be noon now. If it were not for the special climatic conditions of the winter night, it would be impossible to see the ground light under normal sunlight. So this is a great research opportunity for Zhou Li. Although Zhou Lin felt that there was nothing much to study about earthquakes, they could not be predicted anyway. You can't predict the occurrence of the Earth's light. You are talking nonsense. Get me a better camera. What do you need that thing for? Zhou Lin said hypocritically as he took out a camera from his pocket, which was from the Lai Fu. But he couldn't stay with Zhou Li all the time. He still believed in Zhou Li and had to make sure everyone was prepared. The crazy rabbits seemed to be normal again and were licking each other's wounds. Zhou Lin asked Sun Qinghao to go to the car and let Haizi out, but he had to tie him up well, for fear that he would be frightened and run away when the earthquake came. The others were arranged to sit down in the tent and wait silently. Will you definitely come? Qing Yali walked out of the tent and asked Zhou Li, who was still filming the ground light. It's getting more and more frequent. Zhou Li seemed to be answering a question that didn't seem to be relevant, but Qing Yali understood and turned back to the tent. Everyone get ready, they're probably coming. In fact, it is not only Jiazhou City that can see the ground light. Almost all of Bashu could see the flashing light in the sky, but not everyone knew what it was. However, as an area where earthquakes frequently occur, coupled with the warning information of the shelter, people in Jiazhou City were basically looking for a safe place. It's okay to be cold for a while, but if you are really trapped in a collapsed building, even if you don't die on the spot, can you expect others to rescue you? To put it bluntly, the entire Xia country and even the whole world can now be said to be divided into cities and regions, each with its own governance. Although orders can be given at the national level, there is nothing you can do if they don't obey. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Lin suddenly felt hot all over, as if the blood was rushing to his head, making him anxious and restless. Maybe. He turned and looked at Qing Yali and Lan Yeye. They were also obviously abnormal, but the others didn't react much. The next moment, before Zhou Lin could say anything, the ground began to shake. Earthquake. Watch your step. Qing Yali has a loud voice, and as soon as she opens her mouth she grabs everyone's attention. It is obvious that the shaking from this earthquake was much stronger than the last one from the very beginning. First up and down, then left and right. The strong combined shaking made it impossible for people to stand. Except for Zhou Lin, almost everyone squatted down or lay down unconsciously. The snow began to collapse as it shook, and Zhou Lin saw with his own eyes that the RV began to slide towards the cracks in the snow because it had lost its support. Seeing that the more than 2-meter-high RV was about to be swallowed by the gap, Zhou Lin staggered over and took it into the Lai Fu at the last moment. The tent suddenly flew up, uprooted by the strong wind caused by the earthquake. However, no one felt cold at this time, and could only maintain the original posture and silently pray that the disaster would pass as soon as possible. The senior officials far away in the north, holding the earthquake news they had just received, all looked pale. Level 9. The preliminary measurement of the earthquake in Bashu was actually above magnitude 9. The damage caused by the magnitude 8 earthquake many years ago has not yet healed, and that was when everything was normal. Is there no other solution? Someone asked. No. We only have 30 airships in total, and 2/3 of them are from various places. Even if we send them all out, it will only be a drop in the bucket. A drop in the bucket is better than nothing. An old man waved his hand and said, send out all 30 ships, all of them. Then we will have no mobility at all. What if? What's the what if? What does what if mean? A magnitude 9 earthquake, comrades, why do we have mobile forces? Is it to ensure our safety? Is it to meet our needs for supplies? Or are these mobile forces used to deal with disasters that happen to the people? Some of you have become selfish and narrow-minded. Eat a little, take a little, be selfish, that's the behavior of the lower class, it's extremely superficial. Which one of you or your family is lacking anything? No, right? Anyone who can sit in this room, who dares to say that they have not received the best care from the country? So what else do you want to pursue? What else do you want to achieve? If you are still pursuing material enjoyment after reaching this position, then I can only say that you don't deserve to be here. Everyone is mortal since ancient times, so what you need to think about is how to prove to the world that you have been here. Forget it, I won't say anything to you. In a word, I don't want to be a sinner of the people and bear the infamy for all eternity, so I can disregard my personal safety and put life and death aside. If any of you don't want to, just leave. It is unknown what the others' final thoughts were, but with the old man's insistence, 30 airships, loaded with supplies and rescue personnel, took off one by one, and were about to fly thousands of kilometers without navigation to the disaster area in Bashu. At this time, the magnitude 9 earthquake had just ended less than an hour ago. Fortunately, the epicenter was not a densely populated city, and there was not even a town around it. If someone could reach the epicenter at this time, they would find that the topography of hundreds of square kilometers had been completely changed. The once lush forests were now covered by whole pieces of hot soil and rocks. There were countless gullies crisscrossing, and the wide gaps were even 7 or 8 meters, and it was pitch black and bottomless underneath. Zhao City is 300 kilometers away from the epicenter, and the maximum magnitude is close to 7. More than 30% of the houses in the entire Zhao City collapsed, more than 60% of the buildings were cracked and damaged, and half of them were in danger of collapsing at any time. The disaster was severe and cries of pain could be heard everywhere. Those moving lights and flames seemed to be the best footnotes to this disaster. Is everyone okay? Zhou Lin hugged the frightened Wu Shui and climbed out of the snow pit. Chapter 80. She actually ran away. At the beginning of the earthquake, everyone could barely keep their balance. But when the strongest vibration came, the thick snow on the ground was blown up, blocking everyone's vision. Zhou Lin had just put the RV in the car park and felt something was wrong, so he rushed to Wu Shui, who was closest to him. He wanted to go over and hug Zhou Li, but Zhou Li rolled to Qing Yali's side at the critical moment. Then more and more snow flew up and fell down again, soon burying all objects on the snow. This was not the first time Zhou Lin was buried in the snow. How to say it, maybe because of the vibration, the snow was not dense, so Zhou Lin did not feel any difficulty in breathing. At least he should be fine in the short term. The only thing he was worried about was whether Wu Shui would be too frightened and whether cracks would appear on the ground under the snow. Lan Yaya said that this was the place with the least damage in the entire Jiazhou city. Zhou Lin thought it might be related to the geological structure. The farm used to be an ancient river channel, and the entire base layer was formed by river alluvial deposits. Although this kind of geology is not strong enough, it is difficult for cracks to appear due to vibrations. This is also one of the reasons why Jiazhou City's development has never moved in this direction. The cost of driving piles to build high-rise buildings would be very high. Not far from Zhou Lin and Wu Shui, a cloud of white snow suddenly exploded. If they hadn't heard the familiar sound, they would have thought it was an explosion. I'm dying of suffocation. Husband, Lily, are you okay? Qing Yali crawled out of the snow pit like a bear that had just woken up from winter, moving her arms and legs. Following closely behind were Zhou Li and Zhou Kaijun, both father and daughter, whose faces were a little blue, but otherwise seemed to be fine. After seeing Zhou Kaijun and the other two, Zhou Lin's heart was basically at ease. As for the other people who had not yet shown up, what other people? This way. A hand emerged from the snow. Qing Yali saw it and hurried over to help. Soon Huang Menjing and her mother were dug out. They were fine except that they were a little cold. Farther away, Haizi's head popped out first, followed by Sun Qinghao. After the man and the dog climbed out, they turned back and rescued the poultry and rabbits that they had protected underneath. Good dog. Zhou Lin rubbed Haizi's big furry head and gave him a big piece of dried beef. Sun Qinghao watched eagerly from the side, almost sticking out his tongue. You're not bad either. Zhou Lin patted Sun Qinghao on the shoulder and gave him a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. The next thing to do is to dig out the Zhou family's courtyard, otherwise there will be no tent left. Fortunately, the Lu Xiaofeng was still there. Although half of the car body was stuck in the snow, it was still possible to get in and out by further pushing the door open. Zhou Lin asked everyone to go in and warm up, while he found a corner where no one could see him and put a bulldozer out to start working. With the powerful force of digging, dealing with the snow that was only 2 or 3 meters thick after the earthquake was not a problem at all. Pieces of snow were pushed aside, and the farmyard was gradually exposed. The yard was full of water. Fortunately, when Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali left, they reinforced and closed the doors and windows, so there was not much water in the house, only a few doors and windows were damaged. On the Lu Xiaofeng, everyone was celebrating their survival. Zhou Li suddenly asked, "Where's Lan Yeye?" "Who is Lan Yeye?" "Lily, what are you talking about? Is this your friend?" Seeing everyone's confused faces, Zhou Li immediately stood up and said, "I'll go find my brother." Blue Moon. While Zhou Lin was taking out various furniture, utensils and supplies from the Lai Fu, he was talking to Zhou Li. "You haven't been tricked too, have you? Wake up, wake up." Zhou Li grabbed Zhou Lin's ears and yelled at the top of her lungs. Hiss. Zhou Lin rubbed his face hard. Zhou Li's yelling was really effective. He felt like something in his mind suddenly became clear, and then he remembered everything about Lan Yeye. There is no doubt that the woman has run away. Taking advantage of everyone's panic during the earthquake, Zhou Lin and Qing Yali had no time to keep an eye on her, so she used her special powers to try to completely erase her existence from Zhou Lin and others' minds, and then escaped. The plan was very thorough and decisive. Who told you to be so soft-hearted and compassionate to women? You deserve it. No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Never mind. We'll deal with it if we meet again in the future. It was icy and snowy and dark. Zhou Lin felt that Lan Yeye would not be able to run far. With her delicate lifestyle, she might even freeze to death or starve to death before she could walk back to the city. It was better for her to focus on the things at hand. Go call the people over and clean up what needs to be done. Zhou Lin walked out of the house, looked at the direction and went to the back of the house. Before the heavy snow fell, the terrain here was much higher than the house, about 10 to 20 meters, and stretched out for several kilometers. Zhou Lin released the bulldozer again, followed by an excavator. Zhou Lin planned to dig a pit next to the high ridge, a pit more than 300 meters long, 80 meters wide, and more than 30 meters deep. It would be difficult for Zhou Lin to complete such a huge project in a short time even with an excavator and a bulldozer. Fortunately, as long as the long high ridge is used well and the soil is piled appropriately, the workload can be relatively reduced. No one knew what Zhou Lin had been busy with these days. They could only hear the roar of the machines, and because Zhou Lin didn't even turn on the car lights, they couldn't see anything even if they were curious. The damage to the official shelter in Jiazhou was not too serious in this earthquake. When the aftershocks basically subsided, Zhu Guanghan began to organize people to repair the shelter. Before the temperature rises and the winter night ends, the importance of the underground shelter is unquestionable. Apart from other things, the insulation of this underground area alone can beat the ground by several blocks, so repairing the underground shelter is imminent. At this time, Zhu Guanghan regretted the most that he did not seize the time to collect supplies. Now everything has collapsed. How much manpower and material resources will be consumed to dig it out, and in the end it will probably not be worth the loss. Zhu Guanghan, with a worried look on his face, walked out of the tent and stared at the construction site where people were working late into the night. The number of workers has obviously decreased. Many people have gone out to help. Even if you don't stay in a building during an earthquake of magnitude 7, it may not be safe. If you are unlucky, you may be hit by building debris. If you are extremely unlucky, you may even be swallowed by the cracks. There are also some people who do not believe the shelter's warnings and are unwilling or do not have time to leave the building. Although these people may have brought this upon themselves, this does not mean we should not rescue them. Manpower was needed everywhere, and even if all the teams under Yi Xinxiao were sent out, it was still not enough. Even Yi Xinxiao himself went to the front line and used his bare hands to dig up the rubble of the buildings like an ordinary soldier, trying his best to save those who were buried. It wasn't just Jiazhou that was hit, places near the epicenter in neighboring provinces were also damaged to varying degrees. The entire Bashu region was plunged into a cloud of misery, and the closer a city was to the epicenter, the greater the loss. Rows of bright beams of light fell from the sky over the provincial capital of Bashu. Chapter 81 Come out, Lai Fu. Airship. The airship is coming. Cheers rang out everywhere in the capital of Bashu province, and lights and fires were lit around 8 shelters in different directions of east, south, west, and north. In the leading airship cabin, Ning Shanyu, who had not rested for 2 days and 2 nights, tried hard to open his bloodshot eyes. He was looking to see if there was any light below. Even if the navigation prompts that it has arrived above the provincial capital of Bashu, the airship will not dare to land blindly if there is no light on the ground. Every takeoff and landing is not easy for the airship. There were 30 airships when it set out, and there are only 26 left now. Ning Shanyu does not want to suffer any more losses. Finally, there was a shadow of light in the corner of his eyes. At 11 o'clock, pay attention to the formation. Search for signals, keep in touch. Turn on the signal light and identify yourself. A series of commands came out of Ning Shanyu's mouth one after another, and were conveyed to each airship through the walkie-talkie. The huge size of airships means that they cannot be arranged in neat and orderly formations like airplanes and fighter jets. Sometimes the length of the formation even extends to several kilometers. If you are not careful, a strong wind or a flash of lightning may cause the formation to be cut off or even the airship to be destroyed, resulting in the death of people. Ning Shanyu, the air traffic controller of the aircraft carrier, was forced to act as the transport captain and was responsible for the long-distance flight of the airship formation. The pressure was huge. If it weren't for the iron will cultivated by many years of military career, he would have collapsed long ago. No matter what, we finally arrived at the provincial capital of Bashu. Ning Shanyu was instructed by his superiors to deliver supplies and personnel to the provincial capital of Bashu, and then follow the arrangements of the Disaster Relief Command Center here. This is the Disaster Relief Headquarters of Bashu Province. This is the Disaster Relief Headquarters of Bashu Province. Ning Shanyu picked up the intercom and responded in a hoarse voice, Bashu Provincial Capital Disaster Relief Command, this is the capital support team, please use the wartime emergency lights to indicate the landing site, please use the wartime emergency lights to indicate the landing site. Got it, please give us 3 minutes, please give us 3 minutes. If the ground personnel dared to ask Ning Shanyu to wait for 3 minutes in the past, Ning Shanyu would dare to send the other party directly to the military court after landing. However, in the current environment, it is not easy to guide the landing within 3 minutes. The volume of airships is larger than that of airplanes, and a larger area is required for takeoff and landing, but such conditions are not available now. My boat is landing, and the other boats are on standby. Ning Shanyu couldn't wait to open the hatch without waiting for the airship to land completely. He jumped down the moment he felt the pod touch the ground. Time is running out, we need to race against time. Just as Ning Shanyu was about to meet the oncoming crowd, a hurried call came from the intercom on his shoulder. Wind speed 9, wind speed 9. Out of control, my boat is out of control. Descend, descend. Be careful to avoid high-rise buildings, get out of the way. Ning Shanyu suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. Those flashing lights in the shape of airships were rapidly changing from overall order to extremely chaotic. Some were rising rapidly, some were falling rapidly, and some even seemed to be about to collide with each other. Don't force control, don't force control. Ning Shanyu pressed the intercom and shouted loudly. There are more than 20 airships. If they really collide with each other, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhao family breeding farm. The old house has been almost cleaned and reinforced. With the support of high-power boilers, the temperature of more than a dozen rooms and even the kitchen and bathroom is kept constant within a relatively comfortable range. This makes the elderly and women feel much more comfortable, after all, they are naturally afraid of cold. Zhou Lin has been acting a little strange these past few days. Even Wu Shui can hardly see him. If he hadn't frequently made some noises on the intercom, everyone would probably think that something had happened to him. Zhou Lin is indeed very busy. They had to dig the foundation and make appropriate modifications to the Lai Fu in the storage space. The characteristics of the symbiosis ability not only allow Zhou Lin to be familiar with all the equipment connected to the Lai Fu, but also allow him to transform the Lai Fu through his consciousness. Of course, the prerequisite is to have the materials, just like when he transformed the Lu Xiaofeng. During the process of deeply transforming Lu Xiaofeng, Zhou Lin found that the scope of his current consciousness transformation was still at a macroscopic scale. If he used a computer as an analogy, he was now like an ordinary assembler, who had to have corresponding accessories, and his mental consumption was not great. But if he tried to become an ordinary repairman, that is, someone who could disassemble and assemble small parts on the motherboard, solder circuit boards, etc., his spirit would quickly become tired, he would feel dizzy, and want to vomit, and he would not be able to persist at all. I don't know if there will be any improvement after the superpowers are upgraded in the future. However, for now, his modification of the rifle does not require it to go into a smaller size. The foundation was almost dug 2 days ago. The reason why it is fast is that it makes full use of the terrain. The final modification of the Laifu in the storage space has almost been completed. After Zhou Lin had a good sleep, he called Qing Yali over alone. "You're so mysterious, what are you trying to do? What's going on? Why did you make such a big hole? Isn't this the mountain behind our house?" Because of the light, the big hole that Qing Yali saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Zhou Lin did not explain, but told Qing Yali that if she saw him faint later, don't be nervous, but immediately stuffed the chocolate bar into his mouth. Without waiting for Qing Yali to ask again, Zhou Lin closed his eyes slightly and moved his arms slightly. The next moment, Qing Yali only felt as if a gust of wind suddenly blew around her, and the big hole in front of her was instantly filled with something. Zhou Lin staggered and fell headfirst to the ground. "Son!" Qing Yali hurriedly reached out and took Zhou Lin into her arms, and then stuffed the prepared chocolate candy bar into Zhou Lin's mouth, just like more than 20 years ago. Shit! Zhou Lin's consciousness was actually still clear, but his physical energy had been drained to the point where his mental strength was almost dry. To put it metaphysically, the flame of his soul was like a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. Fortunately, there are high-calorie and high-energy foods such as chocolate bars as supplements. Every time my physical strength is restored, my mental state also improves a little bit. Thanks to Qing Yali, who not only fed him but also kept him warm, these two measures greatly helped Zhou Lin's recovery. But even so, Zhou Lin knew that he would not wake up for a while, so he just hoped that Qing Yali could hold on for a little longer, and it would be best if she didn't let others know that he had fainted. What the hell is this? What Zhou Lin didn't know was that Qing Yali had no intention of going back at all. She was completely dumbfounded. How could such a huge building suddenly appear in the back mountain? This has to start with the direction in which Zhou Lin placed the Lai Fu Hao. The Lai Fu was positioned at an angle of nearly 90 degrees along the mountain ridge with its stern facing the old house. Qing Yali and Zhou Lin were not at the stern, but at the rear right side of the ship, close to the island. So the high-rise building that Qing Yali saw at this time was actually the island disguised by Zhou Lin. A large amount of material is used to surround the radars, antennas and other equipment above the island and to divide the floors reasonably. The lower part of the island connected to the deck is also camouflaged and reinforced. In the end, the entire island looks like a 38-meter-high building with a slightly strange shape. The reason why it is 38 meters is that Zhou Lin laid an overhead floor at a height of 6 meters on the flight deck, and the overhead floor is about 1 meter lower than the pit surface to facilitate the later covering. After covering the soil, the part of the building disguised as the island exposed above the ground is only about 38 meters. In other words, except for the part of the island that is exposed above the ground, the entire rifle is actually buried more than 1 meter underground. In this way, even if someone passes by or observes from the air, they can only see a building. However, the soil covering work has not been completed yet, so when Qing Yali slowly swept the flashlight across the foundation pit, her whole body was numb. Chapter 82: The Dream of a Super Mothership. Zhou Lin slept in Qing Yali's arms for a full 4 hours. To be precise, her body was unable to move, but her consciousness was still basically clear. Qing Yali didn't know this, so Zhou Lin heard every word of her mumbling to kill time. What? What happened to the little bastard? What the hell is this? What else haven't you told me? Why is Wu Shue's belly still not moving? Mom, Wu Shue and I have only been together for a short time. If there is any noise, wouldn't it be a monster? Zhou Lin said as he opened his eyes. What a demon. Oh my dear son, you finally woke up. You scared me so much. Come here, let me see. Mom, I'm fine. Let me take you to appreciate the ultimate nursing home that your son has prepared for you. Zhou Lin pretended not to hear Qing Yali's mumbling just now. How could a son argue with his mother? The ultimate nursing home is not Zhou Lin's nonsense. At this time, his supernatural experience increased dramatically. Symbiosis. Intermediate 3121/10,000. Currently symbiotic transportation, Laifu, large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng, medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity symbiosis, 5.3 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I, 5.3, 5351/10,000. The increase in supernatural experience is related to the number of times and intensity of its use. Through this transformation of Laifu, Zhou Lin also gained a deeper understanding of the symbiosis ability. He didn't know if the ability would have other changes in the future, but he had a feeling that if there were enough materials, he could even transform Laifu into a super mothership that could fly and hide. If that time really comes, regardless of whether Qing Yali and others will obtain superpowers and evolve, even if not, under the protection of such a super aircraft carrier, let alone the end of the world, even if the planet explodes, they can survive safely in the Laifu. But with just these few people, life would be a little too lonely. If we could find more people, it might be better. What are you doing? I'm still waiting. Oh, I just woke up, take it easy, take it easy. With a smile, Zhou Lin hurriedly led the way and walked straight to the gate of the island building, on the ground. After opening this door and entering the island, the first thing that appeared in front of Qing Yali was an extremely spacious and tall entrance hall. It is over 8 meters wide and over 15 meters deep at its deepest point, almost running through the entire floor, and its height is over 8 meters. The reason for renovating the lobby like this was to take into consideration the Lu Xiaofeng and other vehicles that may need to enter and exit in the future. There were weapons either hidden or directly exposed on the walls and ceilings. Most of them were Vulcan machine guns that Zhou Lin got out of the warehouse. Not to mention whether they worked or not, the sight alone made Qing Yali afraid to move. They are all fake. What if someone rushes in and sees these things? Will they dare to touch them? Zhou Lin made a half-seriously joke. Qing Yali slapped him in annoyance, and it hurt Zhou Lin. You have to know that Zhou Lin's current physical fitness is 5 times that of a normal person, and Qing Yali's strength is almost the same as tickling. Mom, what is your current degree of evolution? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask. What degree of evolution? How would I know? Don't know. So Qing Yali can't see the level and degree of evolution of her superpowers. Then what is the level of your supernatural powers now? Zhou Lin asked again. Primary. Mom, how did you determine that the ability is elementary? Well, I know it naturally. Do I need a reason? Hey, how do you open this door? Password. Zhou Lin helped Qing Yali open the door. He couldn't modify high-tech things like facial recognition and fingerprint input, so he would wait until Zhou Li came in later, as she was an expert in this area. The lobby we just entered is actually the parking lot of the entire building. Due to the size, Zhou Lin did not divide the parking lot into 2 floors. Only after passing through this password door can we truly enter the interior of the building. To Qing Yali, the building looked very rigid, with metal materials everywhere and no common decorative materials. Fortunately, this did not affect the use of the building, and Qing Yali even felt that this made her feel more secure. It's just a little cold, said Qing Yali. We will definitely need to carry out heat insulation in the future. I have only completed the most basic construction work. Anyway, this will be our home in the future. As for our old house, it is used to conceal our identity. You see, there is electricity here as well, and I assure you that the power supply here is much more sufficient than you think. Really? That's great. The structure inside the island building is very complicated. Zhou Lin put a lot of thought into the renovation, but he could only make it look like an ordinary building as much as possible. Of course, in the end times, we can't expect every room to have windows. That would not only be unsafe, but would also affect the energy saving and insulation of the house. Many rooms were isolated by Zhou Lin, mainly because the equipment, instruments and other things inside could not be moved and could only be hidden. They could naturally be opened when they were really needed. Moreover, in Zhou Lin's opinion, living on the island is not a long-term thing. As time goes by, he may gradually relax the use of the lower buildings, and then he will redesign and transform the entire Laifu. Zhou Lin felt that it would be best to discuss this matter with Zhou Li. Even in a building, the intercom can receive the signal. On the other side, Zhou Kaijun had called Qing Yali several times. Finally, Qing Yali had to give up the idea of visiting the entire building and return to the old house with Zhou Lin. On the way, Qing Yali asked Zhou Lin when he planned to move there. It was not because she was fickle, but mainly because the sense of security that the steel wall gave her was too strong. In a mother's heart, the safety of her family always comes first. We have to wait until the basic renovation is completed. What are you waiting for? How long are you going to do this by yourself? Why don't the others have hands? Okay, Mom, I'll do whatever you say. Zhou Lin quickly gave up resisting, otherwise Qing Yali would slap him again. I really don't understand. I haven't seen Qing Yali exercising, so why did her physical fitness improve so quickly? In fact, Zhou Lin only needs to think about Qing Yali's foundation to understand that their starting points are different. After returning home, Qing Yali first secretly explained to her family members, namely Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li, that the building already existed and Zhou Lin's special ability must not be exposed, and then told everyone about it. As for why the building was made almost entirely of steel and had such a strange interior, Qing Yali felt that there was no need to explain. If anyone had any objections, they should just not move there. But before Qing Yali could announce the news, Zhou Lin suddenly stood up and rushed out of the house. Hey, what are you doing? You're eating. Qing Yali tried to stop him but failed. Outside the house, Zhou Lin looked up at the dark night sky. In the distance, there were a few flashes falling towards the old house. Chapter 83 Falling Star. Depend on. Zhou Lin didn't have time to calculate the probability of his old house being hit by that thing in the sky. He didn't even dare to calculate such a thing. Come out quickly. Zhou Lin shouted loudly through the intercom. As for whether it is a pity to have those supplies that have just been arranged, what value do the things have if the people are gone? Fortunately, the whole family was at the dinner table, and they responded in unison. Even Heisey rushed out, raised his head and barked at the sky. What the hell? There seemed to be lights in the sky. Others' eyesight was not as good as Zhou Lin's, and the best Qing Yali could only vaguely see one or two bright spots. But they soon saw that the thing was falling quite quickly. Zhou Lin not only saw more clearly than others, but as a symbiotic body, he could also receive information sent by Lai Fu. It was the radar alarm on Lai Fu that caused him to drop his bowl and chopsticks and rush out. The current simulation results on the rifle show a collision rate of 0 to 43%. The reason why there is such a weird probability is mainly because the running trajectory of that thing is completely irregular. Fortunately, Zhou Lin soon saw it clearly. Is it a plane? Wu Shui asked, leaning against Zhou Lin. No, this looks like that, airship. Don't say Zhou Lin doesn't believe it. Anyone with a little historical knowledge or even common sense knows that airships have been eliminated for many years. If you really have such an idea, it only shows that you lack common sense. Zhou Li despised the reactions of others. Don't you know that airships have always been used? This is indeed the case. Not only are there airship-related competitions every year abroad, airships also still play an important role in many fields. However, the airship that appeared in the sight of Zhou Lin and others was really big. Several hundred meters long. Looking at the crooked and falling airship, Zhou Lin made a difficult decision. Mom, let's take them to their new home. What if that thing is filled with fuel and explodes? We will be safe and sound. New home. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Go! Qing Yali yelled, waking everyone up. I can't just sit there and do nothing now. What if something happens? No one had time to take their things, nor did anyone notice that Zhou Lin had no intention of leaving. Even if it exploded, Zhou Lin was not afraid. Besides, the probability of actually hitting the old house is not that high. We are all going to the Lai Fu anyway, so we might as well take the opportunity to transfer everyone. Besides, there must be someone driving the airship in the sky, and Zhou Lin has not yet figured out what to do if someone is still alive. The soil layer on the Lai Fu is only 1 meter thick. If the airship is blown up, the steel plate layer underneath will be exposed, and the truth may be leaked. Zhou Lin doesn't want to become the target of public criticism so early, or he will be surrounded by enemies. Just now Zhou Lin was still fantasizing that if there was a chance in the future, he would go to the ports of the United States again and directly get a few large warships as food for the Laifu, and slowly raise the Laifu. The airship continued to descend, not very fast, but it was obvious that it was unable to fly out of this range, and its direction and altitude were not controlled by humans. When Qing Yali and others entered the Laifu, the airship finally appeared completely in Zhou Lin's sight. Ziz ziz ziz. There was some noise coming from the intercom. Zhou Lin tried to tune the frequency and then heard a voice. Is there anyone? Is there anyone nearby? We are an airship brigade that set out from the capital. We encountered strong winds and are making an emergency landing near Jiazhou City. We are making an emergency landing near Jiazhou City. The voice was repetitive, and the tone changed slightly each time, indicating that it was not a recording. However, the fact that it was not chaotic in any way under such circumstances fully demonstrated the psychological quality of the announcer. Sighing, Zhou Lin turned on his headset. Airship overhead, you are now only about 100 meters from the ground, how can I help you? Ziz ziz ziz. Thank you. Are you from the Jiazhou city government or the military? Why are you still concerned about this at a time like this? You can treat me as a civilian radio enthusiast. Just tell me. Although I may not be able to do it, you can only take a chance. Zhou Lin said. Zitzi okay, we need fire or lights on the ground as a guide. Don't worry, the airship can still be controlled. Please guide us to the uninhabited area, otherwise innocent people may be hurt. Please guide us to the uninhabited area. Well, just because of what they said, Zhou Lin decided to give them a chance to survive. After calculating with the Laifu, Zhou Lin ran to the farmland 800 meters away from the old house and put down the laser flashlight. Under this dark night sky, the laser flashlight may be the most dazzling light besides the searchlight. Zitzi I see. We'll try our best. Thank you. The communication with the airship was interrupted. Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders. As long as his house was not bombed, it would be fine. But why would the country send an airship? Could it be for disaster relief? Thinking of this possibility, Zhou Lin felt a little blocked in his heart. So, there is no place like home. No matter how the outside world slanders and defames Xia Kingdom, as long as you look at the behavior of the country and the army during major disasters, you will know that living in Xia Kingdom is definitely a very good choice in the world. The airship was getting lower and lower, and although it was shaking, it always insisted on falling in the direction of the laser flashlight. Zhou Lin, who had originally planned to leave quietly, hurried home, dragged some supplies on the old but sturdy sled, and rushed towards the direction of the laser light. If everyone on the airship died, Zhou Lin would collect some of their belongings and see if he could preserve some for Su Ziyuan. He couldn't let the families of these heroes who came to support him be completely unaware of anything. As for anyone still alive, perhaps the things in the sled could be used for something. Boom! Although the airship seems light, it is actually very heavy. Like this batch of airships, they vary in size, but even the lightest pod weighs more than 10 tons. Add to that the weight of the airbag itself, and it would be extremely terrifying if it completely lost its buoyancy and fell down. The snow was flying and the sound was like thunder. People within a radius of several hundred meters could even feel the earth shaking. However, Zhou Lin knew that it was all his illusion. If there is an earthquake, the Laifu will sound the alarm. Fortunately, that's all. There was no explosion or fire, which was a blessing in disguise. After observing for a moment and finding that there should be no danger, Zhou Lin hurried over. Although the supplies are certainly attractive, Zhou Lin still has some compassion, especially when the other party is a soldier. Well, Wang Pingping doesn't count. Without turning on any light source, Zhou Lin relied entirely on his night vision to move forward. Soon he saw the pod that had fallen to the ground and the huge airbag that looked like a deflated whale. The gas in the hull might not have completely leaked out, so part of the hull was still standing, swaying in the night wind. We can only blame the pod for being too heavy, otherwise it wouldn't have fallen so hard. If Zhou Lin was not mistaken, 2/3 of the pod should have sunk directly into the snow. Even if there were people when they fell, they would have been suffocated to death if it took too long. Don't they know to throw things to reduce weight? Isn't this common sense for airships or balloons? Chapter 84 Silly Driver. Stupid Driver. Ziz. Ziz. The signal from the airship could still be heard on the intercom. Zhou Lin called out twice tentatively, but there was no response. Looking at the pod that was two-thirds buried, Zhou Lin fell into distress. After the Lai Fu was transformed into a base, Zhou Lin discovered a serious problem: there was no space. To be precise, that super large space is gone. Symbiosis, the only ability is symbiotic vehicle storage space. Once the symbiotic vehicle is released, this exclusive space cannot be used. So now Zhou Lin can only use the space in Lu Xiaofeng's RV. Although he can fit some things in after tidying up, it is just a drop in the bucket compared to Lai Fu. Zizi, yes, I'm still here. A weak voice came out of the headset. Zhou Lin, who was in distress, was overjoyed. How are you? What are the casualties? The pod is buried in the snow. I can't even find the door. Door, pod tail, highest, can, dig. It wasn't signal interference. Zhou Lin could tell that the other party must have tried his best to say those few words, and no more. Okay, you wait. I went around to the tail of the pod. Maybe it was luck, or maybe it was because the front of the pod was heavier than the back. In any case, it seemed that the tail was buried shallower in the ground. Lu Xiaofeng still had the most basic tools. Zhou Lin took out a multifunctional shovel and started digging frantically. If someone else came, they would definitely not be able to do it like Zhou Lin. He shoveled the snow like a mole, and the snow he raised was several meters high, like a small snowstorm. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin felt the shovel hit metal, so he slowed down and turned on the flashlight on his shoulder. The black door panel looked like some special aluminum material. It was not very strong and was scratched by a shovel. Continuing to dig along the door panel, Zhou Lin soon saw the door handle. But just seeing the door handle was not enough. It could not be opened under the pressure of the snow. Zhou Lin dug until almost the entire back door was exposed before he put down the shovel and tried again. Crack! The door lock made a noise, and it was clearly locked from the inside. Fortunately, this did not bother Zhou Lin. He picked up the shovel, found the lock head and hit it hard a few times. As expected, there is no lock that cannot be opened by force, and if it cannot be opened, it only means that force is not enough. Zhou Lin slowly opened the back door a crack and stood at the door waiting for a few seconds. When he heard no movement, he slowly walked in. 1, 2, 3. The back door should be a warehouse, with both sides filled with packaged supplies. There is only a passage less than 60 centimeters wide, and soldiers in camouflage uniforms are lying on the passage. They are not dead, they must have fainted. You can tell by listening to their heartbeat and breathing. Zhou Lin was not in a hurry to rescue them. He could tell from their looks that they were overtired, so he took the opportunity to let them sleep a little longer. Passing through the cargo hold that occupied almost half of the cabin, what came into Zhou Lin's eyes was a group of staggering figures. There were about 50 of them, young and strong. The culprit that caused these soldiers to faint collectively was most likely the lack of oxygen caused by decompression. Now that the rear hatch is open, I believe they will wake up in a while. Zhou Lin wanted to find a sober person to ask, but he walked all the way to the cockpit before he heard some movement inside. The sound of a bolt being pulled. Don't be nervous. Zhou Lin said through the cabin door, it was me who just communicated with you. Don't you remember? Are you from the local government or the military? A voice came from the cockpit, and it sounded like a child. Grass. How come all the children are going to the battlefield? Zhou Lin cursed inwardly, has the staffing shortage become so serious? No, but I'm already in. Zhou Lin didn't know how to explain, I came in from the rear door. The rear cabin. You opened the rear cabin so quickly. Then, can you tell me what's going on in the back? What happens next? Aren't there cameras in the cockpit? They are all unconscious, but it seems there are no casualties at the moment. Don't you have pressurized oxygen supply in the cockpit and cargo hold? No, those devices are too heavy in waist lift. Can you help save them? How to save him? Zhou Lin was a little angry. He felt that it was somewhat disrespectful. The man didn't even open the door and pointed a gun at him. How could he still have the nerve to ask him to save him at this time? I don't know either. Anyway, Please help me. We can't contact the local government and the military. Do you know what's going on? It's easy to guess that the reason they couldn't get in touch was because of the aftermath of the earthquake. Most of the power generation equipment and communication equipment have yet to be repaired. Long-distance radio communication cannot be done in a short time. Actually, I have saved them. They will wake up naturally when the oxygen concentration rises back up. Zhou Lin thought to himself, if they get frostbite or freeze to death, it has nothing to do with me. Without the Lai Fu as a space substitute, Zhou Lin is no longer a magician who can conjure up all kinds of supplies at will. That's really, thank you so much. But I still can't open the door for you. I have to wait until the local government or the garrison, I can't get in touch with them. Can you help me? Help again. I'm not Doryman. Zhou Lin roared in his heart, this guy is too ungrateful. I can't afford your service anymore, so why don't I just leave? Why don't you answer? Yes, you don't want to, don't worry, the government and the military will thank you, and the people affected by the disaster. When he heard the words, disaster victims, Zhou Lin stopped moving and said, let me try. Ordinary equipment would definitely not be enough to contact the Jiazhou shelter, but Zhou Lin did it through the high-power transmitter on the Laifu. Airship? Zhou Lin, you are kidding, right? Shouldn't you be in Lanshan community? The one who replied to Zhou Lin was Su Ziyuan. It's not comfortable to live on the top floor, so I moved back to my hometown. Director Su, you won't just ignore this place because it's not your territory, right? If you really don't want to care, just tell me, and I'll go to the scrap collection station right away. It's a big pile, and I can sell it for some money. What the hell is this scrap recycling station? Su Ziyuan thought to himself, when did I say I don't care anymore? The key point is that he can't do anything about this matter, he has to report it. After all, the situation is so tense now. Even Commander Zhu Guanhan and Deputy Commander Yi Xinxiao have gone out to help with the earthquake relief work in person. He just happened to come back and was drafted into the army by the radio management team, after all, he is the highest-ranking official here. Wait a few minutes, I'll report right away. There was a reason why Su Ziyuan didn't dare to agree on his own initiative. What if Zhou Lin is lying? Suppose Zhou Lin really returned to his hometown, and the old house collapsed because it was not earthquake-resistant, trapping Zhou Lin and his family underneath. If Zhou Lin wanted to seek official help at this time, to be honest, it would be of no use. How could one save those far away first and then those nearby? Okay, there are probably several tons of supplies and 50 or 60 people. Oh, the airship's hull number is 024. After Zhou Lin finished speaking, he disconnected the communication and turned to look at the airship cabin. The open rear door was covered with white frost, indicating that the low temperature was spreading inside. Shit, I should have brought some oxygen tanks. Oh, maybe it's in the goods. If you want to maintain the temperature in the cabin, you can't leave the door closed, but closing the door will reduce the oxygen concentration. Chapter 85 Flowers outside the pavilion. After dozens of oxygen bottles were opened at the same time, Zhou Lin closed the tail cabin. He also dragged several soldiers from the cargo hold to the cockpit so that everyone could breathe oxygen together and no one would suffer. As the oxygen concentration in the cabin gradually increased, the heartbeats of some soldiers began to speed up, and they might wake up soon. Zhou Lin, are you there? Su Ziyuan's voice came from the intercom. You are so inefficient. Dozens of lives are at stake. Don't you want to save them? I'm sorry, I have to follow the rules too. Can you tell us the exact location? We'll be there right away, as fast as possible. Come on, you are the parent official after all. Zhou Lin told the specific location and reminded Su Ziyuan to bring more trucks. If all else failed, a sled could be used to carry cargo. The airship was definitely immobile. Zhou Lin did not want the officials to stay here for the sake of these supplies. It would be bad if the island building was discovered by them. Knocking on the door of the cab, Zhou Lin said, I've contacted the authorities for you. They'll be here soon. Hey, talk. Thanks. Separated by a cabin door, Zhou Lin didn't know that the sound he thought was very small was actually barely heard because his mouth was pressed against the cabin door. 1/3 of the entire airship's cockpit was crushed and deformed during the crash. The pilot and co-pilot sitting in the front died on the spot, and the person in charge of communications also fell into a coma due to the impact. It was Xiao Lu, the female soldier who spoke to Zhou Lin later, who woke up the signalman and completed the conversation with Zhou Lin. Then the signalman also died due to excessive blood loss. Lu Yun did not open the door for Zhou Lin because she was unable to confirm Zhou Lin's identity. The cockpit is different from the cargo hold behind it. It involves many state secrets and military secrets. No one can enter without the approval of the higher authorities or trustworthy personnel. This is also Lu Yun's responsibility. She was actually injured, and seriously injured. If she had opened the cabin door when Zhou Lin came, perhaps Zhou Lin could have saved her life. As long as he notified Wu Shui to come or sent her directly to the old house, it shouldn't be a problem with Wu Shui's medical skills. But at the critical moment, what Lu Yun thought about was not her own safety, but her mission and responsibilities. If she doesn't open the door, it means that people outside can never completely control the airship, which can play a good restraining role and also protect state secrets. By the time Su Ziyuan and others arrived with a huge convoy, many soldiers in the cockpit had already woken up. They didn't doubt that Zhou Lin saved them, but they all felt sorry for the oxygen. Those are disaster relief supplies. What, I was wrong. Zhou Lin laughed, relief supplies, relief supplies. Let me ask you, who said that man can conquer nature? As soldiers of our Xia country, when did you start to rely on external conditions? Or are your dozens of military souls not as good as dozens of oxygen bags? Without oxygen bags, you are useless and can't save people. Do dozens of oxygen bags save more people, or do dozens of you save more people? Although I have never been a soldier, I admire you. Please remember that when you feel that ordinary people are more important than your own lives, the ordinary people you have helped, rescued, and protected also think the same way. Don't mind the loss of some supplies, because you are the most precious wealth of our country and our people. Although Zhou Lin is about the same age as the soldiers, as a reborn person, he feels like he is looking at children when he looks at these soldiers. Young soldiers, you are innocent and passionate, and your hearts are full of the country and the people, so you are the most lovely people. Zhou Lin hopes that they can all survive and live well. Even if the world is dark, I hope they will remain consistent, simple, passionate, always uphold fairness and justice, and always stand with the people. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knocking sound in the rear cabin, and Zhou Lin stood up silently. All of you take a rest, it should be the people from the government shelter who have arrived. When the soldiers heard that they were government people, they stopped one after another. 2 minutes later, Su Ziyuan, looking haggard, led his group into the cockpit. Who is the person in charge? I am Su Ziyuan, Deputy Director of the Logistics Management Department of Jiazhou City Shelter. Here is my ID. The people in charge are in the cockpit. A soldier said. Cockpit? Zhou Lin, why don't you go to the cockpit and take a look? Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders and said, I can't get in. He doesn't have permission, said a soldier who looked a little childish. License? Although Su Ziyuan has always been in the system, there is still a big difference between the system and the army. After the soldier's explanation, Zhou Lin finally understood why the man in the cockpit never opened the door. Only after Su Ziyuan expressed his willingness to take all responsibility did the soldiers agree to force their way into the house. Unfortunately, it's too late. Lu Yun, lying at the hatch door, was breathing her last. A large amount of blood drew a cruel pattern under her body. Even at her last moment, when she felt the hatch door being broken open, she still tried to open her eyes. The password. She's a female soldier. Zhou Lin finally understood why he always felt his voice sounded like a baby's. What a pity. This is my ID. My name is Su Ziyuan. On behalf of the people of Bashu, Jiacheng, and all the people in the disaster area, thank you for your support. Thank you. When Su Ziyuan slowly bowed to Lu Yun, Zhou Lin and other people from the shelter also bent down. A smile appeared on Lu Yun's pale face. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Ah, what beautiful flowers. Is it daybreak? I saw the flowers and my mother. Zhou Lin raised his finger to Su Ziyuan and others. Don't cry. No one is allowed to cry now. Because Lu Yun could still hear, crying would only destroy her last beautiful feeling about this world. Zhou Lin squatted down gently and hummed softly in Lu Yun's ear with a low voice. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, the grass is green and endless. When I ask you when you will come back, don't hesitate. Hee hee. Lu Yun suddenly chuckled, her pale red lips slightly parted. It sounds so good, so good, so good. 18 years old flowers. Zhou Lin took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the pod. Outside, it was still pitch black, icy cold, and heart-piercingly cold. But Zhou Lin felt like there was a fire burning in his heart. He saw Lu Yun, in the fire, smiling and waving goodbye to him. The end of the world is difficult. What makes people like Lu Yun persist? Have no idea. Maybe it's because my realm is not high enough, Zhou Lin thought. Zhou Lin, we are ready to take away the supplies and personnel. Su Ziyuan walked over and raised his hand to pat Zhou Lin on the shoulder, but found that he was not tall enough and it would be awkward if he forced it, so he could only give up awkwardly. Why are you telling me? I don't want it. Let's go quickly. I feel annoyed when I see you. Zhou Lin waved his hand. Okay. By the way, do you want bullets? We can't tow the airship away for now, and if we leave it inside, it might be stolen. Oh. Zhou Lin understood. This should be a reward from Su Ziyuan or the shelter. Thank you, Director Su. No, you are helping us too. Are you sure you don't want to go back to the city? Not going back, Lu Yun and the others. We will take them back with us, Su Ziyuan said solemnly, don't worry. Chapter 86 Another New Home. Although Zhou Lin was not in the island building, Qing Yali was still there. Qing Yali, who already knew the general allocation plan, made some arrangements for the room. First of all, everyone's activities and daily life are mainly on the 6th floor above ground. Starting from the bottom up, the 4th floor above the lobby has a usable space of nearly 200 square meters, which is divided into 10 small rooms, 3 bathrooms, a dining room and a kitchen, but no living room or anything like that. This floor can only be accessed from the lobby, and cannot be continued upwards. It is specially prepared for people like Sun Qinghao. The 5th floor is accessed from another small staircase in the lobby, which leads to the 6th floor, but there is a sealed hatch that can be locked when necessary. The area is also nearly 200 square meters, divided into 4 suites, a kitchen and a dining room, and is currently occupied by Huang Menjing and her mother. The 6th, 7th and 8th floors were prepared by Zhou Lin for his family. Because the shape of the island gets smaller as it goes up, the single floor area of these 3 floors is smaller than the 2 lower floors. When added together, they exceed the actual usable area of the house in Lanshan. After entering the island building, everyone was even more surprised. Although the cold metal material looks a bit harsh, it looks much safer than ordinary concrete buildings. Zhou Lin piled up some soft furnishings prepared in each room and did not interfere. In fact, he was just lazy. Is there electricity and heating? Huang Menjing was the most surprised. She knew very well how much money it would take to build such a building. So how much money did the Zhou family have? No, having money was not the most important thing. The key was how the Zhou family could think of building such a building. How did the Zhou family coordinate with the local authorities and what means did they use to obtain the approval? As for Sun Qinghao, he thought less about it. Although he was obsessed with Huang Menjing at the beginning, people will grow up quickly as long as they face reality. Besides wanting to survive, his only hope now is to get in touch with his family. It's a pity that this wish is difficult to achieve. At this stage, it is already very difficult for the country to ensure that most people know the movements of the local government and the concerns of the top leaders through the radio. As for restoring the previous information communication, it is undoubtedly a pipe dream. Because Zhou Lin had instructed Qing Yali, after the rooms were assigned, Qing Yali just left them alone. As a single dog, Sun Qinghao is a pragmatist. He decided to decorate only one room to make it livable, and simply decorate the kitchen. Forget about the dining room. Wouldn't it be nice to just eat in the room? In fact, Huang Menjing had a similar idea. Her mother was old, and she was worried about living separately. So she decided to let the 2 of them live in one suite, and it would be enough if they just cleaned up the kitchen. Heizi naturally lived upstairs with the Zhou family, while Zhou Li's hydroponic dream and the poultry and rabbits that were lucky enough to be still alive were arranged on the second floor below the entrance hall. The first floor below was arranged by Zhou Lin to be used as a workshop and warehouse, which on the surface seemed to be mainly used to store everyone's daily necessities. At present, Huang Menjing and her daughter and son Qinghao are all destitute. The Huang family still has some clothes and other things of their own, but son Qinghao is really penniless. Basically, for a long time to come, Huang Menjing and son Qinghao will have to work for the Zhou family, otherwise they will become freeloaders. So son Qinghao's main job was to clean the lobby, learn vehicle repair and maintenance, and all kinds of heavy work within his ability. Huang Menjing, together with Wu Shuai and Zhou Li, was responsible for the relatively easy work on the second floor below ground level. The dirty and heavy work would definitely be done by son Qinghao. Zhou Li's first job is to complete the intelligent transformation of the entire building, which currently mainly involves installing surveillance cameras. After Su Ziyuan and others left, Zhou Lin did not return to the island building immediately. Instead, he went to the old house and used Lu Xiaofeng to pull some usable supplies to the lobby of the island building. He asked everyone to move them. After that, he ran another trip. On the third trip, he asked son Qinghao to go with him and pull the RV he had issued and the last batch of supplies to the island building. After the two large trucks were parked, the originally spacious lobby seemed a bit crowded. Zhou Lin asked everyone to go back and rest first, and not run around unless necessary, so as to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, the owner of this building was Zhou. His words were mainly to warn son Qinghao, but also to give Huang Menjing a shot of prevention. After all, people's hearts are hidden. Besides, there will definitely be more people joining in the future. So if we set the rules first, those who come later can follow suit. Zhou Lin hadn't had a good rest since the earthquake, and even a strong man couldn't stand such torture, so he planned to have a good sleep this time and told Qing Yali not to disturb him if nothing was wrong. He can take a break, but many people don't even have the time to droop their eyelids. The super earthquake that shook the entire Bashu region caused inestimable damage. Although many people gathered in relatively sturdy shelters on winter nights, shelters are not safe and are not strong enough to withstand a magnitude 9 earthquake. The only difference is the extent of the damage. If the shelters were converted from underground stations or subway passages, it would be even more miserable. When the earthquake hit, countless people were buried under the rubble. As time went by, some people could no longer hold on, while others were still struggling. And those who are still alive can only hope for help from others. Faced with such a major disaster, only the country and the army can shoulder the burden. The news that the Jiazhou city shelter had found airship number 024 spread to the provincial capital shelter, immediately causing cheers. Because of the sudden strong wind, 3 airships of the airship team were lost, including number 024. The airship team originally came for disaster relief and rescue. After learning that airship number 024 had crashed and could not be repaired for the time being, they ordered the support team and supplies on airship number 024 to be directly transferred to the Jiazhou city shelter for unified arrangements. Good. Wang Pingping couldn't help but wave his fist when he heard the news. He had been busy for almost 3 days, and not only did he look much thinner, his pupils were bloodshot, and the corners of his mouth were blistered due to fatigue and lack of nutritional supplements. Even so, Yi Xinxiao still couldn't let him rest. In Wang Pingping's own words, "My brothers are all working, why should I take a rest?" Wang Pingping, who also grew up from an ordinary soldier, feels extremely distressed about the soldiers under him. Even if he has to suffer more and eat less meat, he wants to ensure that his subordinates are well fed and clothed. Of course, he will never be soft-hearted when it comes to training and practicing, because they are soldiers, and their special training is to sweat more in peacetime and bleed less in war. Then I'll assign you a task. Yi Xinxiao thought about it and decided to give this bastard a break, otherwise he would be exhausted to death. What mission? I won't take a break. Who told you to rest? The wreckage of airship number 024 cannot be wasted. It contains top-quality materials. Go and get it back for me. Chapter 87 Who is your good brother? After Lai Fu was released, it did not affect the symbiosis between it and Zhou Lin. On the contrary, because it was released into the real space, many of its own abilities could be exerted. For example, using radar and other detection equipment to monitor the surrounding environment. To put it bluntly, as long as Zhou Lin wanted, he could now use the electronic equipment on the Lai Fu to monitor the entire Jiazhou city, but any creature larger than a cat would not be able to escape. So when Wang Pingping led the convoy over, Zhou Lin woke up from his dream immediately. I've only slept for a few hours, just a few hours. He pulled his hair painfully. Even if he was a psychic and an evolver, he was still a human being and he needed rest. Fortunately, Zhou Lin's grumpiness when waking up comes and goes quickly. After all, living in the apocalypse, there is not much free time to be angry. He can be exhausted just for a bite of food every day. It takes energy to be angry. It would be useless for others to climb to the top of the island building because it was pitch black and they couldn't see anything. But Zhou Lin was different. Not only did his evolution give him considerable night vision capabilities, but as long as he was still on the Laifu, he could directly use the ability of the Laifu, combining various detection methods with night vision capabilities. Not only could Zhou Lin see the convoy, he could even see the face of Wang Pingping who was dozing off in the passenger seat of the leading car clearly. It shouldn't be directed at me. Zhou Lin guessed that it was most likely because of the crashed airship. He was a little conflicted about whether he should deal with it. I won't go. I'm afraid Wang Pingping will wander around for no reason. It will be troublesome if he crashes into the island building. Go ahead. Zhou Lin doesn't really like dealing with Wang Pingping. He is too straightforward, a typical soldier. Even though the environment has become like this, he still doesn't know how to adapt to some things. But people who are easy to adapt are more likely to be changed by the environment, and even become corrupt or go astray. Hey Zai, go. When Heizi heard that he could go out, he was so happy that he wagged his tail. The main reason is that it is not convenient to let it play with rabbits, chickens, ducks and geese now. I am afraid that it will become depressed if I keep it at home all the time. Considering the temperature outside, Zhou Lin still dressed Heizi and even put snow boots on him. After all, there was no veterinarian at home. Everyone is busy at this point. Zhou Li continued to install surveillance, Wu Shui helped her, and Zhou Kaijun had to go to the underground second floor to take care of the poultry and crops for them, while Qing Yali was busy preparing lunch. Maybe I won't come back to eat. Zhou Lin said. Why? What are you going out to eat? Can you order takeout? I'm not hungry. Zhou Lin replied and pulled Heizi into the elevator. When passing through the lobby, Zhou Lin felt that the cars he had prepared were still not enough. Fortunately, there was no shortage of various cars in Laifu. He would get a few of them and refurbish them, and also have them as spares for everyone. When Su Ziyuan and others left, they specially stuffed a radio beacon in the airship. This time, Wang Pingping followed the beacon to find his way here. On the road, he could still see the tire tracks left from last time, so he did not go around in circles. When the searchlight on the roof revealed the outline of the airship, Wang Pingping finally woke up. Is it coming? It's just ahead, boss. It seems that I woke up at the right time. Listen up, everyone behind me, keep your speed and distance, or you may not be able to brake and crash into me. After picking up the walkie-talkie and saying a few words, Wang Pingping turned his attention back to the front. Even if it was converted into a tracked vehicle, there was still a possibility of the vehicle slipping on the thick snow, so the driver stopped the vehicle several dozen meters away from the airship. It's damn cold. Wang Pingping, who was used to the temperature in the car, suddenly jumped out to face the cold wind, which made him shiver several times. However, humans are actually quite adaptable to the environment. Harsh conditions like winter nights can no longer stop people from going out. The key is that fewer and fewer people are actually frostbitten or sick due to low temperatures. No wonder someone once said that, apart from the 4 pests, humans are probably the animal with the strongest ability to survive in the world. Therefore, humans are the 5th pest, which is more powerful than the previous 4 combined. By the time the convoy stopped, Wang Pingping had already circled the airship. He had an idea of how to dismantle and transport it, so he picked up the walkie-talkie and started making arrangements. I heard that the Zhou family also lived nearby. He didn't even come to take advantage of such a big opportunity. This is not his character. Wang Pingping never forgot Zhou Lin. It might be because of the unpleasantness between him and Zhou Lin, or because Zhou Lin, as a civilian, legally owned a gun, which made Wang Pingping feel uneasy, or because of other reasons. Commander Wang is here in person. Zhou Lin walked slowly towards them with a flashlight, and the two soldiers who wanted to stop him were waved away by Wang Pingping. Why, doesn't it mean that everyone who sees it gets a share this time? Wang Pingping asked, pointing at the pod being disassembled. I have thought about it, but a gentleman should earn money in a proper way. Gentleman? Wang Pingping sneered, I think you are the most suitable one. Oh. Zhou Lin was not angry, which one? A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. Don't you think this is the most suitable for you? It seems that Wang Pingping is not as rough as he seems, but he is actually quite knowledgeable. I admit it. The one standing on the dangerous wall is a fool. Yes, you look like a fool to me. You can say this to me, but you can't do this to us. Why do you think I said that to you? It's because I don't treat you as an outsider, do you understand? Zhou Lin walked up and stretched out his hand. Wang Pingping was a little confused. He couldn't remember when he and Zhou Lin became friends. Through the thick gloves, I didn't feel anything when shaking hands, I just felt confused. Are you all going to move away? Hey, I knew you were a weasel. Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders, stamped his feet and said, no matter how thick the snow is, it can't change the fact that the land below belongs to Zhou. All land belongs to the country. Wang Pingping retorted. The state rented it to me, so it has to be Zhou during the contract period. To be honest, this is just for earthquake relief. If it falls on my land, no one can stop it. Wang Pingping frowned, what do you mean? It's meaningless. Zhou Lin looked up and looked around. I'll set up a network later. I think as long as the country exists, it will have to recognize the original contract, right? I have the final say on my territory. You're going to make me laugh to death. Who are you putting up the barbed wire for in this pitch-black place? Besides, if the airship hadn't landed here, no one would run towards you. You're crazy. Wang Pingping suddenly stopped talking and looked at Zhou Lin with suspicion. Don't you think that the sky seems to be a lot brighter at noon recently? Or do you think that our world has no ability to repair itself? A word can wake a dreamer up. Wang Pingping hasn't even had time to sleep in recent days, so how could he have the time to look up at the sky? If what Zhou Lin said is correct, does it mean that the eternal night will soon be over and the world will return to normal? Chapter 88. The world is changing again. What do you mean? No. I didn't say anything. Zhou Lin denied it flatly, your men are very quick, they are all good young people. Wang Pingping glanced at Zhou Lin strangely. He looked to be in his 20s, but how come he spoke like a man in his 40s or 50s? Yes, you can join in, too. No. Zhou Lin didn't want to talk about this topic anymore since he had mentioned it last time. He said, I saved someone before the earthquake. He told me some things. I just listened to them as stories. You mustn't take them seriously. Tell me about it. Wang Pingping certainly didn't believe in any ghost stories. How could a guy like Zhou Lin, who would not get up early unless there was something beneficial, have the time to tell him a story? Let's say there is an organization that may have existed before the end of the world. It's very mysterious and powerful. Does it sound like a story? Anyway, this mysterious organization has existed in our country for a long time. Its origins are unclear, but it does bad things in secret. This end of the world is their chance. Zhou Lin talked about what he knew in his previous life and what he heard from Laya in this life. Even though it did not involve things like superpowers and evolution, Wang Pingping was still shocked. In the end, he asked Zhou Lin where that person was. She ran away during the earthquake, and I don't know where she went now. You may be able to find out her name, but it's best not to let the government check it. Why? Wang Pingping was a little unhappy. Do you have any problems with the government? Because that woman's name is Laya. If you meet a very beautiful woman who suits your taste in the city, you have to be careful. The woman I like may not be born yet. Wang Pingping said disdainfully, okay, I'll remember this. If I really meet her in the future, I will definitely have someone give her a thorough interrogation. Old Wang, I advise you to be careful. That woman is quite powerful. If you are not careful, you will suffer. Why do you call me Lao Wang? I don't sound like a good person. Then I will call you Xiao Wang from now on. Xiao Wang, right? Little bastard. Wang Pingping glared at Zhou Lin fiercely. Let's go. Don't look for me if you run out of bullets next time. Sometimes two men become more and more childish when dating, but in fact, the more childish they are, the deeper their feelings are. Even Zhou Lin didn't expect that he would develop a friendship with an officer who was 20 years younger than him. Maybe it's because of their psychological age, or maybe it's because of their complementary personalities. At least that's what Zhou Lin thought. There were many aspects of Wang Pingping's personality that Zhou Lin admired, but he absolutely could not do it and would not let himself learn it. Like many of us, we are often moved to tears by various things, but when we really have to experience it ourselves, we often choose to escape. However, this does not affect people's appreciation of noble behaviors such as kindness, bravery, greatness, and loyalty. So Zhou Lin felt that he just admired Wang Pingping, or he hoped to have subordinates and followers like Wang Pingping. The end of the world is not something that can be brought about by one person alone. Even though he may have embarked on the path of superpowers and evolution before everyone else, he can't say that he is invincible. Especially in a few years, when superpowers and evolution become popular, he may encounter someone stronger than him, or even someone who can directly restrain him. By that time, if he didn't have enough helpers, how could he protect his family? If the acquisition of supernatural powers requires the right time, right place, and right people, then evolution is different. Basically, the better the physical fitness of a person, the easier it is to embark on the road of evolution. The physical fitness of soldiers in the military is often the best. Zhou Lin had personally witnessed this in his previous life. Only Zhou Lin actually hoped that the situation like in his previous life would not happen again in this life. They were of the same roots, so why were they so eager to harm each other? Fortunately, this chat at least dispelled the possibility that Wang Pingping would wander around, thus preserving the secret of the existence of the island building. But it can't be hidden for long. Now we can see the signs of regaining sight. If Zhou Lin remembers correctly, it will take a few days for the light to gradually appear. So he has to hurry up next. Once the ice and snow begin to melt, it will not only cause drastic fluctuations in temperature, but also form runoff on the surface. At that time, many cities may experience waterlogging and even cause floods. The Zhou family's old house is located in a relatively low-lying area and is easily flooded. Fortunately, the Lai Fu is not afraid of water at all, and the only thing to worry about is the piled earth. The snow melted too quickly, and it was very likely that the earthwork on the starboard side of the Lai Fu would be washed down. If someone saw the metal hull inside, it would cause trouble. In this situation, it was impossible to use reinforced concrete to reinforce it, and it would be too wasteful of resources. Zhou Lin's idea was to use an excavator to tamp it down. It will always be better after it is compacted and made solid. But if something really collapses, there is nothing you can do about it, and it all depends on your luck. After a magnitude 9 earthquake, although there were disasters in various places, it was precisely because of these disasters that the relationship between ordinary people and the government and the military became closer. After all, the real support and rescuers are soldiers and the government is organizing. This kind of blood is thicker than water, and no rhetoric can change it. It is precisely for this reason that Bashu has become an area that is difficult for forces with ulterior motives to penetrate. Some people thought that since Bashu had suffered a disaster, people's hearts would inevitably be unsettled, and they might be able to achieve their ulterior motives by just being more eloquent. However, after actually trying, they found out, they had been reported. In the past 2 days, the Jiazhou city shelter has received several reports about enemy spy activities. Originally, the government should have stepped in to resolve the issue, but somehow it reached Wang Pingping's ears. This made the busy Wang Pingping suddenly think of a name, Lanya. Lanya. I seem to have heard of this name. Yi Xinxiao frowned and recalled slowly, and it really made him think of it. After all, Bashu is not that big. Yi Xinxiao had heard of Lanya at a private gathering, and he even met Lanya. She's just a woman, what's wrong with that? Commander, I can tell from the first glance that you are a straight man. Wang Pingping directly told Yi Xinxiao what Zhou Lin had said about him, just a woman. How can a woman appear in front of you, old man? How dare you say that to me, kid? I'm married and have kids, but you're still a single. You. I am focusing on my career. Wang Pingping said angrily. Zhou Lin asked me to investigate Lan Yeye. He said that she might be related to a powerful mysterious organization. Although Wang Pingping did not say it directly, in Xia country, anything labeled as mysterious is generally not a good thing. Yi Xinxiao thought for a moment and said, how are you going to investigate? We didn't have much contact with the local authorities before. It would be best if we could find this woman named Lan Yeye. Zhou Lin is a trustworthy person. Now that you've made up your mind, just do it. Don't worry about anything else. I'm here for you. Wang Pingping was most impressed by this point of Yi Xinxiao. Perhaps this was the way Yi Xinxiao controlled his subordinates, but no matter what, the effect was very good. Just as Zhou Lin deduced, Lan Yeye did not go far and was in Jiazhou City. Chapter 89, Hiding from Poor Wang Pingping. Although Lan Yeye was able to escape because of the earthquake, Zhou Lin still felt very guilty. Knowing that this woman was no ordinary person and an extremely dangerous psychic, he should have taken more precautions from the beginning. If it really didn't work, he could have just killed her. Zhou Lin was sure that he was not attracted by Lan Yeye's beauty. That was impossible. Now that he thought about it, maybe it was just an illusion that he thought he had resisted Lan Yeye's mental attack at the beginning. Lan Yeye deliberately made him have such an illusion so that she could get close to him safely, learn more about the situation from him, and then take the opportunity to leave. The more Zhou Lin thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. Psychics are extremely mysterious even after 10 years, because their abilities tend to conceal themselves, and it is difficult for others to detect them, unless they are more advanced psychics. It was actually Zhou Li's idea to tell Wang Pingping about Lan Yeye. Whether it was a tiger swallowing a wolf or a snipe and a clam fighting each other, it didn't matter to Zhou Li who would win in the end, as long as it didn't affect their family. At the same time, Zhou Li also didn't allow Zhou Lin to tell anyone about the two things, superpowers, and evolution, at least not from his mouth. That would be too risky, especially for Zhou Lin and the Zhou family. Once the superiors know that Zhou Lin is a mutant and an evolver, there will inevitably be all kinds of excuses and requests. Should they agree or not? Whether you agree or not, it may not be a good thing, so the best way is to keep a low profile. With everyone's concerted efforts, the interior of the island building gradually became cozy, excluding the lobby and the place where Sun Qinghao lived. This strong contrast highlights the biggest difference between a family with a woman and one without a woman. Although Zhou Lin feels that those fancy things are actually meaningless, at least they are more comfortable to look at. As expected, most women are visual, with the exception of Zhou Li. But judging from her age alone, Zhou Li cannot be considered a woman, but only a girl. She was also tired these days. Every room needed to be equipped with surveillance cameras, and then with visible and hidden wires and various switches. However, what Zhou Lin could not have imagined was that Zhou Li was actually interested in driving an excavator. In the biting cold wind, Zhou Li hid in Zhou Lin's winter clothes, her small hands wearing thick gloves, skillfully pulling the excavator's joystick. So it was you who stole the Tifel. How can it be called stealing? For superpowers, this is called borrowing. Just borrow for a few hundred years. When they signed the treaty with us, didn't they want to sign for a few hundred years? I didn't expect you are still a finching, so childish. Zhou Li shook her head, her panda hat swaying, well, very mature. A man is a boy until he dies. Why did he stop? Brother, look at the sky ahead, is it getting a little brighter? If Zhou Li hadn't mentioned it, Zhou Lin would not have noticed it. When he looked at the time, he found that it was almost 12 o'clock. There was indeed a faintly glowing area in the sky east-southeast of the excavator. Sometimes Zhou Lin really admired Zhou Li, who read books every day when she had nothing to do, but had very good eyesight. Not only was she not nearsighted, but her eyesight was even better than that of an airplane pilot. I don't know if this can be considered a gift from God. It seems a little bit. Not only Zhou Lin and Zhou Li saw it, but almost everyone in Jiazhou City and even the entire Bashu saw the bright spot appearing in the sky. For a time, the legend that the world would soon regain light spread like wildfire, and many places even spontaneously held celebrations for this reason. After all, humans are creatures that live under the sun. Over at the California shelter, Zhu Guanhan and Yi Xinxiao both learned about Zhou Lin's prediction from Wang Pingping, and this obvious light spot was undoubtedly the best evidence for Zhou Lin's prediction. So what does he know? Zhu Guanhan gently rubbed his left shoulder. He had strained it yesterday but didn't pay attention. It was swollen when he woke up this morning. Although he had been corrected by an old Chinese doctor, he was old after all. It would take at least 3 to 5 days to heal. Wang Pingping had put a lot of effort into investigating Lan Yeye, but the results were not very good. Someone told him that Lan Yeye had appeared in the city before, but now because of the disaster relief, the population was moving around so fast that it was impossible to find her. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. In desperation, Wang Pingping could only turn to Yi Xinxiao for help, and Yi Xinxiao took Wang Pingping to find Zhu Guanhan after careful consideration. How did you know the name Lan Yeye? Zhu Guanhan was surprised at first, and he was even more surprised after Wang Pingping finished speaking. How could Lan Yeye be in Jiazhou City and meet that young man named Zhou Lin? A mysterious organization? If Lan Yeye is from some special organization, then we may be in big trouble. Old Zhu, could you please stop being so alarmed? How much trouble can a woman cause? Zhu Guanhan shook his head, actually taking the opportunity to see if there were any annoying people around, and then whispered, I'll tell you my last name. Him. With Lan Yeye? Yi Xinxiao frowned. Wang Pingping knew that it was not simple, but he just didn't know. He just remembered scratching his ears and cheeks, like the eldest senior brother. That's right. Zhu Guanhan turned to Wang Pingping, so the matter you mentioned can be big or small. Even if you find the person, don't act rashly, otherwise no one can protect you. Old Zhu, I don't like what you said. No matter how powerful he is, how can he control me? Yi Xinxiao rarely looked stern, but when he did, it meant that things were really troublesome. So Wang Pingping ignored the old commander and said, okay, I understand. Hey, you little brat, who do you listen to? Yi Xinxiao asked unhappily. Of course. I will listen to whoever treats you well. I don't care who will hold up the sky if it falls, but I won't let you hold it up. This stinky boy. Yi Xinxiao couldn't help but curse again, but the love in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Although he and Wang Pingping were not father and son, after so many years of getting along, they were closer than father and son. Looking at Wang Pingping's leaving figure, Zhu Guanhan suddenly said, actually, I'm very envious. What are you jealous of? I envy you, I envy you. That's right. We soldiers are pure. I will be nice to whoever is nice to me. You officers are different. You have too many tricks and lie to everyone. Old Yi, I have never told you any lies. Zhu Guanhan pretended to be angry. No. Huh, Lan Yeye, you dare to say you don't know her? I see that not only do you know her, but you also know where she is, right? Yi Xinxiao showed a smile like an old fox on his face, and his pair of tiger eyes stared at Zhu Guanhan. Although he was old, his power was still there. This. Zhu Guanhan looked embarrassed, and said after a while, I just don't want to delay Wang Pingping. Not to mention catching Lan Yeye, as long as he finds out about Lan Yeye, her life will be over. How could Yi Xinxiao not agree with Zhu Guanhan's words? If you disagree, he would have exposed it just now. Then do you think what Zhou Lin said is true? Let me see. Yi Xinxiao suddenly remembered a piece of news that neither Zhu Guanhan nor Wang Pingping knew.